I'll tell you why most people are unhappy. They don't move. Look at our lives today. I mean, most people live in a box, don't they? And then what do? They get up in the morning, have a box cereal breakfast, right? And then they get in their box and they drive. And sure enough, they drive to their box office. They go up a box elevator. They type on a box. They talk on a box. They have a box lunch. They drive their box home. They turn on a box to be entertained. And maybe they just really go for the variety and have a cylinder to try and change their state. Listen, life has got to be about movement. When you move, you're alive. Emotion comes from motion. The more you move, the more you feel. Motion in your voice. For me to have this voice change, I'm changing the way I move. You saw me right now, you think I'm a maniac because I'm moving different ways, but that's how you feel. And by the way, the less you move, the less you feel, the less alive you are. If you're totally rigid, totally inflexible, no movement, this is known as death, right? So if you have emotionally, you're stuck, move. So every day you got to move. Now that can be a simple, gentle form of exercise, but it's something that's got to happen. And by the way, if you want a great relationship with anybody, what do you got to have? Some time with them, don't you? How about you? How about you? And not only do you have to have time with them, but maybe have a conversation with them. And most of us got conversations in our head, but we're not directing them. So we're going to show you each day how to have a conversation that you direct, a way of directing your mind, of shaping your mind, of conditioning your mind. It's kind of like going to the gym and just getting in the best shape of your life, but it's the best mental, emotional, spiritual, physical shape. And you don't need me to do it. I don't have to follow you around the rest of your life. This is going to be something you're going to do for yourself. I'll be here for the first 7 days or 14 if you decide to do these 2 weeks with me. And if you want to visit with me again, great. Or come see me at a seminar. I'd love to meet you. But you don't need me. I'm not here to create dependency. I'm here to remind you what you know is true, just to create some habits that will create the result you want. So, how does it work? Well, let's do this first. It's time for you to make some discoveries. The quality of your life is the quality of the consistent emotions you experience. I'll say that again. How you feel is your life. What are the feelings you have on a consistent basis? So I'm going to ask you, just take a moment, and if you have our journal there, you can do it in a journal, you can do it on a piece of paper. You don't make it rules-driven, just do it. Don't just do it in your head. I want you to write down all the emotions you experience in an average week. And on one side, write all the good ones, the other side, all the bad ones. Now, when I say bad ones, there really are no bad emotions, but the ones that are painful and you don't like. So all I want you to do is write them down. And when you write them down, try not to edit them. Don't try and say, well, just do it this way. If you experience this emotion on a consistent basis, doesn't mean every day, but at least once a week, write it down. The ones you consistently feel, not the one once in a while you feel this feeling, because what this is going to tell us is where you're really living right now. This doesn't tell me your income. I don't care. But I care about what you're passionate about. I care about what hurts you. I care about what you love. I care about what moves you. And you do too. And you don't even have to tell me the what's. Let's just figure out the feelings first. So please, take a moment right now, because now we're going to begin to stop talking, and we're going to start the process of doing. First step here is let's figure out where you are. Write down now, on one side, all the emotions you consistently feel in a week that are positive, on the other side, all negative. So stop the tape right now, or if it's a CD, just pause it, and get yourself to this right now. Go ahead. Are you still listening? I'm not going to continue until you do this. Come on here. You got to get that right. Don't just listen. Okay, if you're in your car and you say you can't do it, then turn off the CD or tape, stop it, pause it, and do it in your head at least. Or pull the car over. You're worth figuring out where you are. Cars are going to go by. You're going to drive the rest of your life. You're still going to get there. It'll take 3 minutes. Come on, be one of the few to do. Pull over. That's it. Pull over right now. Sit down and write this out just for a second. I promise you it'll be worth it. Go ahead and do it. Do it right now. Here's the second part of the triad. The second part is the pattern of focus and belief, and they relate to one another. See, whatever you focus on, you're going to feel whether it's true or not. Have you ever had an experience where somebody did something, or you thought somebody did something? Even better example. You heard, you thought, and you thought they did it to take advantage of you. And as you focused on that, you got angry or sad or hurt. And then later on, you found out you were dead wrong, that either they never did it, it wasn't true, or that wasn't their intent, and you felt bad about it, or you felt embarrassed. How can that be? Because whatever we focus on, we feel, whether it's true or not. Focus equals feeling, just like the way you move affects your feeling. See, right now, if I said to you, what are you juiced about in your life? What could you be excited about? If you really wanted to be excited in your life right now, what could you be excited about? Or what are you proud of? Or what could you be proud of if you wanted to be proud? Or who in your life do you really love? Who loves you? Think about it for a moment. Who do you really love? Who loves you? By the way, how does that feel when you focus on or you think about someone you love? See, whatever you focus on, you're going to feel. Focus equals reality to the individual, even though it's not reality in actuality. I'll say that again. Focus equals reality to the individual, even though it's not reality in actuality. That's a complicated way of saying whatever you focus on, you're going to feel, whether it's true or not, because your brain doesn't know the difference between something you vividly imagine, that's called focus on, or something you actually experience. That's very powerful. If you use this to your advantage, it means something very simple. How fast can you change how you feel? As fast as you change your focus. As fast as you change the way you move. See, right now, if you're focused on something that's really upsetting or something you're worried about or something you're fearful about, you're going to feel those feelings. If you focus on something you're really grateful for, you're going to feel a totally different set of feelings. See, you are in control, and you can change your feelings in an instant. The problem is we don't believe we can change that fast, and the second problem is we have patterns of doing this, don't we? We tend to, on a regular basis, focus on what overwhelms us, or focus on what we're upset with in our spouse, or focus on why we failed in the past. And if you keep focusing on things where you didn't succeed, guess what? You're going to feel like a failure, and when you feel like a failure, you're not going to take action to make things better. You can't build on the past that doesn't work. But you can also focus on what you want, on what you want to create. You can focus on the solution. Hey, when you got a problem, everybody's got problems. But 95% of your time has got to be spent on the solution. 5% on the problem. Most of us spend all the time describing the problem more and more detail, and we wonder why we feel overwhelmed. Focus is the secret key to changing, and you can do it in an instant. One way to change your focus is to change the third thing, your language patterns. See, all day long we're thinking. What's thinking? All day long you're asking and answering questions with yourself. Should I do this? What does this mean? Why is this? Where is this going on? That's what initiates thinking, is a question. You know what the problem is? We have patterns of questions we ask that don't serve us. Some of us ask questions like, how come this always happens to me? Well, it doesn't always happen to you, but if you ask a lousy question like that on a regular basis, your brain goes, because you're an idiot. How come I can never lose weight? Well, you can lose weight, but ask a lousy question, ask and you shall what? You receive. How come I can never lose weight? Your brain says, because you're a pig. Come up with a better question, for God's sake. See, questions direct us. Questions are a form of language. And if you want to change your life, one of the things I have people discover is what questions you're asking, and also what phrases do you say a lot? Because phrases hypnotize us. We have certain words by themselves that'll change the way you feel. If somebody says to you, hey, listen, I think you're mistaken about that. You might have one feeling. They go, you're wrong. You feel something very different just by the language. If somebody says you're lying, you have a whole different feeling, don't you? One word can change the way you feel when someone else speaks it to you. The words you select powerfully affect you. And I don't mean just being positive and doing the Stuart Smalley thing where you've got positive self-talk, right? And you say, I'm good enough, I'm strong enough, and by golly, people like me. No! I mean noticing the habit of the words and the emotions they create. And then the third part of language is the phrases that you say with such emotional intensity that you start to believe them. We call those incantations. An incantation is like, if you remember studying mythology, a sorcerer would tell a prince over and over again a phrase over and over again with such intensity that he'd be hypnotized and he'd think that he was a frog. And so, of course, he was a frog. That's what he experienced. We experience whatever we focus on. We feel whatever we picture. We feel whatever we say to ourselves. We feel whatever we do with our bodies. Those are the three patterns. If you change those three patterns, any one of the three, you're going to change how you feel. If you change all three, you're going to radically change how you feel. If you change the pattern of how you use your body, if you change the pattern of what you focus on daily, which, by the way, I'm going to show you a technique for doing today that could change your life. Very simple. If you change the pattern of what you say to yourself with the emotional intensity you say it, you're going to change the pattern of how you feel. Now that means you could pick any feeling you want and say, if I want to feel that way, what do I do with my body? When I'm in that state, how do I move? How do I speak? What do I do? Let me try it. When I'm feeling that good, what do I focus on? What do I really focus on? And by the way, what does it mean to me when I focus on it? Because you can focus on something, and one person looks at it and says, because that happened, that's why I can never be close to another man or woman in my life. That's why I can never trust again. And somebody else had the same experience. They go, because that happened, you know what? I've learned so much about myself. And because that happened, I appreciate the person I'm with now so much. You can't have a foreground without a background. Right? That's the secret to life. See, one person believes their life is over because something's happened. They gave it that meaning. Somebody else says, God's challenging me. It's time to go to the next level. We have absolute choice. We have absolute control about how we feel. And whatever feelings we put in our lives on a regular basis will determine the quality of our lives. So you can have frustration, anger, upset, overwhelm, insecurity. You can be fearful. You can live in a state of guilt, worry, whatever, or you can live in a place called passion, joy, thankfulness, gratefulness, connection, love, wonder. And if you create those emotions on a regular basis, are you going to have a different life? You bet you are. Now, here's what you can do that'll make this part of your life. All we're going to do is go after that thing we said was missing in our lives. Do you remember what it is after all this verbiage I've given you? Time. Time with yourself. But we're going to structure that time so that we create a daily triad that puts us in a state of mind where things flow. Have you ever had that happen? It's like, yes, I know what to do. Of course. Oh, yeah, it's a challenge. Big deal. Bring it here. Let's handle it. No big deal. Come on. Don't worry. Have you been in those states where like nothing can shake you? You can hope that you're going to pop into one of those states and get lucky, or you can create it every morning before you start your day. So you start with a foundation that's so powerful that it affects you and everybody around you. You can make life beautiful. Life can be beautiful for you every day if you do the things he did with his body. If you focus on life the way he focused on it, if you use language like he used, he being the man in the movie, or the man in real life who embodies it so much. See, that's a role model. If you sow the same seed, you'll reap the same rewards, but you got to schedule it. Because remember what I said, if you talk about it, it's a dream. If you envision it, it's possible. But if you schedule it, it's real. So here's what I'm going to ask you for, an invitation and a challenge. I want you to give yourself that missing time, and I want you ideally to give yourself an hour of power, I call it, at least 5 days a week. Now, what does that mean? It means for 1 hour, I'm going to walk you through 3 things to do for an hour that will absolutely connect you to yourself and will give you a level of focus and joy and happiness and strength to deal with not only the challenges, but to enjoy your life more. If you don't do it, you're going to be driven by technology, by demands, by people, by our kids. And you know what? It's beautiful that you're willing to give to everybody else. But if you keep giving everyone and you don't fill yourself back up, there's nothing to give, and I know you know this is true. So here's what it looks like. And by the way, if you can't do an hour, then do 30 minutes to thrive. If it's not an hour power, give yourself at least 30 minutes. There's always 30. And if you can't do that, at least do 15 minutes to fulfillment. So I'll describe this. So there's never a day you shouldn't do this. There's always 15 minutes. But if you can lock in that hour, it'll go. And I'll tell you before I tell you how it works, if you'll just do the 15 minutes, it'll grow to the 30. It'll grow to the hour because you'll get so reinforced in your life. So what does it look like? Here's what it is simply. At the end of the session, there's another tape or CD you can actually take with you on a walk. You can go and make this process happen, and I'll guide you through it in case you forget how this works, but it's pretty simple. It has 3 parts. Here's what you're going to do. The first step is that you want to make sure that the moment you wake up in the morning, there's no hesitancy to get up. So you start to train your body, which is training your mind. Remember, your body and mind are linked. Whatever you do with your body, it's going to affect your mind. You want to train your body to jump out of bed immediately with energy, without hesitancy, and to start moving. Because remember, emotion comes from motion. We've got to move. Now, ideally, you would exercise in the morning. There's a lot of reasons to do that because of all the times. And by the way, I'm a night person, so I understand if you go morning, I ain't jumping out of bed in the morning. I turn on around midnight or 1 in the morning, and sometimes I don't go to bed to 4 or 5. So what I'm talking about, you can adapt, but just hear me out. The ideal time to work out is in the morning because if you exercise in the morning, you turn on your metabolism, and you have it for the whole day. If you don't exercise, you get no metabolism, and you just keep gaining fat, and your body loses its strength, and you lose muscle every single year, especially as you age. But if you can train yourself to do that in the morning as the first thing, even if you have to get up earlier, or go to bed slightly earlier, or just take 1 hour less sleep, or 30 minutes less sleep, or 15 minutes less sleep, if you can do that in the morning, you turn on the metabolism, but you also turn on your emotions. Movement and breath are the first phase. So what you're going to do, have your shoes beside your bed, and if you've got somebody to do this with, it's even better. I mean, if you got your lover and the first thing you do is get up in the morning and you can spend time walking with them, that's great. But you get up and you physically move. You go for a walk. Anywhere. You get outside. You get out of the house, you move immediately. Now, walking doesn't sound very dynamic, and you may want to run, but you walk first to start warming up your body, warming up your metabolism. And as you're walking, there's a pattern of breathing that when you do it, it will stimulate your body to cleanse itself, and you'll start to move everything you need. And the ratio of breath is you're inhaling 4 breaths in a row, so it's, and then you're exhaling 4 in a row. As you're doing this, you're actually going to be tapping fingers. You'll be doing this same pattern again and again. This pattern of breathing will alter your state. you will literally, after doing this for about 5 minutes, begin to feel radically different. Now, you're going to inhale through your nose, as you probably heard, and exhale out your mouth. And this is something called breath walking. There have been studies done on this at MIT, and it literally alters brain functioning. But you don't have to know the studies to be able to feel what it does in your system. So all you're going to do is for the first 5 minutes, enjoy yourself. Get up. You don't have to worry about, oh, I got to run right now. My back's sore. You just get up and you start to walk. You walk for about 5 minutes with this breathing pattern. Step 2, you get grateful and you begin to visualize. So in phase 2, what you're going to do now is you're going to cultivate the emotion of gratitude. What you're going to do very simply is, remember I said fear disappears when you're grateful. The minute you're grateful, you're rich. When you have everything in your life to be grateful for and you don't feel that emotion, you got nothing. You're poor. So this has to be a daily emotion. It's like the antidote to all the stress, the antidote to all the frustration. But you got to cultivate it, because if you go into a state of depression on a regular basis, pretty soon your body goes there automatically because it's conditioned, it's trained. It's like what we call anchoring it. By going into that physiology, by breathing, and by visualizing. So what you're going to do is you're going to focus on and ask yourself, what are all the things in my life I'm grateful for while you walk? So you're outdoors, you're moving, so your pattern of physiology makes you feel good. You got movement, you got emotion. Now, as you're moving, you think about everything you're grateful for. And I usually start with a circle. I start with myself right here, and I think about all the things I'm grateful to God for in my life. My health. I start to think immediately, okay, my family members, and I think about them, and I send love to them. I make this spiral of thought going out. And then I think about my close friends and my close business associates, and then all the people I get to serve through my work in the world. And I just expand it. You think of moments you're grateful for. You know, a moment that I had with my son where he shared something with me that just made me cry. It was so beautiful. You know, there are moments in your life. So what are we doing? We're moving and breathing. That's changing your physiology. We're being grateful. That's a focus. And so now you change your focus. And now what you focus on is everything that you really want in your life, but you focus on it from a state as if it's already been achieved. I honestly start just giving thanks for it as if it's done. I am so grateful that that business deal has come together the way it has. So what I do is I begin to see it as if it's already done. Because remember, your brain can't tell the difference between something you vividly imagine and something you actually experience. So I see it. I feel it. I think about it. I feel the emotion as if it's already achieved. The more you can program your body and your mind and your emotions that something's achieved, your brain can do things you're unaware of. And if you focus on what you want continuously, you'll move towards it. Whatever you focus on, you move towards. Most people are focused on what they're afraid of. So as an example, when somebody's out of control in a car, they immediately look at the wall they don't want to hit. And of course, as they look at it, they steer right into it. The same thing happens in life. Wherever you focus, that's where you go. Don't focus on what you fear. Focus on what you want and make it real. The more certain you are that what you want can happen, the easier it is for your brain to figure a way. When you say this is important, your brain starts noticing anything that will get you to what's important. And if you believe it's already happened, you know enough about life that when you have that kind of certainty, your brain will find the way. Now you start focusing on today. What do you want to create today? You think about meetings you're going to have. What do you want to make that happen? Instead of going, oh, I got to go to this meeting, what do I want? Most people think about what they have to do. Think about what you want to do. Who do you want to turn on, excite, make happy? Who do you want to make laugh? What do you want to achieve there? What do you want to accomplish? See, the more you can see it in advance, you got to remember, everything that's in your outside world started in your inside world. Everything in my life, my kids, my businesses, this conversation with you started as something in my head, and now it's real. The same is true for you. You got to create in your head first the way you want it if you want it to show up in your life the way you want it. Most people create in their head what they don't want, and so, of course, they keep manifesting what they don't want. So even for this day now, focus on what do you want to create out of this day. Think about what's coming up. How do you want it to go? How do you want to feel? How could you respond? And just get yourself juiced about the day. So now what you need to do is incantations. So if you're walking, as you're walking, you can be doing this. You can even be doing it with the same breath you started with, where you can be going, I love my life. I love my life. I love my life. You go, oh, that sounds so positive, thinky tone. But you know what? If you do it over and over again, you're going to be vibrating. I've done incantations my entire life. It's how I've conditioned myself. 25 years ago, when I first started speaking, I was 17 years old. I'd made some changes in my life really quickly, and I started sharing it. And I didn't have speaking skills, but I had a state. You know when you're in state and things just flow? It's just like having a conversation. You don't have to think about it. It comes out of you. But I made myself get in state because I was fearful. So I said, I got to focus on how to serve, not on am I going to do a good job. I need to focus on giving, not on how am I going to do. If you focus on how you're going to do, you're going to get worried. So I created an incantation, and I've done it for 25 years before I go on stage every single time. If anyone's been backstage, they'll see what I do. I make a big change in my body, take an explosive breath, and I do this thing I call a power move that stimulates my body so I'm at the strongest state I can be. Second thing I do is I do my incantation. And what I do is I say this. I say, I now command my subconscious mind to direct me in helping as many people as possible today to better their lives by giving me the strength, the emotion, the persuasion, the humor, the brevity, whatever it takes to show these people and get these people to change their life now. And I do it again and again and again. Now I can do it once today, and I'm there, because I used to do this literally for 45 minutes driving someplace. I'm driving my old Volkswagen Bug, and I'm supposed to do this speech to share with people how they can do these things. Or I'm supposed to meet this person one-on-one. And I would literally chant this out loud. Now, why do you do it out loud? Because if you go in your head, that doesn't affect you. Speaking engages your physiology. And when you speak with certainty and intensity, it conditions you. So the bottom line is you do this while you walk. So if you're conscious about this, you can do it under your breath, like I said. You can do it in a breathing pattern. You can do something simplistic, like, every day and every way I'm getting stronger and stronger. As you're jogging, as you're walking, every day and every way I'm getting stronger and stronger. Some old phrase from an old book from years ago. Anything will work as long as you say it with intensity. Every day and every way I'm feeling happier and happier. Every day. And you say it again and again. And what you'll actually get is a rhythm. I'll tell you what incantations do in case this sounds stupid to you. Maybe it'll help. Have you ever made the fatal mistake of going to Disneyland and getting on a ride called It's a Small World After All? If you have, you know the power of incantations, because what's stuck in your head for the next 3 weeks? That song in 37 languages, right? Or if you hear a song and you get it in your head and you can't get it out, and it goes on and on and on. Well, this is a way to get the right idea in your head and condition it, but not just the idea, the feeling. So now what you need to do is exercise, ideally 20 minutes, no less than 15, 30 even better, and if you can do 45 minutes, that's wonderful, and that's how you get to the hour. And so at the end of this hour of power, you want to celebrate. You want to say, my God, I got myself to do this thing that set me up for victory. Now, you won't have to work at celebrating, I promise you. You'll feel so good, you'll be vibrating, especially if you did the incantations. Now, this process, you might say, well, I'm not going to run 5 times a week. And you don't have to. You can just go on a walk. And you can do this process, this hour of power of focus, and you can spend 10 minutes on gratitude, 10 minutes on visualizing, 10 minutes on what you want to have happen today, and do it in 30 minutes. This is your freedom. But I can tell you, if you'll give yourself an hour, where 15 or 20 of those minutes are based on these 3 things: massive changes in your physiology that make you feel great, massive changes in your focus that make you focus specifically on gratitude and specifically on what you want to have happen and feeling like it's already been achieved, and then massive changes where you push your body to be stronger and you make some incantations, you say some phrases over and over, at least 5 or 10 minutes of it, you will have conditioned your mind, your body, your emotions, and your spirit will soar. And now you will deal with problems radically differently. There won't be problems, there will be challenges for you. And more importantly, you'll be excited to connect with people. You'll be excited about your projects. You will affect people around you in a different way because you will have an extraordinary psychology. If you want an extraordinary body, it takes a ritual, doesn't it? A ritual of diet or a ritual of exercise. If you want an extraordinary emotion and spirit, it takes rituals. One of those that you might want to add to this hour of power is prayer. If you believe in prayer, this is it. This is a form of it. Maybe the greatest prayer is not asking for things, but saying, thank you. Thank you, Lord. Getting in that place on a daily basis for no less than 15 minutes to fulfillment, and ideally the hour of power, will change your life more than anything else. And if you listen to any other tape and you just did this, I can promise you, if you did it for 6 months, your life will never be the same. Because all the research shows that if you even exercise for 6 months, you'll exercise for the rest of your life because it becomes physically addictive to you. If you get away from it, you'll feel pulled to do it. All you got to do right now is give it a week or 10 days. Do this with me for 10 days, and I promise you, you're going to get some momentum. If you want to guarantee success, do it for 30. That's why I did personal power for 30 days, and that's why I gave you 7 days of personal power on top of the 7 days of Get the Edge. This tape is much longer than any other, and other than a workshop, because I really wanted to hopefully engage you. I don't know if I'll ever see you again. I don't know if you'll listen to another CD. But my goal was to do everything I could to get you to give yourself what you deserve and to tell you the 3 things that you've got to take control of and to remind you of the fundamentals that your life is nothing but your emotions. If you get the right emotions, you'll work out. If you're determined, you'll work out. If you're determined, you can go on a diet, but most people are trying to go on a diet, and they're not determined. You can change a state that fast, but you got to get the habit. Are you sold? I hope so, because the sale is for you. It's not for me. It's for you to create what you want long term. If you will do this, and you'll even do it 4 days a week, if you'll just get a habit that you'll commit to and not break, your pride will soar. Because when you just discipline yourself a tiny bit, and by the way, it doesn't feel like discipline, it feels like joy when you do it. But if you discipline yourself just a little bit, you get a positive habit you've consciously created, it spills over into all the areas of your life. And if you stay with me on this over these next 7 days, we're going to address each of those areas with the best tools I know of. So thank you for listening. And what I want you to do is tomorrow, or if you're crazy like me, you'll just grab the next tape or CD and go for a walk. Tomorrow I want you to go do this first thing in the morning. I want you to start out your day by doing this hour of power, or this 30 minutes to thrive, or these 15 minutes of fulfillment. Just do it. And by the way, if this sounds complex and I've overloaded you because it's been a long session, don't worry. I'll walk you through it fresh as we do it, but make sure you get started. The hardest part is the first step. The hardest part to get is momentum. The hardest part is get to the gym. So just do it, as they say in the Nike ads, and you'll get what you really want. So, my friend, I plead with you. Give yourself this gift each day. I mean, this is really one of the most important decisions of your life. And I hope my crazy, outrageous approach pushed you in the right direction and didn't push you away. I hope somehow I found my way into your heart or your intellect or whatever part of you we've got to reach to push the button that launches your life to the next level, to the level it deserves to be. So this is the beginning of a brand new journey. And I'm really grateful that you've allowed me to be your coach in this first part of the process. I think we can make immense progress, so let's start taking real action. Let's not just talk a good game, you and I. Let's do it. Just get your butt out there, because once you get out there, you'll get out there again and again. You'll get that momentum. It'll take over, and the best of you will start showing up every day. And when the best of you shows up every day, you're going to start appreciating yourself, and so will everybody else. So today, look around you. Keep your eyes open for magic moments. They're all around. And be sure, if nothing else today, you live with passion. Today and every day. I'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow. So how are we going to do this? Well, the first way I did this years ago is I created a product called Personal Power. You probably saw it on TV because I obliterated the airways with it, and I was on television every 30 minutes, 24 hours a day for more than 10 years consistently, somewhere in North America, the United States or Canada. That's an actual statistic. And so 35 million of my tapes and CDs went out there, and people used them to change their lives. And the greatest gift of my life today is every day of my life, no exaggeration, my friend, every day I have people come up to me, and some days it's a dozen or more, some days it's 2 or 3, but I don't miss a day if I'm in the public, and people tell me about how this work has changed their life. And usually say, thanks, coach. And if they say, you did it, I always remind them, no, you did it. And I was just there as a good friend, kind of reminding you of what you already know, because learning is remembering. Socrates said that centuries ago, and it's the truth. You know this stuff, but when do we take the time for ourselves to actually focus on it? So I'm your excuse to focus on you and give yourself the gifts you deserve. I'm no special guy. I just spent years doing this stuff. Just like whatever you're doing, I'm sure you've mastered it. If you've done it for years and every day you held yourself to a higher standard, I'm sure you can teach me in that area. So thank you for the privilege of letting me share my point of view here. And by the way, you don't have to agree with everything I say. I don't expect it. I'm not here to be your guru. Take what makes sense to you and use it. What you don't, say, guy's nuts, and throw it away. But know that whatever is here that's valuable, you got to act on. You got to follow through on. So how do we get ourselves to do that? Well, with Personal Power, I created a 30-day program. And that program has gotten results from people, as I say, all over the earth. And it's pretty famous, and you may even know somebody that's used it. And maybe that's one of the reasons you picked up this program. Maybe you didn't see an infomercial. Maybe a friend said, you got to do this. Well, however you got here, why did I change it? Well, I'll tell you why. I started doing focus groups, and the product was still selling like crazy, and I thought, I want to reach even more people. Who are we missing? Instead of saying, wow, look how successful we are, how do we get to people we're not reaching? And we do these focus groups, and they'd say, well, do you not believe that, Tony Robbins is real? And the majority of the time they said, no, I believe he's sincere. I believe he's a real guy. Do you not believe that people get results? No, I'm sure those people got results, and then they'd say things like, I just don't have the time. And I think, what do you mean the time? And they'd say, 30 days. I'd say, 30 days to change your whole life? Are you nuts? I mean, you're not worth that. It's not even a whole day. It's 45 minutes, an hour, maybe a day or 90 minutes, for God's sakes. I was frustrated thinking, God, these people really think this way, but we live in that nanosecond culture. Remember the old days you were taught that all this technology was going to transform the world, we're going to have all this free time? I don't know about you, but it hasn't worked out too well for me. I mean, most people got themselves a Palm Pilot so they can have their email wherever they are. They don't have to go home and sit on the computer. They can do it everywhere. They got their beeper. They got their cell phone. Many of these things are all put together with a camera and music simultaneously these days. I mean, we are constantly responding to the demands of the environment and rarely taking the time to decide what we really want. And whenever you react to stimulus, you're not in control. And when you're not in control, you're not going to stay happy. Because listen, a measure of your self-esteem comes down to one simple thing. Do you feel like you control events, or events are controlling you? And I'll tell you what, it's so easy to get sucked in. And I've done it myself, and I've done it even when I've known these tools. I mean, this is not something you figure out one time, and then all of a sudden it's all perfect. It's like muscle. You don't get muscle by going to the gym once. You develop a system of working out on a regular basis, and after a while, working out is fun. I mean, you look forward to it. It's your time. Part of what I want to do in this very first tape is get you to commit to your time. You know, if there's anything missing in our lives, it's time with ourselves, thinking about not problems, but what we're grateful for, thinking about what we want, creating the plan to make it happen, creating the juice of our lives, stopping and taking in what already is great, because you can't build on failure, you can only build on success. But if you do that once in a while you feel pretty good. If you got a system for doing it, that's what will change your life. So part of what triggered me to do this is years ago, I said, you know, I got to have my hour of power. I got to have at least 15 minutes for fulfillment. I got to have that short time, the first time in the morning, to set myself up for success, because rarely does a great idea interrupt you. You know, rarely does beauty just suddenly surround you and engulf you. You have to stop and notice and appreciate it. You got to seek it out. You got to schedule it. You know, everybody talks about things, and I tell people when they plan their life, I said, you know, talk's cheap. You talk about it, it's a dream. When you start to envision things, it gets exciting. When you start to get a plan, it's possible. But when you schedule it, it's real. So part of the power of this Get the Edge program, and by the way, you're going to see I snuck in, I gave you a bonus of the first week of personal power, and I'll explain that in a minute, why I did that. But part of the benefit of this is just having a simple system that you say, for a week I'm going to do this. And if you do it for a week, I bet you'll do things like this for yourself ongoing. After a week, you're going to feel so different about your life. You're going to have so much momentum that you say, well, can I really change my life in a week? Of course. In fact, that's what made me say, okay, you can't do it in 30 days? I'll make it a week. You can do anything for a week, can't you? Come on. A week for yourself? So I thought, if I made it a week, can I really do it? And I thought, of course, because you know what? People say I have no time. I think that's such a lie. We lie to ourselves so much. That's why we don't have what we want. Now, I've done it too. I'm not pointing fingers. But you can't lie to yourself and expect to have the truth be a part of your life and have success that comes from the truth. See, all change happens in a minute. You got to remember the power of a minute. In 1 minute, you could change everything in your life. In 1 minute, you can say, never again. Never. As the Jewish people have said in their country. They set a standard there, and they said, we will never go through a Holocaust again. It will never occur again. When a human being gets that point of never again, it takes a minute. In a minute, you can also do some other things. In a minute, you can look somebody in the eyes like you've never looked at them before. In a minute, you can hug somebody like you've never hugged them before. In a minute, you can say the words, I love you, and mean it at a level you've never meant it before. In a minute, you can say, I quit, or let's begin, or it's over, or I do. Think of the minutes of your life that have changed who you are. And I got to promise you, in these little boxes, we got a lot of minutes. We got a lot of them in here. Minutes, there's moments, right at the point you think, this guy's insane, and I'm going to turn this off. You stay there a little bit. I can just tell you because I've done it for years. It's different from somebody else. One phrase will wake something up inside you. I'm not going to give you anything. It's all inside you. But when it wakes up, baby, it is time to move, and I don't have to tell you that. It'll just happen. You'll suddenly say, this is it, no more, and it's kind of like that Pearl Harbor movie when, you know, you see them come diving down and the admiral should be celebrating and they say, Admiral, we've got this great victory. And he says, oh, I fear we've awakened a sleeping giant. And inside of each of us is that giant. It's a giant of emotion because that's where it starts. It's the emotion. Emotions start wars, don't they? Emotions get you married or they get you divorced. Emotions make you have kids. Emotions make you break through the problems or give up. It just depends which emotions you decide to live with. So, how are we going to do it? Well, two options I'm going to give you. I created personal power, and so I decided, even though I said 7 days, to do two things. One is I went into the studio, and I wanted to take things and give you the best of what I've learned today. Because when I made personal power, frankly, I was 28 years old. So this many years later, I've lived a lot of life, and the world's changed. I mean, during that period of time, we watched the wall come down, communism disappear. We've seen transformations in music and movies and the way we experience our lives. We've got the internet. People relate in a totally different way. Well, by the time you listen to this, they're probably cloning people, for God's sakes. People say, that'd be great time management. I'd have some extra people to get the work done. No. Here's the point. During that same time, I've obviously made big changes in my life. I've learned a lot more about who I am. I've made some stupid mistakes, and I've had some enormous victories. Good stuff has come through me on a huge scale, and I've learned. And so as a result, Get the Edge is a little longer than personal power. You say, how could it be longer? The other one was 30 days. Well, let me be specific. You can do this in 7 days. As you'll see, there's 7 days of program if you look at the program in front of you. This is day 1. But what I did do is I made some workshops in here. Instead of just giving you some ideas and hopefully inspiring you and giving you a couple strategies and say, go do it, I actually stopped in the middle of a couple of these and said, let's walk through it together and do it while I'm here with you, as if I was coaching you one-on-one, as if I was physically there with you, like a trainer. So you can break those up. There's only a few, and you can do this 1 CD a day and do it for 10 straight days. Now, if you're a maniac, you could do this in a weekend, and if you're insane and on drugs, you could do it in a day and be completely overloaded. But I suggest 7 or 10 days. Pick one or the other. Now, having said that, let me give you one other piece. I also sent you as a bonus the first week of my personal power program. It's the most successful personal achievement program of all time. And I'm going to recommend you start with that after you're done with this tape. You say, well, why wouldn't I do that? Why wouldn't I get your first cutting edge stuff? Because, well, how to explain this is kind of interesting. I really believe that this whole reason you're here listening to this is because you're a person that wants an extraordinary quality of life, not a good life, right? And I'm sure that's true, or you wouldn't still be listening. You would have shut me off a long time ago. The point of the matter is, if you want an extraordinary life, it has to be on your terms. It has to be what you call extraordinary, not somebody else's. But I can tell you there are 2 things you must master to have an extraordinary life, and most people rarely even master one of them. The first is you must master the science of achievement. And achievement is a science. How to go from where you are to where you want to be is a plan. It's a strategy. It's specific. If you want to do well financially and you're starting with nothing or you're starting with something, there are specific things you can do that if anybody does them, you will be financially independent in 8, 10, 12, 14, 15 years, certainly in a shorter period of time than you ever dreamed of, and it doesn't require gigantic risks. If you want to be physically fit, if you want to achieve a certain level of fitness, of health, of energy, if you want your body to look a certain way, that is a science. There are very specific things you do, and you'll have them. You want energy? I got a friend named Stu Middleman who ran 1,000 miles in 11 days, 85 miles a day, 2.5 marathons a day. You go, so what, he's a freak? What's this got to do with me? He wasn't even a runner. He went and studied some people in Central America, a group of Indians that once a year run 76 miles in one day for fun. He thought it was crazy. He wanted to study the psychology of it, and he found out there were laws of the body that if you practice these, your energy will explode. It'll go beyond anything you imagine. You're going to learn that while you're in this program. So there are laws for achievement. And I can tell you, I'm a kid from Azusa, if you know where that is, California. It's not a big, giant place. No knock to the city. It's just not a big, giant place. I don't have like some great role model that walked me through all this stuff. I didn't have any money or background or unique education. What I had was one thing, just an enormous love of people, an enormous desire to serve, and an unwillingness to settle, and a massive amount of action. I don't know how you chunk those 4 things, but those are the things that pushed me. And I just knew that there were answers out there, and I was willing to get them from everywhere. And I didn't want to hear the standard answer in the standard education. That's why I went to tapes and books and seminars. I just looked for anybody who was on the edge. Like, go find Stu. If you want to figure out how to have energy, that's what I did. Who's the most energetic man on earth? That's how I found him. I asked that question. I went and met him. I started interviewing. I figured out what he did, how he did it. I did the same thing, and my energy turned into this nonstop talking that's probably bugging you now. So let me slow down for a moment. The truth is, if you want to achieve, there are laws, and I don't care any area. And again, a kid from Azusa, I've had the privilege of, making hundreds of millions of dollars, literally. I made $400 million in a day taking a company public. I've had the privilege of losing hundreds of millions of dollars also when stock prices changed. I've been able to sculpt my body. I've been able to raise 4 kids that I'm so proud of and love dearly, and who are people that contribute to society in meaningful ways. You know, I've been able to find that connection with my Creator that I embrace and I know is right for me. I'm sure you've either found the way or you'll find the way that's right for you. But there are laws. There are ways to do that. So why have I gone on and on about this? Well, we're going to teach you those laws, but the first thing that keeps you from using them is your conditioning. So we all got conditioning about why it can't be done. Or we got some bad habits, and those have to be changed. And they're conditioned. They're a part of you. They've been going on for years. And so personal power in that first week teaches you why you do what you do and how to change those things, how to change that conditioning so you get momentum. Because momentum is power. When you start to get momentum, it's like that little snowball starting to go down the hill. It starts to speed up to a point where all of a sudden it's got so much momentum, nothing will stop it. So personal power will get you started. And here's the other thing about it. It's short. The first session is like about an hour, but most of them are about 35, 40 minutes. So it'll get you going here initially and get you momentum. And I gave it to you, as part of this program at no extra charge because I wanted you to get it. If you ever want to do the rest of the 30 days, you can call us and get it. But then here's what I want you to do. Come back here, and then what I want you to do is go through this process. Because this process is even more comprehensive, and it's about the following things. Today, we're going to establish a habit. I'm kind of telling you what we're going to do in the whole program so you understand the system, but we're going to establish a habit that if you make it a part of your life, I promise you, I guarantee you, beyond a shadow of a doubt, you will be able to experience dreams that you never thought were possible. Joy that seemed like it was unsustainable, and you'll sustain it. A connection with people like you never thought was possible. Not because I'm so smart, because these are laws, and I've stolen all this by modeling people that are successful, and I've used it, and it works for me too, and it'll work for you. But also, then we're going to begin the process of actually figuring out anything in your life that you want to change, and you haven't changed it, and we're going to take you through a 7-step process and do it. That's tomorrow. Once you go through the 7 steps, the changes will have begun. You'll begin to make the big changes you want in your life. Then we're going to look at the area that for most people has the most pain, and a lot of people don't even pay attention to it because we get caught up in work or something else that's easier to deal with, and that's called relationships. And that doesn't just mean your intimate relationships. It means your kids, it means your workers, but certainly your intimate relationships. This is the area where there can be so much pain, even for people that have achieved. I promise you, at the end of those 2 CDs, you're going to have an experience of clarity about where you are, what you want to have, and you're going to have some tools that will create that joy in your life, either to attract the relationship you want or to recreate the relationship if you're already in it, or to make the decision to make a change if you're in a relationship where the two of you really aren't matched and it's not really appropriate long term. You'll have the courage to follow through on any of these things, to make it better or to make the change. Then, of course, you've got to have energy. So how do we increase the energy? How do we get your health to the absolute peak level possible so you'll follow through and do all this? The next day, the 5th day, we're going to come back to those emotions. And we're going to show you which emotions will strengthen you, which ones will weaken you, how do you change them in an instant so you know it really works. Then we go to money. And by the way, money should come down further on the list because if you got all the money in the world but you're not healthy, if you got all the money in the world and you're unhappy, if you got all the money in the world and your relationship feels terrible, you're not a happy camper. But if you got the energy, and if you got the emotion, you got the relationship, then why not have the money too? Why not have the freedom to do what you want, when you want, where you want, with a system that really works? And then finally, the 7th day, or the 10th, depending on how you do it, is the power of why. Finding the sustainable purpose for your life. I mean, there are going to be ups, there's going to be downs, there are going to be problems. Those things don't go away. You just get better quality problems, that's all. I mean, a lot of people in life think they're going to be happy someday. They're going to have this extraordinary life when they have no problems. Well, if you had no problems, you'd probably be dead. Problems are a sign of life. What you want to do is use them to make yourself more. This is not a program that's going to eliminate all problems. It'll help you get rid of your current list so you can create a better list that makes you grow to the next level. That's what life is. So if problems don't go away, you better have a deeper purpose for your life. Something that gives you juice. And if you're in a place and you feel like there's no meaning in your life, you may even want to jump to that last tape if you want to and listen to it. I'm fine with that. But you got to listen to that tape, if nothing else, the power of purpose. So how do you do it? Do the first week of personal power. Then what you you're going to do this week. And by the way, make sure you take advantage of that personal profile we offered you. It only takes 10 minutes online. You'll see the receipt in your box about how to do it. And after 10 minutes, you'll be blown away. You'll get a 30-page report that describes to you what kind of behaviors are natural for you under stress and how to deal with those. how it may create conflicts in your relationships or your business. It'll also show you what you value most at this stage in your life, what's most important to you. And that'll help you understand why sometimes maybe you take 2 steps forward and pull 1 step back and start to sabotage because you have some things that you value that are in conflict. So take advantage of that. I think you'll find it invaluable. It's the personal profile. And again, how to do it is in the notes at the front of your book. Okay, so how do we take these 3 understandings and make it so we don't have to think about it, but we actually, on a regular basis, condition ourselves to have the great emotions we want and get rid of the emotions you don't want? Well, first step is awareness. See, next time you start to feel like, oh, I'm so frustrated, I'm so angry about this, notice what you're doing with your cheeks. What are you doing with your mouth? What happened to your breathing just now to do that? What's happening to your eyebrows? Are you tightening your fingers in your hands? Because we all have very specific things we do to get into our version of anger or frustration or tired or overwhelmed. Does that make sense? Just notice what's happening in your body. Say, okay, I'm not breathing. That's a clue. Let me start with a little change there. My mouth is so tight I can't even talk. That might be a clue why you're a little uptight. So loosen your jaw. Second thing, okay, what am I focusing on? I'm focusing on how, this isn't working. Now, to help you understand the belief part, ask yourself, in order to feel this way, what would I have to believe? In order to be frustrated, what would I have to believe? I have to believe that it should be better than it is, and it's not, and it's not working. Well, maybe it isn't working, but is that going to help you to focus on it isn't working? Let's focus on what we can do. Or if you say, I feel like it's hopeless because in order to feel hopeless, I have to believe that there's nothing I can do. Is that really true? Is there's nothing you can do? Or are you just caught up in a state? Are you just caught up in a pattern? See, if you ask yourself, what do I have to believe to feel this way? It'll help you to break that part of the triad because you'll start to say, yeah, that isn't really even true. All right, so that'll help you there. The third part of awareness is to say, okay, what am I saying to myself? Why do they do this? How come they always do these things? Why don't they ever listen? Well, I'm asking a lot of lousy questions because they may listen sometimes, but I'm saying they don't. I'm saying it with total intensity. Of course I'm going to feel bad. Let me change what I'm saying. Let me change what I'm asking. How can I turn this around? What do I need to focus on to make this work? What's the truth here? Maybe I can't control it all, but I can control what it means to me. What does this really mean? If you just have that awareness and you break your pattern, you can get out of a negative emotion in a moment. Then you can say, well, how do I want to feel? To feel like that, what would I have to do with my body? To feel like that, what would I have to focus on right now? What would I have to believe? I have to believe, I can turn anything around. I may not like it, but I can make it happen. It's just another challenge that God's given me to sculpt my muscles, right? Sculpt my soul. Throw it at me. God's the greatest trainer on earth, because a great trainer, when you think you got nothing left, what do? They go, give me 6 more. You go, 6 more? I only have 1 more. But, they say, yes, you do. And sure enough, you got at least 3 more in you, and you develop real muscle. And now you're stronger. And what used to be hard now gets to be easy next time because you've been through it. That's what this is about. So I told you up front that what we're going to do is get you to create an extraordinary life. And I said you needed 2 skills. I never finished it. The first skill was the science of achievement. Step by step, here's how you do it. You can achieve anything. Anybody has. Anyone who wants to can make it happen if they follow certain laws. If you sow, you'll reap, as I've already said. But you can succeed and not be fulfilled. And success without fulfillment is failure. And I can't tell you, I've dealt with literally millions of people around the world. Again, some of the greatest achievers in the world. And I've met a lot of achievers, but I've met very few that are truly fulfilled. See, to have an extraordinary life, you need to be able to have the science of achievement, but you also have to master the art of fulfillment. And it's an art, it's not a science. In fulfillment, there are principles. There are things that if you use them, you can create joy right now, even though you haven't achieved all your goals. And you know what? If you're more joyful right now, you're going to have more energy to go after them. See, most of us have been trained, at least in the Western world, we're supposed to go do things so we can achieve, so we can eventually feel good. In the East, I'm supposed to feel good and enjoy myself right now because this is all there is. One is focused on the future, the other is focused on the present. We need both. Listen, if you live here in the West and you just sit around and you bliss out and feel wonderful, you're going to be fulfilled. But for how long? If you just sit there and be fulfilled, people will come and take your furniture. You got to do something with your life. Life requires that we do things that allow us to contribute to the world, but it also requires, if we're going to be fulfilled, that we find a way to enjoy them. And if you can do that, now you're at the top of the ladder. Because if you don't do that, you bump into the experience I bumped into. I achieved. I made it all happen. I felt so excited about my life. I was juiced. I was giving, and I was seeing the result. And, one year we fed 1 million people at Thanksgiving through my foundation. It was one of the biggest dreams I ever had. I felt so alive, so happy, so juiced about things. I made a ton of money, and so I had all the choices. I could do all the crazy stuff. I got to have my island and a plane and all that stuff. And when you grow up poor, you think, boy, that would just be it. But the stuff didn't do it for me. I knew it never would. The people part really did. But there came a point where I was so focused on doing and giving and giving and giving that I wasn't taking any time for myself. And I remember one day, actually, being on stage. There were 18,000 people in the room. They gave me a standing ovation. I had this incredible thing. I felt so alive when I was giving to them, but when I stopped giving, I felt empty. I mean, it was a scary moment. And I realized there were some things in my life that I had not focused on, and they were hurting. And I pretended that they were okay. And they weren't. One had to do with my relationships. Another had to do with my relationship with my own time with myself. I never took the time anymore. I started out doing that every day, doing my hour of power. But now I was so swept up in doing, I wasn't taking care of me. So here's what this is about today. You are going to start a process, if you're willing to, of taking time for yourself, of taking the most scarce resource you got, time, and giving it to you. And not just thinking about problems, but going through a very simple system that will line you up for success. Because if problems aren't going to go away, how am I ever going to have a great life? Well, the answer to that is to realize that problems and happiness have no linkage whatsoever. I learned this because all of a sudden I felt like I had all these problems, and in the midst of problems, because I made changes, and by the way, anytime you make some changes, you're going to have some problems, because people aren't going to agree with it, or they're not going to like it, or they're going to judge it, and they're going to say, why did you do that, or I don't like it. Change always creates problems. As you have problems, you create solutions, which, by the way, are more changes. And when you create more changes, what does that do? It creates more problems. So problems are here to stay. In fact, they won't be problems for you. They'll be challenges, and we love a challenge, don't we? Nobody wants a problem, but we love a challenge. I mean, why do we watch sports? Two people take on a challenge to see what they can do. Why do you start a new business? What is it that makes you attracted to someone and saying, my gosh, can I connect with them? Can I get through to this person? Can I get this idea across? It's challenge. Challenge is necessary for growth, and growth is life. So it's a cool system. So let's get right to the point here. If you're going to have an extraordinary life, that life where you are juiced, then all that means is you're going to have a life where the primary emotions of your life are the ones you want. See, it doesn't mean that life works out every way you want. Sometimes it rains on your parade. Sometimes the events of your life you can't control. But you can control what it means to you. And when you control what it means to you, you have the ultimate power of your life. You have the edge, the ultimate advantage. See, I'll give you an example. Did you see that movie that won the Academy Award, Life is Beautiful? It's a story of a man who has an extraordinary life. Not because he has more money than anybody else, not because he's in a situation where everything is easy, but because he's alive. He has this joy about him. And by the way, if you've actually ever met Roberto Benigni, the man who plays this character, you know that he lives this way day to day. He was authoring this thing from himself. He's such a joyous guy. And when he won the Academy Award, you never saw so much emotion. He was like a little boy, and everybody loved it because nobody else has the guts to be that way. Or they've forgotten what it feels like to just feel, to be alive. What makes him extraordinary? An extraordinary psychology, an extraordinary mindset, an extraordinary way of looking at the world. And in the movie, the man has that, doesn't he? And who does it affect? Everyone. Everyone within the realm of his influence. His wife feels like the most cherished person on earth, and so does he. Because when you give that kind of love and that kind of joy, people give it back. It's infectious. His son seems so happy, and they're in the middle of the Nazis taking over their country, and if you know the story, I won't run it, you know that they get picked up. And there's such a connection amongst the family that the wife is not being sent away, and she gets on the train with them. And there in the middle of this camp, this man with his extraordinary psychology figures a way of looking at the situation for his son, presenting it so that his son sees it as a game. Isn't life a game anyway? Instead of this horrible situation. And because he has that perspective, in the end, his family survives. See, if you want your family to survive, if you want them to succeed, if you want them to have joy, if you want your kids to have a lasting love, if you want to be able to give gifts in your life and not just take care of yourself, then you got to have an extraordinary psychology within yourself. It's not where you live physically, it's where you live internally. There are two worlds, the inside world and the outside world. We can't totally control the outside one, but we have absolute control in the inside one. But you know what? Most of us are too busy to take any time to check out and see how it's going on in here. Or we just accept it as this is the status quo. This is who I am. This is my life. Or Or I'll get to it later, mañana. I got to handle this first. Something else that's not so important. I want to invite you, my friend, to take the time to say, I'm going to have every day an hour of power. Every day I'm going to have at least 30 minutes to thrive, or 15 minutes to be fulfilled, for God's sakes, where I'm going to take those 15 minutes and I'm going to focus on everything I'm grateful for. I mean, if we're going to have a life, we got to have time. And the time has to have some specific things we do, and one of those is gratitude. If you want to know what's the quality of your life, how much time do you spend in gratitude? How much time are you grateful and appreciative to the point that emotion wells up in you? I'm feeling it now. I'm so grateful to God. I'm so grateful to have the privilege to serve you right now. So if you can get to that state, everything changes. I'll give you an example. If you think about being fearful, when you're fearful, you're not grateful. If you want to get rid of fear, which everybody has, and people say, oh, I'm not fearful, I'm stressed. Or if you have in places like L.A. or New York, they're achievers. They can't even be stressed there. They have angst. You know, it's a higher level of more sophisticated levels of stress. But you know what? If you follow the trail of stress, it brings you to fear. And everybody's got fears. Fear they're not enough. Fear that it won't work out. Fear they won't be loved. Everybody's got that at some level unconsciously. We're human. So you can put the fear aside when you're grateful. I don't just mean intellectually, yeah, I'm grateful for this, I'm grateful for that. I mean stopping, thinking, seeing, and feeling. So I'm going to walk you through a system that includes gratitude. Every day of our life, we got to have a vision. Every day of our life, we got to have something that excites us. When people tell me, oh, I'm bored, I'm tired, that thing is boring. No, you're boring because you don't have something that excites you in your life. You haven't come up with a vision. You haven't come something to move towards. We all need something that's going to make us use more of who we are. Our courage, our passion, our joy, face our fears, build our emotional muscles. But you don't build emotional muscles when you do the same thing day after day after day. What you get is a life that's unfulfilling. So we've got to have a vision. So every day I'm going to take you through a simple process that will get you to expand your vision so you have a compelling future. That thing that makes you want to get up early. If there's a reason, you got to have a reason. And I have friends that have sold their companies. One guy sold his company and made almost $1 billion in cash, about $800 million plus. And he was so excited for about 2 months, maybe 3. But you know what? After that, there's only so much time you want to sit on the beach by yourself because everybody else is working, and doing something and being productive. There's only so many cocktails you can take. There's only so many, movies you can watch. There's a limit to it. What he needed was a new vision. Anytime you achieve a goal, as you get close to it, you better set up the next one real quick, because otherwise it's kind of like postpartum. You were looking forward to that baby, and now you got him. And sometimes in the middle of the night, you're going, what did I do here? Have you ever had that experience? I got 4 kids. I can relate. I hope you can. But you know what? You also have the experience on the other side of it. It's so wonderful. It's kind of like, the guys that went to the moon for the first time, the first astronauts. They worked their whole life. They achieved this goal. They walked on the moon. Then they came back. There was a ticker tape parade. They were heroes. They shook the president's hand. Now what? What do you do now that you walked on the moon? Well, maybe you got to find how to get adventure not out of a moon flight, but adventure out of a smile. Maybe you got to have a vision for what your life's about now. Without a vision, people perish. And you got to have a daily vision that excites you. Otherwise, life becomes mundane. And there's nothing worse than an okay life. I told you, you're not going to have that when we're done here. I promise you, if you get this little habit, you won't have to settle for a mundane life. What people are going to go is, what happened to you? Because there's an excitement in creation. There's not a lot of excitement in maintenance. You have to maintain your body. You got to maintain things, but creating things, that's what God created us for. Gave us the gift to make choices that could create new things, businesses, ideas, families, friends, a garden. And it's available to every one of us. But if you don't got a vision each day, then the day is not going to have much juice, is it? So every day there's got to be a little time for vision, right? Time for gratitude, time for vision. Every day you got to move. So now you have some emotions that you really want. How do you create them? And you have some emotions you don't want. How do you get rid of them? Well, what if I told you literally could change how you feel in an instant? Well, this is true from your past experience at times, right? There are times, like we said earlier, where you're totally upset and then something got your attention and now you're laughing. People can be literally at a funeral and they're in a terrible place and all of a sudden something cracks them up. It's pretty rare, but it has happened. People can be in a place where they're in the worst situation and somehow they find all their determination. How to do that specifically is what I want to show you real quickly now. And I'm going to give you a quick overview of it, but I'll give it to you in 3 parts. 3 things you need to feel anything. These are the reasons why you feel anything. In other words, if you feel sad or upset or frustrated or depressed, there's only 3 reasons. And if you change any one of these 3, you're going to change how you feel. And if you change all 3, you'll change how you feel completely. If you're feeling happy, if you're feeling excited, if you're feeling euphoric, if you're on a roll and you want to know why you feel that way, yeah, maybe great things are happening in your life, but there's a reason why you feel that way in this moment. Sometimes you have great things happening in your life and you still don't feel great. So how do you do that? There's 3 reasons. 3 things have to be in place for you to feel great. I call these 3 reasons the triad because there are 3 patterns that if you do these 3 patterns in your body in a certain way, you'll get a certain result, and it's like a recipe. You do one recipe, you get one result. You do another one, you get a different result. You get one kind of cake or another. So let's give you an example. I have a seminar I do that's the initial seminar most people go to. It's a life revolution. It's a chance in a weekend to revolutionize your whole life, not just change things or make it a little better, but to really step up and say, I'm going to transform it. I don't care if it's my body, my emotions, a fear, my job. It's time to do it. And we put people in an environment for 3 days of total immersion that is a blast, and people come out transformed. That process, though, very often, one of the first things I'll do is I'll ask people, what do you really want? I'll take people in the audience. We've got 1,500, 2,000 people in that type of program usually, and they'll say, oh, well, I want to make, $1 million. I want to make $1 billion. I want to help my kids get through school. I want to have more confidence. I want to lose 57 pounds. I say, okay, great. Why do you want these things? If you lost the 57 pounds, if you made the $1 billion, what are you going to get? And sooner or later they'd say, well, if I change the world, it'll make a difference. And I'll say, yeah, but what will that give you? And eventually say, well, it'll make me feel good, like my life had meaning. Or they'll say, if I lost 47 pounds, I'd feel more sexy, or I'd feel more energetic. Or they'd say, if I made this money, I'd feel freedom or power or secure. Whatever it is you want, you only want it because you think it's going to give you a feeling. And the truth of the matter is you can have that feeling right now if you just change these 3 patterns I'm going to tell you about. So the first pattern that determines how you feel is not the event, but what you do with your body in this moment. Right now, you're feeling, whatever you're feeling right now as you're listening to me, is related first to how you're using your body. If you're slumped over, if you've not been using it, if you're tired, you probably feel different than if you're listening to me walking right now as an example. Now, I'll give you a more specific example. If I were to tell you that there was a depressed person behind curtain number 1 over here, and for a $100,000 donation to your favorite charity, if you could describe them physically without seeing them, I bet you could do it, couldn't you? What's their posture like? Say it or think it at least. You can say it. No one's going to hear it. You're probably in the car. You're walking. People talk on phones all the time. They don't know what's going on. Speak to me. Seriously. What's their body like? First, their posture's probably what? Slumped. Where are their eyes? Down. Where's their head? Down. What's their breathing like? Full or shallow? Of course it's shallow. Their facial expression, up and tight or slack? You know it's slack. Now, how come you know all these things without me telling you? Because you've practiced this stuff before, haven't you? We all have if we've ever experienced this. Now, if you do this with your body, I don't care who we are, if you do these things to your body, you're going to feel lousy. You're going to feel depressed. Now, if you change the way you use your body, if you put your shoulders back, if you breathe, if you use your voice in a different way, if you move or gesture at a different tempo, it's hard to feel depressed in that way. In fact, there was a research study that was done early in my career that was done at UC Berkeley. And they did something that sounded insane. Traditionally, if somebody's depressed, if they go to a traditional psychiatric approach, today we live with a philosophy that depression is merely a Prozac deficiency. That we live in this world today, that if things aren't working out, let's not resolve what's going on inside you, let's just drug you. It's called better living through chemistry. Yeah, just drug you and keep on going. We do the same thing with kids today. We got this attention deficit disorder. They've now upgraded it to ADHD, attention deficit hyperactive disorder. This couldn't be the fact that kids are overstimulated, don't get enough focus or attention, and don't know how to use their energy in a world where things are going so slow when they're learning in school compared to how they are on the internet and on MTV or anything else. It must be that we should drug them into submission so they get as slow as us and we're comfortable. It's an interesting way that we look at life today. The truth of the matter is these kids are using their bodies in ways that aren't acceptable, but they're not being directed. We go for the quick hit. We want the instant solution, even if it isn't a long-term solution that makes us more healthy. You can get a solution, but it may not be sustainable in a healthful way. The bottom line is, in that approach, we usually drug people. So at UC Berkeley, they tried something different. No drugs. Did something you're going to think sounds so stupid. Here's all they did. They came up with a simple approach. They took people that were clinically depressed. This means you achieved high levels of depression. You've got certification now. You are clinically depressed. You are an achiever at the depression level. This means you practice this pattern on a regular basis. And they took them. And by the way, I know I'm sounding obnoxious right now. I'm not trying to make depression sound like these people are terrible, because I felt it in my life a long time ago too, but I don't go there anymore because I know exactly what creates it. And I want to break the pattern of us thinking we're not in control. So please understand where I'm really coming from. But the point is, here's what they did. They had people come for 4 weeks, stand in front of this mirror that has 3 parts to it, and do one silly thing. Grin from ear to ear. And they had to make them smile for no good reason for 20 minutes. Now, when they're doing this, they had a grin so big that they created crow's feet on the side of the eyes. You know that little set of lines you're smiling so big? Now, interesting, they keep their shoulders back while they're doing this and breathe fully. You go, dumb idea. But what happened? Not a single person was able to remain depressed, including a woman who claimed that she was depressed even while she slept, which is one heck of an accomplishment. And you know what's interesting? At the end of these 20 days, many of them had no need for medication anymore, and that's all they changed. Only one part of what we call their triad. Just the physical part. That's how powerful it is. See, if you rise up, if you move up, if you use your body in a totally different way, you're going to feel different. Emotion is created by motion. See, we have 80 muscles in our face. How many of them are you using consciously? Are you doing anything different with your body so you can feel different? Or do you do the same things so you feel the same things? You look at your list you have written down there. That list represents a few patterns that you do in your body on a regular basis, and you don't even think about it. And whenever you do it, you're going to feel it. Some make you feel good when you do that. Some make you feel bad. By the way, when you think about a movement, to breathe, you got to move. To sing, you got to move. To speak. If I start talking like this, I'm moving organs in my body in a different way than if I start speaking more like this. By the way, what if you got this tape set and I said, "Hi, I'm Tony Robbins, and I'm going to share with you now how to have an extraordinary life during the next 7,000 hours of this program." You got, turn this guy off quick. There's got to be some combination of energy there, and that energy comes because I'm not sitting in a chair here. I don't have a script in front of me. I'm looking at this microphone. I'm visualizing your face, and I'm trying to think what I can give you that I know will make a difference based on 25 years of experience. And I'm telling you, the number one thing is change the way you move. Change the way you use your body, and you'll change the way you feel now, instantly. I don't care how bad you felt if you change it. Now, if you just change it for a second, and you move your hands up for a moment, you make a little minor change, you'll get a minor change in feeling. But if you make a radical change, if you go, yes, I'm doing this now, I'm sick of this, I promise you, you're going to feel different if you go, I don't know what to do. I know this sounds so stupid, but it works. And you know what? The best study of life is what works, even if it's simple. It's nice to have things simple. Why do we have to make it so hard to feel good? Hi, this is Tony Robbins. Welcome to Get the Edge, a 7-day program to transform your life, your body, your emotions, your relationships, your finances, the whole enchilada. And I'm here to deliver for you. And in the next few days, you and I are going to become good friends, and it's my privilege to become your coach. I thank you for that opportunity. I want to start out right up front by telling you that you and I must be kindred souls, because you're listening to tapes just like I did starting way back at 17. I've never stopped doing it. I've never stopped reading. I've never stopped learning, because I'm always looking for the edge, and you must be too. Not the edge over other people. I'm talking about the life advantage, the advantage that allows you to see life and feel life from the peak, where you experience that joy and that passion, that juice for living, where your body feels that kind of energy, where you wake up in the morning, you can't wait to jump out of bed, and you don't want to go to bed at night, because your life has so much that you enjoy. I want you to experience more of that. I'm sure you have some of that, or if you don't feel it right now, I can promise you you will. And I can make that promise not through hyperbole, but I can make the promise because 2 things are true. Number one, I've done this for 25 years with people from 75 countries with 3 million people, and there's nothing you've gone through that I haven't seen. And I can show you how to make the shift. Not because I'm so smart, but because I have to be an idiot at this stage not to see that there are patterns in human behavior. There are certain things that if you do them, you're going to feel extraordinary. And if you do other things, you're going to be depressed and frustrated and overwhelmed. And all you have to do is see those patterns, but most of us don't have that privilege because we're busy spending our life, making a living. We start out really young. We have all these ideas and dreams and this excitement for our life, and gradually that wanes, doesn't it? Because after a while, you get disappointed, you have some failures, quote unquote, some frustrations. People tell you, hey, you're a bit naive to think this stuff could work out. Or lower your expectations. And the minute you do that, you've lost your life. What you have now is life is a job. Life is something that we go out and we do every day so we can start over and do it again, instead of finding that juice that God gave us, that unique expression of ourselves that will touch other people and make us feel like this life has a greater meaning than just the day-to-day stuff. And so we want to deliver on that in the next 7 days. That's a big promise. But it can happen, and the reason I believe it can happen is not only because I know my stuff, but you know yours. If you're listening to me right now, you're one of the few who do. You're not one of those people who settle. Everybody talks a great game, don't they? Oh, yeah, I'd like to transform my life. Sure, I'd like to be physically fit and energetic. I'd like to have more time with my kids, of course. Yes, I want to find that ideal person, or I want to put the juice back in my relationship. You know, of course I'd like to do well financially. I'd like to be financially free. Maybe I'll hit the lottery. Most people got great goals, great wishes is what they really have, but they have no plan. You know, hope will not get us what we want. If that's all it took, we'd all be rich, we'd all be thin, we'd all have the greatest relationships, and our kids would all be perfect. You know, we'd all feel this incredible connection with God every moment, but few people do. And it's the few that actually make it their focus and they take action upon it. So the fact that you're not just one of those people talking, but you took action, that's pretty unique. You're like me. I was willing to buy all these lousy tapes. I didn't even have the money, and I'd go out and get those things because something inside of me was not willing to settle for less than I could be. Something inside of me knew there was more, and I didn't want to live in despair anymore, and I didn't want to be embarrassed about my body, and I didn't want to feel like my life didn't have a real purpose. And so you're probably not where I was. I'm sure you're much further along than I was along that journey. Maybe you are where I am now, which is juiced about my life, and you're just looking for that extra advantage, those extra little tools that you can tweak things to take it to another level so you can enjoy even more and give even more to the people around you. But I can tell you this. I know you can succeed at this because you made it through your pessimism, skepticism, stuff that really kills our faith. People tell me all the time, oh, I'm skeptical about this kind of stuff. I'm pessimistic. I say, no, you're gutless. You're scared. Tell the truth. You're afraid to get your hopes up. I got it. I've been there too. You're afraid to get excited about something and then have it not work, because so often that happens. But certain things work. There are laws of life. If you live them, you'll get results. If you sow, you'll reap. And the reason they work is because they've been modeled from people that have already made it happen. I've spent a quarter of a century with some of the most challenged people in the world, helping turn things around, and also some of the greatest leaders of the heart, people like Mother Teresa, God rest her soul, or a lady I got to know very well, Princess Diana. And I'm not telling you this to drop names. I'm telling you because I want you to realize I've had the privilege of connecting with people that uniquely inspired millions. I've also been around leaders of the head, brilliant brains in science and finance. I've coached now for more than 7 years on the top financial traders in the world, and I've literally had communication with him every day, 5 days a week for 7 years, and I've watched him make $500 million in a day and helped him to coach him through changes along the way. Not just a pump up and motivation and positive thinking. If that's what you want from this, that's not what these 7 days are about, but strategy. Step-by-step things you do to be able to deal with real-life challenges and turn them around now. Step-by-step things you do to make sure you can enjoy the process while you're dealing with those inevitable challenges that we all have in our lives. So I know it'll work for you because you didn't just see the stuff. You got over your skepticism. You said, I'm willing to take a chance. And more importantly, now you're actually listening to it. You took the step of listening. That's a big step, frankly. Every journey, and this is a journey, I promise you, a great journey you've begun. But every journey begins with that first step. The old adage they say, it's overused, but it's true. And the first step is listening. So if you got faith and you got the ability to take action, you have the ability to change anything in your life. And I don't know where you are right now. I don't know if you're in the most challenged time of your life or if you're in the victory period. But wherever you are, it can change with two things, consistent focus and consistent action. And I can promise you, I don't care how big the challenge is, you can turn it around. At this stage of my life, I'm the guy that gets the call when the fire starts. When all of a sudden the golfer had a 6-stroke advantage and he ended up losing by 4 strokes on national television. You don't want to get back up and go through that again. Or I get the call when a president is under fire and there's an impeachment hearing, somebody wants some strategy or conversation, or a couple is in a position where they're trying to figure out what to do because their son or daughter is suicidal. Or on the positive side, rock and roll group says, you know what, we're feeling burnt out, we're succeeding, we're doing our best, but we're not enjoying it. You got the tools here to help us be fulfilled, step up and deliver, and it's a blast. Or I get people stop me every day to tell me these great stories of how they changed their body or their relationships or their finances, or they started a company. Or sometimes I get the call just to celebrate. I just received a call a few days ago from a man who called me up and said, listen, I've been using your stuff for years. I've gone to all your seminars, listened to all your tapes. I was struggling like crazy, and in 7 years I built this company. I just sold it for $120 million. I'd like you to come on my jet and celebrate with me. I thought, that's a nice call, right? But I've had so many experiences in so many different countries with so many different kinds of people. I mean, I've dealt with the kids in the South Bronx addicted to cocaine, and I've dealt with the top CEOs in Hollywood addicted to cocaine. I mean, people's challenges are the same no matter where you go in the world. Whether it's Southeast London, Tasmania, or California, you're going to see that human beings are the same. We have different beliefs, we have different rituals, but we have some of the same challenges, and the solutions that work for human beings are the same worldwide. Now, initially, I took all the things I've learned from all the people I've worked with, and obviously, while I was quote-unquote supposedly teaching them, I was learning from them. I was applying it to myself. And I made huge changes in my body and my emotions and my relationships and my finances. But you know what? Whenever you make a change and you make things better, you feel great for a while, and then pretty soon there's another gap. There's a gap between where you are and where you want to be. If you're healthy, only people that are lying say, oh yeah, everything's perfect. How long does it stay like that? Because we always raise our standards. Because one of the needs we have as human beings is to grow. If you don't grow, you die. It's not about your body. It's not about the money. It's not about the weight. It's about discovering what you're really capable of and experiencing that feeling of aliveness. And you can't have that unless you realize there's a gap. So if things are going really great in your business, usually, your kids are not getting enough attention. And you feel bad about it. Oh, what do you do? And you got to handle it, right? Or if things are great with your kids, you're not taking any time for your own body. Or you're taking time for your body and you don't have time with your spouse. It's the nature of a human being that whatever we focus on, we'll tend to get more of. If you focus on problems, you'll get more of them. If you focus on how to make something better, it'll get better if you really act on that focus. But we don't usually have a systematic way of looking at each of the areas of life that are most important. And in fact, most of us focus on things that aren't important, and we make them too important. I really believe that people in life are usually stressed simply because they're focusing on things and giving enormous energy to things that don't really matter that much. We focus on to get all upset. And have you ever done that? I sure have myself. I'm so upset about something, all the emotion, and you know what? 6 months from now, you don't even remember it. Maybe even 6 days from now, sometimes an hour from now. But you don't take the time to focus on the things that matter, like your body or your relationship, or, what's happening with your kids, or your connection with God, or, hey, what do I really want for my life instead of keep doing the same stuff over and over and over again and trying to do it more and harder even though you're not fulfilled? See, most people are afraid to look at what's missing. But you know what? The moment you can figure out what's missing, it won't be missing anymore because you can get a system, you can start to focus on it, you can start to move towards it, and you can achieve anything you put the focus and action into. Anything anybody else has ever made happen, you have the same resources, you have the same nervous system. Some of us are bigger or stronger, some of us have more background in one thing, greater education. But you know what? Those limits are not the real limits. The limits are the limits of our psychology, our mindset, our beliefs, and the feelings we have about them. If you believe that this is it, this is the best life's going to get, you're right. And if you believe, you know what, I don't care how bad it's been, I don't care how many times I've tried this doesn't work, this is going to do it, and I'm going to take action every day until I find the way, you will. And all you have to do is look around in life and see the examples of that everywhere. It's not people's background that makes them successful. It's their psychology. It's their mindset. It's do they have a way of consistently focusing on something, obsessing about something that's so important to them, and are they willing to do whatever it takes to make it happen versus talk about it? See, everybody's got a story about why they can't have what they want. And I'm here to tell you the only thing that stops us, and I'm not telling you, I've done this so many times, so I'm not pointing the finger, trust me. But the only thing that ever stops us from getting what we really want is the story we have about why we can't have it. And we all come up with those stories. So part of what we want to do in the next week is get rid of the stories, come up with plans that are proven because they're based on people that have already succeeded at the highest levels, and then let you tweak it to your own style. You don't have to be crazy and insane like me. I know at times I want to talk too fast and I might be a little obnoxious. I don't mean to be. I really want to serve. But I got to do anything I can to get through to you because I really know what's possible. If you're at the top, you're not there. There's another level. And you're not going to be happy until you find it. Maybe it's a level of joy. You're the top of the money, or you're the top of your career, or you're the chairman of the company, but there's some new adventure awaiting you. And unless you keep finding it, life doesn't feel like life. It feels like a job. It feels like something you got to do. And there's nothing worse than feeling like you got to do versus you get to do. Life is a get to. And we so often convince ourselves it's a got to, and we wonder why we're not so happy. Now, by the way, let me tell you why most people don't make the change besides the rationalization. They get hooked in another pattern. And that pattern is they get in what I call the pressure cooker. The pressure cooker is, here's what occurs. People don't change. So things get worse until it finally gets so bad, you got to change. And what makes it so bad is you get so much pain. One day, you can't pick up your own telephone calls because you're afraid it's going to be a bill collector. You get to the point where you can't get your butt to squeeze in the regular class seat on the airplane without having your ability to breathe impaired. Something occurs that finally pushes you over the edge. You go, not another day, not another moment. You get so much pain, step one, that you take step two. You take action. Now, when you take action, you go to step three. You get results. You start to lose weight, as an example. When you start to lose weight, step four happens. The pain reduces. When the pain reduces, step five happens. You lose your drive. When you lose your drive, step six happens. You stop taking action at the same level. And when you stop taking action at the same level, the final step occurs, step seven, you go right back to where you started from. This is the pressure cooker. And then people do it again and again and again. The way to avoid the pressure cooker is to walk yourself through the 7 steps of conscious change. And these 7 steps we want to use right now so that you really implement your hour of power, so you keep that advantage to your life, you keep that edge, but also so you get that extraordinary experience of connection with yourself, that time with yourself. Also, these would be the same 7 steps you'll go through to make a dietary change. So let's get to them real fast. Here they are. They're really simple. Number 1, get disturbed. You might say, get disturbed? That doesn't sound like a very sweet first step, Tony. Well, it isn't sweet, but it works. Because we can't possibly change unless we get ourselves disturbed enough that we're going to do something about it. What it really means is get honest with yourself. Don't use any softeners. Don't use any rationalizations. Don't compare yourself to other people so you can feel okay. Don't compare how you used to be and say, look, I used to be worse, so it's not that bad. All those things will steal away your drive. See, if you really wanted to get disturbed and you feel like you're overweight, then rip off your clothes right now and look in a full-length mirror, and then turn around and look at the parts that you never want to see. You know, the parts that are scaring the family? Come on, let's be honest here. You've got to see this stuff, and you've got to be truthful, don't you? Because if you're not truthful with yourself, you can never have the energy to change. You've got to get disturbed. You finally say, no more, not another minute, not another day. If you're not willing to go for the full naked approach, you could put on some clothes that you used to wear and look in the mirror and feel the tightness. See, anything that can make you move. Now you say, well, my problem is not overweight, Tony. Then look at what you're missing out on because you haven't followed through, because you haven't made the decision, because you haven't spent the time with your kids, because you haven't been there having some date nights or some special time with the person you love. Get associated to the problem before it gets out of control. Make it worse than it even is if you need to get disturbed, because you need to get yourself to take action, don't you? You wouldn't have thought of something you wanted to change unless there was something about it that wasn't good enough. And the challenge is just getting yourself to get something visceral, something that will move you. Maybe you need to go do a blood test and see what your blood looks like after having one of these big fatty meals and watching all the red blood cells sticking together. When they stick together, they move more slowly, so you get less oxygen. You get less oxygen, you got less energy. Cells get weak, they die. Maybe seeing that makes it more visceral for you. But if you're not disturbed, you're not going to change. It's that simple. And most of us, when we get disturbed, what do we do immediately? We immediately placate ourselves. We immediately try and get rid of the pain. Pain is your friend if you don't just live there, if you use it for drive. See, there's a reason you begin this pain. It's a signal to your nervous system saying, this isn't working, you must do something. But what we do is we pop an aspirin or a drug or smoke a cigarette or eat some more food or distract ourselves with TV. We find some drug of choice that's acceptable in society or in our peer group, and we kill the pain, and therefore we kill the drive. Drive is your friend. You will only have drive if you are disturbed. Get disturbed by getting really clear with yourself. When you have hunger, you'll move forward. I don't mean physical hunger. I mean a hunger for something deeper and richer. Hunger only happens by getting disturbed. Now, here's another way to get disturbed, not just look at how bad it is. Get around where it's better. Get around people that are playing life at a higher level, where they are really physically fit. They're strong. They're energetic. They're passionate. They're fun. They got a great relationship. Because seeing that will also disturb you, because you won't be able to separate the fact that your life is not like that. You can try to rationalize all you want, but the more you're around people who are playing life at the highest level, the more disturbed you'll get. You'll either run back to your friends so you can feel good about your life compared to them, or you'll join a new peer group. Like I said earlier, you want to be good at tennis, you got to play somebody better than you are. which is disturbing. And it creates drive and makes you have to get better. Play somebody who's worse than you are, there's nothing disturbing about that. It's boring, it's not disturbing. And staying where you are is boring, so you got to get disturbed. Now, if all you do is get disturbed and get all stirred up, that's not going to be really good, and after a while you're going to want to escape that. So you got to turn that feeling of being disturbed into drive, and the way you do that is while you're disturbed, step 2, you make a real decision. And that decision requires that you don't decide just what to do. Some people get disturbed about, let's say, their body, and so they go, okay, I'm going to run 22 miles. They make a decision. But that's not what they want. They don't want to run 22 miles. That's the game plan. See, everyone who's successful has what I call an RPM plan. This is what we teach in the time of your life. An RPM plan means a plan that has 3 answers to 3 questions. Number 1, they know what result they're after. That's what the R is. They know what they want. The result, the specific result they're committed to. I've never met a successful person who doesn't know what they want. Because your chances of suddenly bumping into what you want without knowing what it is are slim and none. Number 2, they know their purpose, which means they know why they want it. If you want something, I want $1 million. I want, 12% body fat. I want, this great relationship. Well, that's wonderful, but that's a should. What makes it a must is when you have enough reasons to make it happen no matter what. Enough purpose behind it. Purpose has power. You can't just know what it is you want. You don't know why you want it, the purpose for it. And the M is you need a massive action plan. And a massive action plan means lots of ways to get the job done. Because if you say we'll run 20 miles, and then you get to about 3, and you can't go another step, and then all of a sudden you're tight as heck, now you're going to go, well, I can't run. Well, your purpose, your outcome was not to run. The result you're after wasn't running. It was to lose 20 pounds. It was to be energetic. It was to have your energy increased. So you're focusing on something you can't do instead of saying, I can lose the weight still because I must. Here's why, and here's my plan. Okay, I'll swim. The running didn't work, I'll swim. I'll walk. I'll do this. There are a million ways. You need a massive action plan. So get disturbed and then make a decision about what you want and why you want it. What's your ultimate vision? What's your ultimate purpose? So let's try this with you right now. Let's get honest. Let's take a moment right now. What is it in your life that is not good enough, and if you're honest, is really disgusting? You go, Tony, I'm really glad I came to this positive tape today. What's disgusting in my life? Thank you very much. Nothing. My life is perfect. Bull. Nobody's life is perfect if they're healthy. I mean, think about it. Anybody who's honest has a gap in their life between where they are and where they want to be in some area. If your body's perfect, then you don't have enough time. If your time is perfect, then you don't know your children. If your children are perfect, then your finances are screwed up. Come on, it's part of being human. So honest people can look at the gap, and because they can look at it, they can close the gap between where they are and where they want to be quickly. But you know what? As soon as you close it, you'll just create another one because you'll raise your standards. That's what life's about, right? But I'll give you an example of an ineffective strategy. Somebody who didn't rationalize, for the most part, right, was willing to discipline herself, was willing to do almost anything, was not using softeners, and was on the public stage. An amazing lady, Oprah Winfrey. Now take a look at Oprah for a second. Here's a woman who is totally determined, strong, successful, an achiever, making a difference. But she also has incredibly high standards for herself. This woman really cares about people. This is not just some story. She's not just out to make some money. She is out there every single day of her life trying to connect with people on the raw edge of human emotion. And as she's out there giving her all, being her all, and also wanting to be the best always, she's always raising her standards. She doesn't compete with anybody else. She's always trying to do better than she did the year before. That creates stress. That's just natural. Now, Oprah's way of dealing with that stress started a long time ago. When she got her first job back in Baltimore, working for the news there as an anchor, she was 140 pounds. But you know what? When she got that great opportunity with that additional stress, that demand on herself, am I doing well enough? Am I good enough? Am I strong enough? Am I achieving enough? And maybe even the fear about, will I be loved? Some of those unconscious drives make us stress. Remember, stress equals fear. And sure enough, she dealt with that, and she slowed herself down and comforted herself through food. She'd stop by the mall, and she'd go by all those little stalls they have, the little potato stall where they put lots of cheese all over a big potato with everything else on earth in it. And there was another stall for pizza, that deep dish stuff. And then there was another stall where they make her an 18-inch chocolate chip cookie, or they put one in with macadamia nuts, and she could really go. And she'd go stop at all 3 places. And guess what? She felt good. She was certain she could be comfortable, right? She was connecting with herself. She was rewarding herself for a job well done, allowing her stress to disappear. Well, as a result, you might guess her weight started to grow and started to expand pretty rapidly. So much so that at one point she was invited to Chicago to try out for a coveted morning spot on a talk show, a show that later would become the Oprah Winfrey Show. But all the way there, she had incredible anxiety, thinking when they see me, it's over. They want a little skinny white blonde, and I'm this heavy-set African-American woman. There's just no way. And sure enough, the man who saw her there saw her talent above all else. And he said, I want to give you the job. She said, don't you see? Don't you notice that I'm black? Don't you notice that I'm not blonde? Don't you notice that I'm fat? He said, maybe you didn't notice me. And he lifted up his shirt and showed his big belly to her. For him, it didn't matter. So guess what? Oprah Winfrey got herself this morning talk show. And the interesting thing happened was there was no demands on her, so she ate some more. And pretty soon she was out of control. It got to the point where literally at one stage, only a year later, she was described in Time or Newsweek as the big mama of the South. And she hated reading that. It made her decide she's going to do something. She didn't want to be known as that kind of person. She didn't want to be known as fat. She was more than that. So she went on the Atkins diet. Sure enough, you know, the diet where you eat all the fat you can possibly consume and try and convince yourself you're being healthy, right? Eat nothing alive, no fruit, no vegetables, nothing else. And then you pee on a stick, as she says, just to see whether or not you're breaking down too fast, creating too much acid in your system. You lose weight on it, all right. Your body figures out how to get rid of every ounce of water in the system to try and get rid of the acid there. An incredibly unhealthy way to live. Your body starts breaking down, and boy, do you smell like it. You better make sure you got plenty of breath mints when you're on that diet. And Oprah attests to it whenever she talks about those days. But you know what? She lost herself 10, 12, 14 pounds. Of course, she gained it back within 3 or 4 weeks. Then it was the Scarsdale diet. Lose the weight, gain it. Then it was the Beverly Hills diet. Wow, 17 pounds, eating nothing but fruit, a different fruit every day. But sure enough, 4 weeks later, all that weight and then some more. It got so bad that at one point she went to a fight for Mike Tyson. And as she's sitting in the audience at 218 pounds, she heard the announcer call out to the audience, in this corner, the heavyweight champion of the world, weighing in at 218 pounds, Mike Tyson. And she thought, oh my God, I'm as heavy as the heavyweight champion of the world. Well, guess what? She was driven again to go on another diet. Finally, she went on something called OptiFast. You know what you do here? You eat nothing for basically 4 months. She was up to 237 pounds. She was so frustrated she'd do almost anything to change it. So sure enough, the first 3 or 4 days, you're starving. But after that, you're not even hungry. You drink this little drink, you don't eat anything, and your body adjusts. And sure enough, over a period of 4 months, she was obsessed. Her whole focus was to get in some size 10 jeans she had when she was in Baltimore at 140 pounds. And sure enough, she got there. At 141 pounds, she fit in those jeans, and she ended her fast. That day was the only day she was 141 pounds. The next day, she was 145. Within 2 weeks, she was 155 and was embarrassed to go back out because on the 2-week anniversary of doing a show where she demonstrated to people all the weight she'd lost, she was already getting fat again. She was so miserable that she finally told People magazine, I'm done, I've had it, no more. I'm just going to enjoy being fat. I'm just made to be this way. This is just my life. I got to become fulfilled with it, and people are going to have to accept me this way. She copped out. She didn't know what else to do. She felt she'd tried everything. Of course, she hadn't tried everything. She found herself one day sitting, waiting for the Emmy announcement to see who had the best daytime talk show, and she was hoping like crazy, praying to God that Phil Donahue would win, because she didn't want to get up in front of this crowd in a dress that stretched across her huge bottom where everyone would be staring at her. Of course, she did win, and she felt humiliated, which drove her again to go on another diet. It wasn't until she finally got clear that she had to exercise that life began to change. When she finally met a great trainer named Bob Greene, and she wrote a book called Making the Connection. She and Greene wrote it together, and what it's about is real simple. He said to her, I don't care what you do, you got to exercise at least 5 days a week, and for Oprah it was 7. You got to do it first thing in the morning also, same as I teach, and you got to make sure that you work on a scale from 0 to 10 where you're at least 7 in your level of intensity and effort for at least 45 minutes each day. He said, that's it. There's no way around it. You got to build your metabolism. Now, today, Oprah's managed to stay close to her prime on a consistent basis. She's gotten herself to develop the ritual of working out 5 times a week or more. It's her time for herself. She lives the same, very thing I'm teaching you, she's lived it. And as she's lived it, she's gotten lasting results because she isn't just dieting. She is moving her body. Her metabolism is strong. But more importantly, For a woman who's already so powerful in so many areas, she's taken the one area of her life that was a wound and put it to bed. Don't you deserve to have the same? Don't you deserve to create the rituals that for a lifetime will give you the health, the vitality, the energy you deserve? You won't get it by rationalizing. You won't get it by softening. You get it by telling yourself the truth and getting your butt in gear, but also at making a strategy that works. I'd like you to stop for a second. I want you to write down just for 2 minutes. I want you to turn off your tape, or if it's a CD, don't turn it off. Just put it on pause so you don't lose your place. And I want you to write down what are the most common reasons why you don't do things. What are the stories you say? Because you can discover you use the same story about exercise you use for other things you don't do. And I want you to take a moment and be honest with yourself, because the antidote to rationalization is self-honesty. And there's immense power in that. Do you agree with me on this? So if you're just in your car and you can't write, pull over. You can write. Grab a pen. Right? Get real. This is your life. It'll only take you a minute. Pull over. Or at least do it in your head. Turn the tape off right now. Turn the CD off right now. And write down at least 5 rationalizations you use not to follow through. Go. Well, welcome back from your rationalization exercise. Now, what did you learn? Oh, I'll tell you what, when I did this, I learned that I was one lying sack of something. I was just telling myself story after story. Did you find that out too? Were you honest with yourself? Seriously? Well, here are the common things people say. The first thing is the one we've already covered. People say, I just don't have time. You'll hear all kinds of patterns around time, by the way. They say, I don't have time. That's the most common one. But then other people say things like, well, I can do it tomorrow. They just manipulate time. It's the ultimate mañana syndrome. And mañana never comes. So this is one of the biggest rationalizations. And what this becomes, understanding how to change, becomes understanding the power of now. See, when you begin to understand the power of now, it's amazing what occurs. Now is what you can do in a moment. The reason people don't start things very often, why they feel they have to rationalize, is they think doing the project is going to be too difficult. It's going to cost them something, time, energy, money, resources, and they want something else. They want immediate comfort. They want to feel good in this moment. They say, well, I'm too tired, or it'll take too long, or it's too far. There's all kinds of these twos that hang out with people. And the pattern of it's too something is really that the person has made what they need to do too big in their head. So one of the things you got to do is understand the power of now and understand the power of chunking, which simply means instead of rationalizing, say, okay, I'm going to do one thing right now. Let me just make one phone call on this. Let me write one paragraph. Let me go out and just walk for 10 minutes. Because see, I used to say, I don't have the hour. So I said, you know what? I've got 10 minutes. Or I've got 20. There's no excuse not to work out for 15 minutes. I can walk for 5, be grateful, and run for 15, and I'll get a good sweat up, but I can be back in 20 minutes and rock and roll. There's no excuse for that. And you know what's happened? I've never gone out and worked out for 20 minutes. Because once you get out there and you start getting into state, you get momentum, don't you? Or I say, okay, I'm just going to make one phone call. Well, I make one, and just getting out of the chair and making that phone call, now I'm in the chair. Well, now I make 3 phone calls, and pretty soon I make 10. Then I get in a conversation. Then I get stimulated. Then I'm in state. Right? This is the kind of thing that happens. It also happens on the negative side. You go, well, I'll just take a minute to rest here. Oh, no, 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 no. Because once that butt is in the chair, right, once something gets in motion, it tends to stay in motion. Once something stops, it tends to stay there. Right? So you can't let that happen. Or I'll just watch one TV program. Oh, no, 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 no. Then you'll watch the next inane thing. Because you need completion, don't you? Because you get in state. So let's get honest. Right now, what's disturbing? I want you to turn this disc off, CD or tape, whatever you're listening to, and I want you to do 2 things. I want you to write down, number 1, what, if you're honest, are you unhappy about? In your career, in your business, in yourself, in your rationalizations? Is it a habit of eating? Is it emotion? Is it not taking time for yourself? What's something that's disturbing? And then step number 2, what do you want? Don't just stay disturbed. You're right. That won't feel good. Get disturbed so you have the energy to make change a must and not a should. Write it down. What is it you're really tired of, you're sick of, you're going to change now? And then step 2, make a decision. Write down what you really want now. What are you going to do instead? The result I'm committed to doing instead is this. I'm going to feel this way. I'm going to change my state. I'm going to stop telling my story. I'm going to schedule this time with my kids or with myself. I'm going to work out. I'm going to hire a trainer tomorrow. Make a decision. That's where all the power is. Don't just say something like, I want to make more money. Fine, here's $1. Get out of here. Don't say, I want to lose some weight. Fine, lose a pound and get out of here. You've got to be specific about what it is that's disturbing you, why it's disturbing you, and then secondly, write down what are you committed to now and why. Then turn me back on. Go, go, go. Do it right now. don't you keep listening to me. Turn this off. I don't care if you're in the car. You can still do this. Come on, turn it off. This is about taking action. You don't get the edge by talking and listen. You get the edge by doing. Let's do it. Come back to me when you're done. Bye. Okay, welcome back. Now, what did you learn and what did you experience? I had some people here in the studio while we're doing this tape. I asked them to do the homework and see what experience that they've had. And they said it was a bit painful. I hope it was for you because, two things drive us in life, pain and pleasure. And what you're really doing in this process is by discovering what disturbs you is you're tapping into the power of pain when it's used intelligently, when it's used with your capacity to create drive. Remember, if you don't get disturbed by anything, something that's undisturbed is not going to move. It's certainly not going to make it through the obstacles that are necessary to achieve something of significant value for your life. So once you do that, though, you don't want to just be disturbed, as I said. You've got to now focus on, okay, this is not good enough. That's good. That creates energy. Now that it's not good enough, what do you want? Because if you stay focused on what you don't do, what you're not following through on, what you're unhappy about, then all you'll do is continue to rotate through the emotion that makes you disempowered. So you got to get clear on the result and get as specific as possible and then know why you're going to follow through, why it's a must. Now let's take a couple of examples, typical things that I hear and some things that we actually heard here in the studio as well. One person here said there were actually two things that were disturbing him. He said the first one is that he's got this great workout equipment. He spent all the money and all the energy to make sure he got the very best stuff. He configured it, organized it so that it was ready to go, but he just doesn't work out. The reason is he goes through all those things we talked about earlier, right? All the stories about he doesn't have time. I'll get to it tomorrow. I said, but what's really disturbing about it? He said, what's disturbing is that it's inconsistent with me as a person because I'm an achiever. I make things happen. And he said, I'm not following through. And he said, what's really disturbing, honestly, is I know I'm not doing it because I'm getting older and I realize I don't have the same capacity as I used to have. And I refuse to grow old, so rather than face the fact that maybe I'm lifting a little less or I have a little less aerobic capacity than I had before, I just kind of say, I'll do this tomorrow. Now, the truth of the matter is, to educate him or anybody else, they've been doing research over the last 10 years at several universities here in the United States where they're taking people who are in their mid-60s, people who have never worked out in their life, and training to lift weights as an example. And they're developing within these men and women in their 60s the same level of muscular strength as men and women in their 20s and 30s. In fact, the latest research on how you can work out in a few minutes a session twice a week is on your videotape, this process called static contraction. Sounds like a mouthful of language, but I'll tell you what, it'll show you how to maximize the amount of strength you can generate in your body in the shortest period of time. So be sure to check out that videotape because it's going to walk you through that process. So it may not be that you're getting old as much as you've gotten older, you've made less of a priority to use these muscles in a way that puts a significant demand on them. It's like osteoporosis. Research now, all the doctors now see that if you don't make demands on your bones, they get weaker, they don't get stronger. But the point of the matter is that's what was bothering him, and he said that what he really decided is he really is committed to working out on a consistent basis, and of course he could make that more specific, 3 times a week, 2 times a week, because if he makes it general, he still won't achieve it. You won't have a way to measure whether you're making it or not. And then he said the why for him is he really truly wants that sense of passion, that energy, that sense of vitality back in his life, and the sense that he's able to conquer things. Now, he said another thing that disturbed him, he was on a roll. He went for 2. He said the other thing was that he's been a songwriter for years, and he said 20 years ago, Johnny Mercer, the guy that wrote Moon River and some of those classic songs, was the person who told him, you write for the wastebasket. This is what made him successful. That instead of writing and trying to be perfect, which no one can be, and that keeps you from actually writing, you write just for the sake of writing, getting it out and knowing that whatever you get out, you're not going to judge it. It's designed for the wastebasket. And what that does, it gets momentum going. And then pretty soon you start to actually get results. So when he heard that, he said he acted upon it, but he did it for 6 weeks. It was the best songwriting of his career, and for 20 years he's been trying to get back to that. He said it's disturbing to think something so simple I've not followed through on. And I said, well, what do you want? He says, I want to make sure, and again, he said, I want to write more songs, but he wasn't specific. So the reason I'm bringing this up is, as you're looking at what you wrote down, remember, the reason we say not only what do you want, but we call it an RPM plan, is what is the specific result, the measurable result, how many times a week, how many pages, something that you can actually measure, otherwise it's a vague dream that you won't follow through on. By the way, he said, throughout the day, he said, I have this vague feeling that like songs are ready to be born, but he said, I don't pick up the pen and paper, and he said, I never even get pregnant. So this is a process. And I said, why do you want this? He said, because I am a songwriter. That's my purpose. That's what I'm about as a human being. And not to do this is not to be fully alive. So what have we got within this man? Well, we've got 2 areas of his life that he's disturbed about. And he said, it was painful to do this, but that's good. Because even though he said it's painful, it's interesting, his energy increased as he talked about it. And you can see, as I'm talking right now, I can see him through the glass. He's kind of nodding his head. And, you can see him. He's like getting more committed. Because commitment comes because there's something sizable on the line. Both pain if you don't follow through and pleasure if you do. Now, we got to refine it. He's got an R and a P to his RPM plan. He knows the results. He knows the why. That'll give him drive. Now he's got to come up with a map. What's the massive action plan? What are the little and big things he can do immediately to get results? Because that's the 3rd step we're going to go through in these 7 steps to get yourself to create lasting change, lasting improvement. Whether it's getting you to do your hour of power or make a dietary change, you're going to have to get disturbed with what you're doing, and you're not going to change your diet. You're going to have to get yourself to make a decision about what you really want specifically and why you want it. So once you decide, the why will get you to follow through. And then step 3 is you've got to come up with a real plan. And that's what an RPM plan is. A very specific result, a very specific purpose that moves you. It doesn't matter how it sounds. Does it move you to action? Does it give you enough reasons, both positive and negative, to move? And you got a map, a plan to make that occur. But before you do your map, let's look at some other examples. Another person here in the studio is a gentleman that owns this studio. And he's a very successful man. And he said what's really disturbing to him is that he doesn't have enough time in his life. He said, I'm so busy working all the time because in my business, it's money and time are connected together. You either have a lot of time and no money or a lot of money and no time. And I think a lot of people can relate to this. And he said, so he realized this a long time ago, and he came up with a solution, which was to create some products so that he could make money while he slept. He said he's got 4 of those products that are 95% done. He said it would be so easy to just get them done and get them on the web. But he hasn't done it, and that disturbs him. I said, what really disturbs you about not having time? Because I want to find a deeper level of pain, something that will move him. And he said, really, that my kids are growing up and that I'm so busy, I'm not really there to experience and enjoy them. And you could hear his whole tone change. I go, Robbins, why are you making him feel this kind of pain? What are you trying to depress him or something? No, we're trying to get to what's real. We're so busy covering up the things we're unhappy about or stuffing them down with food or alcohol or a television set or more work that we never get to what matters to us. See, the only way you get real lasting change is get down to what really matters to you personally. And that's okay if it's painful. You're not going to live there. You're just going to go there to find what's real. Does that make sense? I hope it does for you, because it's that self-honesty that makes all change possible. So I said, okay, great. What do you want? He said, well, I want to complete these 4 products. I said, okay, great. So now he's got a specific result. Now he's got to decide by when, right? Because he's got to be a specific result. A specific result is what and by when. Otherwise, there's no way to measure it. And you can't manage something you can't measure, right? If it's too general, there's no way to get it. So he said, okay, I'm going to get these done by X time. And I said, why is it so important to you? He said, why? Because the status quo is driving me crazy. I said, well, there's a positive reason. He said, but also because it'll be fun. It'll be fulfilling to get it done, and it'll give me my time. And what's great about what he gave is he gave reasons that are painful and pleasurable. Listen, we're all creatures that need to avoid pain, and we desire pleasure. Using those is being intelligent. Running around and pretending like there's nothing wrong or you're totally fulfilled and happy when you're not, it's called lying to yourself, deceiving yourself, and it eventually will bite you. It may look good for a while on the surface, but it will not fulfill you. Does that make sense? I've said this a couple times, haven't I? But that's because I want you to get it. I want you to think about it. I want you to just hear me rant. I want you to own it if it makes sense to you. If it doesn't, then throw it out. But I think if you look at it from your own life experience, you'll find this is true. Momentum is a powerful way to overcome rationalization. Momentum and chunking. So you got to start looking at things in a different way. Instead of saying, well, I just need my freedom right now, or I need my space right now, or I need to rest right now, or I need to get out of stress. Let me tell you something. The fastest way out of stress is to work out. Think about it. Most of us say, oh, stress, because we're so hyped up. What you need to do is get rid of the stress that's in your body, and the only way to do that is push through your comfort zone. Change your focus, push to your comfort zone, and watch how great you feel. The stress will disappear. So most people are avoiding the very thing that would free them. They're avoiding the very thing that would free them also from the feelings that they have this huge project to deal with. Just do it. And in the context of your hour of power, there's no excuse. You should wake up and move. Throw on your clothes and go. Throw on your tennis shoes and go. Don't even take time to think. Make it a habit that when you roll out of bed, into your shoes. You roll out of bed, into your gear. If you'll do that, you'll have momentum. You won't have time to rationalize. You'll be busy rationalizing while you're walking, and by that time it'll be too late. Okay? So setting up systems is a great way. But the first step is identifying, what you're doing a good job of here. What is the story you're telling yourself about why you can't do this? It'll be better tomorrow. I don't have time. I'm too tired. It's too late. It's too far. It might not work. Or it might work and then it'll be even more successful and then it'll be even more busy and I have no time. Whatever story you're telling yourself, drop the story. Because what I've learned is that most people lie to themselves and that those lies are sucking the juice out of your life. Honesty, even if it's a little uncomfortable, creates freedom. And so the real freedom is when you can tell yourself the truth and you can act upon it quickly and not sit there and think about it forever. I remember I met General Schwarzkopf for the first time many years ago, and he was a good friend. And when I first met him, I was talking about what is it that a leader must do, and he said, tell the truth. Tell the truth to himself, tell the truth to the troops. And that's what leaders got to do, get people to tell the truth to each other. He said, because I got to tell you something, no organization, whether it be the Army, whether it be a business, or whether it be an individual, nothing gets better until you admit something's wrong. And no one wants to admit that because it sounds so horrible. No one wants to be wrong. But you know what? If it's not at the level you want it, it's wrong. If it's not the level that you'd be proud of, it's wrong. Because you deserve to have it right. Have it at the level you deserve. Living on the edge of what is possible. Living at the peak. Living life at that level of fulfillment. And that only happens when you stop telling the story, you stop rationalizing, you tell yourself the truth. Now some people say, well, I'm not lying to myself. But what they're doing is they're using softeners. You know what I mean by that? Like, you know, someone says, well, it's not that bad. It's a month of summer. I mean, I'm only a few pounds overweight. Or they compare to something else. They say things like, well, you know, I'm much better than I used to be. It makes themselves feel good, because if you feel bad, you got to do something to change. And if you feel good, you don't have to change. You lose the drive. You don't want to lose your drive. Most people are constantly trying to make themselves feel good without actually changing anything. When you do that, you train yourself to accept mediocrity. And mediocrity, by the way, doesn't mean compared to other people. Mediocrity is anytime you settle for less than who you really are. Because even though you may be doing much better than everybody around you, maybe people you're hanging around with are the wrong people to hang around with, and you just do it because it makes you feel good. You know, the only thing that makes us feel good long term is living life at our level. I remember I met years ago John Wooden, the UCLA basketball coach, the winningest coach of all time in college basketball history. He won 11 out of 12 national championships, NCAA championships, and he won 7 in a row. I mean, the most anybody else has won in a row is 3 in a row of national championships. Now, this guy was a genius, and I'll tell you, he won more than anybody, but he didn't focus on winning. He focused on getting guys to tell the truth. He focused on eliminating rationalization. And the way he did it is he said, here's a real simple thing I want you men to know. At the end of every game, only you will know whether you really won or lost, and it will not be based on the points on the board. Because there's sometimes when you play nowhere near your potential, and you beat the other team just because they're terrible, or because you got lucky. And if you got more points on the board, but you didn't give your all, you're a loser. Because in life, what you give, you get to keep. And what you fail to give, you lose forever. He said, if at the end of the day, you got fewer points on the board, but you gave every ounce of your soul on that court, you know you can walk away the winner, because they may have been lucky. They may have had more skill. They may have had a better team, but they didn't get more out of themselves. Winning and losing in life is an internal game, and it comes from telling yourself the truth. And if you do that, if every day you demand more from yourself than other people would expect, you give your all, you're going to end most often with more points on the board than the other team. So we got to tell ourselves the truth, and we can't use softeners. You can't say, well, I'm a little overweight, you know, or I'm a bit robust. No, your butt is bigger than Chicago. You're fat. Tell yourself the truth, because until you do that, you'll have no reason to change. So the reason people don't change, number one, they're out of practice. Number two, they rationalize. They tell stories. They use softeners. They lie to themselves. Third reason is they got an ineffective strategy. Some people, they're willing to go for it, and they're not even rationalizing. But, you know, they're running east looking for a sunset. And I don't care how positive you are. I don't care how committed you are. I don't care how high your standards are. If you got a strategy that doesn't work, you got a problem. And let me tell you, the number one thing that doesn't work for people, since our first focus here to get an extraordinary life and extraordinary psychology is get an extraordinary body, right? And if you're going to have that extraordinary body, you got to have this time to make it strong every day. Increase that metabolism. Feel that feeling of power and passion in your body. But you know what most people do? They want to look good, and so their primary strategy is change their diet, and they do that alone. Diet alone is never going to give you the level of health you deserve. It's a critical component. But diet alone is not enough, because what happens when you diet? Well, a very simple thing occurs. As soon as you start to diet, what are you doing? You're depriving yourself. Well, as soon as you deprive yourself, guess what happens? The body's not getting as much, so it starts to use some of the fat built inside of you, and sure enough, you start to lose weight. Step 2. But after you deprive yourself and lose weight for a while, there's a point when you get sick of depriving yourself, so what do? You binge. Step 3. And when you binge, what happens? You gain back the same weight, usually a few pounds more, because when you go on a diet where you're limiting your calories, one simple thing occurs. The body knows it has to conserve its energy. So what it does is it gets better at storing fat. So when you finally go to eat, your metabolism has dropped. It takes less food for you to gain fat faster. That's why 5 days out of the week, you got to have your hour of power. You're out there moving, exercising, sweating at least to level 7 so you get that energy up. That's why you want to build some muscle in your body. That's why it's critical. So let's go to step number 3. Step number 3 is you got to create a real plan. Now, we've already begun that because an RPM plan, and by the way, we call it RPM because RPM stands for the Rapid Planning Method. This is what I teach in the time of your life, and we teach it in companies, and we show people how to immediately, bam, produce a quick plan that people really follow through on. Because most people, when they do a plan, they think the job's over. But the truth is, when you got a plan, the job's begun. And the only way you're going to follow through is if you have absolute clarity of what you're after. Because along the way, a lot of actions you take aren't going to work. So if you think the action is the goal, like we said earlier, if you think running 20 miles is the goal rather than losing 20 pounds, well, then if something interferes with your ability to run, then you can't achieve the goal. You've got to make sure you know what you're after and you can change your approach to get there. And you've got to know why you're after it, because when the going gets tough, the difference in following through or not is having enough reasons. Reasons come first, answers come second. If you get a big enough why to do something, big enough reasons, you can figure out how to do it. So you might want to juice up the result you wrote down, like this is what I'm after. Maybe be more specific. By when? And you might want to write a few more reasons, but then I want you to step 3. I want you to draw out a map. And when I say a map, I want it to be very simple and specific. Just write down anything first that you could do to achieve that goal. Instead of trying to be perfect again and saying, well, I got to do this first and then this and then this, that makes it hard. Just brainstorm. Anything you could do. When you're done with that map, you're going to asterisk the things that you think are musts. Meaning, you might come up with 10 or 15 things you could do to achieve that outcome. It's 10 or 15 steps. You might need to do them all, but I want you to asterisk the 2, 3, 4, 5 of them that you must do and that you can do, that are within your control, that would absolutely get you the result you're after. So you can have that sense of certainty that this is really going to happen. So I want you to do that right now. You can refine your result, put a deadline on it, add a few reasons, so you got a good strong purpose, and then do the M in RPM, the massive action plan. What specific actions are you going to take immediately to get this done? And by the way, I'll give you a clue. Write down little things you can do immediately. Because one of the beliefs I have is never, ever leave the sight of setting a goal without doing something towards its achievement. This is how you get momentum. If you get all excited and you start to create this plan and you don't actually do something immediately, you'll get back caught up. You'll get distracted by your other work commitments, or someone else have a demand from you, or something at home will get you. You get caught up in the normal grind. So I never leave the sight of setting a goal without doing something towards its attainment. Send an email, make a phone call, book a meeting, buy a tape, go get a book. Right? Do something specific that moves you towards this immediately. So you want to write some things you can do immediately, and write some little things and some big things. One of the ways to get a really great plan is do something that really commits you in that action. So maybe if you're overweight again, using that same example, maybe what you do is as soon as you turn off this CD or tape, you go in the kitchen and you rip out everything in that kitchen, everything in the refrigerator that you know doesn't belong there. It's not good for you. And then you carry it under your arms delicately, and you head for the bathroom. You bring a CD player or an audio tape, and you lift up that porcelain goddess, and you play the music in the background as you dump the stuff down the toilet, and you flush it away forever. Maybe the music you play is, "We are the champions of the world." I don't know what you do. Do something crazy. Committed act. Do something that commits yourself. Write down your massive action plan and make it very specific things you're going to do. Maybe instead of saying, well, I'll do some research on the Internet maybe this week, say on Thursday I'm going to do 1 hour of research on the Internet. I'm going to compare 3 companies to look at to decide where to invest. Or you know what? I'm going to do exercise for 25 minutes 5 times a week. Be as specific as possible. I don't know what the specific thing is for you, but do it. And if you can get yourself to not only write something down, but today, go do something that commits you, you're going to get momentum. You're going to find yourself saying, this is easy. And everybody around you, including yourself, is going to know you mean it. See, when we say we're going to do something, and then we don't do anything, it tells your brain you don't mean it. So let's start right now by coming up with that plan, okay? Write down your massive action plan, and you can come up with all kinds of things. You can always shorten it later. Come up with a brainstorm, a whole list of things that you can shorten if you want to, all the possibilities. So you got a lot of choices, okay? All right, go, 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 do it right now. Pause the tape or CD and let's do it. Okay, I'm assuming that you really turned this tape off and that you're now back with me because you've completed your map. In fact, you've got an RPM plan. By the way, what does RPM stand for besides Rapid Planning Method? Well, it's a results-focused, purpose-driven, massive action plan. I mean, that's how you get life results. You don't get it by thinking about it or talking about it or rationalizing it. You get it by getting incredibly focused on the result. You get in the sense of drive from your purpose, and you create a map, a massive action plan that'll get you going to get the result, and to make that result a reality. Now, this RPM, by also, as a metaphor, obviously, it's like in a car. When you increase the RPMs, you increase the energy, the power to actually produce results. That's what this does as well. So I'll give you a couple examples, and let's see how these relate to yours, if there's any you could learn from these. One of the people here earlier who said that they really want to do these songs but haven't done them in 20 years at the same level anyway, said it's actually very simple. They decided they're going to make sure that they're working on songs every single week, and the action plan is, number one, within this next week, he's going to put a clipboard by his bed. Step two, when he opens his eyes every single day, 5 days a week, he's going to spend the first 30 minutes just writing as if he's going to write stuff that's going to go in the trash. So there's no limitation. He's totally in the creative flow. Because once you get in that flow, more comes through you. Now, by the way, does this sound almost like a part of his hour of power? You bet. He's starting out with the first half hour for himself, for his greatest passion. By the way, how do you think that'll affect the rest of his day, no matter what else he does? So he said then the next thing he's going to do is on the weekends, he's going to commit 1 hour to review those notes and edit them and actually put them into something that's real. See if he can take from these great ideas and actually produce something of real value. Now, if he does that every single week, his chances of his songwriting exploding are absolutely, I can't say guaranteed. Nothing in life is guaranteed. But the opportunity for that to happen, it's going to occur. You know why? He's no longer talking about it. He's no longer just envisioning it. He's begun to plan it, which makes it possible. It's not possible when you're just talking about it. And now he's scheduling it so it's real. That's going to get him the results he wants. And by the way, he has the same thing for his workout schedule. He's got his outcome of what he wants to do. He's going to work out 3 times a week, aerobically, twice anaerobically. He's got the days, and most importantly, he's got starting with today as his first action item, and he's got the time during the day. And he gives himself a little bit of flex factor between 1 and 3. Because he knows his schedule flexes, so he's not setting himself up for failure, which we're going to talk about later on. He's setting himself up to win. Another person here, the person who owns the studio, said that he's actually decided his result is he's locked in to complete his first product online by March 1st. What's great about that? It's very specific, and it's got a deadline. So I said, how are you going to do it? He said, simple. I have 50 email responses I should have sent out a long time ago from people that already want this kind of product, and I'm going to send it out this week. Number 2, I'm going to send out 100 new emails to potential clients. Number 3, I'm going to take out some banner ads with at least 2 different publications. And then on March 5th, he'll have his second product online, and on April 1st is third. So he's very specific. And by the way, is this something achievable now? See, it's really hard, even when you get yourself motivated, then unless you got something very specific to focus on, and you know the reasons, you know exactly what to do, you won't do it because you'll get caught up. That's why having this RPM planning process, this rapid planning method, is so valuable. In the beginning, you're kind of weak at it. But after you do it for a while, you'll get really specific, you'll come up with great purposes, and you'll come up with great plans. It's like anything. It's a little muscle. Use it a little bit, it's going to grow. Another person here described the fact that they were unhappy. What disturbed them, we didn't talk about their example earlier, was being overweight and not being able to change it. They'd lost weight like 15 pounds a year ago. They gained it all back, and they've not been able to get rid of it. And so this person said, now the result is really clear. I'm going to produce this result. I'm going to lose these 15 pounds, and most importantly, because I deserve to. I deserve it, the energy, the feeling, the sexiness, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They described all things that disturbed them to get the energy, but then this person focused on the result, specifically by when, and he had a powerful purpose. But what's interesting was what they learned when they did their action plan. This person said, you know what, they realized what was missing is in the past when they lost weight, they had a buddy. They had someone to share the experience with. And she became totally certain, as she wrote down who her buddy would be, that she could then do this. The second step was to pull out that darn Stairmaster and actually plug it in, a unique concept. What does that do again? Convenience, clarity. So many things we don't do just because they're not convenient, because they're not immediate. What's immediate gets our attention. So she's taking that out, making that happen. And then she has a date by which she's going to make this all happen for each of these specific aspects. But I want to point something out here, and we're going to talk about this later on when I talk about really setting yourself up to win, which is one of our principles. But as long as it's being said here, I'll tell you this. Both of these people found something that they know will work because they modeled their successes from the past. You see, for this woman, she was able to lose the weight when she had a buddy, and I'll explain a little more why that worked later on, other than the obvious. The gentleman with the songwriting wrote a song that was on a TV show more than 20 years ago. But he stopped doing this, and he hasn't had that kind of result in his songwriting since then. So what you've really got to be able to look at is there are times in your life in which you've already succeeded. And you need to go back and model what you did and putting together your action plan, because then you'll have certainty it will work. One of the things I do in one of my seminars is I have people write down everything in their life that's here today that once was a dream, once was a goal. Things you may now take for granted, like, the person who's now in your life that you hoped at one point would go out with you, or the job you now take for granted that at one point you were wishing for, or the business that you now own and you're complaining about that one time in your life you would have prayed for. Then I have people write all these things down, and then I say, okay, now, circle one or two that really seemed impossible. Now write down how you made that happen. And what you begin to see is that there's a pattern, and the pattern is similar to what we talked about. Something disturbed them. They may not have been upset. Disturbed sometimes is they saw something that disturbed their status quo. Instead of being comfortable, they wanted more. It didn't have to be painful. Sometimes you're disturbed because you see something great and you want it. That's disturbing too. What's disturbing is you don't have it. That's a good thing. So someone said, I really want my own studio. I don't want to work for somebody else. This is what I want. This is the kind of life. I want to have it on my terms. But then what happens is you get disturbed, you get specific about what you want, you get enough reasons to follow through, you come up with a plan of action, you may do it consciously or unconsciously, and you get the psychology together, make it happen, you take massive action, you get results. But then we forget how we did this stuff. And then what happens is pretty soon there's a big gap between where we are and where we want to be, because it's natural that once you achieve something, you want more. So you want to make sure you get your plan here, create a little map. Hopefully these ideas have triggered you a bit. And remember, if you want to take some action on something, like you want to master your health, then get a coach. We got coaches here. Get the Living Health product. Look at something that will guide you step by step, day by day. The more specific the coaching, the more powerful you're going to be to follow through. And if there's someone physically there to follow up with you, then you can't make excuses because there's somebody else you're talking to other than yourself. It's so easy to talk yourself out of anything. But when you have a result there you got to make happen, it changes. One of my clients pays me more than $1 million a year. And I coach him, and after 5 years or 6 years of working with him, at one point I said, you know what? I know what you're going to do when you're going to do it. You're so predictable now. And you know it too. I don't think you need me anymore. I mean, I'm your friend, and I appreciate it, and I'm certainly earning my money from the time I'm putting in, but honestly, I don't think you need me. And he said, are you crazy? He said, don't you understand? Just knowing you're going to call makes me fall through on those things that I talked about. So if you don't get a professional coach, in order to make your plan work, get a buddy, get some leverage. Make sure that someone else knows your plan, so you can't just create a plan and not follow through, okay? I know I'm a little nuts on this tape, but I really want you to get results, because guess what happens as soon as you come up with a plan? Opponents show up, don't they? Yes, there's 3 kinds of opponents. If you read any good story, you watch any good movie, as soon as the main protagonist has this desire and they get excited about it and they come up with a plan, then sure enough, opponents come to oppose it. That's what creates drama in your life, and there's 3 opponents. Number 1 is the external opponents. That's going to be all the other people that are going to call you in the morning, or, by the way, if you want to do this in the evening, obviously you can do this evening, or at your lunch break. You can do this hour of power at whatever time works for your schedule or for your body. But the ideal time, again, is in the morning. But the point is, the minute you try to do this, the opponents show up. The phone starts ringing first thing in the morning. There's all these other projects, all these other demands that all want your time and attention instead of giving it to yourself. When you come up with a plan, the same thing happens. All kinds of resistance will show up. And if it's not from the external opponents, it'll be from the intimate opponents, the people close to you who love you dearly, but they don't understand. You got to have time for yourself. Your kids want this and want that, but if you don't take time for yourself, there's not as much of you to give them, is there? Same thing for your spouse. The people around you, your friends who don't understand why you can't talk to them right now. Take those friends on a run with you, on a walk with you. Get them to do the hour of power. I love to do this with my lady. It's one of the great things we share together. We do it side by side. And then after end, we share our celebration. But also, there's the internal opponent. The parts inside of you that are conflicted, saying, yeah, I really want to do this, but I also want to do that. You've got to put the opponents at bay, and the only way to do that is discover what are the beliefs, which is going to be our next step. What are the beliefs that are conflicting you? What are the beliefs that are stopping you? See, whenever you're upset about something, it's because of the beliefs you have. Beliefs control behavior. Whatever you do it because of your beliefs. And you may not know what those beliefs are because often they're unconscious. So we're going to discover the beliefs that may be holding you back and the beliefs that will move you forward. But I have to say this to you. You've been extraordinary. You listen to me babble and dump the whole load on you at an incredibly intense pace. something that most people go through a seminar for, you've been doing in this results workshop. So I want to give you a chance to have a victory right now if you want to limit your time today. Remember, this is one of only 2 days of the 7 days where you have a double session in one day or a workshop in one day. So if you want to stop now just for today and start tomorrow with beliefs, you're welcome to do so. And it'll be a 10-day program for you if you do it in that format, which is fine. But let's remind you, here's what you've done today. You've gotten clear. You've got to get disturbed. You can't accept things. You can't make it, it's okay. You got to say, never again. This is done. Not within a minute, not within a day. This is changing. Step 2, you got to make a decision about what you do want. You don't want to just be upset. You want to be sure what you're after. Something that will get you to stay up late, get up early, and really go for it. Something that drives you. And then thirdly, you got to come up with your initial plan, that massive action plan. We don't get excited. We don't change things by a little action here or there or trying something. We do it by just going full force at something and taking some massive action right now. So today, if you want to, take some action right now. Review what you've done in your journal. Take an action today. Turn the CD off. Come join me tomorrow for beliefs. Or if you're one of those people that just can't stop, that wants to complete this workshop right now, that's as insane and crazy as I am, then continue to listen to this tape or grab the next CD, and we'll go to step number 4, finding out the beliefs that control your behavior.
This session continues on the next CD.
Hi, this is Tony Robbins. Welcome back to session number 2 in Get the Edge. How do we transform our bodies, our emotions, our finances, our relationships, and our life? First, I want to congratulate you for making it to session number 2, because as you probably know, and this blows my mind, most people will invest in a book, a tape, something can change their life, and the minute they get it, they feel comfortable. The minute they get it, they feel no more drive to create a change. And so they look at the package and they feel good and they put it on the shelf. Very few people will ever read past the first chapter in a book, for example. I remember reading years ago that less than 10% of the people who buy a book read past the first chapter. Well, the first session in an audio program is the equivalent of the first chapter. So if you're here, I know you're one of the few who do versus the many who talk, and I want to welcome you back. Here's our focus in this session. There are patterns of success and there are patterns of failure. What I mean by that is that success leaves clues. People who succeed are not lucky. People that are happy on a consistent basis are not just born under the right star. There are certain things they do on a regular basis to make them happy. People that are physically fit and vital and healthy and energetic are not just born with that. They have a pattern of things they think about and they do. So in our first session, we wanted to get you to establish a pattern, an ultimate pattern that would give you time with yourself so that you would focus on the things that matter most and not get sucked into the hypnosis of the culture that says just go, 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 and maybe one day wake up someday and you'll be happy. You know, someday when I have more money, someday when my kids grow up, someday when my kids finally get out of school, someday when I find that person, someday when I get that raise. But of course the road to someday leads to a town called nowhere. It never shows up. So what I really want to do with you today is I want to have a session with you that I call a results workshop. This is not just listen passively and kind of understand stuff. Well, you can do that in the beginning. But I'm going to take you through 7 steps that will help you to absolutely take yourself from having an idea to actually making it work, from having a complaint to having the results you deserve. And it's really simple and we'll make it fun. But first, before we do that, one of the things we've got to look at is what prevents you from following through. What's preventing you from taking action? And let's relate this both to what we talked about yesterday in creating this beautiful hour of power, you know, this commitment to yourself, this connection with yourself. But let's also relate it to dietary change or any other change that you want to make. Why don't we follow through? And then let's say, what does it take to follow through? And then let's just do it. Well, the first thing to realize is the difference in people's lives is the difference in their standards. Now, I know that sounds pretty darn basic. But when I say to people, what does it take to change your life, the first thing I always say is raise your standards. Now, what do you mean raise your standards? How basic can you get? What I mean is you've got to turn your shoulds into musts. Everybody's got a list of shoulds. I should do this. I should follow through. I should go on a diet. I should do my hour of power. I should spend more time with my kids. I should make more cold calls in my business. But they don't actually do anything. What you got to do is make it a must. When something is a must, you follow through. But most of us don't because we think, it's too big a task, or it's overwhelming, or we just flat don't really believe that we're going to get the result. Very often what we do is we focus on the process we have to go through instead of the outcome. I mean, most people that own their own business, if I ask them today, if you knew all you had to go through to make this business succeed, would you have even started? And most of them laugh and say, I don't know that I would. See, people that succeed, they focus on how they're going to feel at the end of the process. People that never start look at what they got to go through. So let me tell you up front, this day is a results workshop again. What that means is, unlike every other day except the relationship day, this is going to be 2 CDs or a large audio tape, which means you can choose to split this in half, and I'll let you know at the halfway point, and you can make this a 10-day program if you want instead of 7 days. Not bad to have 10 days to change your life, but I want you to really take the time here to make the changes, to walk through these 7 steps, because if you do, the changes can be extraordinary. If there's something you keep talking about doing and you're not following through, I promise you, as you go through these 7 steps, you're going to find out not only why you're not doing it, but what you need to do to change it, and you can do it today. So stay with me, okay? And this may seem unreasonable to take time for yourself each day. It's an unreasonable amount of time, an hour for yourself. I think that's ridiculous, and I know you probably do too, or you wouldn't be listening to this. But a lot of people think that way. And you know what? Unreasonable people rule the world. It's unreasonable to think a man could be locked up for 27 years against his will when he did nothing wrong. But Nelson Mandela not only went through that process, but came out on the other side and came out and said, no, let's work together to bring the country together. Anyone would have understood if he wanted to kill everybody who took a quarter of a century of his life. But he's an unreasonable man. That's why we respected him. To think some nun who had no money and no background and no political contacts could literally help people that were dying in more than 100 nations around the world, and that when she actually passed away, virtually every major leader in the world would come to her funeral, would seem ridiculous. But Mother Teresa was an unreasonable woman, an unreasonable amount of love for people that no one else would love. Get unreasonable and everything's possible. If you get reasonable, you're going to have to lower your standards and drop down to what everybody else expects. And if you get your expectations down to the same level as the average person, you're going to have an average life. Nobody listening to a program like this, certainly not you and I, would ever settle for that. So if I'm intense, know it's because the more you demand of yourself, the more you're going to get out of this program. Because remember what we said? Only one thing creates an extraordinary life, an extraordinary mindset, an extraordinary psychology. Remember the 3 things you got to have to feel great or to feel bad? If you're going to feel great or bad, you got to change the way you use your body. So even if you're listening to me here, maybe sit up in your chair, or if you're walking, breathe and feel strong. And second thing you got to do is focus on what it is you want instead of what you got to go through. If you focus on the result of what you want to change and how good you're going to feel at the end of this, then these 2 CDs will whip by in no time. And you can stop them if I get talking too fast and crazy, and take a breath and go, this guy's nuts, but he's pushing me, and that's a good thing. What else you got to do? Give things a powerful, positive meaning. If you find something in these 7 steps you don't like about the way you've been believing and the way you've been acting, that's good. Don't beat yourself up. Just say, you know what? Now I know it, so I can change it. And thirdly, remember to watch your language, those language patterns. You say, oh, do I have to do this? No, you get to do it. This is your gift to yourself. So let's answer that first question. Here we spent the first CD or cassette tape talking to you about giving yourself time for yourself, a time to enjoy, a time to lock in what you want, a time for gratitude, a time to really program yourself for the kinds of successes you deserve. So why wouldn't people take that time out? Well, one reason is that people see the exercises involved, and people have an interesting association to exercise. That's why I say just start by moving, right? But what happens is we're not in practice as a culture. We're not conditioned to discipline our focus, to discipline our bodies, to move ourselves. In fact, the word discipline for most people has a negative connotation, doesn't it? But the truth is anyone who's done it for a while loves that word because it gives you pride. It gives you excitement. You love the feeling of knowing that discipline just means you are in charge. That when you say something to yourself, you do it. That your word means something. That has power, and most people don't have it. That's why they fear discipline. They think discipline means a lack of freedom, when discipline equals freedom. Discipline is, man, I don't even have to think about it. I decide, and I do. That has power. But why don't most people do it? They don't have practice at it. They've not conditioned themselves to do it. They just have no experience in it. And then they don't get there for the following reasons. First, number one reason, they rationalize. Now, we all rationalize at times, don't we? What's rationalization? It's when you tell yourself a story. When you come up with a reason why it's okay not to do something. You don't say it's okay. You just go, well, I know it's important, but, or, I'm really committed to it, but. Whenever you hear somebody say but, they usually have a big one. Because what happens is they haven't followed through. They're coming up with excuses about why not to do something, and so they don't do it. So they sit around, they never get the result they want. See, the people say, what are some of the rationalizations? What are some of the stories? Because I always tell people, and I said this to you in the first session, I hope you heard it. The only thing keeping you from what it is you really want is the story you have about why you can't have it. So what's that story? Well, somebody says, well, I don't have the time. Listen, this is the only thing that is equal in all of humanity. We do not have equal opportunity. We do not have equal strength or intelligence or background or education or love. The only thing that's equal is the amount of hours we have. And so the truth of the matter is you have all the time there is. Whatever you make a must, you will make happen. If it's a should, it'll happen only if it comes together. So it's not you don't have time. Because who creates your schedule? So, well, I'm responsible to everybody. Then take an hour less of sleep and give this to yourself. I guarantee you're going to get further by this hour of focus and movement than you're ever going to do by sleeping. And most people sleep way too much anyway. They're sleeping their life away. But here's the real question. Not what do other people do. What do you do? Honestly. How do you rationalize? And I know you probably don't call it that. None of us do. But we do it. How do you rationalize not doing things? What's the most common rationalizations? In fact, in a moment I want you to turn this tape off. Because I bet there's a pattern. Remember we said there are patterns to success and patterns to failure? So there's so many ways to meet your needs. You want now to say, whatever the tasks are at hand, what do I need to do so that I enjoy the process? What can I do to score it? If it's working out, can I add music? Can I work out with a buddy? Can I pray while I'm doing this? Can I do incantations while I'm doing this? What can I do so I'm comfortable? So what can I do so I have different kinds of workouts, so I have variety? What can I do to meet some of these needs so I enjoy the process? Whatever it is. And if it's not working out, if it's building a new project, or if it's losing the weight, or whether it's writing the songs, whatever it is, I want you right now just come up with 2 or 3 ideas. That's all. You can add this later that can help you look forward to doing the things that will be necessary in order to achieve your goal. In order to achieve the result you want, what are some things you can do while you're doing it that you can focus on, pay attention to, notice, appreciate, or enjoy that will enhance the experience? Just take a minute to do this. Write down 2 or 3 things. Turn off that CD, turn off that tape, and come right back to me. Bye. Okay, so what did you do to juice it up for you? I can tell you the areas people tend to do is they tend to think about things or focus on things they weren't focusing on before. Like one of my friends here was saying that, he realizes that he feels so happy. He feels what he called an abiding exhilaration when he's worked out. He said, it's like joy is always in the background of my life, and he said, I miss it. And he said he feels connected to God, connected to his Creator when he writes songs. For the young lady who wanted to lose weight, she loves to read trashy novels, but never has such time. So she said, now I can get on a Stairmaster if I can read myself a good trashy novel while it's happening, then I'll have no pain. I'll be involved in the whole story. That's what'll make it work. She said the other thing is she loves locations. She loves outdoors. She loves, cross-country type environments or running the stairs that are by a beach. She said, or some really intense terrain. She loves both the view and the difference in the terrain, the variety and the challenge of that makes it significant for her. So those are some things that she added to her list. So all of us can juice things up. The more we juice it up, the more we set up the game to win. I have a great friend. His name is John McCormick. He was Inc. Magazine's Entrepreneur of the Year many years ago. And one of the things that happened to him is early in his career, he was very, very successful. But he developed some beliefs that almost destroyed it. And what happened for him was he was a police officer in the early 60s, and he was assigned to a pretty tough area, the Bronx and Harlem. And he found himself one day in a position where he got a call about a burglary, and he raced to that call. On the way, he passed 2 other officers in a car who were just moseying on over. So he found himself alone with 1 gun and surrounded by 4 men with shotguns. Now, he was fairly freaked out, but he took control. He acted totally certain, which is a good thing to do when someone's got a gun on you. He said, listen, you're totally surrounded. Drop the guns. If you shoot me, you're going to fry forever. Besides that, how much money did you get anyway? And he asked it with such certainty. One guy said $27. He said, you want to die for $27? Drop your gun. And sure enough, they all dropped it. Certainty can be a pretty great asset. Sometimes you got to believe when there's no reason to believe. That, by the way, is called faith. And we all have faith. Belief is something you learn to have. Faith is something you're born with. So you can't drive down the street with a little yellow line separating you from all those crazies unless you have faith. Otherwise, you have to stay home, because what's going to prevent them from driving over to your side of the lane and killing you? Nothing. It happens every day. So how could you possibly drive with such uncertainty? You just have faith that it's going to work out. You don't focus on, oh, my God, what if this happens? What if that happens? What if it doesn't work out or you couldn't drive? Well, the same thing's true with making a change or making a goal happen, making it real. Let me tell you the rest of the story with John, though. So John took a look at his life after that and said, do I really want to risk my life to save somebody else's $27? And it was near Christmas time, and he was a bit frustrated, so he decided to make a change. Why? He got disturbed. Remember that? He said, this is disturbing. I'm risking my life for $27. I don't think so. And none of the other officers cared enough to even speed up and help me. Second, he decided he wanted something else in his life. And so it was Christmas time, and he said, you know what? I'm going to get together with my brother, and let's sell some Christmas trees and see if I got another option for making some money in my life, because this is not fulfilling me. He got clear he was unfulfilled. For years, he kidded himself and said, yeah, it's not that bad a job. Now he realized no more. So what does he want? He wants a new job, a new opportunity. He doesn't know what to do, so he came up with a massive action plan. He got together with his brother, and they poured together their money. He was making about $80 a week at the time. They put together between them $300, which is all the money they had, and it was one truckload of trees to get themselves started. They rented this little lot, and then they ran into the next problem. They found out nobody really in New York buys trees during the day. They usually come out at night to shop for that, and they had no electricity and no lights. His brother said, forget it. We're in this lot. There's no electricity. They're not going to buy here at night with no electricity. There's no lights. They can't see the trees. We've got to go home. What's that called? A belief. Fortunately, John was disturbed enough, and he had a strong enough desire that he came up with another plan. He said, I believe there's another way to do this. Look, all we need is a long enough extension cord. And his brother said, what? He said, look, there's lots of houses around here. Somebody's got to help us. I believe somebody will help us. And you know what? John was certain. He knocked on doors with certainty, and no in a New York environment. And finally, one lady turned out that she had a son that worked for the police department. And she said, sure, I'll let you do it. So they got enough extension cords together, and they put together a little Christmas tree lot. Well, once they had lights, they were in business. And during that season, John's half of the profits equaled $3,000 over a 3.5-week period of time. Think about that compared to $80 a week. He was a pretty happy camper. But he didn't stop there. He started to believe, you know what, there's a way for me to make more money while I sleep than I did while I was working, which, by the way, is one of the principles you'll learn about in the financial session. But anyway, here's what he did. He took his $3,000 and he invested in stocks during the 1960s, another bull market, if you recall, and he made $100,000 in less than a year on his investments. He was doing so well that a couple of people in the brokerage house asked to meet him, and they offered him a job. He went to work within the brokerage, and in less than a year, he turned his $100,000 into $1.5 million. He was riding high. He got himself several limousines, one for himself and one for his extra friends. It's amazing when you get that much money, how many extra friends you suddenly have in your life. And even his lady, who later became his wife, dropped him and said, you know what, when you get real, give me a call. Sometimes people's beliefs change. They start to think with certainty that they can't make a mistake, and boy, that's a problem, isn't it? The bottom line is it only took him 3 more months to lose it all. Not only lose it all, but he thought for sure he could do well, so he borrowed another $250,000 and lost it too. He literally got to the point in his life where he was considering killing himself because he just felt like he had nothing to live for. He'd lost everything. He felt like he was stripped of his dignity. And he went to the beach. And he was looking out at the water, thinking about how he might end his life. He figured his insurance money might help out his family. And then a man walked by who was ready to alter his beliefs again. A man named Abe. An older guy, probably 75 years old. And he walked by and said, Sonny, the ship ain't coming in here. You got to go out and make the ship happen. He said, what are you talking about? And he met a mentor, a man who would become his hour of power each morning on the beach. Without telling you his whole story, I'll just tell you this. Abe got him to stop thinking about what he didn't have in his life and start believing what he did. One of the first things he asked him was, tell me, let's make a balance sheet of your life. Do you know what a balance sheet is? And John said, well, yeah, sure. He said, but, here's what I got. I've got no real job opportunities. I got police officer's education, and I got no money, and I owe $250,000. And Abe said to him, any man who knows more about his liabilities than his assets is really in trouble. He said, well, I don't really have any assets. He said, young man, if you got someone to loan you $250,000, you have some assets, because anybody who can convince people to do that has got persuasive power. He said, do you know the English language? He said, well, yeah. He said, write it down. That's an enormous asset. He said, do you know currency? He said, well, you mean like dollars to yen? He goes, no. Do you know how to make change? Dollars, quarters. Do you know how to make change? He goes, well, yeah. He goes, write that down. Knows currency. He went through this whole list. He said, do you know how many people came to this country who didn't speak English, that didn't understand the currency, that didn't know anybody, didn't have any friends, that didn't have anything, and became multimillionaires? He said, you have so many assets, it's a joke, but you know more about your limitations. When you have limiting beliefs, you have limitations. It's time to get rid of them. The end of John's story is Abe became his mentor and helped him to change his beliefs by just challenging him. And that's what you got to do for yourself. Challenge the old things that are in your head. Don't let them sit around like old records that play again and again. You wouldn't listen to music you were bored with. You wouldn't go to a movie over and over again that you knew was insane and boring and stupid. Why would you go to that in your head by listening to a belief that doesn't make sense? Only because you're not aware of it. So let's handle it. And by the way, my good friend John got many other mentors in his life, and as I told you, became Entrepreneur of the Year. This is an amazing turnaround. All turnarounds are a turnaround in beliefs. So you might say, but Tony, I don't want to make $1 million. I just want to lose some weight. I want to get myself to work out. Well, let me give some examples of friends of mine and family members, because these are people I not only know what the result was initially, but I know what they've had a lasting change, because that's what you want, right? You don't want to just change for a moment. The way to get lasting changes is not only get a plan, but develop a sense of absolute certainty that working out or whatever it is you want to change is what you're about as a person. Let me give you this example. This young lady, for years, she wanted to work out. She talked about working out, but she should never get herself to do it. In fact, sometimes watching me work out would get her really negative, because it reminded her of all the times that she wasn't working out, what she wasn't doing, what she wasn't following through on. But I got to tell you something. She made a revolution, and frankly, she's my role model now. I mean, she is so absolutely consistent, no excuses, and the changes were a change in beliefs. But I'll tell you what her beliefs were 5 years ago, her psychology, if you will, and what they are today. 5 years ago, she believed, I'll never exercise, but I really want to. Now think about that. I never exercise, but I want to. Want is such a weak thought, isn't it? You never work out when you want something. You don't do something when you know you should do it. You only do it when it's really a must for you. Secondly, she thought, well, it's not that bad yet. You know, that's a great way to live your life. You know, live your life so it's not bad enough for you to change, so just live in a way that doesn't really fulfill you. You know, the yet is the key word there, because it tells you she believed it was going to get worse. Third is she believed there's still time. I mean, I'm still young enough, I can still turn it around. And her fourth belief was it takes too much time. You know, I'm just so busy right now. The truth is she's more busy today than any time in her life. She has more responsibilities. She never misses the exercise, and it is her juice. It is what makes her life work. But back then, there wasn't time. Then it was too painful. And one of the reasons was when you first work out the first time, it feels good. But day two, if you're lifting weights or even running, very often within 2 or 3 days, you might feel stiff initially because you're using muscles you haven't used before. So she'd feel that stiffness and then decide to quit. Well, then she'd go back to exercising, and she never made it through the threshold. She'd have to start over and go through the pain again. If you just keep working out, you don't go through that pain. You have the normal momentum. The muscles work. Everything feels great. It's just that initial time, but she kept going through the initial barrier again and again, so she linked pain to exercise. 6, she didn't believe she could really afford a trainer. But when I had nothing, I went out and got a trainer because I valued my body so much. I said, this has to be as important to me as a meal. This has to be important to me as anything else, because by not having a trainer, she'd work out too hard. She'd overdo it. And then what would happen is she developed certainty, all right, certainty that exercise equals pain. And finally, she believed it was easier to eat than it was to do anything else. And if something happened, she got scared, she ate. She got stressed, she ate. If she got herself in a position where she felt overwhelmed, she'd go eat. What changed her life was something disturbed her. And again, for some people, that's having a birthday with a 0 or maybe a 5 after the age of 40 at least. For some people, it's someone says something to them, or they feel overwhelmed, or they finally look in the mirror and tell themselves the truth, or they just feel so fat they hit threshold. Living on the beach, right on the sand, she decided one morning to go out for a walk. And she loved it. Just walking along the beach, hearing the water, letting her thoughts flow. The next day she walked again. After a couple of weeks of doing this, she started jogging. After a couple of weeks of jogging, she got a trainer. And after a while, it became her total time. Today, she has a totally different set of beliefs. First of all, she works out all the time. 6 days a week is pretty consistent for her. So her first belief now is I must have time for myself every day to think about my life. and that gives me more to give to others. And this is my time, and it comes first. Second, she believes I'm worth it. Nothing's more important than this. Third, she believes it's her real hour of power, that she runs or she lifts for 40 minutes to an hour, but she's certain at the end to read for 5 or 10 minutes and then just meditate. She reads something she believes is spiritual, something she thinks will trigger her mind to create an extraordinary life, one that's guided, and then she closes her eyes and she just lets her mind disappear. In the last couple of minutes, she visualizes what she wants for her life, and she says it's the most powerful centering thing she does. Fourth, she believes if I don't do this, I get stressed easier, I get tired easier, and when I do it, I have the edge. And it's the edge of peacefulness. She said, people tell me all the time, going, oh, the heck's breaking loose around you, but you seem so calm. She said, because I create that calm first thing in the morning. I create that strength. Her fifth belief is it's fun. And she said, I love it. She said, when I'm exercising, I don't go, oh, my God, there's 5 minutes left, or, oh, my God, how am I going to possibly last this time? She says, when it gets tough, I start singing, yes, yes, yes. I chant that in my head. I smile and close my eyes and feel myself getting stronger. She's linked it up as fun, whereas before it was pain. She said, it's part of my identity of being an achiever. She goes, it feels so good to me to have my kids have to work hard to keep up with me. I get on that running machine or on that bike, that spinning bike, and they got to work hard to keep up with me, and they're half my age. She goes, that feels pretty awesome. She goes, plus I believe it's an investment in my longevity. I believe that if my mom and dad would have worked out the way I have, they wouldn't have died the way they did. Both of them died of cancer. And finally she said, my body is my temple. So now she lives her life in a different way, and it's a celebration of her body where she used to hate it. She was telling me the other day, she goes, I don't understand people get upset on their birthday. She goes, it's a great day. She said, on my last birthday, you know what I really did? I went for a walk, and all I did was spend the whole hour giving thanks for every part of my body. My heart that's beat every day without taking a break. No lunch break, no time off. Even when I wasn't paying attention, it was there. My eyes that have shown me the love on people's faces. She said the ears that allowed me to hear the most magnificent music and conversation. She said the skin I get to touch with. She just lives in total gratitude for every part of her body. Now that's quite a shift. And what that does is it makes her addicted to really taking care of herself. So here's what I want you to do now. Take out your Get the Edge journal, and if it takes you 2 days to do this because you're stopping your car, I don't care, but I want you to do these steps. I want you to write down, in the past, what are all the beliefs you've had that have kept you from following through on this goal? So if you said, well, I've been wanting to write songs forever and I haven't done it, now be honest with yourself. In order to not follow through, what did I have to say to myself? What did I have to rationalize? What were my beliefs? Well, I don't have time for this. You've said some of them before, but why don't you write down the specific beliefs, and then write down what are the beliefs you're going to live by now that will get you to follow through. So if your old thing is workouts equal pain, and the new one is not working out is the ultimate pain, because being disappointed with myself is the worst emotion on earth. Plus, working out, second belief, is easy and fun because I can do it, I can schedule it, and if I schedule it and I do it every day, it'll get easier. Every day I'll enjoy it more. Write down first the beliefs that kept you from taking action, and write down now the beliefs that will empower you. Come up with at least 3 beliefs that used to limit you, ideally 5 or 6, and at least 4 beliefs, ideally 5, 6, or 7, that are new beliefs that will get you to follow through on your new plan. Go for it now. Please take the time for this. This is very important. Okay. I really hope, because I can't see you in this moment, that you're really taking this seriously and taking the time to do it. And if you're driving and you feel like you really couldn't pull over, I want you to still do this in your head. So assuming you did it, let's go through this for a second. Here are a couple examples from people around me here. One of the people here, the person who's having difficulty losing weight, the young lady said that she realized her limiting belief was, if I'm successful, people might not like me. Now, we all need to feel loved. And I said, where'd that come from? She said, well, when I was growing up, and she said, I got around the successful girls, the girls that were popular. She said, when they realized I was really smart, they classified me as a nerd because I was successful in school, and they wouldn't spend time with me. And so she said, I started believing that if you're really too smart or you're too beautiful, then people might not like you. And I said, what's your new belief? She said, people won't like me unless I love myself. Isn't that fantastic? Because it's the truth. Then her second belief was, other things are more important than working out. And then her new belief is, nothing is more important than making sure that every day I'm making myself more healthy and more vital. The third belief she had that kept her from taking action was, well, it's not that bad. And her new belief is, it's terrible. Now, listen to the language she used here, because this is why she's really motivated to change. She didn't say, oh, it really isn't very good. She said, it's terrible. Every pound I gain is eroding who I am as a woman. So that kind of belief system, that new belief, will move her to action. Do you follow? I mean, so few people ever allow themselves to be disturbed long enough to do anything about it. Man, they get disturbed, they instantly want to get rid of that pain. Let's do something right now instantaneously to feel good so I don't have any drive or motivation. You don't want to kill that. Then the few people that keep that usually just stay there in the pain and don't do anything, and they beat themselves up. Oh, yeah, let me tell you what else I've screwed up on. As opposed to those that say, okay, this is not good enough. Not another day, not another minute. I am changing this now. And then in that mode, they then get focused on the result. They don't focus on the past. They focus on the future they're going to create now. And they focus on why, so they find that drive. So few people do that. It's a joke. That's why so few people ever achieve. And the few that might do something like that rarely come up with a real plan. And then even if you get to that level, here's why most people never get any results, because then their old beliefs take over and wipe out the plan. Do you understand why we've taken the time to do this now? It's so important. I'll give you another example from my own personal family. I mean, I could give you all kinds of people I've worked with through the years, but, you know, your family is the place where you really get to see the result long term. And one of my boys, Joshua, he really wanted to learn international business. So as a young man, he wanted to go to school, an actual prep school, high school, overseas in Switzerland. And it's considered to be one of the top schools in the world. The King of Oman's son was his roommate, to give you an idea. And so he was traveling with a rather unique crowd. They want to study, you know, the history of Egypt. They fly to Egypt. They'd spend the night in the pyramids and fly back. I mean, it was not quite the way I was raised. But, you know, all human beings have a need to feel important and significant. And it's very easy to get seduced by your peer group to do things to get significance when you feel insignificant. Because we all do at times, don't we? And so Josh got in a position where he felt like to compete, he had to do two things. Spend lots of money, and secondly, take everybody to dinner on a regular basis. Be the great guy that did that. Well, in taking them to dinner in the middle of the night and going to clubs, he started gaining weight. Plus, then he felt bad about himself. When he felt bad, he felt even more insecure. Insecure around girls, insecure around other things, so he ate more food. It's kind of a weird thing that we do. And, of course, that made him feel worse about himself. But when you eat for the moment, you feel okay. It's that instantaneous hook. Well, over the course of 2 years overseas, I come to see him. He gained all this weight. Then I came to see him again. He gained 110 pounds. And we couldn't figure out what the heck was going on. Well, the bottom line is he had zero exercise and plenty of consumption. Now, this is called a recipe for disaster. There were lots of other factors that affected him, but the bottom line is he would not work out, even though he knew that he was in incredibly bad shape. He looked obese. He was obese. We were worried for his health, for his heart. I mean, when you weigh that much at that age, you're in trouble. So here were the beliefs that he had. You know, when we tried to talk to him about working out, he'd say, well, working out equals pain. And see, plus, when he worked out, he felt even more inadequate because he didn't feel like he could do it. It was too hard. He couldn't run even 100 yards. The second belief he always had is, well, I can handle it later. I'm going to grow into my weight. I'm still young. You ain't going to grow into that weight. You know, not unless he's going to become some professional wrestler like The Rock or something. I mean, you know, it's not going to happen. You know, but this had to be a conversation we had to have. But the point of the matter is he kept saying, no, I'll grow into, plus I can handle it later, and I've got so much stuff to do, right? And the third thing he'd say is, well, I just can't think about it right now. You know, I just need to push it aside because I'm so busy. I've so many things I have to accomplish in school here and all these other areas. You know, I'll handle it later. I can't think about it right now. His fourth belief I found out was he associated rejection to exercise because girls were in the gym. And, you know, being in the gym working out made them actually look at his body more, he felt like. And he felt like he was so big, so obese, that people were staring at him. And he also felt rejected by the guys in the gym. They didn't want to work out with him because he didn't look like he was an athlete. And so it became a self-fulfilling prophecy. And he didn't feel like he belonged in that environment. He said, you know, it's like the bottom line is, you know, that's not my environment. Those aren't my peers. That's not where I need to be. Because all it meant was massive rejection for him. The fifth belief he had was he needed to do it to make other people happy. Yeah, I should work out so that, you know, my friends don't worry about me, and so my parents, when they come, aren't freaked out. He said, you know, but it wasn't really about himself. And whatever your beliefs are, you got to do this for other people. You're not going to do it forever. The only time you get a lasting change is when you decide, I got to do this for me, and you really believe it. So instead of working out, what do? He'd eat, or he'd smoke. He'd do something else that would sedate himself and get rid of the pain for the moment, but of course wouldn't change it long term. The sixth belief he had is, I don't have the willpower to do it. And by the way, he was certain about that. And so when you've done all these negative beliefs and you keep doing this eating, pretty soon it feeds itself, so to speak. And what happens is at this point, of course you feel like you have no willpower because it feels like you're trying to push a truck up the side of a hill. I mean, it seems too difficult. And so he had plenty of references that he was really in a position where he didn't have any willpower. We all have willpower. We just got to exercise it. And it feels weak when you haven't used it. It's like a muscle feels weak, but it's there. But his way of not feeling bad about not having willpower is he said, well, you know, this is not forever. This is just while I'm in school here. I'll handle it later. Same concept that people use so often. And then the last belief is, well, I've got to eat all day long because I'm with friends. Which was really interesting because it was his way of connecting with his friends. It's what he did when he was bored. It's what he did when he was alone. He was always filling up the emotional hole with food. Now, so how did he change? Well, I'll tell you what changed him. Number one, he got scared, and that's a belief. Right? A belief is nothing but a feeling of certainty. He got certain he was going to die because all of a sudden at 20 years old, his heart was racing like crazy. Secondly, I did an intervention with him to help him discover just how important this was going to be and got him totally emotionally associated that this change was not a should but an absolute must. And I found all the leverage inside of him that would move that. His mom did it. We got his friends to do it. We used everybody around him as his peers to get that kind of leverage to make change a must. Third, he developed a new belief. He began to realize he would never really love himself if he didn't love his own body. Oh, my God. When he realized that, I remember the day he started crying as we started talking about it. And he realized he wasn't loving himself. He felt no love. No matter who would love him, he didn't love himself. And you can't say you love yourself while you abuse yourself physically. And let me tell you the good news. You can change it how fast? In a heartbeat with some action today. So if you're one of those people, it's time to change. The fourth belief is he never attracted the quality of woman he wanted because that quality of woman would want a higher standard of a guy, not just physically, but that his body was a reflection of his psychology, his way of living his life. And if he had low enough standards to be that fat, to be that slovenly, how could he ever expect to attract the quality of woman he's always dreamed of? What is he doing here? With these beliefs, he's developing drive to change everything. These are his reasons and what made him have to change. Number 5, he started remembering all the times he was left behind because he wasn't in shape, or how in exercise at class he was always at the back and he hated being left behind. And he used that. Do you hear what we're doing here? He used these things to get himself disturbed. Do you follow? You see, well, wasn't he disturbed before? No, he developed a set of beliefs that made it okay. Whenever somebody says it's okay, I think, oh boy, that's the death rattle to desire. That's the death rattle to achievement. That's the death rattle to a quality life. Okay. So you don't want to say I'm okay because that's just saying I'm giving up. The bottom line is he feared rejection every day, but he realized he was getting it all the time. So being overweight wasn't helping him avoid rejection, it was creating it. Next, what gave him leverage is he started to realize he had something more to do with his life than, as he called it, pee it away. I won't give you all the strong words he used, but he used strong words by eating and smoking all the time. Now, by the way, is it important to use strong words to get yourself driven? You bet. If you go, well, gosh, I'm a smidge overweight, you're not going to do anything. You got to find a way of languaging that is real and intense. People say, well, how do you feel about that? Well, I don't like it. You don't like it or you hate it. How do you really feel if you're being honest with yourself? So you got to get to that point to have the drive to change. And finally, the 8th thing is he had such physical pain. He was coughing to the point that his vision was blurring. And he was so overweight and his body wasn't functioning that he began to throw up all the time. I mean, it took an immense amount to get him to the point of creating change. So how did he change? Well, rather than the how, the action's easy. And if you do go through a program like The Time of Your Life or anything like that, you'll see we actually show you the exact plans of people who lost 80, 100, 110 pounds. Because if I haven't made it clear, he lost all 110 pounds. And more importantly, lost the weight. He's kept it off ever since. And his psychology has changed, right? He set himself up to have an extraordinary life. And one of the things he does, by the way, is he starts his day with his hour of power. It's time for him first, and he loves it. In the beginning, he couldn't even run 50 yards, 100 yards. Now he's probably the best shape of anybody in our family. He's an absolute addict to this, and he's so proud of himself as he deserves to be. He's got immense self-esteem. Why? He has esteem for himself because he's pushed himself through unbelievable barriers, and he has the pride of what he's produced. So what are his new beliefs? I was asking this the other day. So, well, his first belief is that food is nourishment. It's fuel. It's not something to go get feelings from. Second belief is exercise is the key to self-love. Boy, is that a change in beliefs? He said, my physical accomplishments are the ultimate accomplishments because my body is my temple. Very big difference from his original belief that none of this really matters. Third, I'll live longer and never have to worry about my health again as long as daily I'm making progress and increasing my vitality and strength. His fourth belief, working out every day gives me ultimate confidence. By starting my day with great accomplishments, I feel like the day is already a success, and it gives me more results because I get on a roll. Once again, that's why I want you to do this first thing in the morning, so you've already got success. There's nothing like success for creating more success. It attracts it. It creates it. But if you start your day getting immersed in something that you feel like you have no control over, and there's lots of things like that in life that you can't control but you can influence, pretty soon you lose your sense of confidence. So if you've started out by mastering yourself, then you know whatever shows up in that world, you're going to shape it. If you can't control it, you'll lead it, you'll persuade it, you'll influence it, or you'll make the most of it, which is what we all have to do in life. He said, fifth belief is exercise and eating well is something you do every day. And it's a big part of my life. It's a great part of my life. And it's something I can share with people, because his whole thing before is he didn't want to be alone. So he said, I play racquetball, I can run, and I lift weights with other people that I know. I've met people at the gym, and they're my friends. I look forward to seeing them in the morning, because he's a people person. Sixth, he says, I know it's something I'll do forever. Boy, what a belief to have. He said, because it's the purpose of my life. It's the purpose of my life to be absolutely consistent with a peak performance life. It's the purpose of my life to be dynamic and outrageous and strong and healthy and to inspire other people to do the same. And I can't inspire them to do it if I'm not doing it with myself. 7, this is congruent for what I stand for. I believe in myself. This is my expression of self-love. 8th belief, what you do with your physical body is a reflection of your entire life. If you don't take care of your body, you don't take care of your life. If you're not disciplined with your body, you're not disciplined in your life. If you don't love your body, you don't love your life. Boy, that's putting it all on the line, isn't it? But the best thing is he's scheduled this. He's got the beliefs, but he's also got the plan. Do you follow how important this is? I've spent a lot of time on these examples, but the reason is psychology is everything. You know, you got to get disturbed. You got to get clear on making yourself a decision about what you're committed to. What's that result and why? You got to get a plan, a real plan, and you got to schedule that plan. And you got to make sure you got a set of beliefs in place that you've decided to live by that will get you to follow through on a constant and consistent basis. Let me tell you what's great. As soon as you start to get any results at all, you'll get momentum, and with that momentum, you'll develop new beliefs. About half of these beliefs he's developed since he started working out. And all they do is they make him do it for the rest of his life. They make it a part of his lifestyle. So if you can just get yourself in gear, you're going to get the kind of results you want. All right, welcome back. Did you just keep going? Are we on the same day with you? If you are, congratulations. If you took the day off, congratulations to you. Whatever's right for you is what I want you to do. Set yourself up for success. Now, let's go on to step 4. But first, a quick reminder in case you did take the day off. Here's what you've learned so far. 7 steps to creating conscious change. Step 1, get disturbed. Get upset. Get angry. Get to the point where you won't stand for the way things have been and decide what you're not going to stand for anymore. There is power in that. You know, the Jewish people, after experiencing the horror of the Holocaust, finally came up with a phrase that every person within that culture is well aware of, and that is never again. Never again will we let our sons, our daughters, our husbands, our fathers, our wives, our mothers be taken in the way they were. Never again will this horror happen, and it hasn't for the Jewish people, and it won't. No one who has a memory or has shared a memory would ever let that occur. Human beings have an amazing power to change anything in their life when they get disturbed enough, when they hit their threshold. Getting into that power is really important. But equally important is that step 2. You got to know what you're going to do instead. You can't just be moving away from a problem. You got to move towards something you want. See, being disturbed is like having an explosive fuel. It's like fire. You get enough fuel in there and it's got enough combustion to it, enough energy to it, it can blow everything up. Or if it's channeled, it can be used to drive a rocket into space, into the stars, into your dreams. And that's what this is really about. So you've got to know precisely what you're after. And then finally, number 3, you came up with a massive action plan. So let's go on to step number 4, which I kind of shared with you a little bit about, and that is you've got to change your limiting beliefs. First of all, what is a belief? You know, we think of a belief as a thing when a belief is really a feeling. What a belief is a feeling of absolute certainty about what something means. If you believe beyond a shadow of a doubt that if I invite you to walk across fire, you're going to burn, then there's no way you're going to get yourself to do it. But if you're familiar with my Unleash the Power Within weekends, or the Revolution seminars as they're known now, then you know for a fact that we've had literally 750,000 people from every age, from 7 years old to 87-year-olds that have crossed this fire. If the only thing stopping us is a belief. See, if you don't believe you can ever get yourself at 6 a.m., you're never going to. If you believe you have to have 8 or 9 hours sleep, you're going to make sure you get it because you don't believe you'll function without it. As you believe, so is it done unto you. Sound familiar? Whether you believe you can or whether you believe you can't, you're right. Because when you feel certain about something, you're going to find it. You're going to make it happen. If you're certain that you can't succeed, you're going to look for all the reasons why you shouldn't even start, because who wants to fail? Beliefs control our behavior. Now, sometimes the belief is unconscious. Like, you've been taught your whole life, look before you leap. But you're also taught he who hesitates is lost. Figure that one out. Very often we have conflicting beliefs, but I can tell you this, whatever you're feeling and whatever you're doing is usually based on a belief, and you may not be conscious of it. If you're starting to feel really angry or really frustrated or really sad, I'll give you a little question to ask yourself, and I'll probably talk about this a couple of times, and that question's simply this. What would I have to believe to feel this way? What would I have to believe in order to feel this way? See, for me to be angry about this, I have to believe that this person has control of me and I can do nothing about it. Well, when you start to realize what you'd have to believe to feel a certain way, you start to say, wait a second, I can do something about it. That isn't true. And it breaks the hypnosis that the belief has. It takes away the certainty that you're at the effect of things and gives you the opportunity to take control. Does that make sense? The same thing can happen if you're feeling really sad. Why am I feeling sad? Well, in order to feel sad right now, what would I have to believe? I'd have to believe that nothing can ever get better, that I'm overwhelmed and I can't change anything, that, I'm at the effect of it all. But you know what? We all know that's BS. Belief systems, right? But see, when we tell ourselves something over and over and over again with enough emotional intensity, we start believing it. It becomes an incantation. Most of our beliefs are things that we heard or saw, we felt a lot of emotion about, and then we repeated it to ourselves again and again unconsciously or consciously until we felt certain. And certainty is such a great asset. When you get yourself certain about what you can achieve, what you can do, what you can change, what you can make happen, who you can love, what you can connect with, what you can create. But when you're certain about your limitations, you got a real challenge. And you know what? Most people know more about their limitations than their assets. Now, by the way, you're not going to be perfect. You're going to screw up. Things are going to get off target at times. But if you do these steps, you're going to have so much momentum moving you forward that the few challenges you bump into will not be enough to stop you from getting what you're after, especially if you do the next step. And that's step number 5. Set the game up to win. Now, what does that mean? You've got to set yourself up to win. So many people, when they build their plan, when they organize things, they make it so rigid, so tight, so intense that there's no possibility of you feeling like a success. If you're going to win, you've got to be able to reward yourself for doing things approximately right in the beginning. Here's what I mean. If a child is going to actually learn something, and that's what we're doing when we're creating change, right? We're learning how to do things differently. We're learning how to get ourselves to write those songs. We're learning how to get ourselves to work out consistently. We're learning how to take the time for ourselves or create those products. We're relearning. We're learning something. So when you go to learn something, you don't usually do it perfectly the first time. And if you have to do it perfect or you beat yourself up, your brain's going to go, why even try? I don't want to feel like a failure. So you got to set up the game so you can win. Now, the secret then is when you create a plan to do something is do everything you can to make it so it's enjoyable along the way. I call it scoring it. If you think about it, if you go to a movie and there's no music, it's not the same movie. You can go to a movie that's, okay, with a great music, it's like it lifts your emotion, it moves you. So, for example, in all my seminars, I use music at various points. I have people move. I do things. I use humor. I use jokes. I put things on the screen. Anything I can to score it, to add that additional emotional intensity that makes the process enjoyable, not just the outcome. Does that make sense? Think of it this way. If you're familiar with my work, I teach that all human beings are driven by 6 needs. Now, I'm not going to go through them here in detail because they're in Personal Power Classics, and hopefully you've already gone through that now, haven't you? You're supposed to go through that week first. I hope you did it. But I will tell you this. One of those needs is the need for certainty. We have to be certain we can be comfortable. If you're not certain that you can be comfortable, if you're not certain the ceiling above you is going to stay up, you can't hear anything anybody says. Certainty is a survival instinct. We've got to feel that we can avoid pain, we can have some pleasure. So if you're going to work out as an example, you got to make sure you train that trainer to say, listen, in the beginning, your goal is not to kill me. In the beginning, your goal is to get me to enjoy this and to have my body be certain that I can do this successfully day after day. So I know you got to stretch me, but let's do some things that I'm comfortable with initially and get some momentum and build on that success. If you're going to be successful in anything, the second need we have is for uncertainty, which is a code word for variety. God has a sense of humor. He wants us to be certain and uncertain simultaneously. He just wants to twist our brain. And if we are able to take this brain and balance it out, we have tremendous power. When I go to exercise, to me it was boring to run in the beginning. Now I like it. But in the beginning, I hated it. And there are times when I love it. When I love it is when I add something to it. And what I add to it is incantations, or I add music, because I love music, or I run with a friend, or I do it in an environment that's fun, or I do something different every day, a different kind of workout, a different kind of movement, a different kind of exercise. Anything that you can do to add variety is going to make you enjoy the process, and now you're going to want to do it as opposed to having to do it. That's part of how you set the game up to win. That's how you get the edge in life. You get the edge by creating enjoyment in the process, not just enjoyment someday when it's all done. So we all have a need for connection, for love. And if you can do something with someone you love, it's just like the young lady was saying. She said she wants to lose weight. Well, she needs a buddy. The buddy will add a sense of connection. The buddy will add variety to the workout. It won't be boring. Another need we all have is a need for significance, to feel like what we're doing matters. I'll give you an example. I was talking to a couple of ladies on that great television show called The View that's on in the mornings in the United States. And I had them approach me afterwards, and they said, we really want to work out. We want to do it, but we don't seem to follow through. And I said, well, tell me why. And one lady said, well, it's like I hate maintenance. I want to do big things. I want to do important things. And working out is just, ugh. And I said, here's the problem. You think exercise is insignificant, and your whole life is about being significant. So, of course, you're not going to do it. I said, plus, you both have the same beliefs. So you're not going to reinforce each other to work out. Neither one of you do. You got to get around somebody who believes exercising is a gift from God, that exercising is about taking the temple to the next level, that exercising and enjoying it is an epiphany that few human beings ever achieve, and that they're unique because they love the process. You need to find somebody who sees this as significant, or you need to do something significant while you're exercising, like listen to a tape. This time that you're listening to this tape, I don't know if you're working out. If you do, I compliment you. But I'll tell you something, most people, they don't do the tapes because they go, when am I going to do it? Well, maybe you could use what I call net time. No extra time, N-E-T, no extra time. Use net time, where you're already doing something else that isn't as productive, like driving in your car is my guess what you might be doing while you listen to this. Or maybe you're going for a walk. Net time means you're able to do several things at once and get immense value. It takes no extra time for you to have that much more value. That's setting the game up to win. If you don't set it up so you can use net time, then you may say, I don't have time for this. So think about how you can use net time. So that's another way to make this happen. Another need we have is to grow. So if you measure your progress, you'll be excited about it. If you only measure it one way, though, like how many pounds you lose, forget it. So maybe what you do is you make a chart of emotions, and you have, bored, tired, angry, frustrated, overwhelmed, and then you go to the other side and you go, calm, comfortable, happy, excited, euphoric, passionate, and maybe you put a little thing at the bottom, day 1 through 31. And then you just chart 2 or 3 times a day. You write down the time of the day, and write, here's where I am, and you mark it, and you chart. As you work out, what happens to your emotions? As you do this morning ritual I told you about, this hour of power, chart where you are after you've worked out. Chart where you are when you don't work out. It'll be real obvious. You'll see you're way up at the top in the peak levels of life and the peak emotions, right? The upper levels whenever you do these things to your body, and you'll feel the lower levels when you're not. Measure more than just weight loss. Measure anything that can give you growth. I mean, we all have that need to feel we've grown. So the more you measure things, the more you reinforce it, the better you feel. And finally, contribution. If you can find a way that by working out you're contributing, most of us will do more for others we care about than we'll ever do for ourselves. Here's the last two real quick. Step number 6, take massive action. And when do you do it? Well, when would now be a good time? Right? You don't want to wait now. So often my kids will say something like, we ought to do X. And I'll look at them and say, when would now be a good time to do that? And they look at me and they get a little quizzical look on their face and they start to smile and they get the message. Right? Now is the time. There is no time but now. The power is in now. The power is not in the future. The power is not in tomorrow. The power is in this moment in which you act. And I've already said the things I'd say under this principle, but I'll just remind you, knowing that repetition is the mother of skill. Never, never, ever, ever, ever leave the sight of setting a goal without doing something towards its attainment. So all these people in the studio, I've got to figure out what are they going to do before they leave the studio? Who are they going to call? What are they going to schedule? What are they going to leave the studio and go do immediately? Is it a meeting they're going to schedule? Is it an email they're going to send? Is it a book they're going to buy? Is it a coaching session they'll set up? Are they going to go hire a trainer? What can they do? Can they call their secretary and leverage it? I don't care, but you got to do something while you're in state. And the more massive the action, the more committed you are. So again, instead of saying, well, I need to change my diet, go home and tear everything out of the house and throw it down that toilet, like I said. Go do something crazy. Go do something outrageous. Do something you would never normally do that will commit you to following through. Burn the bridges behind you so you have to move forward. This has power. Nothing great happens by having little goals with little action. You got to have big goals. That's what inspires you, and big action that makes it possible. And I'll tell you, massive action doesn't mean it has to be a lot of work. I'll tell you some massive action. One of the easiest things you could do that would get you on target for your goal that requires you no money, all it requires is you making a decision and taking action immediately. Incantations. We talked about them in the last tape. When you state a phrase over and over again out loud using your entire body in the emotional state you want to feel, you literally condition your mind and body to experience it. So, for example, if you want to get your body in shape and you start to create a phrase, it doesn't even have to sound good. I'm a lean, mean, fighting machine. I'm a lean, mean, fighting machine. Or, I'm a fit, lean, mean, fighting machine. I don't know what you want to say. Or every day and every way I'm getting stronger and stronger. Every day and every way I'm feeling happier and happier. And you say that for 45 minutes while you walk or jog or run. You talk about massive action. It's called massive conditioning. You can't just get rid of a negative belief. You got to replace it. You could just incant your new beliefs, the beliefs that you wrote down earlier. You could just say them again and again and change the emphasis. So change the state. Say it with pride. Say it with strength. Say it with a smile on your face. Say it with laughter in your heart. Say it as if God was guiding you. By changing the emotion, you change the impact that you feel inside your body. And you literally begin to condition yourself for more action. Again, you get momentum. Massive action creates momentum. Massive action is the cure-all. Massive action doesn't mean you have to do 5,000 things. It means do something. And if it's something big and you go after it and you make progress of any sort, it's going to reinforce you because you're going to see that the big problem is not as big as you thought in your head. Things are always bigger in your head than they really are. Tackle it. Make it real. Do it right now. So if I said to you right now, there's one action you're going to take, a small, simple action and a big action that's going to get you going. Something you could do like a quick phone call, email, and then something that required time, energy, or money, or a big effort. You're going to go out and you're going to take that car of yours and you're going to blow it up so no one has to drive it. So you've been embarrassed by it. Your kids are embarrassed. You're going to commit yourself. I don't know. What's a big action? What's a little action? Turn off this program just for a second and write down those two things. Go. This is a pretty cool process, isn't it? You know why? Because this is really a results workshop. This is how you get results. No more talk, no more just getting inspired. Let's get down to it, and let's make it fun. Now, what were your actions? What did you come up with? Did you come up with a little one and a big one? I'll give you some examples from people here. For John, our producer here, who wanted to make sure he got his songs going and started working out, he said 2 simple actions immediate. Number 1, the minute he goes home, he's going to grab the clipboard and he's going to put it right on his pillow. So he can't miss it, and it's just an absolute commitment. This is going to be so easy, but it'll make it happen. And he said the second thing, which is a big thing for him because he hasn't worked out in a while, is he's going to put on his gear instantly with no delay, go right in there and get busy. Those 2 things will get him momentum. Once he gets in there, he'll feel good. The hardest part of working out is getting in the gym. Once you start working out, you get momentum. It's just like anything else, and it feeds you because it feels good to move, right? Next, the young lady who wants to lose that weight. She said the first thing she's going to do is she's going to call her friend Shannon, and she's going to schedule this Saturday to run those big stairs by the beach. Second, she's going to get rid of what she calls her big girl clothes, which is the stuff she hangs on to because she's overweight during the summer. And she says, I'm going to give it away now so that by summer, when summer comes, I have nothing else to be wearing, so I have to be thin. Great massive action. Fabulous. And for my friend here who's the engineer, he's going to immediately schedule his weekly meetings with his design team down in the gas lamp district because he said it's so motivating for an artist to be there. And he said that would be so cool. It'll stimulate us. We'll be going. And then the big one is, he said, as soon as the first product's done, I'm going to take my team to the Somo district in San Francisco. That's south of Market for those not from the Frisco area, or as they call it, the city. If you call it Frisco, they know you're not from the area. But the point is, he's going to take his whole team up there so they'll be inspired and they'll be rewarded and everybody's got something to look forward to. So this is the kind of thing that gets momentum going. So here's the final step. Step number 7. Use the 7th power. You go, step 7, 7th power? Is this designed to confuse me? Yes, it's designed to sound mysterious because we're coming to the end of the workshop and you have to add a little zest in here because, while we've got an action plan here, it's pretty basic. So you have to make it sound really special, the 7th power. But my 7th power is this. I was doing a speech recently, not that long ago, for the Marines. And the general asked me to come in and speak, and he wanted me to talk to the Marines on raising their standards. The Marines raising their standards. This is an interesting process, right? And he's a great guy. He's a big fan of mine. And he said, what can we do for you? And he said, because, we don't usually have the kind of budget to pay for a person like you. And I said, listen, I'll come in for free. I do government work always for free. And I said, so if it's just a talk, I'll be happy to serve. And he said, well, I got to do something for you. He said, you know what? how about I make arrangements for you to play with all our toys? You know, like shoot some M16s and drive some tanks and fly some Apache helicopters. And I'm like, yes. Man, all the girls listening are going, what are you talking about? But guys understand this. So it was very cool. So I'm very excited. I'm going to go use all these things, and I'm excited about my talk. And he wanted everyone to hear me. And there was a group of 300 men that were out on the survival course that's supposed to be 6 days. And they had been 3 days without food, and they're out literally in the middle of this area. And he decided they didn't want to miss the talk, so he wanted to bring them back for my talk. So I'm standing out there, and I don't know, a couple thousand Marines everywhere I can see, and they're standing there, these 300 guys, in full gear, battle gear, in the hot sun at 12 noon with about 98 degrees, and they've got their black war paint on, and they're holding their M16s in their hands. And I'm thinking, I better do a good job here, you know? And so I thought, oh, my God, I got to make sure my standard's high. So I did my talk with these guys, with them for about 3 hours, supposed to be an hour and a half, and they went for it and I went for it. We just went till we got the result, because it wasn't about the action plan. It was about doing whatever it took to get them where they needed to be. And at the end, I mean, you got chills as these people were doing this incantation that we do called I Am the Voice. It was amazing. Some of you have been to my seminars, you know what I'm talking about. But all these Marines doing this, and the general afterwards, he was driving me in his car, and we're going to go see this Apache helicopter, and I'm juiced, and he's juiced. And he said, you know, Tony, he said, I've never seen anything like that. That is extraordinary. And I said, well, thank you so much, sir. And he said, you know, I got to ask you a question, though. He said, you got them to raise their standards today immensely. And he said, not all of them will keep those standards. But he said, I know some of those men, they were moved today. But I got to tell you, even without you, we get them to raise their standards. He said, in fact, you know, most of these people, most of these men and women have the highest standard today as a Marine that they'll ever have in their life. And he said, it's sad because when they leave this environment, he said, their standards will drop for a lot of them, for the majority of them, Tony. And he said, why do you think that is? Is it because people don't care? Is it because people are basically lazy? Is it because people have to be supervised like children? I mean, why is it that people lower their standards like that? And I said, sir, it's not that people are lazy. It's not that they don't care. It's that most people's lives are a direct reflection of the expectations of their peer group. He looked at me and said, wow, that's heavy. And I thought, yeah, that's good. I should write that down. Right? And I said, let me say that again, sir, so I could remember it, of course. I said, most people's lives are a direct reflection of the expectations of their peer group. Everybody in life has standards for themselves, but we all have certain needs. And one of those needs we talked about earlier is the need for love and connection. One of those needs is the need to feel like we're significant or important to the people around us. And the people that have the power to make us feel loved or unloved, the people we give that power to are the people we call our peers. Now, for some people, the peers are their family. For some people, the peers are their friends at home. For some people, they have their peers at work. But anybody who you care how they feel about you has the power to influence the way you think to some extent. Now, some people are completely influenced by their peers, and some people tend to lead their peers. But everyone is influenced to some extent. And the reason is because we all want this love and connection. So when I say that most people's lives are a direct reflection of the expectations of their peer group, here's what that means. If you have a peer group of people who you care how they feel about you, and they have a lower expectation for what they want for their body, for example. Let's say they're comfortable with being overweight. Then if you have a higher standard, it's going to bother you to see that they're overweight. But because they're your friends, you don't want to make them wrong all the time, and that would feel terrible. You love them. Plus, they don't want to feel like they're not significant either. So they're not going to try and pull you down because they don't love you. They're going to go, hey, it's just one piece of chocolate. Come on, just one more bite. Come on. Oh, stop being so rigid. And all they're doing is trying to make sure they don't lose you. Because everybody senses that if you have a higher standard, that they're not as important. If you have a higher standard, they feel less significant. If you have a higher standard, you might not feel as connected. So people become vested very often in bringing you to a lower standard of where they are. Now, the opposite happens. If you join a group of people that have a higher standard than you have for your life, just to stay in that peer group, you have to raise your standards, don't you? To be a Marine, you got to raise your standards. To be in the airborne, you got to raise your standards, right? If you're going to play that same example I gave you, tennis, and you're playing against people much better than you are, you're going to get better because you have to, just to stay in rapport, just to stay in the game, just for them to want to visit with you. Because otherwise they're going to get bored. And that's true of emotions, that's true of spirit, that's true of economic success, that's true of how much negativity you're willing to put out or not. Whoever you're around, here's the simple thought. Whoever you spend time with is who you become. If you lie down with dogs, you come up with fleas. It's an old phrase, it's another one of those cliches, but it is so true. Because who you spend time with is who you become, because eventually, if you got higher standards, one of two things are going to happen. Either you're going to get them to raise their standards and you're going to lead them to a new level, or you're going to get frustrated, burnout, tired, or going to comply with their standards sooner or later out of your need for love. So in life, here's what you got to do. A lot of people say, yeah, but my peer group's my family. Oh, no. Here's what you got to do. Love your family, pick your peer group, right? Because a lot of family members are not the right people to be influencing how you feel, because a lot of them have their own stuff. So you got to pick your peer group and love your family, because you got to love your family whether they're nice or not. That's just about being a human being, right? So when I say to tap into the seventh power, it's the power of environment. It's the power of picking a peer group that has a higher standard. So if you want to make sure this plan you follow through on really occurs, you got to get somebody else who's already living that way. If you pick a buddy who's also struggling to work out, the two of you will find yourself at Starbucks instead of at the stairs. You can't let that happen. Find somebody who's already succeeding. That's why hiring a coach is so valuable, because you know they can't cop out. That's their job, and you know they live it every day. But if you get somebody who's equally struggling as you are just because they give you good company, I can promise you the two of you are unlikely to hit the ultimate level you're after. You've got to get around people with a higher standard. Now, if you get that person and you take your friend with you, and the two of you have someone who's a higher standard, and you both care how they feel, or you've hired them so you have to follow through, then you got a different game, don't you? Then things are going to actually occur. That's why I so believe in coaching. I mean, my favorite thing is to make sure that when somebody has an immersion program like this, there's someone to walk you through making sure you take action. So I really encourage you to call our company and get yourself a coach. Start out for 90 days. At the end of 90 days, if you're not thrilled, you can end it. But you won't. You'll find these coaches will make a difference in your life long term. Because what coaches are people that have a higher standard, and they have an entire focus to make sure you follow through, and you can't manipulate them. Because they care about you, they care enough to not let you lie to yourself, not distort things. And they'll help you get disturbed if you're not. And they'll do it in a way that's elegant and respectful. They'll help you make these decisions. They basically get you to do these 7 steps on a regular basis instead of you hoping that it works out. So that's why coaching is so valuable. But you've got to create an environment where you are reinforced for doing what it is you're really committed to. You've got to make that happen if you're going to succeed. And by the way, pick an environment that also reinforces you, like we talked about earlier, for the small wins. You got to have somebody that not only will challenge you, but you got to make sure you get rewarded. So if they don't do it for yourself. Like if you're going to learn to play the game of golf, for example, it can be a bit overwhelming unless you focus when you go out and play, not on all the shots you missed, but on the ones you made. If you go out and say, okay, I scored 138 today, and these guys, they hit a 62. This is a bit depressing. It seems overwhelming. So what you got to do is instead, you got to keep track on every hole. You did 2 great putts. You had a great drive. You know, you write down those and you forget the stuff that doesn't matter, because if you keep focusing on the failure, you never get the success. Remember, you can only build on success. And if you got a great peer group, they're going to challenge you, but they also should be able to reinforce you for your progress, not somebody who is so in need of significance themselves that they can't acknowledge you as well. It's an important point to remember. And also remember this, you're going to get off track. You're going to screw up. The secret is not do you fall down. The secret is do you sit there on the ground and cry and complain and talk about how you always do this and you sabotage yourself and tell a story, or do you get your butt back up immediately and start running? And the other thing is, don't make this more complex than it needs to be. I was talking to this woman the other day, and she was majorly overweight, and she was saying, yes, well, I'm going to put my plan together. When I get back home, I'm going to go do research on the very best trainer possible and, make sure that they have all the best distinctions and tools. And, within 2 weeks, I'll get started. I said, ma'am, with all due respect, you're so overweight. You don't need a sculpting genius. You need a big guy behind you to yell, run! Right? That's what you need. You don't need some massive detailed plan. You need some momentum here. Don't be telling yourself this big story. Just go do it. Because that's what this is all about. In the end, it's about doing it. It's about living it. It's about experiencing it. It's about not settling. Figure out who you're going to do that with, though. Who are you going to do it with, or who are you going to share the victory with, or who are you going to tell your commitment to? Make sure you decide that right now. Who will you share this experience with? Who will you commit to? Who will hold you to that standard for real and not let you off the hook? Who will be leading you by example and you will not want to lose face with, so you will follow through even when it's uncomfortable and it's uneasy, and therefore you'll achieve the experience called the real you, where you have the experience of remembering who you really are and having your life reflect it, where your life reflects a person who lives at the edge. And I don't mean the edge of challenge. I mean the edge that reflects someone who is sharp, someone who can make anything they think about happen in their life, someone who knows that it's all about enjoying your life and producing the results. It's not about talking about the story about why it didn't happen, it can't happen now, and all the reasons. Give up the story, go for the results. Take this RPM plan you've created and turn it into reality and start to experience the pride that comes when you're one of those people that doesn't have to explain why they aren't achieving, but who gets to share the joy of what you've accomplished, and you can share with other people how you did it because you're conscious in your process. See, that's a life that's fun. That's a life at the edge. That's a life that's extraordinary. So I hope this results workshop has moved you forward. And if you didn't do some of the steps, go back and do them. The way you get results is doing things, not just listening to things. And if you got to listen to this 10 times to get yourself to do it, do it. But get yourself to take the action. And once you do this, now we can start with this as the foundation. Anything else we teach, you can follow through. You know why? Now you've got a system every day to look at this, a system to feel the gratitude and fill back up with the emotions that will move you forward, a system to put your body in a peak state so you feel that sense of will, a system that every morning will start your life where you feel successful because you know you've already achieved first thing in the morning, a system that will get you connected and loving yourself, a system that will get you focused on what you want and why you want it and the actions to make it work, and all that happens within an hour. And now you got a system here that if you're not following through, you can go through these 7 steps, you can listen to this tape, you can kick yourself in the butt, tell yourself the truth, get the plan, make it happen, and make it fun. Now, today, I want you to go do those 2 things you wrote down you were going to do. Do them right away and really acknowledge yourself. It's my privilege to be your coach. I thank you for taking this journey with me, and I look forward to being with you tomorrow. God bless you, and live with passion. So, if relationships are so important, why don't we always magnify our emotions? Well, we do. The only question is which emotions. If you get in a relationship with somebody whose primary psychology, their primary emotions they experience on a regular basis are fear and rage and worry and frustration and jealousy and envy, and you get in a relationship with that person and you have a lot of dominant negative emotions, let me tell you what's going to happen. 2 people with negative emotions are going to magnify their negative emotions. Now, if your predominant emotions are positive, if they're love and excitement and passion and compassion and honor, right? If it's peace, if it's centeredness, and you're with somebody else, you will augment each other. You'll magnify those good feelings. And most people are not so extreme that they're just one or the other, are they? So for most people, their relationship is the place of their greatest pleasures and their deepest pains. The secret, the real secret to relationship is this. You got to understand a relationship is a place you go to give, not a place you go to get. See, as long as you're going to a relationship trying to figure out what you can get out of it, then what you really have is a transaction, not a relationship. You're trying to figure out I gave this percentage. I gave 50%. They got to get 50%. When you start measuring how much you give in a relationship, the relationship's over. You now have a transaction, right? Because a relationship is about unlimited sharing. A relationship is about unlimited giving. And when you share at that level, you magnify all that's good. But when it becomes about who's done what, when a relationship is driven by rules and not by love, a relationship begins to die. Everybody needs certain rules in order to feel comfortable, to meet their values. But the more rules you have, the more pain you have in a relationship. I remember seeing years ago on CNN, they did this little story about the Gerber food people, and they were shooting a commercial. And the commercial had, if I remember right, like 5 families that had quintuplets. And it was really interesting because they were different ages. Most of them were babies, but there was this one guy whose kids were, I don't know, the quintuplets I think at this stage were probably 4 or 5 years old. And he was maybe 30 years old, but he looked like he was 50. And he was already balding, and he looked really beat up. And I remember the interviewer going up to him and saying, what do you have? What can you tell us about what you've learned by having 5 kids simultaneously? He looked in the camera and he said, don't have too many rules. And the interviewer said, well, what do you mean? He goes, with 5 kids, if you have too many rules, they're always breaking something. You're always in reaction. You should have the least amount of rules possible in order to raise these kids. And I thought that's so true in life. Most upsets are because people have so many ways that people can be upset. So many things that can make things go off kilter. If we know the purpose of relationship is to magnify, we got to decide to magnify only the good. And we will still screw up. But if we make a conscious decision that our relationships are really about magnifying the good in the person we love, and it's a place we're going to give, then we're going to receive tenfold. It's the law of life that we all know. So the question then is, why doesn't that happen? And the answer is because we get hooked. We get triggered by things that have happened in our past, as we've already described, and part of that has to do with the nature of human beings. I mentioned earlier on one of our tapes that everybody has the same needs. Everybody. I don't care where you come from in the world. I've had the privilege now of traveling literally and working with people from more than 75 nations. I've worked with 2.5 million people over the last 23 years. I've seen every kind of relationship you can imagine. Worked with just about every kind of person you can imagine. And during that time, I've been able to see that people have the same needs. They have different goals, different values, different rules, but the same needs. We all need certainty, remember? We need that feeling that we can be comfortable, that we can avoid pain, we can gain pleasure. We all have a need for variety, for uncertainty, for surprise, right? For challenge. It's what makes our lives exciting and juicy. We all have a need to feel significant, to feel important, to feel unique, to feel special, to feel like we're needed. Everybody has that need. The only question you have is how you go about meeting it. Do you demand it, or do you give it? Or do you just notice it's there and appreciate it within yourself? Everybody has a need to connect and to feel love. Everybody has it. Everybody has a need to grow, as we've already said, and to contribute. Those 6 needs must be met by all human beings. But here's what's interesting. We don't all pursue these needs the same way. Some people try to meet all their needs by doing it just through their job. And so they have no real intimate relationships because all their focus is about how to be significant by achieving. And connection is kind of a secondary thing that eventually they'll get to. And these people usually end up unbelievably unhappy later in life, if not already. Some people think everything is about relationship, just my one single love relationship. But then if that relationship gets in trouble, they have no life. So if you spend any time with me in coaching in any of their tape programs, I'll walk you through these needs in more detail. For now, just know that relationships are about meeting each other's needs. If you can help your partner in life to feel certain that by being in a relationship with you, they're going to feel comfort, they're going to feel joy, they're going to feel love. If you can help them experience more variety by being in a relationship with you, cool surprises, learning, growing, challenge, stimulation. If you can help that partner to feel totally special and unique, and you mean it, where you really value them and you see the unique qualities they have. Everybody's got unique challenges, but they're unique qualities. And you appreciate them and you acknowledge them so the person feels it. If you can really connect on a regular basis, if you can relate, if you can share, if you can get them to share, if you can cause by your association, by your relatedness, both of you to grow and contribute, then you will be in a relationship that is legendary. But if your relationship is one in which you want out, it's because many of these are missing. You don't feel important to that person. You don't feel significant. You don't feel special. You don't feel unique. You don't feel like you matter. That's the first thing that starts to break it down. You don't feel connection because they won't share something. You want them to share, but they won't share. Or there's dishonesty, which shuts down any kind of connection. Or you feel bored. There's no variety. We keep doing the same things. There's no growth. There's no contribution. Right? Or you're in a position where you're not certain. At any moment, they could leave you. These things create stress in a relationship. But here's what really creates the stress. All human beings share the same fears. The primary fears of all human beings are the following. Number 1, that we're not enough. And number 2, that we won't be loved. And let me explain to you why. I kind of started into this on one of the earlier tapes. I don't know if you recall, but let me give you a little reminder. Every human being who's ever been to therapy knows that something happened at some stage of their life that made them feel like they're not significant or they may not be loved, and they live with that fear forever. You don't need to go to a therapist. Let me just tell you. You've got lots of those experiences. And the reason is because human beings have something rather unique in their makeup. It has to do with the way in which we're raised. In the animal kingdom, most animals are not dependent upon another animal, whether it be a mother, father, brother, or sister. They're not totally dependent upon another animal for a long period of time. If you're a bird, you're kicked out of the nest in a few days or a few weeks. If you're a snake, you're a turtle, you're dropped off and you fend for yourself in the first moment. There's nobody around. You got to step up, right? But if you're a human being, you're one of the few creatures on Earth, like primates, that's one of the other creatures like this, that have a long period of time in which your survival revolves around a total dependency upon another human being putting your needs ahead of their own. See, as human beings, we weren't born with some special venom or special incisor teeth or claws. Our evolutionary advantage is our ability to relate to each other, to share, and through that to share ideas, thoughts, feelings, emotions, and produce an extraordinary advantage in life. That's why we as a species have flourished. But you know what? Leave us alone, and how do we do? If a baby is left alone, it dies. A human baby. Why? They get something called failure to thrive syndrome. If a baby is not stroked, isn't physically loved, isn't given, as the doctors say, tactile stimulation, also known as love, then the baby has failure to thrive syndrome. They can't explain it, the baby dies. Love is a need that is so deep within us. It is a survival instinct, and without it, we die. That's how important it is. But here's what's unique about human beings. That makes your mother, and hopefully your father, but not always fathers, always mothers, have to love you if they're biochemically healthy. The reason is all women, when they're pregnant, have something called oxytocin that flows in their body. And what this hormone does is it makes this mom have to love the child even when the child is butt ugly. Right? Immediately, this child who looks like a lizard is the most attractive thing on the face of the earth. Now, what's interesting, he's got all this fat around him. It's the last time someone will say you're cute when you got fat around you. He burps, and it's wonderful. He throws up, it's okay, baby, we love you. Right? Doesn't matter what you do. You are loved. And guess what? It's a good thing. Because all you got to do is make a little noise, and everybody jumps to meet your needs. I mean, anything you needed, it was going to show up. When's the last time you felt that way about your life? Right? So what happened was your survival depended upon it. Now, some fathers do leave in various cultures of the world because they don't have oxytocin. Most fathers, the connection, the sense that their life is more significant than themselves, that there's this being that's been brought in the world through them causes them to be connected. But that's an emotional, spiritual thing. It's not necessarily biochemical. So that's why women, if they're healthy, just don't leave. Now, here's what's interesting. As I said earlier, there's a point when this oxytocin leaves. When that stuff wears off, ooh, the stuff hits the fan, doesn't it? Suddenly, the same stuff you used to do, you get a swat for, or a harsh word, or ignored. You know, suddenly there's all these rules that have to happen before you get love, which is your substance of survival. Think about it. You have to do something significant now. Before you have to do anything, not just you have to act a certain way, good or bad. If you don't get attention for doing good things as a child, you'll do bad things. And by the way, adults are just big children, so that you have the same patterns at some level. And so what happens is you learn. And by the way, how long is this dependency for most people? It's not like other animals. It's not a few weeks. It's not a few months. It's 5, 10, 15, 20, these days 35 years of total dependency before somebody finally gets it. So we live in a world where we become connection freaks because we know if someone doesn't care for us, if we're not significant enough, if we can't generate enough love, we're not going to survive. So while you may remember having gone to your therapist this one time when your father or mother said something or another child said something or somebody dumped you or they didn't give you the love you deserve, and that's why today you have this inferiority thing. That's why today you have this fear of not being enough. That's why you don't feel loved. That's why you can't be intimate. Bull. It's because you're human. All of us have it. Some of us indulge in it. Some of us live there. Other people discipline it and say, when that comes up, hey, here's the truth. I can love myself. Here's the truth. I love my Creator. My Creator loves me. Here's the truth. This problem is not a problem. I just need to reconnect with this person. But you got to understand that this creates a situation in most intimate relationships of pain. Because the minute someone looks like they aren't loving you or they're not treating you as significant enough, the fear of the loss of love, the fear that you're going to die emotionally comes up. And what most people do when that fear shows up is they try to get out first. They either try to hurt the other person because they figure if they can hurt them, they'll be in a position where they won't feel so bad. They take their fear and they push it out. Or they hurt themselves. They go inside and get depressed, feeling like there's nothing they can do and their world's going to end. Or they distract themselves through drugs or alcohol or television or overworking, something else that'll make them feel good in the moment so they don't have to worry about the fact that maybe they feel insignificant. Or they find a big problem and they say, you know, I really would be significant. I really would be worthy of love. That's what they're saying unconsciously, except this thing happened. If it wasn't for this thing, I'd be okay. See, still love me. I have a significant problem. I'll love you. Some people get that love by just giving love to other people even when the person physically abuses them because they're so afraid of losing the feeling that they're significant or loved. At least if I'm being beat, at least if I'm getting attention, maybe there's still a chance for love. Or the achiever's approach. If I make enough money, if I accomplish enough, if I achieve enough, then people will notice I'm important and eventually I'll feel loved. Maybe I'll get the love. It is the basis of the psyche of human beings. So now, since most of us have no clue what's driving us, we have no clue what beliefs and rules are controlling us, and we've modeled most of this as a mismatch of experience that we never really thought through consciously. We've never been through a date with destiny type of program where we help people define what they want, how they want it, what the rules need to be to achieve what they want, and rewire themselves. Most people have no training whatsoever. and on what's driving them as a human being. They don't know why they do what they do. They just got these things that they do, and they don't understand it. They're in reaction. They're just trying to get the job done. And you put two of these people together, and you wonder why we have a situation where there's so much pain out there. Take into account also you have people, two types of people, males and females, who biochemically are different and therefore think differently. Some males are more feminine in their energy. Some males are more male in their energy. Same thing with women. But those energies have a different focus. Masculine energy is about achieving, completing, breaking through, experiencing freedom. And feminine energy is about connection and love. And we both have both energies in our body. The question is, which one do you develop the most? And they're so different that they by themselves create conflicts. But let's do one thing right now, because in a few moments we're going to talk about the most important principle in creating a relationship. But before we even do that, I want you to turn off this program in a second. Just turn it off for a moment. And when you do, I want you to write down a game plan of what you're going to do so that you really love yourself. And I don't want you to hear the story of, I can't love myself, I never love myself, it's not a perfect. Forget all the stories. The only thing keeping you from getting what you deserve and what you want is your story about why you can't do it. So put the story aside. Give yourself this gift. If you were going to really cherish yourself, if you were going to really let yourself know you really love yourself, what would your action plan be? And by the way, how important is it for you to feel that you love yourself? I mean, if you don't, can you really love anybody else really 100%? Do you really think you have the ability to give if you don't have that love for yourself? And let me tell you the good news. You do have that love for yourself, otherwise you wouldn't be alive. You would have taken your life, you'd be gone. So don't say, I don't love myself. That's just something you may have said over and over again. Let's just be more demonstrative. So I want you to create an action plan. What are you going to do? You say, I'm going to take 2 minutes in the morning for the next 7 days. I'm going to do this stupid thing Robbins said. No one will know. I'm going to look in the mirror and I'm going to say a little incantation over it. I'm going to look at myself and go, I love you. I love you. And you say your name, look right in your eyes. I love you. Let me tell you what I love about you. I love your commitment to people. I love your caring heart. And say your names. And I'd say, Tony, I love your caring heart. I love your commitment to people. Tony, I love your playfulness. I love that you're off the wall. I love that you're willing to do whatever it takes to help people. I love that you're so committed to be strong physically and healthy. I love your love for God. I love, and look in your own eyes. Because then it's not just saying, I love you, I love you, I love you. It's giving real reasons. It's like when you give someone a compliment in a relationship, little tip, don't just say, you're great, you're awesome. That wears off real quick because people think, you're just blowing smoke. But if you can say, you know what's really great about you? Or you know what I love about you? I have to tell you, I noticed this and this and this. I created a relationship, when I first went to work with the San Antonio Spurs. I had a bit of a challenge because at the time I first went to work for them, they had a guy on the team named Dennis Rodman. So getting a relationship with Dennis Rodman when you're a white guy and you're taking his free time and making him sit for 3 hours in a seminar is sometimes a bit challenging. But the way I got it with him was with sincere compliments. I had brought a group of kids down the night before as part of my payment to train these guys at the Spurs was to take kids on mentoring and for the Spurs to meet them and maybe give them autographs. Dennis was the only one after the game that stood around and signed autographs from everyone else, and I noticed it. And so when I got up, I said, Dennis, I know you're outrageous. I know you're crazy. I know you're one of the best players in the league. I know a lot of people get upset with you, and I know there are things that they probably have a right to be upset. But I got to tell you something I really respect about you. You were such a class act. You're the only person last night, and I'm not telling other people they're wrong, but you're the only person that made sure every one of those kids got attention. That was the coolest thing, and I just want to thank you. And I didn't wait for him to notice. I just went on. And a couple of times it is, and you should have seen him, even Dennis Rodman, sprout up, who'd been like, putting his glasses on. He tore the notebook up I had, threw it on the piece of paper on the ground, and stood there with his arms folded. But saw the arms unfold because we all want to be loved. We all want to be significant. Now, we don't want bull. We don't want somebody to lie to us. We don't want fake things, but a sincere compliment gets us. So how about starting with yourself? Because if you can give them yourself, you'll be able to give them to other people. So that's one thing. That's one assignment. In fact, if you did nothing else on this tape, I'm going to ask you to do that for the next 7 days. That you take 2 minutes and you sincerely compliment yourself each morning and look directly in the mirror. You go, yeah, but what if my spouse or somebody else is around and they see this stuff? Inspire them. Make it playful. Have fun with it. But I'd like you to do right now is turn off the tape, and I want you to write what else besides that will you do that'll get you to feel that love. Because if you have that love already, you're not going to have a fear of losing it. And when you don't have the fear of losing your primary fear, when that primary fear is gone because you know you can't ever be not enough because you're enough for yourself, you can't ever lose the love because you're giving it to yourself, or you've connected with God and you know that's everlasting love, whatever works, then you don't have to react in relationship when someone says something that makes you feel like, well, maybe they don't think I'm significant, or they act like they may not be there for you, may not love you. You don't have to overreact. And when you're no longer overreacting, the quality of your relationships transforms. Does this make sense to you? Then turn this tape off now and write a list of at least 10 things you're going to do to teach yourself, to learn, to appreciate, to acknowledge what a great human being you are and how much you love yourself. Please take the time to do that right now. Turn off the tape. Okay, welcome back. I hope you took the time to really do this. If you didn't, please stop the tape and go back and do this, because you can't love anybody else. Really give love to them if you haven't loved yourself first. And we all know that intellectually, but when you begin to do things for yourself that demonstrate beyond a shadow of a doubt that you love yourself, all of a sudden you're not in a place of scarcity. And see, when you're in scarcity, it's really hard to attract somebody who's full, because, like attracts like. When you feel full of love, you can't believe all of a sudden there's this abundance. It's like in life, when you're barely surviving financially, no one will help you. And when suddenly you're rich, everybody gives you stuff for free. And you go, no, I want to pay for it. No, we don't want to pay for it. Man, when I was starving, they wouldn't give me a meal. Now everybody wants to pay for my meal, take me someplace, give me something, tickets, fly here, do there. It's bizarre, but it's a law of life. Water seeks its own level. Like attracts like. So you must become in your soul, in your feeling, in your emotions, that which you want. And if you do that, it's easy. It flows. It's natural. Now, what were the things you put down? And what were the patterns? Did you notice any of them? Were some of the patterns things you would do for yourself as a demonstration that you loved yourself? Were they auditory things you said to yourself? Were they things you did that caused you to be around other people that would love you? These need to be primary patterns people have. For example, the people here in the studio, by the way, if you're ever in one of these studios when I'm doing one of these tapes, you become one of my laboratory subjects, like a guinea pig. But seriously, the people here had a couple of interesting things. One young lady said that she used to, years ago, have this great pattern, which she kept journals, usually about 4 or 5 times a week. But at the end of her journal, she would always write who I love and who I want to send loving blessings to. And then she would always end it by saying, I love you, her name is Pamela, I love you, Pamela, XOXO, every single time. And she said the act of writing that down every single time, blessing herself and making sure she loved herself, anchored it in her body so real, and she hadn't done it for a long time, and she misses that feeling. Another example she gave is she just recently created a collage where she cut out a phrase that said, how do I love thee, let me count the ways. And then she's been adding to that list, and she said the great thing is every time I write down another thing I love about myself, she says that page in my planner, I read all the other ones again. And so it stacks the emotion of all the reasons I love myself, which, by the way, is really great. Because this isn't just I love you or you're great. Remember, when you give someone a great compliment, you want to be as specific as possible. Well, that's true of yourself as well. Another thing that she does that we do in our seminars is we have people at the end of some of our intensive programs. Like if you go to our Life Mastery program, it's 9 days of total immersion that we do in Hawaii, that we do once a year. And then people come back 6 months later to do a program, usually in Palm Springs or Florida, and then they do another program after that 6 months later on Wealth Mastery. And they can do that anywhere in the world. So we get to see people through time. And what we do is at the peak of their emotion, when they've made these great changes in their life, and they're in the best physical shape they've ever been in, the best emotional state, and they know they're on target financially, in those moments, we then have to stop and say, now give yourself real wealth. Write yourself this love letter. Write as if it was God was coming through your hand, as if you had no filters about being appropriate. As if, I can brag about my son or daughter, and I mean it. I can talk about how great they are, how much I love them, how special and unique they are. And there's no hesitancy. So write about yourself the way your parents could write about you, or God would write about you. And so you have people write this, but the best part is we seal it, and then we send it to them 6 months later when you're in another state, another thought, another place. And it's very emotional. I personally wrote a letter like this to myself almost 10 years ago, and I picked up an old book from my library, and there was the letter in there unopened. And I opened the thing up, and I read it, and I cried. It was just so emotional. It anchored me back to that place. So these are all great demonstrative ways. Another thing she said she's going to do is she said, every morning she spends so much time working on her hair in front of the mirror. She goes, that's a great time to look in your own eyes and send love to yourself, or kind of flirt with yourself, say, hey, you're pretty hot, that kind of thing. And while it sounds silly, it creates a playful state with yourself. And lastly, she said, working out. Whenever she works out consistently, she feels so good about herself that she feels like she's really giving to herself. And it's ironic that most of us don't work out because we think, I don't have the time, or, that'll make me stressed out. The truth is, not working out creates 10 times more stress. That's why that hour of power is so important. Another person here said that what they really do is they kind of pull the covers up around their friends when they want to feel loved. And that metaphor for this man means that if he's feeling kind of down or lonely or sad, instead of just sitting there by himself, he calls 2 or 3 friends and he doesn't even tell them he's feeling sad. He just talks to them about their lives and what's going on. And the warmth that they feel for him, the love and the friendship they share, just instantaneously transforms him. And he feels that love, even if they don't have an explicit conversation about that. It's a great strategy. Because so many people say they feel alone, but they don't reach out. I was in a prison recently, and I was there with a man who's been locked up since 1951. And we have programs in prison systems all across the country. In fact, recently, talk about impact of relationships, we had a study that was done, a follow-up study, that showed the recidivism rate has decreased massively in a variety of prisons, and it's being published by the Journal of Prisons. But the point is, I went back to see a group of these men, and one of them, if you can imagine being in jail since 1951, I mean, he was just a boy. We hadn't been to the moon, no color TVs, computers, didn't exist unless they were the biggest, buildings. I mean, it's a very different world, and he's been locked up all this time, and he hadn't had one communication from anyone in more than 17 years. And after I worked with him, I said, this is ridiculous. You're isolating yourself. And so a month later, he wrote me a letter, and he said, I've already had 17 letters from people who we've reached out and communicated with, and he's so happy. He felt so excited, and it inspired him. One relationship led to another, and pretty soon he said, you know what, I'm changing my identity. I'm not a con. Even though I've got 12 more years in here, he said, I feel more free today than I've ever felt my entire life. And he said, I decided somebody on the outside, the difference between them and a con is that they own real estate. So he decided to use his relationships to negotiate an incredible deal on a small piece of raw land that was dirt cheap, literally dirt cheap, and now he's a real estate owner. He's not a convict. He feels so different about his life. But all this came from putting himself in a new circle, a new place in which he felt valued, he felt loved, he felt appreciated. But you got to go first. We all want people to come to us. You got to initiate first. So this is a great strategy. Another person here used their hour of power. They said they take an hour in the morning just to meditate and be, to walk around. Another man here said that he'd love to get up in the morning and just take a little time before anybody else wakes up, have his coffee, and send some emails to friends who he never really finds time to talk to. But he feels like he can connect with them then. He can wake up the next morning and see their responses and have that sense of connection, even though the time zones they're on are so different. Another simple thing to do is just to go places you love. One of the men here said that if he would just in the middle of the day, instead of sitting at his desk and having lunch there, he'd be so much more productive if he really just took that hour and went away and went to a nice place. He loves going to the Gaslamp District. He loves the idea of going to the ocean, going to the pier, because those are places that nurture him. And you come back and there's so much more of you to give to your work and to your environment. We live in an age where most of us are trying to be so efficient that we've lost the emotion that makes us effective. And that emotion comes from having a great relationship with ourselves, where we feel nurtured by ourselves. And, sometimes you got to do things like just hug yourself, as silly and stupid as that may sound. Really touching yourself. I mean, you got to think about what would you do for someone else, though? You give them a hug. You pat them on the back. One of the things I'll do sometimes is, I'll do something on stage, or I'll do something off, and I do something I just know is extraordinary. And I'll reach back and pat myself on the back and smile, and, to kind of make fun of it. But I'm like, yeah, that was awesome. I don't give a darn if anybody else notices. I noticed. That was kick butt. Because part of the challenge in life is that most of us are not busy looking around to acknowledge other people. So if you don't acknowledge yourself sincerely for doing things that are unique or special or just being loving, you're not going to feel that feeling that you deserve. And the more you give these feelings of love to yourself, the more whole you'll be, the more centered you'll be, the better person you'll be in a relationship. You'll have something to give instead of going there to get. And you know what? You'll be more selective. Guess who? Yes, I'm back. Welcome to day 3. This is your buddy, Tony Robbins, here to coach you to the next level. Listen, congratulations on continuing the program. I'm really impressed. Today, I want to talk to you about what I think may be one of the most important, if not the most important areas of your life. An area of your life that, when it's handled, can give you the greatest amount of joy and love and ecstasy that you've ever imagined, and probably is most of the peaks of your life have some aspect of this in your life. And then, of course, if it's handled ineffectively, this is the place of pain. This is the place where people really feel themselves devastated. This is the place where life seems to lose its meaning. So the area we're going to talk about, of course, is that vehicle of life, that thing we focus on called relationship. And if you handle it well, my God, I mean, when you're in love, when you feel that connection, when you feel that bond, when you feel that sense of oneness with somebody, what's that like? I mean, what can really compete with it? You know, making money might be nice, achieving something's wonderful, but if you do it alone, it's worthless. If you don't have someone to share that joy with, what's it like? At the same time, being upset with yourself is one thing, but when you got someone else to be upset with, boy, you can really do a number, can't you? You can really get yourself upset. You can really get yourself wired. You can make yourself feel massively inferior or massively superior, angry, upset, frustrated, hurt, devastated, right? You can do just about anything to yourself you want with this vehicle called relationship. And I call it a vehicle because we forget that relationship is a way of relating, that it's a process. It's not a fixed thing in time, that it's always changing, it's always moving. In fact, one of the challenges we have as human beings is we all want to get things done. You know, we want to have the whole thing done. We want to get all that financial stuff handled so we never have to work again. Of course, if you never worked again, you'd be totally unfulfilled. And I can tell you that because I had the privilege at a very young age to achieve that. I don't have to work anymore. But everyone I know who never has to work again usually works harder. They're just doing what they love now. Their focus is on doing things because they want to, not because they have to. But most of us think we want to reach this level where we can just stop. When you stop, you begin to die. I mean, there are two laws of life, and they're so fundamental, and they're true of everything, and they're certainly true of relationship. And that is everything in life must grow, because if it doesn't grow, it what? It dies. And that's true of a relationship. That's true of your body. That's true of your mind. That's true of a plant. That's true of anything in the universe. You grow or you die. When you're green, you grow. When you're ripe, you rot. When you start thinking it's over, it is over. So you can't look for a fixed time when all of a sudden your finances, your body, your relationships are done. It's never done. Your body is a constant challenge to constantly improve and strengthen and make powerful and passionate so you can live life at the highest level and have that edge we're talking about, have that extraordinary quality of life. And the same thing is true of a relationship. You know, most of us have got so many things going. We want a relationship to just be handled. But if it was just handled, you wouldn't have to grow. You wouldn't have to expand. You wouldn't have what you deserve in your life. You wouldn't have that little bit of resistance when you need it. And you wouldn't have that comfort when you needed the reinforcement. And most importantly, you wouldn't have love. You wouldn't have the deepest level of love, the level that you're able to share, whether it be with your creator or with your children or with your lover or your best friend. I mean, that's what relationship's all about. The second law of the universe is you must contribute. Because if you don't find a way to contribute in meaningful ways, you're eliminated. That's a law of life. That's a law of the universe. Anything that doesn't contribute eventually is eliminated by evolution, if not by something else. So in our lives, for you and I to feel fulfilled, we've got to grow, we've got to contribute. And we've got to contribute in a way that we feel has some kind of meaning. If we don't do that, it doesn't matter how much someone else loves us, we won't be happy with ourselves. So a relationship is a place that we go to sculpt our souls, to sculpt our spirit, to sculpt our emotion, and to enjoy life to the fullest. And when it's handled properly, it is the most incredible joy, pleasure, excitement possible. And when it's handled poorly, oh boy, is it pain, isn't it? I know you've been both places. I sure have. So the secret is we need to look at three things. First, let's talk about how do you create an extraordinary relationship. An extraordinary relationship, not a good one, not an excellent one, one that's really outstanding. Now, I don't care whether you're starting from scratch or you have one you're already in and you want to create it or recreate it, rejuvenate it into an extraordinary relationship. The principles are basically the same. The second thing we want to talk about is how do you deal with the inevitable challenges that show up in any relationship. They're going to be there because when you got people who have different values, different ways of looking at life, different rules, you're going to have conflicts. It's a matter of time. And no matter how much you love somebody, it's going to show up at times. Some conflicts are small, some are huge. That has more to do with the personalities and the rules and the values of the people involved. And then thirdly, how do you nurture and expand this relationship geometrically? How do you make sure that that growth factor is absolutely there? You not just create a relationship, but you keep expanding it so that that fulfillment is a spiral that moves up as opposed to entropy showing up, which shows up in most things, doesn't it? Things begin to just naturally break down. If you aren't moving forward, it's moving backwards. That's just gravity. It's the way life works. So now, if we're going to do this, you might start by saying, well, where are you now? Because we've talked each day about this concept of having the ability to close the gap. I mean, how do you create an extraordinary life? You close the gap between where you are and where you want to be. The secret to closing the gap is first be honest with yourself that there is one. In almost any area of your life, there's a gap. If you're healthy, because a healthy person is always looking to make it better. They may love where they are, but they want more. more love, more connection, more intimacy, more spirit, more playtime. Someone who's going to listen more, feel more, want to give more. We all want more if we're healthy and growing and expanding. It's the nature of a quality life. So where's the gap in your relationship is going to be the first question we're going to really look at here. So maybe we should start by saying, where are you now? I mean, there's really only two positions people are in, right? You're either in a relationship right now or you're not in one. Now, if we're talking about intimate relationship as an example. So if you're not in a relationship, there's really two perspectives. Either A, you want one, but you don't have one. And the question is, if that's true, why? And the answer I can tell you right now. If you really want a relationship and you don't have one, it's simply because you have mixed emotions about what a relationship will mean. You want a relationship because you know what I mean, love and connection and intimacy, but on the other hand, you don't want a relationship at some level because you know, oh my God, I don't have the time, the energy, I've had fights and frustrated, I don't want to feel like a failure, I don't want to have the thing not work out, I don't want to have somebody disappoint me again. So the truth is, if you're not in a relationship, there's one reason. It's not a must to be in a relationship. As I said on the first tape, it's probably a must for you not to get hurt. And if you're going to be in a relationship, let me tell you the good news up front, you're going to get hurt. But at the same time, you're going to probably hurt other people without meaning to. That's part of the nature of life. You can't have joy without having pain sometimes. Everything in life has its reciprocal. You can't only have one dimension of life. It's like saying, I want the rainbow but no storm. I mean, it's part of life. And what you learn to do, those that have an extraordinary life, are people that learn to enjoy the storm as much as the rainbow, have learned to find the value in the storm, the beauty in the storm. I mean, that's when all that rain comes down that some people are upset about, the plants are gobbling it up and loving it. Sometimes you got to be a plant. Sometimes you got to be a seagull. You got to change perspectives. So if you're not in a relationship, either A, you want one, and we described what's there, or B, you don't want one. And you're clear about that, in which case it's obvious what the problem is. You've associated so much pain to relationship that even your natural drive for connection is being shunted. And the sad part about this is eventually this creates even more pain than if you're in a relationship, for sure. Because we all have a deep emotional, spiritual, psychological need to connect at the deepest level. We have a need for this intimacy. It's not something we want. It's something we have to have. So we'll have to deal with those negative associations. And not we. You will have to deal with it, actually. I would just like to help, right? And you got to do it sooner or later, and you probably wouldn't be listening to this tape unless you really were ready. The second position you could be in is you're in a relationship, and then there's three perspectives. Either A, you want more from it, which, by the way, would be natural no matter how great the relationship is. B, you want out of it. That's the other side, the other extreme, but you're not quite sure how to navigate it, or you can't, or why aren't you out of it? If you want more, that's natural. If you want out of it, it's because you associate a lot of pain to it. If you're not out of it, though, it's because you associate pain to leaving. You see, relationship is all about emotional association. It's not about the real thing. We don't really respond to life anymore. We respond to what we associate to life. Somebody said something, and then we decide what that means. That means they don't care, they don't love me, they don't... And we go off on a tangent because most of us are not responding to what's happening in the moment. We're responding to our past. And when someone does something that resembles pain from our past, boy, we run quick. Not only do we run, but we often tend to fire off the old feeling and pretend that's what's happening now. One of the secrets to a great relationship is learning that this is not that. That the person you're with right now in this moment deserves to have a fresh slate, and you deserve to have a fresh slate with them. Because what really messes up a relationship is walking in with all these wounds. It's like if I took your arm right now and I rubbed my hand across your forearms back and forth like this, and just rubbed it, for most people that wouldn't hurt at all. But if you got a big scab there that's really, really wounded and it's not even fully covered, and I come back with a little cat hair and touch it, you're going to jump out of your skin. And you're going to go, you know what, this relationship is horrible. No, it's not the relationship. It's the condition you're bringing to the relationship. And the condition is you're bringing the past. So one of the things that you want to look at is if you are in a position like this where you are pushing away a relationship or you're in a relationship that you want to get out of, one of the things to look at is, are you making this person into someone else? Are you responding to them as if they're your mother or your father or your brother or that horrible person that you would have done anything to get out of a relationship with, but you stayed there too long? Are you, out of your fear, magnifying the situation? Are you adding a meaning that really isn't accurate? If you master the meanings of your life and you don't make things more than they are, relationship becomes much more delightful. Because what happens for most of us is we make things bigger than they are. In fact, almost all stress comes from making things more important than they really are. You go, oh, this means, no, it doesn't mean this. It's kind of like the story about Sigmund Freud. One of the big conventions that he held to teach all these other psychoanalysts the process that he was teaching through Freudian psychology, he's sitting in the back, and while another speaker is speaking, he's smoking a big stogie, a big cigar. And many of these therapists are looking back and staring, and they get fixated. And you can see some of them become visibly upset because they're thinking, listen, this is the guy that teaches about oral fixation. He's sitting here sucking on a cigar. And so most people would never dare say anything. And when Freud got up, he's a very powerful man, and he begins to speak. And when they finally get the questions and answers, this one man could not hold himself back. He raised his hand, young man stood up, and he said, Dr. Freud, he said, would you mind explaining to us how you, sir, the man who's describing the problems of oral fixation, could be sitting back in the back of this very room smoking a big cigar, sucking on a cigar, sir? And Freud was very calm. He looked at the young man. He pulled out a new cigar. He lit it up, put it in his mouth, took a big puff, blew it out, and said, Sir, sometimes a cigar is just a cigar. Sometimes we make up stuff. You did this, therefore it means that. No, sometimes these things have no relationship whatsoever. And learning how to ask yourself a new question can change your life. So I'll go right into a principle before I do anything else, because as long as we're talking about it, let's hit it. You say, okay, Tony, well, you've helped me to understand where conflicts might come from, but what's the solution? Good question. The solution first is an awareness and appreciation of what this is all about. When things start to happen in a relationship, you got to first take a look and say, okay, right now if I'm starting to react, what's really triggering this is fear. When people say, I'm stressed about this, stress is a code word for fear. And the fear that's the deepest is if you don't achieve this, if they don't do this, if they don't respond that way, if they don't like this, if they don't respect this, if this doesn't happen, then you're not enough and you won't be loved and therefore you will die. This is the basis. So the way you make your relationships work is you first create a great relationship with yourself. You first got to learn to love yourself. Because if you're going to a relationship to get that instead of to give that love, then you're going to be with two people that are starving trying to take each other's food. And, that's the definition of hell, right? All that you're looking for is inside you. So the way you create relatedness is you start with you. And the way you start with you is you got to say to yourself, what do I love about myself? What is worth loving within myself? And you got to create an action plan, as I said earlier, that can allow you to start to feel that. And the way to do that is to ask a simple question. If I want someone to feel totally loved by me, what would I do? What would I do? Because actions speak louder than words, right? Well, you might say, I'd tell them I love them, and I'd say it in a certain tone of voice. When's the last time you looked in your own eyes in the mirror and said, I love you? Really looked and said it and meant it. People go, I can't go on doing that stuff, staring in the mirror. I'm done with these tapes. You're getting a little over the edge, boy. No. When's the last time you really did that? For that matter, when's the last time you looked into someone else's eyes who you're around all the time and stopped and just focused and said, I love you through your eyes and face, not just with the words? We all know we can't give to other people what we haven't given to ourselves. There's nothing to give. You can't go in empty and expect to fill somebody else up, and you sure as heck can't go to a relationship always empty and expect that that person's going to feel good about being related to you. They're going to feel like you're a taker, not a giver. So fill yourself up. What else would you do if you wanted someone to know you love them? You might do things for them. You might take some special time for them. What are you going to do for yourself? What special time could you take for yourself? What else would you do if you really, really adored somebody? What else would you do? You might tell other people how great they are. You go, well, can I tell other people how great I am? Yeah, you can if you do it elegantly. You absolutely can. As long as you do it with a little smile on your face and go, well, I'm pretty good. Can I tell you what I did? Because I want to hear what you do. I'm just learning to acknowledge myself. You know what? If you do it and you're not full of yourself, you're just acknowledging the truth, it inspires other people. But if you do it and you try to pretend like you're not doing, go, yeah, well, let me tell you what else I've accomplished. That's not connecting with yourself, and so you can't connect with anybody else, and you're just seen as a blowhard. Well, there are other words to use, but they're a little more graphic, and I think I'll avoid them at this time. You know what I mean, right? You got to connect with yourself. So before we do anything else, I've talked about so many things here. Maybe you want to take some notes and jot down a couple of these principles, and maybe you say, okay, all right, one of the things he's talked about so far is when I get upset, I need to ask myself, what's really happening here? Am I responding to my past or the present? I need to ask myself, what else could this mean? I'm just going to do that for the next 3 days or the next week. I'm going to do that all day long in any upset I have. That might be a nice thing to do. Because if I was doing this as a tape program, honestly, I do a whole library and we break it down. So maybe you want to start with that. But right now, and there's a bunch of things we've done here. Why am I in this relationship? To magnify my emotion. Now, are these the emotions I want to magnify is the question? No. Very good. For me to feel this way, I have to give it a meaning. What's the meaning I'm giving this? Well, what else could it mean? You know, Tony said the principle. It's not about me. If they're doing this stuff and they're coming at me, it's because they need significance. They're screaming for significance, or they just need some love. It's not about me. They're not trying to hurt me. They're just trying to meet their own needs. So we've talked about a lot already, haven't we? If I'm really in a position where I'm really, really upset with somebody, you know, is it something I'm upset with myself about? Asking quality questions gets you quality answers, will get you a quality life. So now let's talk. We've talked about so many different ideas about relationship. Let me wrap up with two principles that we really need to focus on. And that is, the number one principle is, what is the most important factor in creating an extraordinary relationship? Well, the very most important factor is having an extraordinary relationship with yourself. And that's one in which you relate to yourself, you express to yourself, you share these things, you demonstrate on a consistent basis, not just when you're done with this tape today and you do it for one day, but I mean, you really make it a habit. You schedule time with yourself. That's why the first tape and Get the Edge is the most important one. Because if you take that hour of power, or again, you're at 30 minutes to thrive, or as a minimum, you're 15 minutes of fulfillment. The best time is first thing in the morning. Get up earlier, go to bed a little earlier, do whatever it takes. If you can't, then you got to do it at lunch, or you got to do it in the evening at an hour that can't move. It's like a meeting that can't be moved. Because in that hour, all the things we're talking about here have a chance to coalesce. You have time for yourself. We're so busy. We've got to have time for ourselves. But assuming that that principle is in alignment, that is, you already have a relationship with yourself, what is the most important factor in having a quality relationship with someone else? And the answer is selection. Selection. What do you mean selection? I'm already in a relationship. Oh, this whole portion of the tape is not going to relate to me. I've already made my mistake. No, you can't think that way. You're in big trouble. No, selection means selecting the qualities you need in a relationship. So if you're already in a relationship, then this is going to be something you're going to look at brand new. Let me give you an idea. Relationships go through many phases. They go through that initial, oh my God, I'm so attracted, can't believe it, I want to be connected with this person phase, hopefully. It goes through phases of just deep love, and it goes through phases of questioning. Like, what the heck am I doing here? This happens in all relationships. It's the nature of relationships. But what will make a relationship last is if both people share similar natures, or natures that complement each other. Now, what do I mean by nature? I don't mean they're attractive and you're not, so it works out. I don't mean they're busy and you're not, so there's a balance. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about knowing whether or not your relationship, your relatedness is based on the moment or whether it will have a lasting impact. And that's based upon beliefs, values, and goals. In fact, let me give it to you this way. If you want to hire someone for your job, now, you and I both know, again, if you talk to somebody who's really good, an example I can give you is Dick Vermeil. Here's one of the winningest coaches in history. He's the only coach to win both a Rose Bowl and a Super Bowl. He's an amazing man. And I was asking him after he won the Super Bowl, I said, what was the most important thing in you winning? He said, was clearly inspiring these men to give their all. I said, well, that's interesting. He said, motivation, people make fun of it, but it's the most important thing because you have all the same players. They're basically at the same level of skill as any other team. It's the capacity to get more out of them, to be able to relate to them in a way where they bond with you, and as a result, you're able to move them to a different level of action. He said, but frankly, Tony, as powerful as motivation is, selection's even more important. He said, I got to tell you honestly, I would have been fired if I had not won this year. He said, the reason is because today in NFL football, he said, the coach is a marketing tool. If you haven't won for 3 years, you're out of here because the team needs to go to the public and say, we have a new coach. We have a new possible future now. He was the problem. Buy some box seats. He said, so the bottom line is you have no time to build a team. So in order to build that team, I had to select the right people. You had to select people whose nature would be to work together. I had to select people who would normally probably give more of themselves than anyone else would expect of them. He said that was the most important task that I went through. He said, by making that selection, we built a Super Bowl team in no time. He said, because we didn't look for individual players with just skills. We looked for players that could relate to each other and work as a team. Now, if it's true in NFL football to get a winning team, it's certainly true of creating a winning relationship. And I'll give you another example from business. When you're going to hire someone in business, there are 3 factors you really have to be able to answer to know whether or not this person is going to succeed long term. Because everybody succeeds in the beginning. It's like all relationships in the beginning virtually have enthusiasm and energy and excitement. It's sustainability that we're looking for. So in a business relationship, there are 3 questions you got to answer. Number 1, can they do the job? Can they? Well, the truth of the matter is if you're interviewing them, chances are they can do the job because you've probably screened them, right? I mean, you've probably gone through their bio, maybe checked some references, or you've had someone else look at things before they even brought in to take a look at you and have an interview with you. So the truth is when you're in a relationship with someone, you're considering a relationship with them, can they be your partner? The chances are that if you're at the level of consideration of that possibility, sure they can, more than likely. But the second question is more important. Will they do the job? I don't mean today. I don't mean tomorrow. I don't mean this week. I don't mean this month. I don't even mean for the next 6 months. Will they do the job 10 years from now? Will they do the job 3 years from now? Now, will this relationship last? Whether they do the job in business or not is based on 2 things. Number 1, does the job meet their personal goals? See, if someone really wants to make $1 billion and the job they're in will never allow that, then you know darn well that however long they're here, it's not going to be long. Because eventually their goals are going to take them somewhere else. If the job is really about mastering business skills and they want to be a singer, then eventually they're probably not going to be here. Or even if they stay, they won't do the job to the highest level of quality that's necessary. Because some people do stay in a relationship forever. They've been together for 20, 30, 40, 50 years, and they're friends. They don't have intimacy. They don't have a relationship called intimate relationship. They just have this good friendship. And so the same thing happens in businesses, doesn't it? You have somebody there that just kind of hangs on. They don't really grow. They don't really expand. They kind of do the job. But do they do it to the maximum capacity? Absolutely not. The second criterion for whether somebody will do the job is, does the job reinforce their nature? Now, think about this from business, and then we'll relate it to your personal relationships. See, if a person is very much a people person, and you stick them back in accounting, they may be able to do the job. Yes, they can. But will they do the job long term at the highest level of quality? The answer is no, because they want to be with people. Their nature is to connect. And being isolated in accounting is not what's going to make them feel fulfilled. So sooner or later, they're either going to quit, find another job, i.e. another relationship, or they're just going to hang out there and do the minimum that they absolutely have to and find joy outside the relationship called work. Well, this is also true in your personal relationships. Listen, if you have somebody whose goals are radically different than your own, you know, they want to have kids and you don't, this is a pretty important element. If you can't resolve those goals where both parties are really happy, then you're going to find there's going to be continuous conflict in this relationship, resistance, resentment, and eventually, if you stay together, repression if you don't end the relationship. Secondly, if you are in a position where you're the kind of person that never acknowledges someone, that's just not your nature. You're not much into acknowledgement. You expect, well, people know. I know. You don't have to tell me. Why should I have to tell you? And the person you're a partner with craves acknowledgement. They need to be told how much they're loved all the time. They need to be shown all the time. And you're not that kind of person. You never have been. You can try and get yourself to do that for a while, but your nature says as soon as the person looks satisfied, as soon as the pressure's off, you're going to go back to your old style. And so that person will not be reinforced in this relationship. And someone else is going to come by and stroke them and tell them how great they are and how amazing they are, and guess what? They're going to find a great attraction, a great love, a great appreciation for that person, which you will eventually notice or feel or just sense that there's a loss for you. And so what's happening is you're two great people, but you have radically different natures. Does this make sense? Now, that's not to say you can't make any relationship work, because of course you can. But when your nature is different than the person you're with, that doesn't mean you're not attracted. People who are totally opposite natures can be totally attracted, but they don't usually have sustainability. That's one of those hot love affairs. Yeah, woo, bam, bam, yum. And then, ooh, what happened? How come I'm not there anymore? Or what happened? What? You know, you're not the same person I met, 6 months ago, or 6 weeks ago, 6 hours ago, right? Everything's changed because the natures are different. Does this make sense? I hope it does. Well, the third question you got to ask when you're hiring someone, you go, boy, Tony, thanks a lot. I'm hiring a lover? Is that what you're saying here? That's what this whole tape's about? How to do a job interview? Well, sort of. I mean, because selection's the most important part. You make the right selection where you find someone who can do the job of loving you and loves that job and will do it because you got the same goals and similar natures or complementary natures. You don't have to be identical, obviously, but natures that support one another. Then the third question is this the right team fit? And team fit comes down to things like values. Now, again, nothing has to be identical because if everything's identical, you'd be bored. But it has to be complementary. I mean, if your goal is to make a difference in the world and change lives and contribute to society, and your partner, who is the sexiest thing on the planet, who is a total hunk or hunkette, who is the most beautiful thing you've ever seen, who you worship the ground they walk on, But their major set of values in life are to arrive at the top and step on as many bodies as necessary to get there. And I got news for you. I don't care how beautiful they are. I don't care how many other things you share in common. Your values are so radically different that you're going to be in conflicts on a regular basis. And when you're in conflicts on a regular basis, then a relationship is hard to sustain. Because it's hard to relate to someone. That's what a relationship is. It's hard to form a ship of relations, right? If such a word were to be true. Now, be on this ship called life. Go through life with this person on the ship of your relationship if you don't really relate to what you both value most. If you don't really relate to what they value most, they don't relate to what you value most, you're going to have conflicts. Now, don't get me wrong. Some diversity is necessary. But the things you value at the highest level, if these things aren't in common, you're going to not only have conflicts, you're going to have drama and pain, a kind of pain that doesn't go away. Because when people's nature, when they value things so differently, they're going to always have challenges, or they're going to have to repress what they really feel. And neither one is going to make your relationship better or make you healthy or happy. Besides values, another part of Team Fit is sensuality or sexuality. Because what you value in your sensuality is also extremely important in an intimate relationship. And unless you address that, you got some real challenges. And you know what's interesting is that very often in a relationship, we try to make our partner be a certain way, don't we? You know, you try to well, I'll fix my partner. Well, they don't want to be fixed because this is their nature. There's nothing wrong with them. They're not broken. They just don't meet your values. And so you got to be careful about that, because if you're successful, you'll take the spirit out of your partner. And if you fail, you'll be frustrated with your partner because, after all, they haven't changed. Neither one works. You got to get a partner who is already aligned at a nature level with you. That's not to say everything is perfectly in alignment. But the most important things have to start there if you're going to have a winning team. Does that make sense? And I'll tell you, on the sensuality side, we all have male and female energy. There are some women that are very male in their energy, some very feminine in their energy. There are men that are very feminine in their energy and some that are very male. We all have both energies in our body. But one of the things that happens in intimate relationships is very often people start to become more like their partner, like they both become very feminine or both become very masculine. You know, a man wants the woman to be responsible, and he works so hard to make sure she's responsible, not so emotional, and so she doesn't want to get beat up, so she does that. And then she loses all her femininity and her flow and her creativity and all the stuff that attracted him in the first place. And all of a sudden they lose the physical passion. They're now good friends, they're good business partners, but they don't have the passion. Or vice versa, a woman saying, you know, God, he's such a pain in the rear. You know, when can I get him to just loosen up and be free and be a sensitive male? And then he's so sensitive, man, I can't get him to do anything. He just hangs around and wants to hug and kiss me. I love that for a while, but when's he going to go out and make something of himself? You know, I got to pump him back up again. And this also happens the opposite. Sometimes there are women that are very masculine. They attract a feminine man, and they have this tremendous sexual energy. Because you got to remember that sensuality, that sexuality comes from polarity. Just like the earth, you got different poles, and those different poles create that intense energy of attraction. If you become the same, then there's no spark. There's no electricity. And so when you're looking at Team Fit here, you got to say, okay, does their nature, in terms of their sensuality, create sparks with me, or do I have somebody that's going to quickly become a best friend? But the reason I mentioned it to you, there's a particular gentleman who's really written some outstanding books, and we got him to do a course that's on intimacy, sensuality, and it helps you to take a little test to find out where are you and where is your partner, and how do you bridge that. And his name is David Deida, D-E-I-D-A, and I highly recommend him, so you might want to check that out.
This session continues on the next CD.
So let's take a moment now and let's answer a really important question. What's the purpose of a relationship? Any relationship. Is there a universal purpose? Is there a universal reason? I mean, so often in life we want things. We forget what we want them for. I mean, have you ever said, I want a relationship? And then you got one and you thought to yourself, I don't want a relationship, right? Because you thought what you wanted was a relationship, but what you really wanted was something else. Maybe it was intimacy. Maybe it was love. Maybe it was sensuality. Maybe it was a connection of spirit. Maybe it was someone that would tease you, provide variety. Maybe it was a challenge. But what happens for most of us is we don't know what we're after. And so then we get disappointed when we don't achieve what we don't even know we want. So you got to get clear. What's the real purpose of a relationship, of all relationships. Some people say, well, to communicate. Other people say, well, to learn, to share, to know, to understand, to experience things. All those answers are accurate, but the real purpose of relationship, the purpose that feeds out of all the things we just described, is one simple thing. The purpose of a relationship is to magnify the human experience. Now, what do we mean by this? Well, think about it. How does it feel when you experience something on your own? It can be phenomenal. But why do you want to share that? Because in the sharing, not only do you get to experience it again, but there's a magnification, isn't there? I mean, when that other person gets excited, it gets you even more excited. Or when they get sad, you get even more sad. When there's that emotion that's shared, there's that synergy, there's that power. Where 1 + 1 doesn't just equal 2, there's a third power. There's something visceral. There's something ethereal that occurs when this connection happens between people and they share their emotion, their feelings, not just their ideas. See, it magnifies our experience of life. That's why we search for it. I mean, would you like to go to the ballpark for a sporting event with 4 people there or 100,000? You might say 4, I get a better seat. But I'm talking about from the feeling. When that person hits the ball and 3 people go, yay, woo, yay. Not quite the same as when you're in the middle of the Super Bowl or you're in the middle of the final game of the World Series or the NBA championship and Jordan steals the ball and everybody jumps to their feet and you hear the room screaming and shaking and every part of your body is vibrating and he scores and you go nuts. And the city goes nuts. Why don't we all just go off and say, see you guys later, and then go, yeah, by ourselves later on? Because there's not as much power in that. The power is in the sharing. That's the power. Relationship is about sharing. And the quality of your relationships is in direct relationship to the amount. Well, that sounds interesting. The power of your relationship, direct relationship. But that's true. So I'm going to continue. The quality of your relationships is in direct proportion to the amount of yourself that you're able to share with someone. That's how you're able to relate. It's sharing. And the amount of that person's emotion and feeling and spirit that you're able to share with them. In other words, you got to listen. You got to hear them. You got to feel them. You got to experience them. It can't just be you doing a data dump to somebody else. That might feel good for a while, but it won't last. Community comes from relationship. I mean, if you look at the web, and people go on the web, and if it's a place you can go and just get stuff, that's nice. But it becomes a community when you know it's a place you can go give things. When both are happening, the give and take, when you can pitch and catch, now you got something because now there's a growth, there's an expansion, there's a magnification, there is life. That's what relationship's about. So if you're in a relationship and you're not able to share, you're not really in a relationship. If you're not able to care about someone else's sharing, you're not in a relationship, right? Or you're in a low-level relationship. Obviously different levels of quality, but not an extraordinary one, not the kind of one that a person who gets a program called Get the Edge wants to be in. And we talk about Get the Edge here. We talk about get the edge over someone in a relationship. If you have something over somebody, you're no longer in a sharing mode. You're in a controlling mode. That isn't a related state. That's not a relationship, right? When we're relating together and we're moving in a direction like that ship, we're related, moving the ship forward, right? We're experiencing that joy, and we're experiencing the happiness, and we're experiencing the pain, and we're experiencing the learning, we're experiencing all of those human elements, all of those elements of the spirit. So we've got to do this. And I'll tell you, this is true just about anywhere. I was working the other day with Lou Pearlman. This guy's an amazing guy. I don't know if you know who he is, but he created all these boy bands like NSYNC, if you're familiar with them, and the Backstreet Boys. They sold more records in 1 week than any album in history. And he manufactured these groups, literally. He saw what people in our society relate to most. What's the music that moves them, that connects them? And what kind of people do they connect to most? And he put together a formula. But more importantly, he brought these kids together and put them in a house and lived with them and trained them not only how to sing and dance, but how to relate together, how to create harmony. He says the secret to these groups is 5-part harmony. There's a level of emotion and intensity that comes when you put these 5 voices together, different distinct voices, and they unify and they relate, that's able to move the spirit of people around the world. Even people think, it's manufactured, that music's predictable. Still moves people more than anybody else. He's brilliant. So he asked me to come down because they formed a new group. It's an all-male band called O-Town. So he asked me if I'd come down and work with these kids and help them to integrate all of their best abilities. And when I went down there, I had this conversation with these young men, and I said, listen, every one of you as an individual has achieved an immense amount just to get here. But you're never going to get where you want to go unless you learn to relate as one. The power is in the unity. The power is in your relatedness. And we gave them so many examples, and they really got it. And then what I did is I did a bunch of exercises, and I had them produce some emotion. I said, I want you to create some energy, create some excitement in your body. And they looked at me like, what do I do? And then they began to do things physically with their body. And I said, double the intensity, triple the intensity. I said, take it to the next level. Come on, whatever it takes. You know what they all did? They all got up and started high-fiving each other. They all started looking at each other, pointing at each other, interacting with each other, and doing it in unison. I didn't say do anything together. In order to get that higher level, we have to share. That's why when people talk about things like, oh, you know, the Internet's going to isolate the world, keep us separate, most people are using the Internet to connect. Or people say, no, people never go to movies or concerts. I mean, it's totally absurd because even if we connect online, we want the visceral experience of being together. There's a certain amount of relatedness that comes from physical proximity with people. So what I'm trying to say to you is, if you want the most out of your life, if you want an extraordinary life, the edge comes in extraordinary emotion, extraordinary psychology, and that comes in your capacity to share with quality people at a deep level of relatedness on an ongoing basis that expands your ability to enjoy your life. Some of that relatedness will cause you to find a way to grow like you've never grown before, because someone can find a way to move your spirit and challenge you, and you can do the same for them. Some of it's going to create pain that makes you have to look at your life, which will make you grow. Some of it will give you the sense of contribution you've always been looking for. Some will stimulate you and give you variety. Some will add certainty to your life. All the human needs can be met in this way. Now, you can meet these needs by yourself, but never at the same level of intensity. You have the potential to, but you won't. You want to change your life? You need to ask yourself a new question whenever you're about to get upset. With any person in any relationship, and the question is this: what else could this mean? What else could this mean? It'll change your life if you ask it. Because what happens is when you're upset because, not because of what someone did, not because of what they said, but because of the meaning you've attached to it. You say, well, they said this, therefore it means that. So you got to ask yourself, what else could this mean? And you got to make yourself come up with as many positive meanings as you come up with negative. Let's say, for example, someone promised to do something and then they don't show up. And you go berserk. I can't believe this. They don't care. Look at this. They left me stranded. Once again, you know, every time I go to count them, they're not there. Now, you've come up with 3 or 4 negative meanings. That they're not there because they don't care, because they always do this, because they're irresponsible. Now, when you start stacking negative meanings, you're going to go into a state that will make being in relationship with you an adventure, right? Something that will be quite difficult. In fact, in this state, how will you treat this person you're in a relationship with? You'll probably treat them in a way that will make them not want to be in relationship with you. If not leaving the relationship permanently, in the moment they're not going to want to relate to you. And so you'll lose the juice. Does this make sense? So instead, what you got to be able to do is come to that relationship with an open new set of possibilities. Because the truth is, most people when they screw up would beat themselves up more than you beat them up anyway. So why beat them up and push them away? You're supposed to be their lover, their friend, their manager, their associate, their partner, their mentor, their father, their mother, their son, their daughter, whatever relationship you have. Why not cultivate them? That doesn't mean you have to accept bad behavior, but the way you do it is you don't assume ever that the person has done something deliberately to harm you. When people do things, it's rarely, if ever, about you. Usually you're not that significant. They're trying to meet their own needs. They're trying to deal with their own fears, their own frustrations. You just happen to get in the way. And that's true for you and I as much as anybody else. So you got to remember, it's not about you most of the time. Even if someone's upset, they're usually upset about something from their past. They're upset about something they feel frustrated about internally. And if they're frustrated with you, it's only because they have the illusion that you're preventing them from being able to experience something they need, some certainty or some significance or some love or something they think they need. So get real and know that it's not about you. And then ask yourself, what else could this mean? Well, maybe they're not here, and you got to come up with powering meanings, not more negatives like, well, it could mean that they're really a jerk. No, that's not the way you do it. You say, what else could this mean? Well, maybe they've been in a car accident. Maybe there's something else that's happening that's critical to the quality of their life. Maybe they're actually doing something for me. Maybe I didn't make it absolutely clear that I need them to be here this minute. Maybe I overloaded them with too many requests. If you come up with enough other meanings that are empowering, you'll finally get yourself into balance. And when you do communicate, 2 things will happen. 1, you'll be elegant. You won't assume the worst, which really hurts people. When you assume the worst, even if you're right, you injure people in relationship. And when you injure a person you're in a relationship with, you injure yourself. Because you injure the relationship, and that's something you share together. It's like so many people in a relationship, things aren't going well, and the first thing you do, what do? They attack. Now the problem is, you're attacking your teammate. You're attacking your shipmate. We're on this spaceship called Earth together. And half the people are trying to blow up half of their own ship. It doesn't work. Relationship is about unity. It's about how do we help each other move to the next level, not how do we punish each other. The biggest challenge you'll find in relationships is people would rather be right than be in love. And you've got to ask yourself, what else could this mean? Do I want to be right? Do I want to be in love? Do I want to learn? Do I care about this person? Let me focus. So I've kind of gone off on this tangent, but I'll tell you why. Because if you want great relationships, you've got to become a master of meaning, and you've got to find empowering meanings. In fact, even if you're wrong and you assume the best from people, they're going to appreciate that. And pretty soon, that expectation becomes something they want to meet. Rarely do people respond from negative reinforcement, but consistently people respond to pleasurable reinforcement. For example, if you wanted your spouse to call you every night at 6 p.m. when they're on the road, and one night they don't call, and then when they finally do call, you tear into them. What have you taught them? You taught them calling you equals pain. You said, no, I'm teaching them not calling me equals pain. No, they wanted to call you. They called you on their own. Now's the time to give them reinforcement. I saw this happen with my daughter, with her boyfriend. It's like she wanted him to call, and he got busy, and he didn't call. And when he finally called, she would just tear into him. After about 6 weeks of this, he wouldn't call at all, and the next thing you know, the relationship's over. Negative reinforcement is not your goal. So how I got off on this tangent is, if you're in a relationship and you want out of it, don't respond from the past. Don't assume the worst. Find an empowering meaning. And then, if you still see that this is not meeting your needs, and we'll describe how to decipher that in this tape, then obviously you need to take action. The third perspective is you may be in a relationship and you may just be immobilized. You may be just given up. You may be in repression. You don't want out. You don't want more. You just kind of accept the fact that this relationship just is. And that's probably the worst place to be, because you know what? Pain and pleasure at least will move you. If you're in a rut, you're in trouble. I hope a wagon's coming down your rut because it'll get you moving. Because to have a life, you've got to have some movement. So if we're talking about relationship, the first thing I want you to think about is, let's say intimate relationship, where are you? Are you in a relationship or not? And what's your perspective? Right? Do you want a relationship? Do you not want a relationship? Do you want more from the one you're in? Do you want out of it? Are you immobilized? Because we need to know where you start. Now, the next question I have for you is, okay, where do you really, really want to be? What would your ideal relationship look like? I'm going to guide you through a process on this tape to have you actually describe that in detail. But I want you to begin to think about that even now for a moment. I mean, if you could have it any way you want it, what would your intimate relationship be like? What would you guys talk about? What would you laugh about? What would you share? What would you learn together? What would you grow? What would you contribute to each other? How would you make love? What would be the magic times that you'd share? How would you surprise each other? Most of us are so busy with all the demands of our lives that we don't take time on the things that are most important. Most people's lives are not working because they're more focused on, the to-dos on their list than the relationships that matter. See, at the end of the day, when I'm teaching someone how to manage their life, I don't just have them look at their to-dos. I say, what did I achieve today? But the next question I ask them is, who were you today? In terms of your relationships. Like I'll say, today I didn't get all these other things done, but I was an extraordinary father today because I spent such great time with my daughter, Jolie. We did these cool things, and they weren't what I intended to do initially, but it's the most important thing to me. And all of a sudden the day is a victory. Life is relationship. And the quality of your life is directly related to the kinds of relationships that you create and you expand and nurture throughout your life. But it's easy to get off track and get caught up in the doing, isn't it? If you're a person, though, who is single, you're not in a relationship, then you have to create an action plan too, right? You got to say, how am I going to attract this person to my life? Well, you need a marketing plan. That's what you need, right? You can't just sit around and hope they're going to show up. You've got to go in the environments where you're most likely to meet the kind of person who's going to live the way you live, value what you value. I remember myself when I first started dating at 39 years old, I thought, this is different than 23. I'm a different guy. Suddenly I was going out with people, and I was meeting people in restaurants and places like that, and boy, that seemed like a disaster because I met people who knew I was Tony Robbins and it was a significance thing for them to date me. Or they thought, wow, this guy could provide some great security. If you know the 6 human needs, that's called certainty. Or somebody said, this guy's a nut. I'll have lots of variety with him. But what I was looking for was a love. And not only a love, somebody whose heart and soul is about contribution, because that's what my whole life is about. And so I began to think, I don't want to see anybody in my seminars because they'll know who I am. But truthfully, the people that spent the time, the energy, the effort, the money, all those things that it takes to break through and grow, it was a great environment to meet people, but it was a bit of a conflict for me. So I'd meet people in a seminar, but rarely would I date them. And one day I met my wife. Little did I know, because I had my list, right? And let me tell you something about all this list stuff I told you about. Don't judge the list too quick. Remember I told you that? Because here's what happened. I was about to begin a 9-day seminar I conduct, and I wanted to see what my body was like at that stage. There's a process you can go through to evaluate your body's state where they take your blood, your live blood, and analyze it. And as I walked down the blood room, and there were literally hundreds of people in this room, people were shaking my hand and so forth, I looked up and I met eye contact with a woman. I could not break it. I didn't look at her. I just walked straight across the room, looked in her eyes and said, "You are so beautiful." I mean, inside beautiful. I don't know what it was. It was something, I got her soul. Now, this was not necessarily on my list. My list didn't say catch eye contact and connect with the soul. Now, knowing it now, that's a pretty great strategy, but that wasn't what I was after. And I went up to her and I said, "What's your name?" And she said, "Sage." I said, "Sage, you're an amazing person. I mean, you are a spiritual person, aren't you? I can just feel it." She said, "Yes." And that was it. And I thought, okay, it was nice meeting you. And somebody saw us and said, "Let's take a picture of you two." And they took a photograph of the first moment we were ever together, which I cherish to this day. And then I left, and I thought, I didn't feel an attraction to her. I felt a connection to her. And on my list was certainly to have a great sense of chemistry, and frankly, there wasn't. Now, looking back on it now, I think I'm nuts. She's a beautiful lady, not only inside, outside as well. But I couldn't let go of this feeling. So I talked to her again, and over the next few months, I'd call her on the phone, we'd have a chat, and she was like my buddy. And I would, tell her about all my other dates because my view was she was too quiet. She was too gentle. I mean, I thought, I'll break this person. I'm too intense. I'm go, 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 go. She never keep up with this stuff. Little did I know. So I call her up and talk about these dates and why were women this way, and she would coach me a little bit. And over 6 months, we became best friends. And then, of course, didn't want to date your best friend. That could ruin it. But finally we did. And as time went by, I found myself on about my 4th date with her, and I pulled out my list. Now, you got to bear in mind that I've been reading this list like every day when I finally made the change in my life for about a month or two. And then I look at it once a week, and after a while, every month or two, I'd read my list just to remind my brain what I'm really after and who I've got to be to attract that kind of person. And I was reading the list, and she was across from me, and I said, "You got to read this." And I read every single thing on the list that I wanted in my life in a relationship, and there was no exaggeration, no hyperbole. I mean, she could read it. It was all her. The spirituality, the emotion, the contribution, the playfulness, the outrageousness, the sexiness, the fun, the laughter. Somebody who I could pitch and catch with, who I didn't just tell them ideas, they told me ideas. There was this great stimulation of conversations. I mean, we'd be up almost every night till 5 in the morning talking. And this many years later, we still do this. We make each other crazy because we have such a great time. We're so stimulated by each other because we're so similar, and yet we have our own point of view, which is so wonderful. But here's the best part. When I read the list of all the things I didn't want, because you remember, if you get everything you want in a relationship, you get 2 or 3 things that you just must not have in your life, they destroy everything else. And of course, we always rationalize that, "Oh, I'll work that out," or "I'll fix them." You're not going to fix somebody's nature. It's who they are. It's not your job to make such a judgment anyway. And there was nothing on the list of what I must not have in my life that she was. Now, that's pretty rare. I don't know too many people that have been blessed as much as I am that they get everything on their list. But I got to tell you, as time went by, I found out she was not quiet, right? I discovered that. She was outrageous and playful, but she was just entering the relationship. So if you judge too soon, you'll start saying, well, this person isn't something. They haven't had time to be around you enough to get comfortable and share everything that they are. Give a relationship time to develop. Don't make judgments too quick or you may miss out on your soulmate. By the way, I found out there were things that weren't even on my list that I liked. This girl's nutty. She's crazy. She's outrageous. She's weird. I didn't know I wanted these things. Now, how could I not notice I want weird when I'm so darn weird? But, you miss some things on your list. Sometimes you get more than you ask for. Sometimes God just blesses you. And with my wife, Sage, that's absolutely what's happened. She's the greatest gift in my life. So there's a reason why I have 2 CDs here, or these 2 audio tapes. It's because this, I believe, is the most important area of your life. I can remember having a day where I made $400 million in a day, taking my company public, and yet within a few weeks I was really unhappy because that didn't really change my life. But one morning with my lady is more juicy than all the money, all the accolades, all the achievement. I mean, I remember at one time in my life thinking, okay, I've got 18,000 people here. I'm doing this seminar. We're rocking. It's like a concert for 8 hours. All these people want to hug me and give me all this love, and I'm a love monster. How could any relationship compare to that? But I got to tell you, the contrast of that I thought would be impossible to compare. Time with my lady, honestly, is more valuable to me, more juicy for me than even that. The ultimate love is that one-on-one love. And you deserve to have it, or you deserve to recreate it, or you deserve to take it to another level. So I'll give you the most important principle in marketing yourself. Number one, you got to live by that list. You got to be that person you describe that will attract the kind of person you want. That's the most important thing. You got to love yourself so you have so much emotion and happiness inside yourself that you'll attract others. But also, thirdly, you got to understand the principle that proximity is power. Proximity means that if you put yourself in the right environment, your probability of creating a connection goes up 100-fold. I mean, if you go, I keep attracting the wrong kind of people, and I ask people like that, well, where do you meet people? Well, bars. Say, well, you know, there's nothing wrong with a bar, but you're going to have a certain kind of person. You say you want a very spiritual, conscious person who doesn't drink alcohol and is very, very responsible. They may not be at the bar. There may not be a large number of them at the bar every Tuesday night. You know, maybe Fridays, but I don't know, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays. I don't know. You got to think about that yourself. You have to decide, where is an environment where I'm most likely to find the kind of person that I described I really am committed to having in my life? And you got to put yourself in that environment on a regular basis. Is it going to the museums, as corny as that thing sounds, or the concerts? Is it, in a working environment? Is it at your church? Where would you go on an ongoing basis and expose yourself to a large number of people where you're going to be in proximity of people who share your kinds of values, share your kinds of goals, share your kinds of interests, so that you become connected to someone who already is more likely to be aligned with who you are? Because you're not going to find them just walking down the street. I mean, you could, but it's rare. And if you at least know what you want, you got a better chance. But you've got to understand it's proximity. And very often, the basis of relationship for people is proximity. I mean, I can tell you, for example, my own company, I can't tell you how many people came to work in a company and then become married. The number of couples is staggering because they're in this environment. They're sharing the same kinds of values. We're on a mission. We're changing lives. They have fun. They have great values. We're aligned. Boom. Next thing you know, there's attraction. Next thing you know, the relationship. Next thing you know, they're married. You look at Elizabeth Taylor. I mean, the last person she married was a guy that was a truck driver, if I remember correctly. And that's true. You go, where would she meet a truck driver? Well, they were in rehab together. Obviously, that relationship didn't last. But they were in proximity. They were close to each other, sharing emotions, sharing common experience, common goals. How the heck do I turn my body around, right? But that was a transition time. Sometimes the goals that you share with somebody are for a period of time as opposed to lifelong goals. And so for a period of time, you have a tremendous relationship. But eventually, that relationship's going to end because you don't have the same things in common to be able to relate to. That's what a relationship is, something to relate to emotionally, with passion, with feeling, with intensity. Now, by the way, I'll tell you one more thing. When you're making your action plan here and you're already in a relationship, here's what you do. Make a list of magic moments. Absolutely sit down and just say, what are all the greatest things I've ever shared with this person I love? Little things, when we laugh one day because we both fell off the ladder while we're painting, I don't know. This first time we met, when you said this and I said that. That smile the very first time. Last week when this happened. But see, what I love to do is, in any part of my life, is I make a list of magic moments. And if you'll do this in your relationship, you're going to find something magical happens. If you're always stacking, you're capturing the moments that are juicy and beautiful and wonderful, little ones and big ones. You're going to keep anchoring in that same feeling you had as when you first met them. You were dreaming that they might like you enough to give you a kiss or to visit with you or spend time with you. But if you don't stack those magic moments, if you don't look for the little things, the few challenging things blind you to all the little good things. And then life is all the little things. It's not just the one or two big things that make or break you. So you've got to say, what are the magic moments? If you can ask yourself all day long, how did I get so lucky to get this person in my life? If you keep asking quality questions, what's magical about this person? What's special? What's unique? What do I love about this person? If you'll do that on a daily basis during your hour of power, I'll tell you what's going to happen. Your relationship will soar. It'll soar. And because you love them so much, they'll do it. And if you share with it, and if together you say, let's make a list of the magic moments we shared in the last month. And if you don't come up with a lot, that's a clue. And I'll tell you one more rule for making a relationship outstanding. Make sure that at least once, a minimum, absolute minimum, every 10 days you do something by yourselves together. Something. A lunch, a dinner, a trip, something. And ideally, once every 3 to 6 months, you've got to go away together for a multiple number of days. Because you've got to get yourself out of the environment. It's like one of my friends, Ken Blanchard, told me long ago just about friendships, that level of relationship. He said, if you really want to have lifelong friends, Tony, he said, what you've got to do is break bread together for more than a meal. Go away for a week. Spend a week together. Go to Mexico. Go to Fiji. Go do something for a week. Because when you wake up and fall asleep and you're with that person day after day doing something that's fun, it bonds you for life. And I've done that now 3 or 4 times a year with my friends for God only knows how long. And I can tell you, I have such a deep level of friendship with my closest friends, and it's always expanding because there is no replacement for time. You've got to lock in the time. So lock in the magic moments, which is any moment you're with this person that you love, and share them with each other. That acknowledgement of what's magical enhances the relationship. And at the same time, make certain along the way that you're spending time. So at least 3 times this month. That's got to be your minimum must. You never let it go by. You must never not have at least 3 times in that month where you do something special with each other. And again, ideally, every quarter doing something where you get away. One of the biggest reasons people won't do things, won't stay in a relationship, won't nurture each other is, again, because they don't have goals that are aligned. But hey, this is something that's easy to align if people have similar values. But if you don't take any time to talk to your partner and say, what are your goals? What do you want to achieve? What do you want to experience? And you don't try and find a way to help them to achieve it, you're going to tend to drift apart. So what's really important here is at least once a year, at New Year's, maybe you recap that week, the year before, all of your magic moments, everything you guys can remember that was beautiful together, laughter you shared, something you saw, some silly, dumb thing that happened, you guys made it through it, all the magic that you shared, things with your kids, things with your family. And you capture that. Maybe write down some of the great achievements or decisions that you've accomplished. But then you set up the next year to win. You say, listen, what are the most important goals we have? What do we want to share? What do we want to see? What do we want to do? Right? What do we want to accomplish? And then you say, and when will we do this? Okay, we're going to do this in June. We're going to do this in August. So you lay a specific time. And then maybe on your anniversary, you do a nice recap of where you are so far in that year. Minimum, you got to do this twice a year. And this will move you together instead of apart. These are the ways to make a relationship grow and expand. So you got to figure out what's going to be your game plan. So here's your action item. If you're in a relationship, decide, what are you going to do now? What does your partner deserve? What do they need? What should you be giving them and you're not giving them? And write down an action plan, a massive action plan, a map of what you're going to do. Write down some simple things you can do today. When you're done with this tape, you're going to pick up the phone and do something. You're going to stop and buy a card. You're going to call them and organize something. You're going to arrange for a dinner. Something you can do to enhance it immediately. You're going to set down time to look into their eyes and tell them how much you love them and really express it. Whatever it is. Secondly, what do you need that person to do for you? What are some small things? If there was one thing that they did it for you, it would totally enhance the relationship. If they just make this change. So you could share it with them. But you don't want to share it with them until you've given to them first. Hear me on this. First, give them everything so they're thrilled out of their mind. And then say, honey, there's this one thing that I know it seems unreasonable, but if you could change this just a little bit, it would be so great. I wouldn't feel the sense of resistance that I was feeling. Because the way you combat those 4 R's is you communicate honestly. You either get over it and say, you know what, I'm being a jerk, this doesn't matter, or it does matter, and you communicate it in a way that doesn't make them wrong, in a way that enrolls them in wanting to make the change because you first figured out what they need. Because I guarantee you, if you ask them, are there some things I do that you have some resistance about or a little, sometimes even resentment, they have them, they're just afraid to tell you. So I say, oh my God, honey, I'm so sorry, I'm happy to change that. There's something I have. I don't know if you'd be comfortable making a shift in this area. If not, that's okay with me, but how would you feel about this? So maybe that's a piece. So your action item is what do you do to enhance it? What do you do to handle a challenge? And the third one is if you're going to end the relationship, if you know you should, then make it a must and do it. Don't lie to yourself. And do it in a way that's loving. Figure out your game plan. Create the vacuum. Figure out what you're going to do, what action you'll take. And if you're not quite sure, pick up the time of your life because we show you how to organize your whole life. And in that process, we'll teach you how to plan your life so you have certainty that you can make your life work the way you want. If you are single, here's your action item now. And this is going to complete our session. What is your map? What are you going to do to get yourself in proximity? What are you going to do? Who are you going to talk to? Who are you going to call and say, I need a marketing team. I need you to be looking for people that meet this criterion for me and nothing less. If they have these elements, don't even put them in my proximity. But if they have these elements, I'm really interested. Who are you going to talk to? Who do you know that probably knows people like this, who have these kinds of qualities? And you got to go out on a warpath of marketing, massive action, get yourself out there, create a plan of what you're going to do tonight and for the next 30 days. And you can't have much of a relationship if you're tired. Therefore, our next session is about how to create that energy so you got the energy to have that passion in your relationship. Because it's really hard to make somebody feel special when you can barely get out of bed. Or when you come home burnt to the core and you don't want to talk, you don't want to communicate or anything else. And so I want to share with you a simple principle that will help you to massively enhance your energy and to wipe out so much stress out of your body. How do you eliminate all the acids that make you irritated and you don't even realize that's what it is? What do you do so you can unleash the natural energy that's inside of you? Most people, when they talk about getting old, they don't understand what they really are experiencing is the body breaking down from the acids in the system. And on this next tape, we're going to talk about those distinctions. So, I've gone way over the time I was supposed to for this little session. We've sure covered a lot. But you know why? This is where the juice is, my friends. This is where life is lived. I don't care how much money you make. I don't care how much respect you have, how many PhDs you got, how many companies you run. If you don't feel connected with someone you love deeply and intimately, then guess what? It's all for naught. So here's a chance. This has been a workshop. Several of these tapes have not been very passive, I know, and I've given you a lot to do, and you may have just listened to it and not actually done the exercises. And I understand that. Listen to it again, but this time do the exercises, or go back to them and get that job done, because you deserve to have this kind of clarity. And if you have the clarity, you can make this happen at the level you deserve. Avoid those 4 R's by communicating clearly, but first giving. Know what it is you really want. Know what you don't want. Know what your musts are. Know who you got to be. And every day that you work on yourself and you take the time during that hour of power, or that 30 minutes to thrive, or those 15 minutes of fulfillment, whatever you do, that time for yourself, focus on what you want to create in your relationship. Focus on how much you love yourself. Create that deep relationship with yourself, and maybe finally create that relationship with God. I'm not here to tell you what to believe spiritually, but of all the relationships, that's the most important one. And, for some people say, well, I don't believe in a higher power of any sort. Well, that's kind of like saying that, the Webster's Dictionary is the result of an explosion in a print factory. It all just exploded and came together perfectly like it is. I think most people believe in a higher power. And if you do, then ask for some guidance to bring this person into your life, and ask for some guidance for your soul to open up, for your fear to disappear. And ask for that relationship to be expanded. Because if that relationship is expanded, you'll be empowered like nothing else, certainly much more than anything I can do for you or anyone else. So maybe ask God to enter your heart even more deeply. Or whatever your belief is spiritually, maybe just ask to deepen it within yourself, strengthen it. Because with a strong relationship with your Creator and a deep relationship with yourself, you have the foundation of a deep relationship with anyone else. So now choose who you want to be in a relationship with. Don't react. Don't take what's given to you by the environment that you walk by each day. Decide precisely what you want. Decide what it'll take to make that happen, and make that happen. You deserve no less than total happiness and fulfillment. That doesn't mean you won't have challenges. Doesn't mean there won't be upsets. It just means that you have enough in common with this person to be related to them long term in a juicy, loving, spiritual, sexy, fun, outrageous way that enhances both your lives and meets the need of all relationships, the purpose of all relationships, and that is to magnify the human experience. I wish you well on this journey. It's an ongoing one. It's always under construction, and I'll tell you what, it makes life an adventure. So God bless you. Make your action plan, and then show up for tomorrow's session, and whatever you do, remember to live with passion. But let's start fresh, as if you weren't in a relationship, so that we can then see what you want to bring to the current relationship, what you want to shape it into, and or, if you're not in a relationship, what you want to attract to your life. Here's how you do it. It's a very simple process, and I've done this literally with hundreds of thousands of people around the world over the last 20-plus years, and I can tell you the stories that people have shared with me are magical. Because after people do this exercise, they'll come back and tell me literally, a week later, I found this person. A month later, I found this person. My whole life, I've been saying, I want somebody special in my life that really can last, and I've never been able to find the right person. I did this exercise, and it happened. And the reason is clarity is power. The more clear you are on precisely what it is you want, the easier it is to attract. That's like the example I always give. You buy a certain outfit or car, and boom, you see that car outfit everywhere after you buy it, right? Because the part of your brain is looking for anything that relates to that which you know is most important to you. But if you never stop and figure out what's most important, then you get whatever shows up. And you don't want to fall into that trap. So what are we going to do? What you're going to do in a few moments is you're going to turn the tape off, the CD off, and you're going to do the following. You're going to take out your Get the Edge journal, and you're going to say, whether I'm in a relationship or not, I'm going to describe the ultimate relationship, not based on what I'm willing to settle for, just what do I really want. I want you to describe this person as much detail as you can. What would they be like emotionally? Like, be a happy person, playful, humorous, fun, passionate, sexy. What would they be like? What would they be like spiritually? Connected to God. Walking where they feel connected to other people, seeing God in others. I don't know. What's your description of your ideal person? What are they like physically? Oh, they're hot. Here's how they are. Here's how they move. Here's the smile they have. Here's how they connect with me. They look me in the eyes. I don't know. Describe it in as much detail as possible. They're career-oriented. They're mission-driven. I don't know. Everything you can think of, mental, emotional, physical, spiritual, everything about it. Successful, unsuccessful, whatever you want. But when you describe it all, now what happens to a lot of people, they go, I don't know what I want. If I knew what I wanted, I'd already have them. No, with that tone of voice, you'd have a hard time attracting anyone because you don't have the spirit of you alive, because you're not passionate, excited. You're kind of like, oh, well, this is kind of what I want. I want to get you in a passionate place where you're like a little kid and you're making your list for Santa and you know it's going to be delivered on. That kind of optimism, that kind of belief, not the, I'll do this exercise, but I know it doesn't matter. It does matter. Because when you get clear, your brain creates a whole shift. And this brain of yours is like a servo mechanism in a missile. Once it knows exactly what it wants, if the target moves, it'll chase it. It'll find it. But you got to get clear. And most people are clear about what they don't want. Well, I don't want another man who can't commit. I don't want another woman who's going to come back and dump her emotional baggage on me. Every woman I meet's got emotional baggage. How come I can't get a woman with a little small amount of emotional baggage instead of one of those big Jed Clampett moving to Beverly Hills truck full of emotional baggage? These things you're focused on what you don't want do not help you, because then you attract even more to the table. So you got to be clear what you do want. In fact, here's what I tell some people. Say, well, I don't know what I want. Here's what I tell them. Describe the mate from hell. Write down with all the passion you have, the kind of person you couldn't stand being with. And if you prefer, start out this way. It's easy. You find that people have no difficulty coming up with what they hate because they have lots of references for these things. So what are some of the things you hate? What are the things you can't stand? Well, describe that person. They'd burp all the time in public, or maybe worse. They wouldn't care about you. They'd never come home. They'd stay drunk out all night. They have a big fat beer belly. I don't know. Describe what it is. Their idea exercise is fill the tub, pull the plug, and fight the current. I don't know. Just get somebody. Describe them in every detail. Mental, emotional, physical, spiritual, what you can't stand, career orientation, everything. Because when you're done, you'll have a lot of energy. It's amazing how negativity can create energy. If you're smart, you can then reverse it. Because once you're done, you can write the opposite of all that, and you have the mate from heaven. But what I want you to do first, right now, so I want you to describe as much detail as you can, just one thing after another, write as fast as you can, the ideal person you'd want in an intimate relationship. Describe everything about them, take yourself 3, 4, 5 minutes, and then come back, and I'll give you the next secret. Go ahead and do it now. If you're still listening, I'm not going to tell the secret. You have to go do this little exercise. If you're in your car, you can do it in your head. You can still do it. Stop the tape, stop the CD now, and come back to me when you're done. All right, so what did you come up with? First of all, if you really did this, it probably took you more than 5 minutes, didn't it? Because there's so much to think about here that's so important to you in a relationship. And unless you get it down on paper, it's rolling through your head. And what happens when it's in your head is you remember 2 or 3 things and you forget 3 or 4 others. And then you bump into somebody and they meet some of the things you really love, or you feel a physical attraction or a sexual attraction or a love. And then immediately you don't think about, is this the kind of love or attraction that can have a lasting impact because we have enough in alignment? Is this person meet my most important criteria? Now, probably no human's going to meet everything on your list perfectly, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe your list is not that long. Maybe it's possible. But if you have 279 items on your list, it may be difficult to meet all those simultaneously. So the first thing you've got to do is say, which of these are your musts? Because many of these are shoulds, right? I mean, you'd really like them, but they're not have-tos. They're not things you can't live without. So it's very, very important to define which ones are the musts and to be very, very specific here. So I'd like you to just take a quick moment. This will take you no time at all. Stop this program for a moment and just asterisk those items that you can't live without. And in a relationship, if these aren't there, there is no lasting relationship. Take a moment and do that right now and come right back to me. Here we go. Okay, so now you know your must. Now, I don't know what your original list was. Let's go back to my guinea pigs and give you some examples from them. They have things like the qualities they must have as a person with integrity. Somebody who always has integrity. Somebody who has a parallel spiritual path. Doesn't mean they have to be identical in their beliefs, but they're moving in a similar direction. Somebody who's attractive and takes pride in herself, but is not ego-driven by how they look, as this person's example. They said their test is, do they look great in jeans and a sweater? These are the kinds of criteria people have. And then next they have open-hearted. Next one is adventurous, spontaneous. The person said somebody who you could say, let's fly to San Francisco for dinner, and they go, let's do it. Not, do we have to? This is very important for this person. Another person's list were things like a sense of humor, being honorable, being active, someone who takes care of themselves, and they love that. Someone's active in the community, someone who can keep up with me, the person said. Someone who's well-read, someone who's generous, someone who's curious, someone who's open-minded, someone who's upbeat, somebody who's quirky, bohemian-like, somebody who's kind, somebody who gives people the benefit of the doubt, somebody who's strong, somebody who's self-reliant. Another person here has a list that seems to be filled with dichotomies. They want somebody who's totally passionate, loves me and my family, but that's not the most important thing in their life. The most important thing is making a difference in the world as well. They have things like, this person totally respects my independence and wants to be with me every moment. They have this person as someone who's totally outrageous, but is appropriate in their behavior. This is an interesting example of why some people find conflicts within themselves. So when the people made their must list, that's where you start to see a shift. All of a sudden, the last example became somebody who loves people, my family, and life fully. Someone who's playful and passionate. Somebody who's responsible, somebody who's strong, somebody who respects my own strengths, and somebody who really, truly wants to be a dad and give time to being a dad. Boy, that's a really important list, because if the person doesn't want to be a dad for this lady, boy, those goals are not in common, are they? So you have to know this list, because otherwise you're going to be in trouble. Now, does this mean when you sit somebody down, you go, okay, we're on a first date, I have my list. Nope, he wasn't very playful. Nope, tonight she wasn't very well read. I'm out of here. That's why you got to know what your must list is. It's not about screening like crazy in the first second, but it's about knowing your criteria before you become hypnotized by the emotion of attraction or love. Does that make sense? You got to know. Now, let me tell you what else you have to know. That's equally important. I remember doing this years and years ago, and all of a sudden, man, wham, I found the woman of my dreams. It was just the problem is she was also the woman of my nightmares, because I got all the things I wanted, but there were a couple of things I didn't want that came with the package. Ever had that experience? Where those things you didn't want outweigh all the good? So in life, you got to know what you want. You also have to be absolutely clear about what you don't want, what would not work in a relationship. So right now, this will be easy. Describe your mate from hell. Write down all the things, all the qualities, descriptions of this person you absolutely would never want to be in a relationship with. And when you're done with a list, asterisk the must, because there's lots of things you don't want. But you could deal with, get around, learn from, help them, whatever. But I want you to come up with the whole list, make everything you can dream about the worst possible relationship, physically, emotionally, relationship, spiritually, how they connect with people, how they communicate, how they deal with life. And then asterisk the ones that are the absolute must-nevers for you, that if they were there, they would destroy a relationship. It's only a matter of time. You got to know what you got to avoid. Write it down now. Okay, so what did you come up with? By the way, was this kind of fun to do this? Most people, when I have them do this, they start laughing when they're making this list. They start smiling. Some people cry because they go, this is the list of the person I've been with forever. Right? So I don't know where you are, but the list that came out of this group are things like dishonest, self-absorbed, unreliable, no sense of personal pride, superficial, controlling, ungrateful, couch potato, pessimistic, mean, petty, no spine, totally ugly, dishonest, stupid, sloppy. These are some examples from this group of people, but here's the most important thing. You now know what's a must for you in a relationship, what is a must for you to receive and experience on the positive side, and what's a must to avoid. And while this may seem overly simplistic, this clarity can create just huge changes in the way you filter out and attract people to your life. Because when your brain knows what it wants, as I've said so many times, you will begin to notice things you've never noticed before. When you set a goal, that part of your brain, the reticular activating system as it's known, the RAS, starts to seek out what it's looking for. But I'll tell you what's equally important. We said selection is so important. We said having a great relationship with yourself is the utmost of importance. In order to select this person, it's nice to have the list, but the only way you're going to track them is if you do the third step, which is I want you now to describe what kind of person would it take to attract this kind of person to your life, or to attract these qualities out of your current mate. What would you have to be like? It's easy to say, well, you don't score so high on my list, but do you deserve somebody of that nature based on how you're taking care of your mind, your body, your emotion, and your spirit? Are you being giving? Are you being petty? Because you may be actually behaving in a way that's on somebody else's must-never list and not even realizing it because you're caught up with the frustrations of your day-to-day work or challenges or life or past relationships. The worst thing that ever happens when you meet somebody is they start talking about all their past relationships and all the pain and terrible things that have gone on, because as they go back into that history, as they go back into that past, they experience it again in your presence. And pretty soon you start saying, this person is not open to a new relationship. Here's the way to clear it up. Put your focus on who you need to become. And if you focus on that, you'll attract who you want. So I want you to stop the tape one more time. This is a workshop, as I told you. This is not just me entertaining you now. Now it's time, when you hear things that make some sense, to take action. Because remember, if you're going to get the edge, the way you get the edge is not by learning more. If you let your learning lead to knowledge, you become a fool. Your learning has to lead to action. That's how you get results. That's how you create an extraordinary quality of life. That is the edge. So even though I've had you do a lot on this tape, this is so important. Stop it now. If you're in your car, just think it through. And you can write it down later. Or pull over, for God's sakes. It's your life. It's a relationship. Nothing's more important. You can pull over and let the traffic go by. Come on now, do this. Write down now a paragraph. What kind of person would it take to attract all that you want in a mate? Or to attract those characteristics out of the mate you already have? And if you say nothing, say, well, let's pretend it would. What would you have to be like? Describe the values, the character traits, the way you have to conduct yourself, what you do with your body, to be the kind of person that would deserve the person you just described. Go for it now. Okay, so if there's any lesson from this, it's you need to be the person you want to find. Let me say that again. You need to become the kind of person you want to find. Like attracts like. Water seeks its own level. There's nothing worse than a below-average person trying to attract to the life an above-average human being when it comes to love or commitment or growth. You're just not going to have something like that stay in your life. You might be able to attract them. Again, a lot of times you can obtain what you're after, but you're not going to sustain it unless the two of you are at a similar level. That doesn't mean the other person's right or wrong or you're better or worse. It just means it's different. And so you want to make sure that you meet their needs. Otherwise, any kind of relationship you really want will not stick around in a lasting way. So now 5. This is where you got to get honest. If you're in a relationship, I want you to go through your list and I want you to rate 0 to 10, where is this person you're in a relationship with you? Meaning, if honesty is the most important thing, are they a 10, absolutely totally honest? Are they a 7, 3/4 honest? Are they a 2? Once in a while they tell you the truth. Where are they really on your musts? And on the things you want to move away from? Where are they there? Are they mostly there? Are they not there? Do they cover any of these? None of these? I want you to be clear. Now, when you do this, you might start to go, wow, this is kind of difficult. This is a little uncomfortable. But you know what? Honesty is the greatest power you have. Now, I'm not talking about coming from ego, because after you've evaluated your current partner, see where you are on your must list. I want you to evaluate yourself and say, how many of these things am I really being that I said I'd have to be? Because it's a two-way street, right? In fact, if you really want to get honest, you'd say, what does my partner want most in a relationship? What are their musts? And am I really delivering? If you really are smart, when you finish this tape today, you'll go ask them to describe to you, or even write it down. What are the musts in their relationship? What do they really want in a relationship with you? And what don't they want? Because while you think you may know, you may not know exactly. The person may not have felt it was a safe place to share it with you. So if you really want to enhance your relatedness, which is what relationship is, you can't relate to someone unless you share what's really true. So first I'd have them share with you. Describe to them what you want to be for them. And then ask them, what are the musts for you? And let them know you're really working because you want to give to them all that they deserve. Don't come from the place of, I made a list and you don't match it. This won't usually develop a great deal of rapport. Right? This will end the conversation quickly. So instead, ask them, say, I want to be all I can be for you. I've made a list of what I think you need, but I don't know. Please tell me. And get them to share, get them to write it down. Because this is where you start to have a real breakthrough in your relationship, when you can have that kind of honesty. Most people are so afraid to share because they're afraid they're going to offend the other person, or they're afraid the other person will feel judged and unloved, or that, if we start talking about it, this thing may fall apart. Listen, if your relationship is that weak, you don't have a relationship, and you might as well deal with it now instead of living with a low-grade level of fear all your life. Right? That makes you feel sick inside. Let's just face it right on, and let's figure out how to make it better. Let's see how to make it stronger. If the relationship is great, let's take it to another level if it's fantastic. If it's okay, let's make it great. If it's terrible, let's acknowledge it, and let's change the quality of the relationship, or let's change the relationship. Let's get out, let's make a decision, let's be real. This is a partner workshop where it gets a little uncomfortable for some people. So here's your exercise. I want you now to go through your list of musts and rate your partner 0 to 10. 10 is they absolutely there, 0 is not at all, only on your musts. And then on the away from list, do they live those some of the time, most time, all the time? Take a good look at that. Then the third step is go to your own list. What do you think on that list of the musts for your partner, and rate yourself 0 to 10 on each of those? Remember we said to close the gap between where you are and where you want to be, you got to first know where you really are. If I have a map and I know where I'm going, I know my target, but I don't know where I am on the map is worthless, and I'm not going to get where I want to go. You must know truthfully where you are. No matter how great it is, it could be better. No matter how bad it is, it could be better. But whatever it is, we got to know. The truth will set you free, so take the time right now to score your relationship and score yourself. But when you score yourself, score it as if your partner was scoring you, not you scoring yourself saying, yeah, baby, I'm the best. Now, if you're not in a relationship, here's what I want you to do. I want you to score yourself alone. Where are you? You know, if you're going to attract someone of that caliber, how many of these things are musts on your list, the way you describe yourself? You describe all these things you have to be, but which are the musts to attract the kind of person you want? Asterisk the musts, and then rate yourself 0 to 10. Be really clear. Go for it. Okay, now you know where you really stand. Things may be great, things may be magnificent, but you want more, don't you? That's the nature of human beings. You know, if it's great, you want more of it. You want to expand it. If things are not so good, at least you know that too, and you're being honest with yourself about the role you're playing in it. Because this isn't all about, well, someone else isn't meeting my needs. That's not what relationship's about. Remember, relationship's a place you go to give, not a place you go to get. And if you're giving all that you can possibly give and you've made the right selection, the person's going to give back to you because it's their nature to do it if you made the right selection. So now, let's take a look at where you really stand. What do you got to do? Well, first of all, if you're in a relationship and the must needs you have are being met, celebrate for God's sakes. Go acknowledge them. Say, listen, you know what? I made this list. I'm listening to silly tape with this guy, Tony Robbins. And I made this list of all these things I really want in a relationship, and I circled all my musts. And you know what? I really was honest with myself, and I went through them, and you hit every single one of them. You are so amazing. I am so grateful for you. That'll create a little spark. That kind of sincere acknowledgement will absolutely enhance the relationship. And say, you know, I was making a list of things that I really want to be for you, and I don't know. These are the things I thought would be most important. What's most important to you? Because I want to be more of that. If you're in a relationship conversely and you discover, some of the musts are just not there, then the next question you got to ask yourself is, what would you have to do to meet more of this person's needs so they'd want to be that way, so they want to share that way? I don't want you to assume that they'll never do that, because being pessimistic in a relationship never made any relationship better. And running to the next relationship is not the answer. Because the problem is when you leave this relationship and you go to another one, it'll be fine for a while, but when you leave this relationship, you'll take you with you. And in a very short period of time, you'll have some of the same challenges again because the same patterns are there. So first, focus on what you need to do to make it better. Then there's a third option. You may be in a relationship and you may have selected somebody years ago, weeks ago, months ago, but the truth of the matter is your natures are not aligned. It's not that you don't love the person. It's not that you don't care about them. It's just that you constantly bump into the 4 R's. Now, let me walk you through these because these are the stages that break down a relationship. Because the promise of this tape was that we said we're going to have you figure out what relationship is really about. What's the purpose of a relationship? And how do you create an extraordinary relationship? How do you deal with the challenges and how do you nurture and expand it? Well, I think we've covered most of that, but I want to be really clear with the inevitable challenges that show up. If the challenges are consistent and they seem to be overwhelming, there's probably a challenge in that you don't share the same values or your natures are completely different and not complementary. So if you discover that's true, no matter how long you've been with this person, you got to sit down and be honest with each other and have a great heart-to-heart talk. So the question is, how do we make that right selection? If selection's so important, wonderful. Well, obviously, the first thing you got to do is you got to get clear in advance about what you really want before the hypnosis takes over. You know what I'm talking about. You meet somebody and your heart just goes. You don't sit and make a list. I like this. I don't like that. I wonder if it's the right team fit. I wonder if they value this. No. Your body goes, yes. right? Your heart goes, yum, your spirit is alive, you're dancing on the ceiling, right? You don't sit at that time and go, I wonder if our natures will reinforce one another on an ongoing, consistent basis. Let me go back to that tape Mr. Robbins created and see if it makes any sense. You're not going to do that. So the time to do it's in advance, right? Before the hypnosis takes over, before you become sucked in. So you start to get smart, because I hear people all the time say, how come I keep attracting the same kind of idiot into my life? How do I do this? What's the matter with me? What's the matter is you aren't deciding in advance the exact qualities of a person you want. You don't have a strong enough standard, so what's happening is in your desire and need for love, your attraction strategy is being fired off. But listen, we can be attracted to all kinds of people. And you can be attracted to people on the outside who are just extraordinary, but on the inside, they're not your match. So you got to do it up front. So how do you do that? Well, let me walk you through an exercise that you can do right now. Now, again, as I'm saying this, some of you may say, but wait a second, I'm already in a relationship. Yes, but even if you're in a relationship, here's what I want you to do. I want you to first get clear on what is your ideal. What are your ideal musts? Because once you know what they are, you can kind of coach your partner into that direction and vice versa. Also, some of you listening to this tape, I know, have been in a relationship for a period of time that in your gut you know it isn't right, but you're scared. You're scared to fail. You're scared to be alone. You're scared if I end this relationship, then I will have failed again. My marriage or my friendship or my whatever won't happen. But the only great failure in life is to live your life in a relationship where two people really don't share the same values and the same goals and the same direction. Because you deserve in your intimate relationship at least to have someone that shares enough of those in a complementary way that enhances both of you. Remember, the purpose of a relationship is to magnify your human emotions. And if you're in a relationship with someone who has different goals and a different nature and different values, you're going to magnify the negative emotions, aren't you? The conflicting emotions. But if you can find someone that you're aligned with, and again, that doesn't mean you're identical to. There certainly can be differences, but those differences are enough to stimulate rather than to separate. Then you got something that's really magical, and you got to be honest with yourself. I mean, if there's a theme for a fulfilling life, it's self-honesty. Because it's so hard. We're afraid to look the tiger in the eye, but you know what? The tiger, when you look him in the eye, is not that strong. I mean, you can look him in the eye, and you'll notice he could back off. You look the tiger in the eye, and once you know what you're facing, the unknown is always scarier. So I'm not suggesting you have to end your relationship. I'm not suggesting you have to create a relationship. I'm suggesting you got to know what it is you really truly want, and out of that list, what are your musts? Because in reality, you won't always get everything you want, at least not right in the beginning. Relationships grow. And besides that, you may not be the prize piece of this person either. You may not be everything on their list. Let's be honest. You rarely attract someone who has everything you want unless you're everything that they really want too. So it always comes down to working on yourself first. Running from a relationship is never the answer, because the problem is you'll take you with you. And pretty soon you'll be happy in the beginning, and all of a sudden you'll have the same challenges all over again within 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months or whatever. So you've got to know, what do they really want? What are their musts? And if you become that for them, if you're both working to become the ultimate person for the other person, meeting their deepest needs in a way that also makes you grow and expand, you're going to be fulfilled because you're growing, you're expanding, you're fulfilling, you're contributing, and you're loved. There's nothing like two people that are growing and developing, and they stimulate each other and challenge each other and love each other into a place that's greater than they've ever been before. Now, I'll tell you, the hardest thing in the world for people is to make a decision. But if you and the other person have different goals, different values, different nature, if your lives are so radically different and they're not complementary, remember, different can be complementary. If they're opposite, if they're opposed, then all you've set up is a life in which you have to either constantly be in a battle with someone, or worse, constantly be in repression, where you just accept a life that's less than you deserve. And I don't say this in a flippant manner, like, oh, okay, on this tape I should just change my relationship. No, running from a relationship, as I said over and over again here, is not the answer. You take you with you. I can't say that enough. But also, denial is equally bad. In some cases, worse, because it destroys your spirit. You've got to tell yourself the truth. And remember, everything in life happens for a reason and a purpose. And if you're listening to this tape, it's either to take a relationship that's great to a brand new level, or it's take a relationship that's not great and change yourself instead of your partner so you know you've done your job, make yourself better, make yourself stronger, give more, focus on their needs, see how you can enhance and create a spark that brings that relationship to the place it needs to be. Or it's time for you to change a relationship. And you got to be honest. Now, you may say to me, well, end my relationship, that's a pretty big step, isn't it? A life of fulfillment doesn't come from taking small steps, and it certainly doesn't come from taking a step backwards. It doesn't come from settling. It comes from stepping up. And every time a person makes a change in their life, the change is always initiated by a decision, a real decision where you cut off any possibility except the thing you're committed to because you know in your heart of hearts it's right. It may be scary, but you know it's right. And listen, we've all had to end relationships, or we've been on the other end. We've had someone end one with us, and it's one of the most painful things in life. But the other side of a decision where you commit and you just follow through is the freedom to experience what you deserve. So, many times in life, I've done it, I'm sure you've done it, we've all in relationships. Our partners have probably done it with us, where we thought like, well, I'll sacrifice. I'll stay here because for the kids, or I'll stay here for something else. But if you do something that kills your spirit, you're not doing anything for anyone else. So you've got to be true to yourself. You've got to be true to what's real inside. And that's where it all comes from. By the way, why don't we do this? Why don't we take the action? It's all about fear. Fear that we're going to be hurt. Fear that someone we love will not love us anymore at all. They'll take it all away, and then we'll be alone. Fear that we may have failed in something. The only real failure is to continue through a process that you know is not fulfilling for you and can't be for someone else. You got to remember, no matter how happy someone seems to be, if your entire heart and soul is not singing with them, they can't be totally fulfilled. But their fear may want them to keep in. Very often, when somebody wants to leave a relationship, it's rarely that both of them want to go. But later on, eventually, people see the benefit for themselves as well. And if you care about somebody, you got to share with them the truth. And again, I'm not saying this is easy by any stretch of the imagination. I'm just saying it's a must if you're going to be happy. And I'm not saying this as a practitioner who's evaluating this. For years, I had people tell me about their relationships and whether they should end it or not. And I always, I struggled with how to assist them. And the way I helped them was to get them clear about what they really needed in their life and make them really responsible for were they doing their part. And also not to make a decision too quickly, to give it a time period where you really evaluate it and where you share with the other person and you work together. But I also went through this process myself. I got married when I was 24 years old. And I'm really glad I did. It was an amazing time. It shaped me as a man because my wife had been married twice before. It was her third marriage. So as a result, she had 3 children, 1 from one father and 2 from another. So you can imagine the diversity. Picture this. I'm 24 years old and suddenly I have a 17-year-old son. I got an 11-year-old daughter. I got a 5-year-old son. And later on, a son on the way. And, what I'm really proud of is that for 14 years, I raised these kids as my own. They are my loves of my life. If you ask me what I get the most joy of in my life or what I'm most proud of, I'd say seeing my kids and who they become as human beings, as men and women, who contribute to society and have hearts of gold and make mistakes like anybody but do such good things for people around them. I love them, I respect them, and I'm really proud that I raised them. But I got to tell you, after 14 years, I found myself in a position where our beliefs and values were very different. What I really wanted for my life and what she wanted for hers was so different. It wasn't that she was a bad person and I was a good person or vice versa. It was just a different world because I didn't have these skills when I was 24. I didn't understand these distinctions back then. And so, am I going to stay in a position like that? Well, yes, I did. For about 4 years, I said, I got to work totally on me. I got to turn this around. I got to find a way to fulfill. And the problem was I still personally didn't feel fulfilled, and I eventually made the decision after the kids grew up, and they were adults, that it was time to make this decision, and I did. And I got to tell you, it was one of the most important decisions I made in my life and one of the most difficult ones. Today, I'm happily married to my soulmate, a lady who is so aligned with me that, I have a person in my life who not only is beautiful in terms of their love for people. I don't have to explain why I'm doing something, why I'm stopping here, why am I not on time because I'm helping another person. But I'm with somebody who literally I can pitch and catch with. So often in life, you get somebody and they're a great listener. You can give to them, but you don't give very much back. To be in a place where somebody who can challenge you with love or somebody can come back at you and say, well, what about this? What about that? Is so stimulating. You have somebody you love with your heart and soul and they love back the same way, emotionally, physically, spiritually, at the same intensity. It's such an amazing thing. So all I want to tell you is if this is a hard decision and you got fear about it, but you know it's right, you got to make it. And the other side is beautiful unless you sit around and ask yourself a lot of questions like, what if I never find the right person again? What if I'm making a mistake? What if, I'm not being fair in this situation? The way you're going to know you're fair is if you find out exactly what your musts are in a relationship. What are theirs? You have the discussions, you work at it. But if you're really different, tell the truth. Now, so often you want to blame the other person. And so often during this time when you make these decisions, you feel enormous pain. The only thing that kept me going is the day that I made the final decision, I made this list. I said, everything I really want in a relationship. What am I committed to in this lifetime to have in my life? What do I deserve and what am I willing to give? And when I went through that list, it became obvious this was not the right relationship based on nature. So I had to decide. And when I cry and I'd feel sad and I'd say, God, I get so much juice out of my work and I have so much love for my kids, and I honestly had the fear of losing the love of my kids. What if they don't love me anymore? And those fears started to grab me, and I'd sit back and I'd say, what's my outcome? What am I committed to in this life? What will I not settle for less than? Because I'm willing to pay the price. I'm willing to do whatever it is. And during that time, I got to tell you, there were some amazingly painful times because my children are not my stepkids. I mean, they're my children. I adopt them into my life and in my heart. And they're my own in every way. I've raised them. But what was interesting is when the separation first happened, one of my boys, Josh, I felt like he was really, comforting his mom and wasn't spending much time with me. And so one day I called him up and I said, Joshy, I said, I'd like to go for a walk on the beach with you. So Josh came down and we took a walk on the beach, and I said, hey, bud, I said, I'm feeling really sad and lonely right now. And he looked at me and got a little teary-eyed. I said, I want your mom totally supported, but I said, I feel like there's some separation with us. And I said, it scares me, honestly, because I've raised you as my own since you're 5 years old. I mean, I may not be your birth father, but I'm your dad and you're my son. And he started to cry, and he said, of course. And he said, I love you, Dad. I said, tell me something. I said, I feel like my feelings don't matter. Yes, I'm the one that chose to make the divorce happen, but I still have feelings. It still kills me to see anybody hurt. I mean, I'm the guy that wants to make everybody happy, and in this situation, I can't. And I said, I just feel this separation with you. And he said, I'm not trying to be separate from you, Dad. He said, I guess I'm probably overcompensating for Mom because you're so strong. I said, I am strong, but I still have feelings. I said, tell me something. I said, wasn't I there for you? I mean, throughout your life, whenever there was a tough situation or anticipating a tough situation, wasn't I there with the ideas or the solutions or the love for you or the comfort or the conversation? And I said, shoot me straight if I wasn't. He said, no, Dad, you always were. And he got really emotional. I said, then how come in my tough time you're not here? It was a pretty direct conversation. And he gave me a hug and he said, I love you, Dad. And he said, I just got to tell you, he said, I don't know. I think maybe you trained us, Dad, that you were the one who always took care of us, so we never even think of taking care of you. Oof. That was a tough moment. Talk about an awakening. He said, it's like you always were there. You're always there with the magic moments. You're always the one to figure the answer. I mean, you're Tony Robbins. Who can help you? And I said, I'm still your dad. I'm still a man. I still have feelings. It was a poignant moment, one I'll never forget in my life. Because I thought at times, how come, she didn't do this? How come I always had to do that? You get into that thing of righteousness. And I thought, probably because I trained her to. It wasn't because she didn't love. It's just because she got used to me doing it. So while I say put everything in the relationship and do everything you can to support that person, you also have to give them room to support too. I remember an example from early in my life when I was brand new and I didn't really have any economic success yet. And I'd take someone to lunch or dinner. I'd watch what they ordered, and I'd make sure I didn't order too much so I could afford it, and I'd always pay for the lunch, always pay for the dinner, because I just always want to be the giver. But you know what's interesting? If you're always the one who has to be the giver, you give no room for someone else to give back, and then you feel sad or empty or alone or mad because someone else didn't give to you. It was my fault. And, of course, no relationship is black and white. There are many situations that shape something. But I remember one time in that same situation where I took a very wealthy man out to lunch, and I went to grab the check, and he smacked my hand really hard, and he said, what are you doing? And I said, I want to take you to lunch. He said, are you going to rob me of the pleasure of paying for this lunch? Are you that selfish? And I thought, wow, he's so right. I always want to give. Well, you got to give room to let someone else have the joy of giving too. Otherwise, you're going to blame them, and you've been a party to the challenge. And I'll tell you what I learned. It's like I said before, success comes from good judgment. Listen, if you made a decision at 18, 20, 25, and the life that you're living now is so radically different, who you are has grown and changed, don't feel bad about making a decision. Find a way to make that decision better by staying in the relationship, or if it really doesn't work, have the guts to tell the truth and figure out what needs to be done. And learn from the past relationship. I mean, because of this and my relationship with my wife, Sage, we have the most incredible relationship because, you know what? She catches me and I catch her. I say, no, it's your turn to receive here. Sometimes we have to make a game of it because we're always trying to support the other person because our natures are so alike. Sometimes you can't make a decision because I want to know what she wants and I want to make that decision. She wants to know what I want so she can make that decision. So now we have this deal. You make this big decision, I get the next one. And we always say, whose turn is it? And, of course, we usually, being the giving souls we are, try to do something that meets the other person's needs. But how cool to be in a relationship where that nature is there for someone and where I'm now smart enough not to crush it. So to allow yourself to receive is critical for any relationship to work. If this is scary to you, I can only tell you, I have known so many thousands of people that this was the scariest, toughest part of their life, but it was the most rewarding. And I'm one of them. As painful as it was, as difficult as it was, the most important decision in my life, more important than any business decision, any economic decision, any decision in my work. I mean, this is it. You know, where you get to live is with a person you love and who loves you. And if you got that, there is nothing on earth that can come close to it. But to get that, sometimes you're going to have to make some tough decisions. And if you don't, praise God, you got the right decision the first time. Hang on to it and treasure it as the most precious thing in your life. And if you're not in a relationship yet, praise God again. You got a chance to really set it up the first time with clarity, not just chemistry, but clarity. So you don't just obtain a relationship, not just have one you can make work, but you can have one that grows geometrically because the natures of the two people involved are aligned. Don't get stuck on the institution and forget about the people inside of it. The institution is marriage. The life you live with this person and the happiness you can generate with this person is what matters most. And how do you do it? God only knows. It's the hardest thing to do. But I'll tell you, the one thing to consider is to first get really clear that this is best for you and best for the other person, even though they won't feel like it in the short term. Because if you're in a relationship where you're unfulfilled, I guarantee you're not fulfilling them. They may think so because they don't want to lose it. They don't want the insecurity, the instability, the unknown of not being in a relationship. But neither one of you are being fulfilled. And the way to do it is to be totally honest about your responsibility in it and that you aren't doing all that's there. And then also to say that the natures are different. It's not that you're not enough. It's not that you're wrong. It's just we're different. And to have this conversation, ideally looking directly in the person's eyes, agreeing that for the next 10 or 15 minutes or hour that you will not break eye contact. Because there's a very powerful tool when you look in someone's eyes and you don't look away. The power of that is amazing because you're going to find yourself wanting to look away, to think of something or access something, or they're going to say something, you're going to remember something else to give a retort or react. But if you'll just stay there and maybe hold their hands and look in their eyes and share, and if someone ever comes to you and wants to end a relationship, do the same thing. Be responsible. Because trying to hang on to somebody who really isn't there with you is the worst feeling in the world. And even if you get them to say yes, it'll just happen again. You can't hold back what a person really needs. And so you got to take the lessons of this relationship and create the space for something new. And if you do, you got something magical. So what's the truth? Where are you really? These first three possibilities are all based on the idea that you're already in a relationship. And if you're in one, I want you to create an action plan now. What are you going to do to take your relationship to the next level? What can you do and what will you do? And I want you to write down 2 or 3 things you've decided today you're going to absolutely do or be or change. Either that decision is, I am no longer going to fly off the handle of little things. I am going to interrupt my own pattern and say, you know what, you don't deserve this. I'm sorry, I'm overreacting. Or maybe what you're going to do is you're going to create a pattern interrupt. So you both agree. If you start arguing that if either one of you says, I need a safe space, then the other person has got to listen for 10 minutes and not interrupt. And that doesn't mean 10 minutes where you take notes about all the crap you're going to refute. It means where you really listen from your heart and where you look directly in their eyes the whole time they're talking and you feel what they're saying and you try to put yourself in their perspective. Maybe that's an action item for you. Maybe the action item is you're going to write a beautiful card for no reason today before you go home and drop it off. Maybe you're going to call in the middle of the day and just say, I only have 10 seconds. I'm in the middle of a meeting, but I called to say, I love you. And I don't want anything. I just want to tell you I love you. Bye. Click. What will that do? I want you to create an action plan. I want you to write a map, a massive action plan as fast as you can of things you can do to enhance the relationship. Or if you truly are not matched in your natures, in your values, in your goals, you need to get really clear about that and you need to sit down with this person and make some decisions. You're going to have to decide because rarely in a relationship will both people want to leave the relationship. What does leaving a relationship bring up for everybody? Absolute fear. Your primary fear. Fear that you're not going to be loved again by somebody else this way. Fear that you'll never find somebody else. Fear that you're going to lose the love. Fear that you're not enough. Fear that you won't be able to have what you really deserve. Or fear this person's leaving you and therefore they're rejecting you and you can't have it. Sometimes this break of this pattern is the greatest thing that ever happened because now, even if you're on the receiving end, You're now free to really have someone who can fully appreciate you, because it's not that you're not enough, it's that your nature, your needs, your desires, your values are different. And by the way, sometimes people start out with similar goals and similar values and a similar nature, but as time goes by, people go through stages of life. They have significant emotional events, right? They lose family, they lose friends, their priorities radically change. They have a disease, they get older. And at different stages of life, we look at our lives radically different. And if you have a difference in years between you and another person, you may find that this person now has a totally different viewpoint. So, instead of looking as a failure, be honest and decide what you're going to do. And figure out how you do it responsibly, lovingly, where you can preserve the relationship but transform it maybe into a friendship. Because if you think about it truthfully, all relationships have a purpose. There's some lessons for us all to learn. And when you learn those lessons, then the relationship may transform into a new relationship called a friend or called a business associate or called something. I don't know, someone who's no longer in your life. But you got to decide. Don't turn off this tape without coming up with an action plan to make your relationship better or to change yourself or to complete this relationship and create the vacuum and create something new. Because you know what some people do? They go, I know it's the wrong relationship, but I'm going to keep looking until I find the right person, then I'll let go of this person. Well, you can't get to second base with 1 foot on first. You can't do that. You got to let go. You got to create a vacuum. Until there's a vacuum there that's open, there's no space for someone else to be attracted into your life. Now, that's going to be your plan. That's going to be your homework. You can stop the tape now if you're one of those people. Now, let's take some samples here. And I keep relating to you back and forth what I'm pulling out of this group of engineers and owners and creative people here. So I thought, you know what? Let's put their voices on tape and let them tell you the kind of person they have to be. That way we commit them to it, around the world for as long as they live, since these tapes tend to go into immortality. So I have a few people here. Why don't you come over here and step up and read to us, who do you have to be to attract the quality of person you want or attract those qualities of a person you're already in a relationship with? Here's our first person. Her name is Pammy.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad.
This is Pammy. Go ahead. What's your list?
Okay, so here's my list. But most importantly, I always need to come from a place of love, a place of unconditional love for me and for him. I need to be strong, passionate, and caring. I need to nurture my own interests and career in my own right. And I also need to make sure that I put him and our family first. I need to listen, and not just listen, but really hear. Be fun, playful, outrageous, and take care of myself physically. I need to be flirtatious and playful, create moments and surprises. I need to remember and practice my spirituality, and that my belief that nothing real is ever threatened and nothing unreal exists. I need to commit to continue growing, to nurture our friends and each other's families too, to create a wonderful living space and environment that's totally us, that's warm and elegant, a safe haven in our storm, so to speak. I need to schedule consistent time for us to stay in touch with what's most important to him too. I need to make connection much more important than significance and meet his needs and my own needs, and make sure that my own needs are dependent on meeting his needs too, if that makes sense. I need to be clear about who I am and what's most important to me. I need to hold my vision and optimism for what's truly possible in life, for us, for our kids, for our family and friends, and for the world. I need to live in a place of total gratitude and appreciation for every moment we are blessed to share together.
Very nice. If you do that, you probably attract just about anybody. Okay, that was Pamela. Now, if you listen to her list, she's describing all the ways she needs to be and what she needs to do to create that quality of life. And you know darn well, if she really does that, who wouldn't want to be in a relationship with a person who values themselves and their life and their relationship and their family so much? But also it goes to point out again that if she's in a relationship with someone who really doesn't want kids, or family is not their focus and never will be, it's not their nature, then it's probably not going to be a great team fit. And you got to notice that early on in the relationship, or otherwise you'll be torn up, because you're going to be having this tremendous connection with them, but realizing in order to meet their needs, you have to give up some of yours. Have you ever been in that place before? So this is why it's so important to do this. So let's hear from Scott. Scott actually owns the studio. Scott, step up and tell us, who do you have to become in order to have this kind of person that you desire most in your life?
My list looks a lot like the ideal mates list, except for the short skirt part. But it mainly comes down to boil it down, I have to be honest, creative, funny, offbeat, outside the box, kind, loving, accommodating, flexible, an open communicator, driven by values, intelligent, and nurturing.
Very nice.
Thanks.
Very good. Thank you. All right. Let's do a quick recap. We've talked about the most important relationship that has to be solid is the one with yourself. You've got to consistently demonstrate love to yourself. Second, we said the most important element in creating a lasting and fulfilling relationship is in selection. Because no matter what you do to try and change or improve somebody else, if their nature is different than your own, they're not going to want to change and improve into what you think you need. You got to start out with someone who at least has enough things in common. Not just they can do the job, but they will do, because they have goals that are complementary to your own. They have a nature that will be reinforced in your relationship. If you're one of those people that's effusive and rewarding, they love that, not they hate someone who's like that. So that's very, very important. Do you have the same values? Is the team fit there? Then we said in order to know that, you can't wait till you get attracted, because if that happens, you're going to find yourself in relationship after relationship in reaction rather than consciously deciding what you want to bring into your life. And by the way, most of the time, if you have ongoing upsets in a relationship, I don't mean an upset about a particular situation or reaction. I mean ongoing challenges. It's because you didn't make an effective selection. So this is so important. So we said, in order to do that, get clear. What are the exercises we've gone through? 1, describe the mate from heaven. Who is your ultimate desired mate? Number 2, describe your mate from hell so you know what you don't want. Number 3, decide which of these are your musts. I mean, yes, you want them all, but what are the absolute musts for you? The ones you can't live without and the ones you can't live with. 4, describe the kind of person you would have to become in order to attract the person you want or to attract those qualities out of a relationship you're already in. Now, let me tell you the stages people go through first that create challenges in any relationship, even if your natures are aligned. There are things that can happen that you can get upset about, and then pretty soon, very often, people start to stack things. Like, for example, do you ever notice when you get upset, you can remember everything about that person that upsets you? It's like you stack it all together, and it gets you more and more upset. So the way to avoid that is understand the pattern of destruction that destroys relationships, because here's what you got to be able to deal with. This is inevitable. Something happens, and even when your natures are aligned, and you feel this inside, this first R, resistance. By the way, I got these 4 R's from 2 relationship experts, from Dr. John Gray and Dr. Barbara DeAngelis, both great relationship experts. And what's happened in each case is they've learned. Part of life is learning. It's not about failure. If you're so afraid to fail, you're going to stay in a relationship where you really aren't connected anymore, where you really don't have the same natures, where neither person is fulfilled, but you're both hanging on because you don't want the economic loss or the emotional loss or the feeling like a failure or what people will think. If you conduct your life trying to avoid these elements, then you lose the love and fulfillment you deserve. All fulfillment in life comes from self-honesty, and once you're honest, taking courageous steps. And courageous steps don't mean you're not fearful. It doesn't mean you don't have pain. It means you do it anyway because you know that in this lifetime you deserve to find that person you can share this life with at the deepest level. And to settle for less than that is to hurt you and to hurt the person you're with, because this person is not being fulfilled either. And neither person will usually have the courage to do something about it until they finally make each other so mad, so upset, that now they can't even be friends. And you want to avoid that, because you obviously care about and love this person, or you wouldn't be in a relationship with them. So what are the elements that destroy? The first R's I started to tell you that came from them is resistance. Somebody says something, somebody does something that you're in a relationship with, and you go, oh, I wish I hadn't done that. Oh, I wish they wouldn't tell that story again and again. Oh, I hate when she does that. But you don't say anything. And so that goes on, and it happens again and again and again and again, and finally the emotion escalates, doesn't it? It eventually gets, after a period of weeks, months, years, or decades, it eventually gets to the point where you go, I resent this. Why do they always have to do this? And all of a sudden inside, the amount of emotion is not just resistance, but there's some anger there. There's resentment, like, oh, I hate when they do that. Why are they always going to do that? There's a different tone that happens, but you still don't say anything. Now, if you don't deal with this at the level of resistance, it goes to resentment. If you don't deal with it, resentment, it goes to the third R, rejection. And you actually start to, do you have to wear that dress? Do you have to always say that same stupid story? Why did you do that? In fact, this person's going to be looking at you like, why are you so overreacting? What's the deal here? You're going to look like the idiot, because you're no longer actually reacting to the moment. You're reacting to all these stacked resistance and resentments. Does that make sense? And so now you literally find things to pick at them a little bit. And they get really irritated. What does that do for them? It makes them have resistance and resentment, and pretty soon, maybe they're rejecting you too, if not overtly, covertly. Maybe with other people, maybe with their friends. They get their girlfriends together, or their guys, and they say, you know what she always does? You know what my old lady does? You know what he does to me, my old man? And they go through this whole thing, and it gets worse and worse and worse. Eventually, if these people don't break up when they're in this anger state, they'll go to repression. And repression is that fourth R. That's where, like, your roommates. You love them, and they're like a good buddy, but there's no passion. And the reason is, it's hard to sustain passion with anger. For most people, when they're angry, it shuts off the emotion of love. And so what happens at this point is you just get repressed. You just go, I love this person. They're really great. My spouse, my friend, my girlfriend, my boyfriend. Yeah, it's really wonderful. But your energy goes someplace else, doesn't it? Where you're more fulfilled in your work, with your girlfriends or your male friends, in sports, in anything that's more fulfilling because your relationship doesn't do it. It just basically is comfort and stability. But comfort and stability is not the same thing as intimacy. And it's certainly not the same thing as fulfillment. So if you're in this example, it's time to step up. It's time to step up, and you know it. So you've got to make a decision. And if you're listening to this tape and you know somebody you care about who's in this place of repression, then you got to help them out. Get them to listen to this. Talk to them. Have an honest conversation. Now, I want to say one other thing. There's two words, alkalize and energize. Alkalinity, you now understand how important it is. How important is it? It's life and death. That's how important it is. You got too much acid, are you likely going to have difficulty losing weight unless you have a genetic tendency not to keep weight at all? Yes or no? I guarantee you're not going to be able to lose weight if you keep your body in an acid place. Or if you lose weight, it'll be temporary and you'll gain it back. So you got to understand, this alkalinity is the whole thing. So you got to alkalize and you got to energize. Now, what does energize mean? It means, remember, every organ in your body works on this microelectricity, this electrical magnetic frequency. And all of that is happening in your system. When you're eating foods only provide value when they can be converted into the elements necessary for this chemistry that allows electrical charges to continue. Food actually gets to the organs through these little electrical charges. That's how things are moved around within the system. Are all foods equal? Like, are all carbohydrates equal in the amount of electrical, alive energy in them? Yes or no? Your common sense knows the answer to that is no. Absolutely not. So we must avoid foods that take away more energy than they provide. Your body operates on a subtle electromagnetic current. Nerve signals are, in fact, electrical charges. Your brain, your heart, all the organs in your body really emit these fields of electrical current. And your cells communicate with each other through pulses of electricity. When we eat food, our food breaks down into the food particles to their smallest size, called colloidals. A colloidal is the smallest possible form of a nutrient particle size. The usual size is, I don't know how to pronounce it, certain microns in diameter. These nutrient particles are then carried to cells via electrical charges. If we eat something, guys, that's lifeless, that really doesn't have the electrical charges in it any longer, then you're not going to get the energy that your body deserves. So you won't get, as I said here, the food itself is taking more energy than it's giving if it doesn't give you enough electrical charges. So, for example, what kind of electrical charge is available in chocolate cake in megahertz? 1 to 3. Now, by the way, a tumor has 30 electrical charges, to give you an idea, by comparison. A Big Mac has 5 megahertz of energy. Now, before you look at that, maybe I should give you a frame of reference. Each of the organs of your body has a certain amount of energy, electrical energy, that can be measured in megahertz for it to be functioning healthfully. The average of your core organs, like your brain, your heart, your lungs, is 70 megahertz. So just think about this. If you need 70 megahertz of energy, and your primary diet is made up of Big Macs, 5 megahertz, chocolate cake, 1 to 3 megahertz, right? Are you going to be in an energy deficit or an energy abundance? Deficit. And so your energy is going to be low. Now, let me ask you this. If your energy is low, will the organs of your body be working at their total functional peak efficiency, yes or no? So if they're not working efficiency, and let's say part of that is cleansing or providing what your body needs, then those systems start to shut down, and you build up more toxic waste. That's just natural. Your body normally will get rid of, but you're no longer having enough energy to function properly. So you go through this slow decline most people call aging. Does this make sense? So take a look here, if you would, and you'll see some of the other foods we've got here. Vitamins. I mean, most vitamins and mineral supplements are 10 to 30 megahertz, and that's if your body can absorb them. Raw almonds are 40 to 50 megahertz. If you saw me snacking during the break here, I grabbed something, that's raw almonds I have up here. I have cucumbers, too, which are super high. Your liver is 55 to 60 megahertz. Your colon, 58 to 63. Your stomach, 58 to 65. Top of your head, 60 to 70. Your feet. So you can see your body's basically in that 60 to 70 range. Fruits do provide, you see this? They provide a lot of energy. They're alive. Green vegetables are the highest, 70 to 90 megahertz. Plus, green vegetables, ladies and gentlemen, are extremely what? Anybody know? Alkaline. We want alkalinity, and green vegetables are some of the most alkaline things you can take in your body. Next is you'll see live, fresh wheatgrass, 70 to 90. Your brain is 72 to 78. How many of you love a rose? Like you get in the presence of a rose or you smell a rose, and it just feels really great. How many have that feeling? Say aye. A rose has 320 megahertz coming out of it. It's like you get this charge. All flowers don't do that to you, do they? Some have more than others. And what the feelings you're having are actual electrical charges that you can experience if you measure them. It's fascinating. And then I'm going to show you a green drink that's between 250 and 350 megahertz. When you drink it, you'll feel like an immediate sense of charge of energy because all the charges your cells need are available immediately, plus it's alkaline. So it's available there. Now, how many would agree that the real challenge that most people have is not some bug is attacking them, but the real challenge that they have is their environment has basically been compromised. That they've done things probably in their lifestyle, consciously or unconsciously, that have put the body in a weakened state and has caused the environment to be polluted, and now problems are building on top of each other. How many buy that theory? Say aye. Okay, if you buy that theory, then the question is, how do we get there? How do we get imbalanced? And then the second question, the more important one, is, how do we get that balance back quickly? The first thing that happens that takes us out of balance is there's a disturbance. Now, what could disturb our bloodstreams, disturb our environment? Well, as I start out with again, negative thoughts, negative words, negative actions, those emotions, do they have an impact on our bloodstream, yes or no? Absolutely. And you can feel it, can't you? You know it's visceral. You know your whole body starts to shift when you go in these states. Now, after you have that experience, try adding to that a polluted environment. Do you think breathing, I should say, all the smog in the air makes you alkaline or acid? What would your common sense say? Totally makes you acidic. Okay? Now, LA's air is a lot better than it was before. Most of the country is getting better, fortunately, but it still affects us. Acid diets. What's an acid diet? A diet that's made up of animal proteins is acid. A diet made up of a lot of cooked oils is acid. A diet that's made up of a lot of sugar is acid. A diet made up of a lot of carbohydrates, refined carbohydrates, processed carbohydrates, like pastas, etc. It's going to have a lot of sugar. Sugar, just think sugar equals acid and acid equals glue. That's a good way for you to think about it. The outside of the red blood cell is a negative charge. That's what keeps them repelling. The inside is positive. But what happens is when you put yourself in a position where you have this acid, it strips that charge, and now these cells start to collect. They start to move and become unhealthy. When they start banging into each other, and you can see it in people's bloodstreams, you can see the difference in what happens there between a healthy bloodstream where the red blood cells are big and plump and alive and round versus you see these misshapen cells, and you see these cells starting to break down, and very often you see things like parasites starting to break out of the cell. Literally, you see it rip out of the cell. It's a very scary thing to see. Radiation can do this. We're in front of these screens all the time, most of us, right? Using computers now. We have all this stuff that we don't know the impact on. So you don't have to live crazily, but we want to avoid any excess radiation because could that disturb the delicate balance, could it, of the electrical magnetic part of your body? Yes or no? Clearly. So those disturbances start there. And then any kind of other destructive behavior or emotion. Now, once you have a disturbance, think of this. Irritation leads to mutation. Right? That's where it can go. So when something gets irritated, it gets out of balance. It gets out of balance. It either weakens, dies, or mutates. So irritation leads to mutation. So what happens is when you have a disturbance, the second thing happens is cells become disorganized. They change, basically, to try and deal with an environment that's different because life wants to live. I mean, when you even think about cancer cells are cells that are striving to live so much that they can even expand like crazy in an environment where there's no oxygen. So they mutated, and now they're growing more rapidly than you want them to. It's actually life moving forward, and it's adapting to the environment we give it to. So when you disturb yourself, some disturbances are huge. A car accident, is that a significant disturbance to your body? You bet. That ruptures cells. When you rupture cells, do you think there's more acid in the body or less? Quick. More acid. The body's got to deal with that. So much of it can really be a trauma to the system. But when you get disturbances, cells disorganize so they can adapt to this environment. As they do that, the third step is you get a compromised environment. What that means is cells start to really adapt now to this morbid environment, this environment that is not healthy. And all of a sudden now you have healthy cells becoming what? Unhealthy cells. I mean, you can see this under the microscope with people in their bloodstreams. And all of a sudden you have these things called germs that start to grow like crazy, like bacteria and yeast and fungus and molds, because now you've created an environment in which they can feed. You've created a place where they get to live. Now, what's really fascinating, and you'll see this at Mastery, and this will sound insane to some of my doctor friends in the room, but I took Dr. Solomon, who's on the UN board of aging, and he's the head of the Council for Health and Illness, I guess it is, for the United Nations. He's also from Johns Hopkins University. He's the head of nutrition there. Traditionally trained guy, and I brought him about 2 months ago. He was supposed to go for 2 hours because I said, I've seen things in the bloodstream that traditional biology would never say is possible. I've seen a red blood cell literally not be attacked from the outside, but literally when the environment became acid, start to morph and become a rod form, a bacteria. We think of bacteria coming from the outside. Here's this red blood cell like a butterfly morphing and becoming another kind of cell. And then morphing back later when it went to an alkaline part of the body back into red blood cell. It's all caught on videotape. It's called pleomorphism. It's supposed to be impossible. And he's captured this several times because this guy's whole focus is the blood. He gives everybody's blood and he studies it and watches it. So I called Dr. Solomon and I said, all I can tell you, I've never felt better in my life. I see my blood is so pure. I've seen my blood go. Now the red blood cells are big and plump because my body's alkaline. I got enough water in the system, not dehydrated. My energy's amazing. I said, I've always had high energy, but not where it was like I had such reserves. That's the best word I can give you. I have reserve now. Before I could do it, and I was going through my reserves, you know. And I said, come take a look. Fly out for me. He said, okay, I'll go check it out. He said, I'm going to these two places. I'll stop for 2 hours. He stopped for 2 days. And he called me up and he said, this is unbelievable. He said, I want to test that. He's going to do a study at Harvard Medical School. He's trying to arrange one and at Johns Hopkins to be able to show the impact that this has on the bloodstream and show that this has occurred. He wants to be able to duplicate what he's seen. But he said, this is unbelievable because we always think of the outside world attacking us. He said, what I'm seeing is the inside environment, just like with HIV they say it, and now they say for these viruses that the reason they can't stop it is because it keeps what? Mutating into something else. Well, our red blood cells de-differentiate and become something else. What happens is this starts to create this buildup of these bacteria, yeast, molds, and guess what they do? They're creatures, right? They're feeding now on your energy stores, and like all living things, they feed on things, and what do all living things also do? They excrete their wastes, and their wastes are pure acid. So not only are you building the acid up from your lifestyle, but you're now creating an environment where these things proliferate and or adapt. Now on top of that, they put their own waste in, which brings you to the fourth level of imbalance. Now you have debilitating acids growing so that the waste products in those unhealthy cells pollute the environment, and they start to impact the quality of even the healthy cells now. And so more disturbances, more disorganization of cells, worse environment, more acids, and now you're going to what most people think of as debilitating diseases or aging or whatever the case may be. It's an acid problem that comes from disturbance. Now, let me just tell you this. It takes 4 parts of alkalinity to balance out or neutralize 1 part of acid. That's why most people are so acid. So what's neat about the blood and what's neat about the foods is you can see it. You know, it's not this little, oh, I'm going to take this supplement and hope it's okay. I mean, you can see it and you can feel it. You have both experiences.
So let's go to a live seminar now where you get a chance to listen in, and let's see if we can figure out why do most people become so fearful about their health, and what are some simple common sense approaches we can take that can free us of the fear and, more importantly, put us in charge. Listen in right now.
What I want you to understand today is it's not the principles you're going to learn that are going to make a difference in your health. It's the beliefs you're going to develop about what's most important. And by the way, I said your money, your spirituality, your children. What's the other obvious area you don't want to give up to an expert? Which one? Your health. You can't allow someone to make you believe that your health is such a complex task that only some expert can know what to do. Because I got to tell you something. The ratio of results that these experts are producing in our culture are not very pretty. In the United States, which is a good example, a good barometer of most of the states represented or the countries represented in this room, 1 in every 2 people now die of what? Heart disease. 1 out of 3 from cancer. I mean, think about that. That's staggering. Look around the room. Imagine half the people here are going to die from a heart attack. That isn't necessarily true to this room. In fact, our job is to make sure that isn't true in this room, but statistically, that's accurate.
Then look at the ones that are left, 1 out of 3 are going to have cancer. Now, there is no excuse for that because those things are completely lifestyle driven. But what we keep doing is treating the effect rather than dealing with the real cause, dealing where the source of the problem is. That paradigm of treating symptoms is an old paradigm and it doesn't work. And even doctors today know it. That's why today you see more and more doctors are in a position where they're looking at things from a totally different holistic point of view. In fact, today, when most people still think germs are the cause of disease, if you read the #1 textbook from Harvard Medical School, it makes it clear that germs are not the source of disease. That you can have all these germs in your body and not have the disease. And you can have disease and those germs aren't available. The germs are a sign of life. That the biggest problem is if you create an environment that's polluted, germs are going to magnify. They're going to go crazy, and they're going to start feeding and creating their own waste. And their tearing down of the body and waste happens only because you create an environment where that's possible. If you got tons of mosquitoes and you go kill them all, which is the allopathic medicine's approach, right? Pathology is the study of what? Study of disease. Now, if you wanted to be rich, would you study poor people? If you wanted to be healthy, would you want to study people that are ill? That's the way that we've operated from. It's a backwards way of trying to figure out how to get healthy. Because it's not about health, it's about maintaining or dealing with a problem after it's occurred. And very often the way we do that is based upon this concept of the body as a mechanism rather than the body as something that really is driven by the mind and spirit. So today is about let's open our minds to a different set of beliefs, and let's be careful about one thing. Most truth in life goes through 3 phases because there are convictions in society. First, it's totally ridiculed. Second, it's violently opposed. Because if the ridicule doesn't do it, now it starts hitting people's convictions and they get very fearful. When a man suddenly says, no, the earth is not the center of the universe, it's not the center of even the solar system, the sun is, Copernicus said this, what happened to him? First he was ridiculed, then what did they do? Stoned him, threw him in jail, right? Made him have to recant everything, destroyed his books, violently opposed. And then the third step, truth becomes accepted as obviously true. Self-evident is the word. All truth goes through those 3 phases. So for us as people, if we want to grow, we want to get ourselves open to as many things as possible first. And the reason I tell you that, again, is your philosophy of health is going to affect your health more than any specific thing you're going to eat or do. Because your philosophy of health is going to determine the choices you make, the way you deal with dis-ease in your body. It's going to determine really the choices you make, and the choices you make are going to determine your physical and emotional and future destiny. So be careful about convictions today. Now, the metaphor I've used throughout the years, the simple one is look at the example of going to New York City when there's a trash strike. If you've ever been there, it's happened 3 or 4 times. Trash will pile up in the city by about the 3rd week so high on the street, it's unbelievable. And they have rats everywhere when this occurs. How intelligent would it be for you to come along and go, look at this trash all these rats brought. You know the trash was there first for the rats to come. But when we think about disease, most of us look around and look for something to blame. Whenever it looks like something's the cause, take a deeper look. It may just be a correlation. And if you respond to that as your principle, you'll live in fear. And worse, you won't change things to make it better. So what I want to give you then is a good example. Let's look at the most modern example of this, which is the flu. Let's think about the flu for a second. The flu. When does the flu have a season in most countries of the world? Yes or no? Is it holiday season or the normal work season? Quick, out loud. Holiday season. Raise your hand if it's the holiday season in your country, because in this room we have 76 nations. Raise your hand. Holiday season is the primary time in which the flu hits. Raise your hand nice and high so I can see. Now, what happens during the holiday season that might add to toxicity or to a deficiency in your nerve energy where you're using more? Okay, do you tend to eat and drink even more, partying even more intensely than usual, yes or no? Plus, as you're gearing up for the holiday season, do you have your normal responsibilities still very often, yes or no? But then you have additional responsibilities, okay? Plus you have things like the outlaws are coming into town, the in-laws. People you're not always thrilled about that you got to have to deal with. Is there politics? Is there emotion during this time? Yes or no? Even if you love the holidays and you exert more excitement, does that occur? Yes or no? And in most countries in the world, the holiday season is an extreme of temperature. And in this country, it's the cold season. In some countries, it's the hot season, it's the holidays. But it's an extreme of temperature. Your body has to use more nerve energy to either cool yourself down if you live in a very hot environment or to heat yourself up if you're in a cold environment. When you're in these environments, you're making more and more demands of energy, and when you use more energy than you can take back, what gets shut off? The elimination process. As that happens, your body's no longer at functional efficiency. As that happens, toxicity builds up. Now, what does this look like? In this country, it starts with Thanksgiving, doesn't it? What happens at Thanksgiving? People sit together and say, it's time to give thanks for our year, for all that we're grateful for, and let's thank our body by giving it a really gentle, nutritious, well-balanced meal. Is that what happens? No. What is it? It's called pig out time. And what do people have for Thanksgiving? What do they have? Come on. Turkey. What else is on the plate? Mashed potatoes. What else is there? Gravy. Desserts. One little token vegetable on the side that nobody touches. Pure acid, pure waste, pure poison in mass. And when you've eaten so much, by the way, do you eat a lot? Eat so much you can't breathe. And you push away the table, I'll never eat another bite again. Pumpkin pie? Okay. Coffee? All right. Isn't that true? And what do you do after that meal? Do you go out and say, oh, God, I feel so good. Let's go out and take a nice run. Let's go to the movie. Let's go for a jog. What do you want to do? Boom. Your brain goes in a total overwhelm, doesn't it? Your body tries to shut down. You're exhausted. And by the way, when you have that meal that one day, the next day you immediately go on a cleanse, right? You go, okay, I overdid it. I have the right to overdo it, but now, the next 3 or 4 days, I'm going to eat totally pure. I'm going to cleanse. I'm going to drink water. I'm not going to drink anything else but water. I'm going to make sure I get lots of nutrients. I'm going to clean out my colon. Is that what people usually do the next day? There's leftovers. Got to have the leftovers. Can't waste them. There are people dying in China. Right? And by the way, is there some stress usually around this time? You bet there is. How does it end there? No, because you say, well, Christmas is coming. You know, it's the party time. So do you tend to drink more, yes or no? Eat more, yes or no? You go to the company party, right? You have a good time. You think it's time to see the boss looped. It'll be much more fun to be around him, right? You have fun. And then when that ends, you got Christmas just down the road. And you got more stress and more things trying to do, and excitement and happiness, energy. And on Christmas, you usually have a really small, nutritious meal honoring, the day that this is supposed to be about. No. You eat another huge meal. You have more partying, more innovation, and maybe even extreme of temperatures maybe too. And then on top of all this stuff, you don't finish there because New Year's is around the corner. And New Year's is the ultimate party, isn't it? And what do people do en masse on New Year's? Drink what? Alcohol is the total product of decay. It is pure acid in the system. It destroys cells. It interrupts everything. It overwhelms the body. Now here's what's interesting. When does the flu season hit? That's right. It always shows up late December, early January, usually right after the 1st. And year after year after year, this bug shows up. And by the way, people know it's a bug. They wake up. And what are their symptoms? What are the symptoms of the flu? Nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, fever, chills, aches and pains. Are those the symptoms of a body that's been poisoned? Yes or no? Are those the symptoms of a body trying to get rid of poison? Yes or no? But when we look for the cause of this to deal with it, we look because we've been conditioned that it must be a germ. So we look for the germ. We look for the flu virus. Not even a germ anymore, not a bacteria, something that actually is alive. We look for a virus. Doctors in this room, correct me, doctors, if I'm wrong. A virus has never been proven to be alive. None, ever. Everything that's alive has several points. It consumes things on its own. It eliminates things, and it has its own free movement. No virus has ever been proven to see that. To see a virus, you have to have an electron microscope. They judge them by shapes. You're seeing now modern medical schools are actually talking about viruses may just be pieces of spent cells. We see them in a particular area, and we think it's the cause. There's no more the cause than the rats are the cause. You've got to get this waste out. You must cleanse and detoxify your body. If you don't, you're going to pay a severe price. It's uncomfortable. When it's uncomfortable, go, I paid this price because I did stupid things. I didn't love my body. I put things in that didn't belong, or I innervated myself. I need to rest, I need to drink fluids, I need to get this out of my system, and I'll be fine. I don't want to aggravate it or shut down the process. I got to let it run its course. If I let it run its course, it'll be healthy. So I just wanted you to listen in on this seminar because I wanted you to realize you don't have to live in fear. That there's some fundamental things that if you apply your common sense can free you of this. Now let me tell you why I'm telling you this and why I found out about this, because I've lived a pretty energetic lifestyle for most of my life, prided myself that I can rock the house, whether it's 2,000 people or whether it's 20,000, for as long as the day can go by. And I did it because years ago I made a huge shift in my life, which is this dietary approach that I'm describing to you, and this lifestyle approach. And I freed myself of the fear, which took away some of the acid by itself. Right? You heard earlier I described I was always afraid early in my life I was going to die of cancer. That would create some nice acid for you. So what happened for me is I started to get to the point where I was using much more of my mind for the energy as opposed to my body. Can anybody relate to that? It's like it's more mental energy and like will. Like I get on stage and crank, but it wasn't like I feel now. It's just like that just feels effortless. It was more like, am I going to do one more song? Kind of like a lot of you were thinking over this weekend, right? So what happened was I have this mindset of, I'm an Adonis and I'm humble about it. I've got this energy. I'm going to kick butt, take names. And what happened for me is it started like by the end of a program, I was wiped. But you know how things happen gradually? So you don't quite notice. It's kind of like, the old metaphor, you put the frog in warm water and you turn up the water slowly, it'll boil to death. The old metaphor. You put it in boiling water, it jumps right out. Well, most of us, our challenges come so slowly that we adjust each stage and we don't realize what we've lost. That's like I feel when I do the Living Health Seminar, I'm almost like trying to tell someone what a rose smells like who's never really smelled one. Because most people have never given themselves the gift of that kind of dynamic energy. They've never had it. Because no one taught them how to have that. And that's my real goal in being here. I want you to realize, I want you to experience that nothing tastes as good as fit, healthy, and vital feels. Nothing. And once you feel that, you'll get addicted to that feeling, and it will change every aspect of your life, your relationships, your finances, everything. Because here we are living in this culture where people value everything more than their body. Their money, their career, we'll do anything for our kids, right? All these other things. And what's the last thing that shows up? Our bodies. And thank God that, our bodies are as strong as they are, but we deserve to have them at full tilt. So for me, as I started to feel this little bit of loss, so I thought, okay, I know what the problem is. I'm getting toxic. I'm exerting more energy, right, on an ongoing basis than I'm building back up. I'm not sleeping, and I'm not resting, and I'm go the whole time, and I just need to balance out and cleanse my system. So I decided to do that. Now, I know quite a bit about a variety of sciences that have to do with how to study the blood, and there's quite a bit of research that's been done overseas. And there's a certain type of microscope in the past called a dark field microscope. Dark field microscopy, I guess is how they pronounce it. And so years ago I had that, and it allows you to see what you don't see in a traditional blood test. It allows you to see that your blood, unlike traditional science tells you, is not sterile. It's like another universe with all these creatures moving around inside of it. But what's interesting is there's a new microscope out now called an ultralight microscope that allows you to see even deeper. And what you also can see is things like candida or yeast in your blood, parasites. You can see everything, and it's very visual. So before I went on this cleanse, I said, what I'm going to do? I'm going to go look at my blood so I can see how bad it is, and also so I can feel the victory afterwards and see it clean up. So I found out about this place that did this new form of microscope work. I went down, looked at my blood. My white blood cells were ripped open and like leaking out. They weren't moving at the pace they're supposed to move. And my immune system's broken down, which probably was how I was feeling inside. I was feeling run down. And I'm thinking, God, I know I eat well and that stuff, but I thought, no, I'm not. I'm going full tilt. I'm not breathing. I'm not doing the other things that are so important, and I'm exercising like a maniac on top of it, right? Because I want to be fit. And so I looked at this, and then what was interesting about it is I was also full of candida. Now, what yeast do in your bloodstream is they eat all your glucose, which is all your energy storage, right, all your sugar. So what that does is you eat, and you're never satisfied, because you're not getting the nutrients. Remember, taking in nutrition doesn't mean anything. If you don't have proper digestion and assimilation, you have no nutrition. So what happens is along the way, the yeast consume it. So I don't know how many of you can relate to this, but I would find myself, I was so busy, I wouldn't eat all day long. Then about 8, 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night, I was ready to eat a human. It's like, I got to have something, man. I get that state where you got to have something. How many can relate? Come on, say aye. That's because your blood sugar is where? Through the floor, right? So I find that, and it created a lot of stress, and it created my energy being super high, and then boom, I'd hit a crash point, man, and I would crash if I didn't go do something. So all of a sudden, I look at this thing, and I can see why. It's eating it all up. And by the way, you know what yeast does once it eats all your sugar? If you don't give it enough sugar, which it demands, your cravings for sugar are the little creatures inside of you demanding it. If you got a lot of acid addictions right now, as acid addictions are like cigarettes or alcohol or coffee, where you got to have it, and you get yourself alkaline, this is not a willpower thing. You won't go through the headaches and all that crap people do. That headaches is all the acid that's released back into your body now as you start to cleanse. It's in the cells, in the fat. And when you stop giving acid, the body goes, all right, we got a chance to get rid of this stuff. Put it in the blood and let's get it out. When it puts it back in the blood, you get this headache, and you're detoxifying, it's called. I'm going to show you how you can detoxify without all the pain, which is really wonderful, by having enough alkalinity to deal with those things. Does that sound good? It's really important. Really important. So anyway, the point of the matter is, I look at my blood, and I got candida in there, so no wonder my energy's not as high. Sure, I'm living well, supposedly. Now, what caused the candida? That's the part I want to understand. Because look at me, I eat really well. I really do. I thought, well, candida's feeding on sugar. I don't eat sugar. But, I'm vegetarian. And I see a lot of vegetarians. The meat eaters always look at them and go, I don't want to look like that. Well, that's because they're eating tofu and drinking milk and eating cheese and eating all that crap that's horrible for them. But also, they eat all kinds of carbohydrates that convert into sugar. And sugar, ultimately, taken in mass, becomes acid in the system. It has an acid ash. So does protein. Has an acid ash. Well, what's left to eat? Don't tell me you're going to talk to me about veggies, are you? We're not getting there, are we? Yep. But I also want to show you how you can have like a big salad, drink a green drink, and get most of your alkalinity from that, so you can still have the foods you have, maybe in hopefully a little bit smaller quantity, because you won't desire it as much as you become more alkaline and more balanced. The point of the matter is, I started looking at this and going, boy, I know what it is it's the pastas, it's the carbs, and I always had fruit from breakfast till noon. I've taught people that for years. I'm dead wrong about that. And the reason I'm dead wrong about that, and I didn't know, and it served me well, because fruit cleansed me, it was great, gave me energy. What I didn't realize was we live in a society where most of our food is processed. And as we're eating all this processed food, we're getting so much acid that eating a bunch of fruit on top of it adds that much more sugar and creates more candida. How many follow that? Okay? So I'm not saying fruit's not good. I'm saying you don't want to consume excess amounts of it, especially if you've got a diet that has lots of other carbs in it, because you're creating an environment. Now follow me. We'll come full circle now. You're creating an environment that these little creatures will proliferate, right? Because they got a feeding ground, right? The rats don't come until there's enough trash to feed them. When there's all this trash, they're going to come. And once they get there, they tell their friends, right? They camp out. And they grow and expand and create more of a problem, don't they? So you don't want to create trash inside. Trash inside starts with the acid, and then it starts to create more and more challenges. And as we do this, as we become more acidic, as we get more sugar in our bloodstream, we create the things that suck our energy away. As I started to say, when they're done with your sugars, these yeast start to eat your proteins. They start to literally break down your soft tissues and your muscle mass. So if you're real flabby and all that stuff, I don't know the real statistic. There are books that claim, there's some scientists that now claim that as much as 70% of the population is infected with yeast and candida. I mean, it sounds to me extreme, except when you look at the lifestyle of most people, then you go, maybe it's not extreme. But you can find out very easily by doing a blood test, and you've got to cleanse it out. The good news is you can cleanse it out easily. All you got to do is alkalize the bloodstream, because this environment that the yeast grows in has to be acidic, right? It's the environment, guys. It's always the environment. And the good news is we're in total control of that. And by the way, even your teeth. Think about this. If you talk to your dentist has been educated, they'll tell you sugar doesn't burn holes in teeth. It's the sugar as it metabolizes into acid, which all sugars do, it drills a hole in your teeth. It's the acid that does that. Now imagine that acid going through your organs, through your tissues. Imagine that you have a genetic strengths and weaknesses. If yours is in the prostate, gentlemen, the acid will go there. And that's where you're going to experience the biggest problem. If it's in your breast that's that situation for a woman, it's going to go there. It's going to go wherever your weak point is. If your liver's weak, it's going to go there. The weakest part of your body is where the acids will settle, because that part of the body can't clean up the mess as quickly. Does that make sense? And so then you pay the price in your weak place. You must be alkaline. This whole conversation is, number one, how do we alkalize the body? Why do we alkalize the body? Because we've got to have the 7.36. And again, you can do this. You can go pick up those things, put it in your mouth, and see where you are. So anyway, the point of the matter is, I went and got this blood test to finish the story. I said, what do I do? They said, here's the things you should do. And they said, in 30 days, you can have this totally turned around. I said, show me some examples. So they showed me before and after people's blood. Being visual, that convinced me. So I said, great. Showed me a woman who had breast cancer and what her blood looked like, and it scared me because mine was moving in that direction, that kind of breakdown. And they showed me 30 days later, and blood was perfect, right? And she's fine. So I went and did this for 30 days, and I went and had the blood test again because I'm not a believer in, I've never promoted supplements because most of it is expensive urine. Right? 90% of it just goes straight through you. Your body can't digest it. It's not absorbed. So I went 30 days later, and I looked at my blood, and my blood was perfect. No candida in the system. White blood cells perfect. I knew that before I got there because I felt better than I can remember feeling in probably 5 or 6 years. And I think I feel pretty awesome. But I remembered how good I felt before that I'd gradually forgotten. So everything I taught before is totally in alignment with creating alkalinity except eating fruit in the morning till noon. And I've been teaching that for years, so I was an idiot. I apologize. But it really worked for me. I mean, it worked at the time. But it has a cumulative effect if you're doing all these other things too. So I'm not suggesting you can't eat fruit. And I'm going to now become very specific about the principles. But I wanted to give you this overview. Does this make sense to you? Okay?
All right, back to me personally now. As we wrap this up, here's the secret to this. First of all, does it make sense to you that you've got to provide your body with more alkalinity to stay in balance? Sure it does, because we all live stressful lifestyles, acid lifestyles. And you've got to remember that if you're going to live an acid lifestyle by the way you eat or by your stress, the way you're living, remember it takes 4 parts of alkalinity to balance out 1 part of acid. If you'll just create this balance in your life by drinking more water, by drinking a green drink or wheatgrass, giving yourself enough greens, the changes can be miraculous. I've seen it in my own health and energy and the people that I care about and the people I meet every day. It's such a simple change. All it is making a simple addition to your life, yet the improvements in your life are so radical it's almost hard to imagine. I'll give you a really good example. I had a young man who was sent to me by the Make-A-Wish Foundation. His name is Sean. And Sean came to me because, as often the Make-A-Wish Foundation will say, this is a person's last wish. He'd like to meet you. So what I usually do is I say, have him come to one of my 3-day seminars if they're physically capable. We'll do whatever it takes to make them comfortable, because in those 3 days and that revolution for their life and that Unleash the Power Within program, they're going to experience things that will shift their beliefs, their emotions, their entire life. And then I'll spend time with them afterwards for an hour or two just hanging with them as opposed to just having lunch. So in this case, they brought me this young boy, Sean. I think he was 21 or 22 years old at the time. Unfortunately, he had stunted growth, and he didn't stand much taller than my knee. He was in a wheelchair. His bones were so brittle that when he came to do the seminar, and it was time to do the part of that seminar called Fear and the Power, the first part of the seminar is teaching people how to overcome any fear and take action in spite of it. It's the thing that stops us all. So it's a pretty powerful seminar. On that very first night, I have people walk across a bed of burning hot coals between 1,200 and 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. No one has to, but everybody ends up doing it. Because once you see how to break through your fears and you know what to do, you just take action, and everything shifts. After doing that, anything else you thought was difficult seems pretty easy by contrast. So he couldn't physically walk, obviously. And so his parents handed him to me, and as his dad was about to hand him to me, he said, open your hands and just hold him in your open hands. And he said, don't squeeze at all. If you squeeze at all, you'll break his bones. If he coughs, he breaks a rib. That's why his prognosis was for death soon. His bones were that brittle, if you can imagine. So I held him in my hands, and I put myself in state, and I walked across the fire holding him. It was really a beautiful experience. He cried afterwards. It was amazing. So then he attends the rest of the seminar, and he begins to develop some stronger beliefs on what's possible. So I sat down with him after the 3rd day, and we sat down for lunch. I said, tell me what you believe about all this. He said, well, I believe there's got to be an answer, but no one's been able to give me one. I said, well, I'm not a doctor, and I can't tell you what to do. But I know a couple of experts that understand acid-alkaline, and I explained to them the very principles that you've learned here. And I said, I got to believe that if your bones are so brittle that they're breaking when you cough or sneeze, you've got to have an enormously acidic body. Now,
Some of that can be genetic, I'm sure. But I believe if you talk to some of these people, they might be able to make you at least more comfortable, and who knows? It might save your life. If you're interested in doing it, I said, I'll send you, I'll pay for the flight, and you can go check it out for yourself. And I'm not telling you have to do this. Just decide if it makes any sense to you, and if you do, use it. If you don't, don't. So I sent him to see one of these experts, and he ended up staying there for 3 days with this person. He changed his entire diet. Now, again, his prognosis was terminal. I spoke to his mother, and I spoke to him, and he was feeling better and better each day. Well, that could be anecdotal, obviously. Interestingly enough, within 6 months, he was still not only alive, but he was stronger than ever. He was able to cough or sneeze without any fear. Within 12 months, and if you saw him today, he showed up at one of my seminars to surprise me one day. I hadn't seen him in a year. And he rolled up. He was still in his wheelchair, but he said, let me show you what I can do now. He got out of his wheelchair and did push-ups. He pulled up his stomach and showed me he had a six-pack on his stomach. He's now lecturing all across the country. He's been written up in various newspapers as this wonder kid, and he's telling everybody what you can do to transform your body is by understanding how to give your body what it needs. His prognosis is no longer death. Here's a young man who literally has his life back. Now, your situation is probably nowhere near as extreme as that. Maybe it's a lowered sense of energy. Maybe it's you just want to really get those last 5 or 10 or 15 pounds off. You got to give yourself every advantage you can. That's what Get the Edge is about. So what do you got to do? Let's remind yourself. Just make sure you take action when we turn off this tape. You don't go, that's an interesting principle. Well, I should think about that. No. Make sure you start cleansing right away. Start drinking plenty of water. I'll give you a ratio. Half your body weight in ounces. If you're 200 pounds, that's 100 ounces in a day. You go, you got to be kidding. You're going to drown me, Robbins. No, we're going to cleanse you, and we're going to get that liquid in your body so the acid gets out. If you want to, another way to do this again is to get green drinks. They're so alkaline. So you can go get yourself something like wheatgrass, which doesn't taste pleasant at first, but that's because your body's acid. Once you start drinking it for a while, your body won't be as acid. It'll actually have a sweet taste to it. Or you can call us for our green drink. And if you do that, you can get a green drink. You can mix in water. You can take it on the road. You don't have to worry about finding wheatgrass. And it's just as effective, in some cases more, because there's more than one type of green in it. It's been specially formulated by Dr. Alex Guerrero, the man I told you about, who has such extraordinary results with people like Shaquille O'Neal and a lot of other peak performance athletes and teams. But he also uses the same process of alkalinity to get people healthy who have been diagnosed as terminally ill. So if you're interested in drinking that green drink, give us a call. You can reach us at 1-877-GO-4-GREEN. That's G-O-4-GREEN. Or the real number, for those who can't remember, Go for Green, is simple. 877-464-4733. Again, if you're interested in getting the green drink or any of our Inner Balance products, all designed by Dr. Guerrero, give us a call at 877-464-4733. But you can do it on your own. You don't have to do it with us. There are many ways to get your body in balance. Do whatever makes sense to you, but do something so you can get started right away. Remember, don't ever leave the sight of understanding or of setting a goal without doing something towards its attainment. It's time for you to have more energy, isn't it? Isn't it time for you to get your life at the highest level of energy possible? If it is, make sure you do something right now. We talked about it here. If you want to experience more energy than you've ever had before, call us or do something now as soon as this tape is done. Our next session is about the mastery of emotion. You know what? Whether you're happy or sad, depressed, frustrated, angry, or filled with joy, excitement, and passion is a choice. There are a couple of physical triggers that you can take hold of that once you understand them, you'll know how to use your emotions instead of have your emotions use you. That's our next session. I hope you enjoyed this session, and I'll look forward to talking with you again tomorrow. Till then, remember to live with passion. So let's listen in now to another seminar where we're talking about this principle of acid and alkaline and how it can make a massive difference in not only the quality of your life, but the amount of energy you experience day to day. Here we go. Thank you. Well, I came back. I missed you. What can I say? I came back because I wanted to give you an update, an idea of some of the newest distinctions that I've made. If you've been involved with my work at all, You probably have been exposed to some of the principles. How many of you read Unlimited Power? Say aye. If you did, I talked about some of the fundamental principles of living health there. And my goal is really to get you to see you don't have to be afraid of bugs. You don't have to worry that in the middle of your New Year's, some bug is going to wreck your holiday. Okay? That it's really not how it works. So I thought maybe what we do is show you a little bit of how we get to pollute our environment. And the way we get our environment polluted is we get out of balance. And you all know that. What happens during holidays? If you weren't out of balance before, now you're totally out of balance. How many can relate to this? Say aye. And that balance is not just the balance that comes from, eating too much. It's all of the stresses we create inside of ourselves which innervate us. But they also do something else that I didn't understand at the level of science before. I understood it anecdotally. But science is now showing us some pretty extraordinary things that can help us to know precisely why we break down. Now, to give you an example, think of what your body is. Your body is really this unique system that's working on basically electrical currents tied with magnetism. So think of it as electromagnetism that's actually running you. All the nerves of your body send signals through electricity. There are electrical signals, pulses of electricity. All the cells, all the organs of your body, when they're alive, to be healthy, you got to have healthy cells. They got to be totally energetic. To be totally energetic, they have to have electrical power. What makes that electrical power happen is what we have is a delicate balance in our biochemistry. Chemistry makes the environment possible for electricity to be there. Anything that's going to mess up that electrical balance is going to mess up your cells, is going to mess up your organs, is going to mess up your life. So if all these organs in our bodies have this need to send electricity, in fact, nerve signals are nothing but electrical pulses again, then what we got to figure out is what would mess that up. And then what we're going to do here this afternoon is walk you through the easy ways to make it so your inner environment is totally in balance on a consistent basis, even when you take it out of balance. This weekend took you out of balance because what you've done is you've done the thing that creates breakdown in the body that you've probably been doing for years before you got here, but this weekend may have added to it, and that is the creation of acid. Acid in our systems creates a breakdown of the delicate balance in our biochemistry. Now, you turn on your television, you can't miss a million commercials or somebody comes on and says, I ate the whole thing. Alka-Seltzer, remember those old ads? Or now these days, they don't do that. Now they don't wait till after you're in pain. They go, look, I'm going to eat this Pepsin AC and then it won't hurt. And what is Pepsin AC and all these things? They are antacids. See, if we're eating so well, if we're so smart, how come we're taking all these antacids like they're coming out of our ears? The reason is because we live an acid lifestyle in modern times. Most industrialized nations live acid. Now, what creates acid in the system? Well, the first thing to create acid is emotions, anger, resentment, frustration. You can take, and in fact, I encourage you to go by your local drugstore and get some of those little pH strips. Those pH strips, you've probably seen them. They're like yellow. You put it on your tongue for a few seconds so you can do it with your urine. And then you put it against colors, and it shows you how acid or alkaline you are. Now, why is this important? Let me clarify this first. Your body, to maintain this powerful, energetic, electrical current in you, has got to have a certain pH, a certain basis of what's called acid and alkaline in the system. It is as important as maintaining the temperature of your body. Your body has to stay at what temperature? Quick. 98.6. Well, here's the other number you better know. On a scale from 1 to 14, 1 is pure acid, burn a hole in steel, and 14 is purely alkaline. The middle, then, the balance would be 7. Our bodies need to be at 7.36. That's the ideal, which is slightly alkaline. Now, the portions of your body, like your stomach, has hydrochloric acid in it, and in that area, right, you're going to have more acid. But I'm talking about your blood. The blood, which is the river of life. What takes the oxygen everywhere? The blood. What brings the nutrients? The blood. The blood is the basic source of everything. So your blood has got to be at 7.36. In fact, this is so important, guys, that if this figure were to vary 1 or 2 points, you would die instantly. Because what happens is it would change the chemistry where there'd be no electrical power. And imagine an electrical power plant that somebody unplugged. Everything stops. Your organs, your cells, everything shuts down. You're dead. That's how important alkalinity is to your body. Now, most people, though, are constantly testing the body's ability to do this. For example, we go to a cold environment, what does our body do? It compensates, right? It's because of what to do to try and speed up, try and get that warmth to the body so that we can survive. The same thing happens when you take in a lot of acidity in your body. Your body rushes to figure out how to deal with this. Now, the way the body deals with excess acid, and again, what brings acid to the body? Emotions are the first thing that most people never even think about. When you worry, how does it feel when you worry? What does your body feel like? Can you feel that kind of feeling inside your body, like something's churning? You're creating acids in the system. By the way, conversely, Norman Cousins, who, God rest his soul, an amazing man who was here in Los Angeles, right, teaching at UCLA. If you remember, he cured himself of disease through laughter therapy. He'd watch for 8 hours a day all these funny films that cracked him up, and he laughed his way back to health because you can also, through your emotions, can you stimulate your immune system? Can you release positive endorphins, yes or no? So when you're talking about my lifestyle, I know people all the time who are so rigid about what they're going to eat, and they're stressed every moment about it. And I'm looking at them going, they are not going to be healthy because they're creating acid continuously, which, guess what acid does? It strips or weakens the electrical charges around red blood cells. So, for example, and I'm getting a little technical, but please stay with me, and I think this will make sense for you. Here's a red blood cell. What does a red blood cell do? Carries what? Oxygen. So you got all these red blood cells in your body. Blood cells, in order to function, have a certain biochemistry, and in order to do that, to have electrical charges. The outside of a blood cell has a negative charge. The reason it has a negative charge is it keeps the blood cells from doing what? Anybody know? Sticking together. If the blood cells stick together, what's going to happen? They're going to suddenly go through the bloodstream more slowly, through the body more slowly, so you're going to get less oxygen. All these little red blood cells got to make it all the way down to little capillaries. Some places they have to go one at a time. So all of a sudden, imagine you've got your body full of sludge. And by the way, that's how most people feel. They sludge through life. Because if you see the red blood cells, they're all clumped together. Now, what happens is the inside of your red blood cell has a positive charge. So when acid comes along, you have an acid diet, which I'm going to talk about also. Acid emotions, acid lifestyle. The acid comes by and it mitigates, it strips or weakens this charge. Sometimes it takes it completely away. So what do you think these cells start to do? They start to clump together. As that happens, your energy goes to the floor. But that's not the only problem. These cells start to weaken. Does that make sense? They're not as strong as they need to. And as the environment becomes more and more acidic, they not only weaken, but they die. When they die, they release their own acids into the bloodstream. So now you're compounding it. Now remember the example I gave you of pouring water in a glass and you keep pouring and pretty soon it overflows? Well, when you keep pouring acid in the system and it starts destroying cells more rapidly than your body's used to, all that acid builds up to the point where now the environment is really polluted. And what got worse, you basically have negative momentum. It gets worse and worse and worse and worse. So pretty soon you don't know why you have all these aches and pains. Aches and pains are acid. It's a lack of oxygen and acid. And you can find it in any part of your body. So what we've got to do is we've got to maintain this balance. You know what your body does? Your body's intelligent. It's ready for this. It's designed for this. Except it's not really designed for what we do to it. Our bodies were not designed for us to be able to process every food the way we do in modern times. And to take in the things that we drink and eat that have no basis in nature whatsoever. So we're putting all this acid in. So the body does, it says, my God, we have an emergency here. We have got to solve this. So the body uses stores of alkalinity to neutralize the acid. You have alkaline reserves, they're called. So the body knows how to do that. But here's the problem. If you keep putting more acid in than the body can deal with, pretty soon, what do you think happens to your reserves? They go down. Pretty soon you don't have any reserves. Now you're in a dangerous situation. Now you're going to start having a major dis-ease start to affect your body. What makes it bad, what tears the process down, other than your initial genetic weakness, is the acid. And whether your genetic weakness is affected or not, is acids go to the weakest part of the body. And so they weaken something that's already in trouble. Is this making sense to you? Okay? It's such an important understanding. So, guess where the body now goes to survive? It takes these acids out of the bloodstream and into the fats of the body. Because that takes it away, the acid away from the vital organs of the body. Because if it gets in the vital organs, you got real problems. Now, what if your genetic tendency is not to hold much fat? People that are fat tend to actually be a little bit more healthy very often if their arteries aren't clogged, because they can deal with more of the acid than somebody who's skinny, interestingly enough. And you can see this in people's blood if you study it. So what happens, it goes into fat. Now, by the way, picture this. This is the average person that I see. Let's say a woman as an example. She really is committed to her body. The culture has created these anchors that women focus even more on it than men do. Unfairly, by the way. So this woman really wants to make this change. So she really does a really good diet. She really makes all these shifts. And she says, I've got to exercise. But she's so stressed about it, she's creating an immense amount of what? Right? Secondly, when she exercises to extreme because she's sick and tired of being overweight. Now, I'm going to get a trainer, and I'm going to kick butt. I'm going to do whatever I can. So she produces massive exercise with massive amounts of lactic what? Probably exercises anaerobically, more than likely. Can you over-exercise, yes or no? Oh, yes. And so now all this additional acid's in her body. And she says, wait a second, it can't be my metabolism because I'm not eating a bunch and I'm working out like a maniac. I'll tell you what it is. You're not over fat, you're over acid. You will not let go of the fat no matter how much you exercise, no matter how much you eat right, if you do not create an environment that is more alkaline. You can't. It's a survival tool. Now, I was with the gentleman who introduced this concept to me. I was with a group of doctors from all over the world, from Russia, from Korea, from all over the place. And I went through a week with him studying people's blood. And I just did it as an amateur. I'm not a doctor. There's nothing I'm used, but I like to understand this stuff with precision. I'm a maniac for that. And while I was there, a group of his patients came in. He's a microbiologist, right? And they came in one after another, and we saw the before and after of their blood after they began to what I'm going to ask you to do, which is alkalize and energize your body. We're going to make sure you get a lot more alkalinity in your diet and in your fluids so that your body can deal with this and not have to pull from your reserves. While we're there, he started showing us what happens here in this situation. He shows us examples. You know, when people get older, very often they shrink. Do you ever wonder why that happens? Do you think it's like, oh, it's just our way back into the ground? We came out of it, went our way up? No. The reason is because when a person lives an acid lifestyle, after you go through your reserves and after you store in the fat, guess what's next? It needs calcium. And so it leaches it from your bones continuously. And so your bones get weaker and weaker, and you get more and more compressed. It's like stealing bone mass almost as a metaphor. It's not exactly how it is from your body. There's no reason for you to shrink, just to give you a clue. Okay? The only reason you shrink is because your bones are weak because you're so acidic, and your body is leaching from it. And you'll begin to break down in all kinds of other ways, too. Your muscles get flabby because acid eats it away. And there are other elements also that affect this, to give you an idea. But here's what was really fascinating. I saw so many changes in people that were so dramatic, it would sound like, you know, a religious revival. But they're in this doctor's office, and all these other doctors studying it. And one woman, which was really neat because she's been studied since she was 14 years old by the NIH, the National Institutes of Health, which is the place that you get the definitive answers in the United States anyway. And so the National Institutes of Health studied her and her entire family, but her personally since she was 14, this woman. She's now 37 years old. The reason her family's been studied is because they have hypercholesterol. There's no one in her family with less than 450 in cholesterol. Yeah, if you're not familiar with it, around 200 would be reasonable. 450 is off the chart. I mean, you're a walking heart attack, basically, right? So, and by the way, that's what's happened. Her father died at 43. Her mother died at 41. Her sister died at 39. She's 37. And the NIH and the University of Utah both have studied her, but the NIH since 14, and they've tried to use their family as an example, and they tried every diet they could on them, every kind of treatment you can imagine. They put them on low cholesterol, no cholesterol diets. And their cholesterol still rises or stays the same. They've never been able to reduce it. This woman has been doing what I'm going to show you today, alkalizing and energizing, practicing everything I was teaching before, but adding the focus of alkalinity to her diet, drinking a green type of drink that brings more alkalinity in the body. She's dropped 50 pounds in the last 6 weeks. She's never been able to lose weight. Why? She had so much what in her body quick. So her body's hanging on to it. Now the body's alkaline. It's just let going like crazy, and she's not working out half as hard or anything like that. But the second thing is she's lost already 190 points off her cholesterol in 6 weeks. Nowhere in her entire, it deserves a hand. I agree. Give her a hand. Right? What's cool about this is it's, you know, documented by the NIH because sometimes individual researchers do their thing and people go, so it's really outstanding to be able to see that. So why would her cholesterol go down, though? Cholesterol, you don't need any more cholesterol. Your body, as most of us know, makes cholesterol. The only reason you get additional cholesterol is you're eating animal products. So you're eating the cholesterol of other creatures and putting it in your body. So with their dead mass, you're taking their cholesterol. All right? Doesn't this sound attractive? Okay? But here's the real problem. You get your body where your blood, you put more acid in. Your blood's got to stay at 7.36 or real close, right? So it's got to do something. Now, it tries to use your fat stores. It tries to your alkaline reserves. It tries to do anything to balance it out. Let's say that you've maxed out those things, and all this acid is going to run through your arteries. What will acid do to your arteries? It'll burn a hole in it like that. You'll be dead. You can't have arteries with holes in them, right? So the body says, we need a binding agent. We need something to grab a hold of this acid and protect the arterial wall. So it secretes or gathers, if you've had additional cholesterol, the cholesterol, and it puts it on the wall to protect the sensitive linings from all the acid. And by the way, there's no downside to that if you were to then change your diet. But if you keep being acid, the body keeps adding cholesterol until pretty soon there's no room for the blood to go through. But it's like, do I die now or do I get a chance of survival? Does this make sense to you? I mean, this is breakthrough stuff. Welcome back again. This is session number 4, day 4 for some of you, session 4 for others. This day is about a subject that affects everything else in your life. And this whole series, Get the Edge, has been designed to focus on the majors of life. As I said earlier, most people major in minor things. They put all their attention on things that don't matter, and they make them more important than they really are and get stressed out. But there's certain things in your life that if you focus on them, your life soars in terms of your fulfillment and your joy and your relationships and your health and your vitality, every aspect. And there's certain areas of your life that if you don't focus on these areas, you get pain. And so that comes to the base level we're here to talk about today, which is your energy. See, when you talk about your physical body, your vitality, your health, I don't care what it is you want in your life, whether you want to improve your relationships or your finances or your emotions or your career, none of that matters if you don't take care of your body. And that's what we're going to focus on in this session. But I got to tell you, most people don't focus on their energy and their body because we don't live in a society where most of us value our bodies that much. In fact, we probably value our bodies the least. Yes, we promote attractive bodies in advertising, but we don't really look at the vitality and health and make it the absolute must. We have a lot more advertising on how to get drunk or how to get yourself out of pain instantly with a drug or whatever else you can consume in big gulp sizes that are larger than your head. People are drinking Cokes bigger than their head. I don't know what's going on out there. But see, we do things in our society for money all the time, but we forget our bodies. We do things to meet our career needs, but we forget about taking care of our body. We take care of our kids, we'll take care of our spouses, our loved ones, but our body's usually the last thing for most of us. And you know what? When we run out there, we try to give everything everybody else, and we don't have any energy left inside of ourselves, boy, I'll tell you what, there's no fulfillment, there's no joy, there's no juice. So you don't want to be richest man in the graveyard. And most people are out there focusing on everything else except the most important thing, your temple, the place your spirit resides. And most people are digging their grave with their teeth because they don't understand the little changes in their body are making huge changes in how they feel and how they experience their life. So my goal for this particular tape is to show you how to increase that energy. Because no matter who you are, increased energy means a greater quality of life. It means the edge. There's no question about it. You look at people of charisma, it's energy. You look at people who have the ability to get things done, it's not just that they got so much willpower, they got the energy. It's there at the end of the day, not just at the beginning of the day. And I want you to have that. And there's some simple changes you can make that will not require your entire life to change, that can create an explosion in that energy. Also, if you're overweight and you want to change, and you've tried dieting, and you've tried exercising till you can't breathe, there's a reason why those diets and that exercise doesn't work. It has to do with this thing called acid, where most people are exercising to a level that their body can't take. And so their body retains fluids and it retains fat in order to protect the body from these acids, as you're going to learn in this tape. So if you're looking to lose 5 or 10 or 15 or 20 or 50 pounds, this is the ticket, and it's different than things you've heard before. What I love about this is it's profound knowledge. What makes it profound is it's simple. And the more simple, the more usable. But I also don't want something that's simple that isn't based on science. And when you start to understand the acid-alkaline balance in your body and how it affects your energy, how it affects the flow of oxygen, how it affects the amount of fat your body retains, how it can even affect cholesterol, you'll be fascinated by the process because it really opens the door to a lot of answers we don't have. What's ironic is there's so much research on nutrition, a lot of it gets lost through the shuffle for years. The original research that I'm aware of anyway about acid-alkaline was done by Dr. Neil Solomon almost 20 years ago at Johns Hopkins University. Here's a man who focused on everything he could find within clinical nutrition that could massively improve the energy of an individual and the overall homeostatic balance in your body, which is basically your body's ability to heal itself. Since that time, many people have done research on acid-alkaline balance and its impact. I met various nutritionists like Robert Young and doctors like Dr. Alex Guerrero, who, by the way, is the person I recommend today. So you're going to get some pieces out of a live seminar about each of these individuals and what they've discovered and how you can apply it to yourself. By the way, Alex is the closest thing to genius I've seen. He's a doctor of Chinese medicine, and he's known because he's able to take two extremes of people and help make a difference. He takes peak performance athletes when they're burning out and turns them around, which is probably a good metaphor for most of us in today's society who are working so hard and we don't understand why we're not able to get the most out of ourselves anymore. But he also specialized in his practice on taking care of patients that traditional doctors think are terminal and they're inoperable or there's nothing that can be done at this stage. They just believe that this person is going to pass away. His statistics are amazing. He's now cared for 400 terminal patients designated as untreatable by their physicians. 5 years later, approximately 85% of them are still alive and thriving. This man really has found some tools that can shift people's health in a short period of time, including those people that think there is no hope. So this information truly can be a breakthrough. And what I really want to do is free you from fear. So many people walk around every day afraid someone's going to sneeze on them and they're going to get a cold or the flu. I mean, at one stage, I used to do 275 days a year, literally traveling and doing programs, and I've never missed a program in my life in 25 years. I don't say that to beat on my chest. I say because I want you to know that you couldn't be more exposed to germs than I am, because I've been virtually everywhere on Earth, involved with tens of thousands of people on an ongoing basis, and I don't break down. How do you explain that? Well, you could say, well, that's your belief system, but there's more than just beliefs involved in your physiology and your health. And I'm certainly exposed to germs everywhere. The reason is that germs are not enough to describe disease. 10 people can be exposed to the same germ. Not everybody gets ill, as you well know. And as you'll hear as we go to the live seminar, you're going to find that even today at Harvard University, they teach that no one specific germ is an absolute guarantee of having one specific disease. There are so many environmental factors, the amount of stress or emotion that's going on in your life, your genetic tendencies, and the things you do to keep your body in balance before you're exposed to such germs or viruses. We've got to be responsible if we're going to get out of fear, get into energy. If we're going to get out of excess fat and into fitness. If we're going to have the kind of joy and ongoing health that we deserve.
So here's the cycle of balance. Number one, you must cleanse. How many of you think you've built up some toxicity and some acid through your lifestyle up until now? How many think you're certain about that? Say aye. Trust me, you don't need a blood test to know that. Okay? So you got to cleanse. Now, what you want to do is superhydrate your system. Superhydrate means you're going to drink a lot more fluids than you normally do, but you're also going to drink fluids that are alkaline in nature. So you want to drink green drinks. Whether you drink hard drink or not, you can certainly do any other form of green drinks you want. If you go by any of these juicing places, you can get fresh green drinks, and there's all kinds of them that are alkaline, anything you want. But one of the most potent that most of you have heard about is wheatgrass. And the only thing with wheatgrass is it's very concentrated. So you've got to make sure you gear up for drinking wheatgrass. And wheatgrass has some benefits in that the chlorophyll in the plant captures the energy of the sun, which is basically life. We have to get that energy ultimately through the system. And so what happens for us is the chlorophyll in the plant is what converts it to energy. And if you look at the molecular structure of wheatgrass, you look at your own bloodstream, you look at the molecular structure of your blood, it's almost identical. So it's almost like eating the greens or eating the chlorophyll is like taking the blood of the plants that's still alive when it's like that, just like it's giving yourself the ability to build your blood, and it's seen as a blood builder. There's quite a bit of scientific research on it. So you're welcome to drink that, or if you want to get some of this green drink, what's great about it is you can put it in any water you want, wherever you are. You can take it with you on the road, and you can take something. You start to get that place where you haven't eaten, and you're like, your blood sugar's going, you drink that, boom, you're solid. You'll have the fluids that you need, you won't be dehydrated,
your blood sugar will be even, and your energy will start sparking because all that electricity, all that energy is available for your body immediately. But what you're going to want to do to cleanse ideally is 7 to 10 days would be the ideal. 7 to 10 days where you would literally go on pretty much a liquid diet. You'd be doing green drinks, green soups. There are a variety of choices in there that you can go through during that time. The minimum you'd want to do is probably 3 to 4 days. We say, I'm just going to cleanse my system. I'm going to give all my organs a break. I'm not going to add more crap on there. I'm going to give them a rest and let my body just flush the system out. This would be the ideal. Now, I'm not going to ask you to do that if you don't want to do that. I'll tell you what to do that's more gentle and more simple. But this type of cleansing is not painful. In fact, you'll start to learn after a few days, if you do the 7 to 10 day one, you'll notice after about day 3, you don't have any hunger at all. In fact, you'll realize if you start to go eat, it's almost like, God, I'm not hungry. And you'll notice you're really doing it because you're frustrated. Or you're really doing it because you feel lonely. Or you're really doing it because there's some other emotion you're trying to feel. And since you're not eating, you won't eat, and you'll notice it. And it'll help you to break the emotional patterns that are controlling you as well. If you wanted to absolutely give your body the ultimate gift, it would be to go on a cleanse. So you want to drink at least 3 liters of this type of green drink a day. 3 liters. Like for me, did they put one? Well, you can see this is what I drink the whole time I'm here, if you haven't noticed. This is it. All weekend long I'm drinking this. By the way, the green drink doesn't taste bad. It doesn't taste good either. It's kind of neutral, you know. But this size is 1.5 liters. So you're going to want at least 2 of these a day. I drink one of these in the morning, first thing, total energy. That's what I did this morning. I put the green drink in, shake it up, ready to rock and roll. I'll tell you what else I do. I drink one of these, or at least half, before I eat something. What do you think that does? Hunger's gone. You don't overeat. You also feel more alkaline, so some of the things you'd normally be addicted to, you'll find that addiction starts disappearing really fast. So, we want to cleanse. How many understand what we want to do here? Say I. What's the key word of cleansing? We don't want to hurt our bodies. We want to super what? And by the way, in a cleanse, you would ideally not bring any other food in, right? This super hydration is not just 7 to 10 days. This is every day for me. Does that make sense? If I'm really super hydrating, then for me, I'm drinking 3 of these. Okay, to give you an idea. Maybe even 4 sometimes, which I thought would be impossible. But I'll tell you what, if you do that for just 3 or 4 days, if you guys did nothing out of this day, you said, that Robbins, yeah, he's a nice guy, he's a little crazy, but I'll do this for 3 or 4 days. By the 4th day, you won't believe how good you feel. I mean, aches and pains and stuff you have will be gone because you have so much alkalinity in your system, your body will have a buffer to deal with that stuff. It's fantastic, absolutely fantastic. Okay, so we cleanse. Second thing we do to get back in balance is we interrupt the destructive pattern that's creating the problem. So that pattern might be the way you're using your emotions. You go, you know what? I learned all this stuff this weekend. I'm not going to indulge in this anger stuff. I'm doing anger. And I'm doing depression. Let me breathe. Let me change. And you make a shift. Maybe the pattern is you keep eating like hell. Well, you got to break the pattern. Because if we cleanse and then you go back and start doing the same stuff, eventually you'll be back in an acid state again. Does that make sense? Now, by doing all this alkalinity on a regular basis, you start to balance it. But remember, you don't want to build up any more acid than you need to. Then the third step is we need to provide the body what it really needs. Once we take control of those patterns, provide it what it needs. And there's a metaphor. It says every man needs a good woman. In fact, every woman needs a good woman. Like a good mom. Okay? All right? And what woman stands for is you've got to give the body what it needs, which number 1 is what? Water. Number 2 is oxygen. Does that sound familiar? Number 3 is minerals. And again, it's not only minerals, but you'll find, how many of you know of a genetic weakness that you have, either by your family history or by yourself, like a heart or lungs or something of that nature? How many are familiar with that? Well, if you know a genetic weakness, you want to provide those minerals or needs directly there, and you can do your own research. You've got A for woman is alkalize, and N is provide the nutrition and diet. What that'll allow you to do is put your body back in balance. When it's in balance, your biochemistry is where it needs to be. The electrical charges are there. The cells are vibrant. They're alive. There's lots of what? Energy. And you start feeling good, being good. You think differently. You feel differently. Your skin changes. Everything shifts in your life when you put yourself back in balance. So how do you get balance? Number 1 is what? Cleanse. Number 2 is break the pattern by taking control. And number 3 is provide what it is you need. Now, here's what we've done so far. We've freed ourselves, if we're intelligent at this stage, from fear. Because we understand things don't just attack us. We've got to create an environment that feeds it. How many buy that? Say aye. Two, we've identified specifically the foundation of this, which is getting out of balance because we create disturbances or we get an environment that disturbs our cells. They disorganize. They get an environment now that's compromised. They mutate. They respond. Those beings or those creatures create their own waste products, and those acids then continue to cycle till we get more and more unhealthy. We know to get balance, we got to what? What's the first step? What? Cleanse. I want you to remember that because the way we're going to live is one that's a cleansing lifestyle, not a clogging lifestyle. And we're going to have that as part of our mindset. Second thing we're going to do is going to take control by interrupting patterns that don't serve us. And third thing is we're going to provide the body with the core nutrients it needs, a good woman. I doubt if there's anyone who wants to argue everyone doesn't need a good woman in their life, right?
So before I go any further, let me review with you what the messages are that each one of these 10 signals is giving you. We've already said that if you're uncomfortable, the message is simple. You got to change your state, clarify what you want, and take action in the direction of what you want. And immediately you won't be uncomfortable anymore. If you're feeling category number 2, emotions of fear, whether it be concern or apprehension or worry or anxiety or scared or frightened or terrified, no matter what intensity it is, any one of those still are fearful emotions, and fear emotions deliver one message to us. We need to prepare ourselves to deal with something or to avoid the negative consequences of something that's coming up, something that's about to happen, a situation or event. Basically, fear is get prepared. Get yourself so you can deal with something, and that's a valuable message, isn't it? Now, the problem is what most of us do is we get fearful, and we don't take the message. We either try to deny the fear and act like we're real strong, and all it does is get stronger and stronger, or worse, we just surrender the fear and we don't get the message. All we do is we get caught up in the emotion and we get more and more scared and we amplify it. And we start thinking of the worst that can happen rather than figuring out, okay, what do I need to do to be prepared to avoid the negative consequences and make this work? For example, people have fear of failure. That's a valuable fear. It's saying get prepared so you won't fail. You might have a fear because the IRS is coming to visit you and you get a little note in the mail. You get this feeling of anxiety. That's probably a useful fear. Right? It's probably saying to you, hey, you better go get all your paperwork in order. If you didn't have that message, if it wasn't painful enough, you might slough it off. They might show up, and it may cost you a lot of money, not because you weren't accurate or honest, because you weren't prepared. Same thing happens if somebody asks you to give a speech, and you get a little fear inside. Maybe it grows into anxiety. The more intense it gets, the more we tend to surrender to the emotion rather than get the message. That's why we may want to convert fear and say, well, I'm a little concerned. And what I'm concerned about is I need to prepare for the speech so I do the best possible job, and I'll feel confident instead of fearful. Now, again, with each of these emotions, we want to hear the message and see if the message is appropriate. You may already be prepared. You may be as prepared as you can get. There's a limit to what you can do, right? There's a point where you have to have some faith. At that point, you might just have to say, you know what? This is a message I need to change my perceptions, not my procedures. I'm prepared by my procedures. I know what to do. I know how to do it. But I got to stop focusing on this thing being the worst possible situation. I just need to decide to become confident now, to focus on it working instead of it not working. The third category of emotions, those of hurt feelings, give us a signal and a message that says you have an expectation that's not been met and you have a feeling of loss, i.e., you expected somebody to keep their word and they didn't, that hurt your feelings, or you expected someone never to share something that you told them privately and they told somebody else, and now you feel hurt. You feel a sense of loss of intimacy with them or loss of trust. And that sense of loss is what creates that feeling of hurt inside of us. What do we need to do? It tells us immediately that we have to evaluate, is there really a loss here? Again, do we need to change our perception? Maybe you just didn't communicate to this person that when you told them this, you wanted them to keep this information private. Maybe you haven't lost anything. Maybe you just have to change your way of communicating your needs, or again, change your behavior. The next category is anger. That's the fourth category. And again, emotions like irritation or feeling livid or furious or enraged or resentful, all of these fit into this category. Any of these emotions are simply signals giving you a message, and the message here is that an important rule that you have in your life has been violated by someone else or maybe even by you. See, when we think something's really important and somebody violates that rule, we get upset about it. How we deal with that upset will determine a great deal how much pain or pleasure we really experience in our lives and how close we get to other people or how much we push them away from us.
In other words, if somebody violates your standards, that's the message. What you're supposed to do with that message is real simple. Communicate that you have a standard. Communicate that you know it's only your rule. It isn't necessarily their rule, but you need their help. So if we use the earlier example where you shared something in confidence with someone, but you didn't tell them it was in confidence, you expected them to know that, and you didn't just feel hurt, you felt angry about it, then the bottom line is, instead of beating that person up, you need to go to that person and communicate in a different way, right? Change the way you're communicating. Change your procedure and say, I know you didn't understand this to be private, but this is really important to me, and you need to deal with it as quickly as possible. Anger is usually an outgrowth of hurt. In other words, when you're hurt, you have a feeling of loss. Something you expected didn't work out. When you're angry, it's because it's something you think is really important that wasn't handled, or you've got a lot of hurts that have built up and you've not expressed them, you've not communicated them. So anger is usually a signal that something you believe is really important has been violated by someone or yourself, or that you've had a lot of hurts that you've not expressed that have built up until the anger. How do you deal with it? Change your perception. Maybe this person wasn't trying to hurt you at all. Change your procedure. Communicate better what your real needs are, or change your behavior. Tell people up front, hey, this is private. Promise me you won't share those with anybody because it's real important to me. Either way, you'll get out of your anger quickly. It's simply a signal that says you need to clarify with the people what your rules are and get them to agree to meet them, or you need to compromise them possibly. Some things you get angry about, you're going to get angry about for the rest of your life, and you better identify those things and realize that those are just your standards. They're not everybody's standards, and if you go around being upset because everyone doesn't live by your rules, you're going to be upset your whole life. So again, maybe you need to change your perceptions, change your rules, so that life is a lot simpler and a lot less painful for you. The fifth category of emotions, frustration. These action signals are telling you you need to change your approach to achieving your goal. Whatever you're going after, you're not going to get it the way you're doing it right now. That's why you're frustrated. You keep trying to get the same result by doing the same thing over and over again. There was a definition given a long time ago about insanity. They said insanity is attempting to get a new result by doing the same thing over and over again. It'll never work. So you've got to change your approach. When you feel frustrated, just know, hey, that's a message. I've got to change my approach. I need to be more flexible in this situation. Category number 6, disappointment. If you start to feel disappointed, that's a signal. And that signal is bringing you a message. And the message is that you need to realize that an expectation you had, an outcome you're going after, is not going to probably happen unless you change your expectation and make it more appropriate for the situation at hand. In other words, maybe you wanted something to happen in too short a period of time. I was doing a seminar about a week ago, and I was in Fort Lauderdale. And I was in the restroom, and this man recognized me and came up to me. It's always interesting when you're in a restroom and people come up and ask you for advice about how to change their life. It seems a little inappropriate. But anyway, the bottom line is it made me uncomfortable, actually, and I guess I had to clarify that I needed to change my state, clarify what I wanted, and take some new action, which I did right then and there. I won't give you the details. But the bottom line is, this man told me, he said, gosh, I'm hoping you can help me and turn my whole life around. He said, because I've been doing everything I know. I've been listening to every tape there is. I read every book, and I've been doing it all, and nothing seems to be working. He said, I feel like I'm so disappointed. I did everything but he said, and my life still isn't working out. He said, I just feel like I just could take my life. And I said, well, you want some help? And I didn't say that harshly. I did it to break the guy's pattern. He looked at me like I was crazy, and then he saw me smiling, and he kind of, his brain fried for a moment there, and he saw that he was being ridiculous, and so was I. And so he said, well, I said, listen. I said, what you need to realize is that the reason you're disappointed is you're getting feedback. Disappointment says that you set some pretty strong goals within a certain time frame, and you didn't meet those. So you got to change your goal a little bit. You got to make it more appropriate for where you are right now. Make it a little bit more realistic for where you are right now. I said, remember something. God's delays are not God's denials. See, you may just be in what I call lag time. Lag time means if you go out right now and you plant a seed, you don't come back the next day and look for the plant. You don't expect to all of a sudden reap your reward the next day. See, if you planted a seed and then you ran back the next day and you went to the soil and you said, hey, soil, where's my plant? The soil will just giggle at you and say, hey, what are you, new? It doesn't work that way. You got to work through all the different seasons and stuff. How can you be disappointed already? But some people manage to do that. I said, so you may be in lag time. Sometimes you put a seed in, you plant something, and it takes a season for you to get the reward. And you're still in springtime, and you're expecting it to be fall. Realize, disappointment says you need to change your expectations. You need to change simply your view of things and come up with a more appropriate outcome for the time that you have involved, the people you have involved, the situation you have involved. So that's the message. Listen to it. Utilize it. Don't keep re-experiencing disappointment and stacking it until you feel overloaded or overwhelmed or hopeless or inadequate.
which are emotions we'll talk about later. But first, let's talk about the next one. The seventh major category of emotions are guilt or regret emotions. Hey, when you've got feelings of guilt or regret, a lot of people say, well, don't feel guilty about anything. Garbage. Guilt serves you if you hear the message. And the message of guilt is really simple. It says you violated one of your own standards, and you must do something immediately to ensure that you're not going to violate again in the future. That's why you have the pain of guilt. Now, what most people do is they do one or the other. They either deny the guilt, take themselves out of it, and don't feel guilty at all, which, I agree you shouldn't stay in guilt, but if you just deny the guilt and don't get the message, the guilt's going to come back. It'll get you sooner or later. It's back there. It's deep. It's dark. It'll get you. So with that fear, maybe you should turn that fear into getting the message instead of being overwhelmed and, again, surrendering to guilt. That's the other extreme. People just walk around and they allow themselves then to feel inferior for the rest of their life. They feel so regretful about what they once did. That is not the purpose of guilt. It's to make sure you clean up your act. It's to make sure that you don't violate this again. It's that you make things right when you screw up. That's what you got to do. Now, sometimes you can't. Sometimes someone has passed away or something's occurred where you feel guilty about something that happened in the past you really can't change. The only thing you can change is your present and future behaviors. When you do that, you can let go of the guilt. But that's the message it offers you. And again, when you immediately feel the signal, what do? You identify the signal and you realize, hey, I'm feeling regret or I'm feeling guilt. Secondly, you appreciate the message. It's a message that says you need to change something, either your perception or your procedures. Maybe you're feeling guilty about something you shouldn't feel guilty about at all. Have you ever done that? I know I have. I felt guilty one time because I didn't help somebody feel happy enough. I used to run around. If everybody around me wasn't happy, I feel guilty if I felt good. How stupid. We don't want to fall into that category. You might want to change your rules or your perceptions. Or you might need to change your procedures again. Maybe the procedure is you feel guilty about the way you communicate to somebody. You were too harsh. Go back and clean it up. Say, hey, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do this. I really regret what I said. I was wrong. Boy, the guilt will disappear. Or change your behavior in the future. Change the way you're going to communicate to that person or people like them. Any one of these three changes, again, will immediately eliminate the guilt, and then guilt has served a good purpose, hasn't it? It's kept you on track. It's moved you forward. It's made you a better person. That's why it's there. Utilize it. Don't wallow in it. Let's go to category number 8, inadequacy. Boy, if you feel inadequate, those are any of those emotions, again, that make you feel like you're less than. Feelings of being unworthy, for example, would be inadequate feelings. Whenever you feel this emotion or emotion like it, get excited. Appreciate it's offering you a message, and the message is simple. It's saying you need to do something to get better in this category right away. It doesn't mean you have to be perfect at it. Inadequacy just says you got to do something. Don't sit on your duff anymore. You're feeling inadequate because you haven't done anything to be really good in this area. Now, the first thing you got to do is, as you go through this process, is ask yourself, is this really an appropriate emotion? That is, am I really inadequate, or do I need to change the way I'm perceiving things? Maybe I got some rules that say, in order for me to be adequate, I have to go on the dance floor and outdo John Travolta. That's probably inappropriate perceptions. You need to change the perceptions. Or it may be changing the procedures, which is, I need to prepare myself by doing something right now to get better. One thing you could do is just go practice. One thing you do is go out and initiate some communication. So inadequacy is a message to get up and do something to become better, or to change your criteria, to look at what you're doing and make it easier for yourself to feel adequate. You probably got rules that are too harsh. Now, category number 9. This is one of the categories that I think immobilizes and destroys more people's lives than virtually any of the others combined. And that is a feeling of being overloaded or overwhelmed or hopeless or depressed. They all fit together. I use overloaded to make it sound simpler, because if you say, gosh, I'm depressed, you'll immediately feel much more intensity than if you say I'm overloaded. The key here is to realize that this is a signal. When you feel hopeless, depressed, overwhelmed, or overloaded, the message that's offering you is that you need to reevaluate what's most important to you in this situation. Sit down right now and decide what is absolutely important, what's a necessity for you versus what's a desire. Write down all the things that are most important for you to accomplish. Then, 2, put them in order of priority. And then 3, take the first one on your list and do something about it. It's the same thing with depression, the same thing for being hopeless. Sit down and say, okay, instead of saying it's hopeless, I need to change my state, number 1. That's always the message of all these emotions. Number 2, I got to clarify what's most important to me. Write it all out. 3, what's the order of the importance? And 4, what's the first thing on my list? Let me go handle that. The minute you go handle anything
and you deal with one simple issue, your brain can handle it, and as soon as you handle that situation, you will feel like you're in control of your world. You will not feel overloaded. You will not feel overwhelmed. You will feel like there's hope, and you won't feel depressed. Your self-esteem grows when you do something to take control of events instead of having events take control of you. And all you have to do to take control of events is chunk them down. Pick one thing and master it. Go to number 2 and master it. The message is simple. You're trying to do too much in too short a period of time. You're looking at the whole world and expecting everything to be perfect overnight, and you're feeling like you can't handle it all. Chunk it down. Here's the final category. Category 10, feeling lonely. Have you ever felt really lonely? Gosh, I don't think there's anybody alive who hasn't. But what does it mean when you feel lonely? What is the message that you should get from that signal? I think the message is really simple. What we really need at that moment, the message is telling us we need a certain connection with people. The challenge with that message is a lot of times people take the word connection or the idea of the need for a connection with another human being and they make it into a sexual connection or instant intimacy. And then they feel frustrated because even when they have that, they still feel lonely. What we really need to do is identify what kind of connection. Maybe you do need an intimate connection. Maybe you just need some basic friendship or someone to listen to or somebody to laugh with or someone to talk to. It's real important when we feel lonely, just say, hey, this is really neat. What's great about being lonely is it says I really care about people. I love to be with people. And I need to find out in what way I want to be with somebody right now. And then take an action immediately to go in the direction we want. In other words, all 10 of these emotions are a message to our brain to say, hey, what you're doing right now isn't working, and you need to change it. You need to change your perception, change what criteria you're using, your way of looking at things that makes you feel this way because your perception is not appropriate. Or change the way you're communicating. You're not communicating things in a way where people know your needs, or just change your behavior. What you're doing isn't working. Change your approach. So whether it be fear, where you're saying, hey, what you're doing is you're not prepared enough. Get more prepared. Or change your perception. You are prepared. You're just making a criteria for yourself. You have to have too much to feel prepared. You're feeling fearful because your criteria are too intense. Your rules are too hard to meet. Change it and look at it and see that you really are prepared. Or there'd be something like regret, where again your brain is saying, hey, something you did isn't working. You broke your own rules in a way that doesn't work for you. Either you really didn't break your rules, your perception's unfair, or you broke your rules and you need to change it. You need to do something so that you will never again break these rules. You'll never again go through this kind of pain because it's not appropriate. That's in essence how we want to deal with these 10 emotions. And what you want to do is get to know these 10. Review them over and over again so that when, hey, you have an emotion and you say, my gosh, I'm feeling jealous. First step, identify the signal. Which of these 10 categories does it fall into? Well, gosh, jealous, what is that? Do I am feeling angry feelings or am I feeling fearful feelings about the jealousy? You might say, well, I'm really feeling angry. Well, then there's a standard that I have that's been violated. First step, do I need to change my perception or my procedures? As I respect the emotion, what is the meaning I should take from this? What's the message? Well, maybe, the fact that they said hello to this other person, maybe I need to change my perception. Maybe that's not so bad. Maybe I shouldn't feel jealous about that. Maybe that's an unfair rule, an unfair way of looking at things. Or maybe I need to communicate my needs. That it wasn't just a conversation, it's giving that person a kiss like that doesn't meet my rules, and I need to communicate that to that person so they know, so that they can respect my values, so they can respect what my needs are. Or maybe I can change my behavior, and when I start to feel jealous, instead I can just go and share more intimate feelings, more loving feelings to this person I was jealous of, and maybe it'll change the whole quality of the relationship right then and there. So why do we have emotions in the first place? What's their purpose? Especially, why do we have these painful emotions? You might say, I know what these powerful, positive emotions are for because I deserve ecstasy. Well, I agree with you. You deserve to feel great, and they're a reward system. And some people look at pain as if it were the punishment system. And sometimes it is. When we don't follow our own rules, and we don't live by our own values, by our own life standards, then we certainly give ourselves pain as a way to keep ourselves on track because we want to avoid pain. But I think negative emotions serve a very powerful, positive purpose. And that purpose I've already alluded to when we started this tape. Negative emotions are a signal that a change is needed. Let's think about this for a moment. When you feel an emotion like fear, an emotion that most people try to avoid at all costs because it's just too painful, or any variant of that emotion like worry or concern or terror, when you feel those emotions are giving you a signal. Rather than just try to avoid the feelings, you should listen for and notice the signal and utilize it. The signal of fear is you must prepare. Boy, that's a valuable signal. It's in your body for a reason. It's saying to you that something may be coming in the near future that you better be prepared for. either prepared to cope with or prepared to deal with. That's valuable information. We don't want to deny that emotion. We don't want to avoid it and pretend it's not there. That's how Niagara happens. That's how people get in trouble emotionally, physically, financially, in their relationships. They don't want to feel the fear that the relationship's not working out, so they pretend it's still going great. Until one day they find themselves 5 feet from Niagara Falls in a boat with no oars and going, oh, shoot, it's too late. They take an emotional fall, a relationship fall. Make sure that these emotions serve you. And the way to make them serve you, I think, is to realize that every emotion has a message for you. And what you want to do is not make it wrong, not avoid it, not freak out about it, not make yourself wrong for feeling it, but to do 6 things. Number 1, identify what the emotion is. 2, acknowledge and appreciate the message it's offering you. 3, get incredibly curious about what it's offering you. In other words, how could you use this to make your life better? Is this really what you want? And do you need to change the way you're looking at the world? Do you need to change the way you're acting? Do you need to change the way you're communicating? And then 4, get yourself to feel reassured by seeing that, hey, you've worked this out in the past. You've made it through this emotion before. 5, get yourself certain that you can handle anything like it in the future by rehearsing using this emotion as a tool of empowerment. And 6, take action and change your whole life. Those 6 tools that I just whipped through real fast are in essence what we're going to learn to utilize, not just in changing how we feel, but using how we feel, even those negative feelings, to make our life better. Now, I want to mention something. You know, in working with people in Date with Destiny seminars, I've learned an incredible amount about human emotion. In order to attend the class, people have to fill out like an 18, 19, 20-page questionnaire, as it turns out to be for most people, describing every emotion that you feel in your life and what triggers it. You know, what do you value most about each of those situations? If there's any one thing I've learned by going through all of these forms, is that human beings seem to have unlimited ways of describing negative emotions. I get to read about how people get to be frustrated and insecure and lonely and bored and sad and angry and impatient and annoyed and anxious and unsure and guilty and unworthy and depressed and disrespected and humiliated. Can you believe I do this for a living? I can't believe this. But the good side is this. I get to also read about how they get to have joy, love, success, abundance, contribution, flexibility, creativity, power, impact, curiosity, wonder, beauty, spirituality, respect, sincerity, integrity, kindness, confidence, ecstasy, you name it. We have lots of pleasure we can have in our lives, too. The challenge is that most people, though, spend more time in the negative. They spend more time trying to avoid those negative emotions instead of using them. So what I try to do is to sit down and say, okay, there are all these different ways of describing emotion. The question is, do enough of them fall into a group of categories that we could chunk them down? In other words, you might say, well, I'm really feeling concerned or worried or anxious or scared or terrified, but that really all is just forms of fear, right? So what I'd like to do in this session, at least, just for the sake of our conversation and for our ability to deal with our emotions, is to take and create a model for each other. A model that I've created where basically I fit all emotions into 10 categories. Now, the challenge with this is we all have different labels for what a feeling means. So yours may not agree with the ones I'm putting down, but just for our ability to have a conversation and for our ability to deal with our emotions, we're going to say there are 10 types of emotions, just for the sake of conversation. Is that okay with you? I hear yes. I just hallucinate. That's another kind of emotion, I guess. But here are the 10 emotions, and I'd like you to jot them down. Now, I know if you're driving in your car, it makes it a little more difficult. But if you can, take out your Get the Edge journal, and let's write down these 10 emotions. I'll wait for one moment. Moment's up. Welcome back. Here are the 10 categories of emotions. Here's the first one, uncomfortable emotions. He said, it's a pretty big category. You're right. But I'm basically describing here emotions that don't have a tremendous amount of intensity, but they do bug you, they bother you. Feelings of boredom, for example, or being impatient, or uneasy, or distressed, or maybe mildly embarrassed would probably fit under uncomfortable for most people. The second category of emotions would be the emotions of fear. Those could be things like concern, apprehension, worry, anxiety, feeling scared, or even terrified. These are all different types of emotions that we're going to relate, for sake of our conversation, to fear. The third category of emotion I call hurt. Any kind of feeling you would link to hurt. And we're going to talk about how most of our feelings of hurt come from a sense of loss. Fourth category, anger. And anger, again, has a large variety. Everything from mildly irritated to angry to livid to resentful to furious to enraged. Anything in that category we're going to talk about as an anger emotion. Fifthly, emotions of frustration.
These are any emotions you would link to being held back or hindered in your pursuit of something. 6, emotions of disappointment. Anything that makes you really sad or defeated as a result of something you expected that didn't work out well. 7, guilt emotions. Maybe another way of describing them would be the emotions of regret. Number 8, feelings of inadequacy. Any emotion you've ever experienced that you would consider causing you to feel like you're less than or unworthy would fit into this category we call inadequate. Number 9, feelings of being overloaded. Now again, overloaded I'm using to make it soft, but most of the emotions you probably link in here would be feelings of being overwhelmed or even hopeless or depressed. Anything that makes you feel like there's more than you can possibly deal with would fit into the overloaded category of emotion. And lastly, number 10, lonely emotions. Anything that makes you feel alone, like you're lonely, like you're apart from or separate from, would fit into this category. So again, the 10 are: 1, uncomfortable feelings; 2, any feelings of fear; 3, any feelings of hurt; 4, any feelings of anger; 5, any feelings of frustration; 6, any feelings you would link to disappointment; 7, the category of guilt and regret; 8, feelings of inadequacy; 9, feelings of overload, overwhelm, hopelessness, or depression; and 10, any feelings you link to loneliness. Okay, it's a big set of categories, but here's why I've done this. I want to train you and myself. I've just started to use this technique on myself because I just came up with it, and it's pretty fantastic. I've enjoyed it. If I do say so myself, I'm quite humble. Really, it's really fantastic. I've had a good time with it, and I hope you will as well. All of these emotions, these categories of emotions, are there for a reason, and they're to give us a message that something needs to change. Now, one of two things has got to be changed when we're feeling any of these emotions. And before I tell you this, let's make sure you're enrolled here. How would you feel in your life if you knew, no matter what emotion you felt, you could go, okay, am I feeling uncomfortable, or is that a feeling of fear, or is that a hurt feeling, or an anger type of feeling, or a frustrated type of feeling, or a disappointed, or a guilty, or inadequate, or overloaded, or lonely feeling? How would you feel if you knew that in a moment or two you could instantly get out of that feeling, no matter how intense it had been? Would that be useful? Then stick with me, okay, because I know this may seem a little bit cumbersome at first, so listen to me carefully. Now let's go a step further. Why don't you just analyze the difference between two emotions for me, just by experiencing them, if you would. Stop for a moment right now, and I want you to think about something that you'd like to have happen in the future. And what I'd like you to do is hope that it will happen. Just take a moment, stop for a second, close your eyes if you can. Now, if you're in a car, this is not a very useful exercise. Okay, you might have to hope with your eyes open. I hope you keep your eyes open while you listen to me here. But right now, I want you to think of something you want to have happen in the future and just hope that it will occur. Just hope. Notice how this feels. Now, I want you to notice, do you see like two different possibilities when you hope? I'm curious, do you see it working out, not working out? How does it feel to hope? Now, open your eyes, kind of change your state a little bit, move your body around, change your physiology. And then secondly, I want you to try another emotion. I want you just for a moment to close your eyes and think of this thing you want to have happen, but expect it to happen. Put yourself in a state of absolute expectation, where you absolutely expect, you know it will happen. And as you expect this will happen, as you know it will happen, you create that in your body. Right now, I want you to notice how that feels, and also notice how this is different than hope. And then as you do, open your eyes, and what was the difference? Now, when I ask people to do this in seminars, one of the first differences that people will tell me is that hope for them, when they hoped, they saw two different examples. They saw it working out. They also thought of the possibility of not working out. In other words, they held two different options of what was going to happen in the future, and they didn't feel very certain. When I ask them which one they like better, they always say they like to expect better than they like to hope. In addition, they'll say things like, well, I felt like when I was hoping that I was passive, but when I was expecting, I was active. I felt move forward. I felt more intensity. So what I begin to hear is the difference in these emotions for a lot of people is the way you represent them. That is, you focus on both possibilities. When you hope, when you expect, you just focus on one possibility. This is what's going to happen, and that's all you picture. That's all you notice. That's all you think about. In addition, there's this movement when you expect, this sensation, this tension, but it's a positive tension. All emotions have different components. We will learn how to use those components to intensify our positive emotions and to lessen our negative emotions. And I just had you do this exercise for another quick reason. I wanted to reinforce something. Were you able to hope this thing was going to happen in the future a moment ago? And were you, in fact, able to expect it, to create that feeling in your body? Then once again, I've proven to you that you do control your emotions, don't you? There was no reason to expect it. Nothing I said had changed the content of whether or not you would succeed. I just told you to choose to expect.
something would work out, and you did it, didn't you? And did it feel better? So remember, you're always in control of how you feel. Nothing in the environment controls you. It's the way you interpret the environment, the meaning you give, the rules you have that determine what positive or negative feelings you give yourself. At any moment you feel any emotion, the first step you're going to always want to take to master your emotions, I mentioned earlier, I say it to you again, first step always will be to identify the signal. What I mean by identify the signal is figure out, if you're having a feeling, which one of these categories does it go into. So let's take a look at how this might work. Let's say something happens between you and a loved one, and as a result you feel rejected. You look at your list of 10 here and you say, rejected's not on here, Tony. Well, step number one is identify which category it most fits. Well, when you feel rejected, you really could feel a lot of things about that rejection. You might feel uncomfortable, you might feel actually hurt, or you might feel angry about it, or as a result of rejection, you might feel lonely. What I'm trying to do is get down to the core emotion that really is controlling you, rather than just this giant word called rejection, which really isn't the essence of what you're feeling. As you go down and you look through your list, and by the way, I know you're not good at this list yet because it's brand new, but you'll memorize it simply by listening to this tape over and over again. What we're going to call them from now on is action signals, because that's exactly what they do. They are signals for you to take action, to reevaluate the way you're perceiving something or the way you're proceeding, the way you're communicating your feelings to other people, or the way you're behaving around other people or situations. In other words, they're going to tell us we got to make a change in order to get what we really want. And that's what these action signals are all about. They're not negative, they're not bad, they're there to serve us. But for now, let's come back to the example. We said step number one then always is identify the signal. That simply means where does it fit in here. So in this example, we've said that rejection really was just uncomfortable for you. Maybe what happened is you turned to kiss your husband or wife and they were busy reading or writing or something and they didn't really reciprocate. You felt, kind of uncomfortable about that. You didn't feel lonely. You didn't feel hurt. You didn't feel angry. You just felt a little uncomfortable. The signal of being uncomfortable is calling to your attention a message. And the message of uncomfortable feelings is, one, realize you need to change your state. That right now, no matter what happens in the state you're in, you're not going to appreciate it. You're not going to be resourceful in understanding what things really mean. Say, for example, you're feeling in a state of being uncomfortable about that, you're going to start hallucinating. Well, gosh, my husband or wife, they weren't really loving to me. Does that mean that they're not interested in me anymore? Does that mean that, that our relationship's not as strong? We tend to hallucinate when we get in an unresourceful state. So when you feel uncomfortable, first message from that signal is, hey, change your state. Second, clarify what you want. Immediately, you got to clarify what you want. That's what the signal is trying to tell you. Says, yeah, don't just be uncomfortable. What do you want? If you want your husband or wife to be closer to you, get clear that's what you want. And step three, immediately take action in that direction. And the way to take action in that direction is communicate your desire or do something that expresses it. Make sure you do something until you achieve what you want and you're no longer uncomfortable. It's literally that simple. Don't just sit around and go, gosh, I feel bored. I feel foolish. I feel insecure. I feel kind of rejected. I feel uncomfortable. Say, great. I need to change my state. The fact that I'm uncomfortable is a signal. It's giving me a message to immediately change my state. 2, clarify what I want. And 3, take action in that direction. If you do that, you've conquered this emotion immediately. Let's say you felt rejected to the point where you called it hurt. You really felt hurt inside. Well, what's the message of hurt? When you feel the sensations you call hurt feelings, that signal is giving you a different message. And the message there is that there's an expectation you have that's not been met. And you have a sense of loss. That's why it's more intense than just being uncomfortable. You feel like you've actually lost something. Now, the challenge with this, as with all these emotions, is that when you identify the message, you must immediately clarify what has to be changed. I've mentioned this twice on the tape in passing, but I want you to hear this right now. Whenever you have what you used to call a negative emotion, you're now going to call an action signal. You know that action signal is signaling you need to change one of two things, either your perception or your procedure. Now, let me clarify what I mean by that. Your perception might be, for example, that, gosh, you feel hurt. You feel like your husband doesn't love you so much anymore, or your wife doesn't love you so much anymore because, gosh, when you first met, boy, all you had to do was, look at them, and they dropped their newspaper and came over and hugged you, and now they don't. You have a sense of loss, and that hurts you inside. And that hurt is a lot more painful than the feelings of just being uncomfortable. The point, though, is this. Is this an appropriate emotion for you to feel based on this situation and this time with this person?
That's really the question we want to ask ourselves whenever we have an emotion. We know that we have that signal. We need to first identify it, and then secondly, immediately appreciate this signal is offering us a message, and the message is we need to change. Again, our perception or our procedure. So our perception might be, person doesn't love me. Do we need to change our perception? Do we have some rules that are inappropriate in this situation? And the answer here probably is yes. Wouldn't you agree? This person is just wrapped up in what they're doing because they're just immersed. It doesn't mean they love you any less. What this emotion is telling you is you need to change your perception because otherwise you're going to feel pain for no reason. You might also look at this same situation as a symbol that you need to change your procedure. Procedure means the way you're proceeding with this information. In other words, what this may be is a signal to you that you really aren't communicating your real needs to your husband or to your wife. Maybe what you need to do is change your procedure, and instead of feeling hurt or instead of feeling uncomfortable, turn to your husband or wife and say, honey, you know, I know you're wrapped up in your work. I know you're totally immersed. I know you're trying to do stuff that supports the whole family here. But you know what? I just need, 3 minutes with just you and I, because I really need right now to just feel loved by you. I need to hold you. I need to feel connected to you. Now, if that person starts to get upset, obviously you're getting feedback that your procedure still didn't work. You have to be a little more flexible, a little more creative, or maybe a little bit more loving in the way you do it. Or maybe change the timing in which you go about something. But that's changing procedure, changing the way you communicate. Or another way of changing procedure might be it's a signal that says that the way you're communicating to your husband or wife doesn't make them want to make you feel loved right now. That your present behavior may be turning them off. For example, let's say you feel rejected by them because when you come in the door, they don't rush up and give you a hug. They're immersed in something. Now, how do you respond to that? Well, what a lot of people do when they feel rejected is they feel uncomfortable with it, or they feel hurt, or some people get angry when they feel rejected. Now, what's the message of anger? The message of anger is you have a standard for your life, something that's important to you, and it's not being met by another person, or maybe even not being met by you. Sometimes we get angry because we're not living our own standards, huh? So let's say as a result, one of your standards is that people who love you, they run up and they greet you in your home. They don't do that today. Well, you feel angry. One of your standards has been violated. Something you believe important is not happening, and now you're angry about it. How do you respond now to your spouse who doesn't even know what's going on? Maybe you give them a dirty look, or maybe you make some snide remark, or you find something wrong with what they're doing. As a result, this person may very well purposely reject you. Now when you're feeling this rejection, you're feeling this hurt or this anger, and you say, okay, this anger means I have a message here, a signal. Signals I need to change either my perception or my procedure. Maybe you don't need to change your perception. Maybe they really are rejecting you deliberately. Maybe the procedure is not only how you communicate, but how you're behaving. Maybe you need to look and say, I'm not treating this person in a very loving way. No wonder they're giving me this feedback. I need to change me. Are you following me so far? So we're always getting the message. We're identifying the signal. We're appreciating the message and knowing the message is telling us we either need to change our perception or our procedure. The way we're communicating, the way we're behaving. I know this may sound complex at first, but I have to play this tape back and listen to this little section a couple of times. You'll get this down. I want to change either my perception or my procedure, the way I'm communicating to this person or the way I'm behaving, or just the way I'm looking at the whole darn thing and making it so I don't have pain. I need to look at things, communicate, or behave in a new way. That's the message of pain. Let me say that again because I think you'll get this one. If you're feeling pain, it's a message. You need to change the way you're looking at things and therefore what they mean to you, or change the way you're communicating your desires or needs to someone, especially if the pain involves somebody else, or change the way you're behaving, the way you're treating others, and that'll get you a new response. That's in essence the basis of all these action messages. They're telling you got to set a new outcome and move in a new direction. Otherwise, you're going to stay in pain. And by the way, let me mention something to you. If you ignore a message, if you ignore one of these signals and these action signals, whether it be the signal of feeling hurt or fearful or angry or frustrated or disappointed or overloaded, that signal doesn't go away. It intensifies. You'll feel even more hurt, even more angry. It intensifies until one day you get smart enough to say, hey, I got to change something here. I got to change my expectations, the way I'm evaluating this thing, the way I'm looking at things, the way I'm feeling about it, or the way I'm communicating what I need, or I got to change the way I'm behaving, period. I'm going to keep feeling this until I make one of those three changes. It's that simple. Next, once you've identified the signal, i.e. you've identified, you said, I was feeling rejected, and what that really means is I'm feeling uncomfortable, or it really means I'm feeling hurt, or angry, or lonely, or whatever. Then the second step is appreciate the message. Respect that emotion. Don't make your emotion wrong. So many times they say, well, I don't want to feel rejected, or I don't want to feel bad, or I don't feel angry, I don't want to feel hurt. Don't do that. Appreciate it. It has a message for you. It means you got to change. But it also means something very specific depending upon which emotion of these 10 categories. So now that we understand the messages, the 10 messages, and again, I know you'll need to review this, let's take a look at the 6 steps. I've given you the first 2, and I've repeated them over and over again so you'll remember them. What's step 1? You feel an emotion. I don't care what it is. Let's say you say, I feel destroyed. Number 1, immediately identify the signal. What is destroyed? Is that uncomfortable? No, it's more than that. Is it fear? No. Is it hurt? Yeah, it feels really hurt. That's what it is. So you identify what it is. 2, appreciate the message. Saying I got to change something. Okay, do I need to change my perception? Or do I need to change my communication to my needs? Or do I need to behave differently? What do I need to do there? And what's the specific message? What is the specific message that hurt offers me? Hey, there's an expectation I have that's not being met and I have a feeling of loss. Then I go to step 3 of the 6 steps, and that is I got to get curious. What I need to do is get curious about what do I really want to feel, and what would it take to make that happen. So here are the 4 questions you're going to ask to get curious. You've identified the challenge. You appreciate the message. You respect the fact that your emotions are helping you. They're giving you a signal to take some kind of new action. And now you're curious. And your curiosity is, well, how do I really want to feel? Let's say you were feeling destroyed, which is really just hurt. How do you want to feel? Well, I want to feel confident, or I want to feel loved, or I want to feel connected. As soon as you identify what you want to feel, you're moving in the direction you want to go. All these emotions are telling you is you need to refocus on what you want and take some new action. So ask yourself, what do you want? How do I want to feel? Second question that you want to ask from a curious state of mind is, what would I have to believe in order to feel this way right now? So you might say, well, what I want to feel is close friendship instead of pain. And so the next question you ask is, what would I have to believe in order to feel that way? Well, I'd have to believe that nothing could ever violate my sense of friendship with this person, that they really do care about me, that that feeling is really there. Third question, what am I willing to do to handle this right now so I can feel this way? Well, I'm willing to believe that. I'm willing to trust. I'm willing to have that faith. I'm willing to communicate to that person that I love them no matter what. I'm willing to ask them, what does it take for us to really have friendship here and not to be in a position where I feel destroyed by the way somebody communicates? And the fourth question is, what's great about this, or what can I learn from this? You might want to ask yourself, well, one of the things I learned is that I contributed to these feelings by my rules, by the way I looked at things, or by my intensity. So what can I learn from this so in the future I never have to go through these feelings again? Again, if you can get curious about your emotions and what created them and what you can learn from them and how you can make sure you don't have to go through the pain again, then sure enough you can accelerate your growth in life, experience a lot more pleasure and a lot less pain. Step 4, you get confident. How do you get confident? You reassure yourself that you can handle these emotions right now by remembering times when you've handled it in the past. Are you following me on this? Have you ever felt jealous before and then you got over it? Can you remember a specific time? Or have you ever felt destroyed, really hurt, but you got over it? Go back and remember a specific time when you really felt hurt and somehow you got over it. You didn't think you could, but maybe you communicated to the person, or maybe you changed your state, or you asked yourself a good question like, what else could this mean? Maybe this person isn't trying to destroy me, they're not trying to hurt me. Maybe they're just stressed out. Maybe it's not even about me. Maybe people are doing the best they can with the resources they have. Remember a time when you're able to deal with the emotion, and that'll make you confident you can deal with it right now. Step 5, get certain. And what I mean by that is, to be certain you can handle this, stop right now in your mind and imagine coming up with different ways of handling this emotion. Come up with 3 or 4 different ways where that jealousy comes up and you communicate it to somebody else in a way where they're hearing you. And if one doesn't work, you try another one. You rehearse it in your mind several times. Where you see yourself, okay, one time expressing it by saying, I know I'm wrong and I had this misperception. Another time you may say, you say it with a smile and say, I'm a little crazy at times, but this is how I felt here. Another time you do it by giving the person a hug and whispering, I need your help. See, you look at many different ways of communicating something, so you deal with the emotion and you rehearse it. So pretty soon you feel confident. Gosh, I got lots of ways of expressing my emotion in a way that empowers me in my relationships rather than disempowers me. And finally, step 6, get excited and take action. Do something right away that reinforces that you can handle this emotion. Go make that communication to the person you need to so you don't stay stuck in the emotion. Go express your emotion in some way that reinforces that what you've rehearsed inside your mind and what you got curious about, the new distinctions you made, really do work for you. That really you can change the way you feel, and you're doing it right now. 6 simple steps, 10 emotions that you can recognize. Now, how do you get good at anything? The answer is pretty simple. Practice. I hate that word practice, though. I'd rather say do it, because practice implies maybe you're not very good at it. The way you get good at something is you do it. And every time you do it, you try and do it even better. You don't ever practice. You're always going for it full out, having fun with it as well. And the best way to deal with emotion, as you remember, is kill the monster while it's little. Make sure you deal with those anger emotions when they're at the level of a little bit irritated, not when you're in rage. If you handle them at the level of a little irritation, they're a lot easier to deal with. Also, remember the tools you've already learned. If you start to feel like you're in rage, connect yourself and say, well, maybe I'm not in rage, maybe I'm a little annoyed, or I'm a little bit inconvenienced by this conversation. That'll break your pattern and make it easier for you to hear the message of those emotions and take new actions instead of being caught up in those emotions and surrendering to them or being defeated by them. The emotion's there to serve you, but you've got to hear the message and act upon it. Well, I've dumped a lot on your brain for emotions. I think this is a tape you'll probably want to listen to a couple of times to really get good at using these action signals as well as planning the positive ones. Remember the 6 steps. Identify the signal. This feeling I'm having right now, which of these 10 categories does it fit into? 2, appreciate the message. Respect it. Don't make the feeling wrong. Just immediately look at it and say, okay, this is a message. I need to change something. Number 1, maybe I need to change the word I'm using. Maybe instead of being devastated, I'm a little concerned. Maybe I need to change my perception or my rules about this. Maybe it's inappropriate to feel this way. Or maybe I need to change my procedures. In order to get out of this emotion, I need to communicate more effectively and tell people, this is really what I need. I want to meet your needs too. Can you help me out with this? Or maybe I need to behave differently. Maybe I need to just treat people differently and they'll treat me differently and I won't feel this hurt or this anger or this depression or this upset. Or maybe I need to be more flexible in my behavior and then I won't feel like I'm stuck anymore. I won't feel so frustrated. Again, I've got a lot of choices. 3rd, get curious. Get curious about what you really want. Ask yourself, what do I really want in this situation first? 2nd, what would I have to believe in order to feel that way right now? Maybe you already believe it and can start feeling that way instantly. Thirdly, what am I willing to do to make it the way I want it? And 4thly, what can I learn from this? What's great about this? Did I contribute to this? And how can I make it better so I don't have to experience it in the future? How nice to be able to move on. 4thly, get confident. Remember times when I've dealt with this. Remember some specific times you dealt with this emotion and you handled it. You turned it around. We all need a little hope, and one of the best places of hope is that we've handled it in the past. Hey, I've done it in the past, so I can probably handle it in the future. I can probably handle it right now. And then get certain, number 5. Get certain because you're not just confident about the past, but rehearse in your mind. Imagine dealing with it coming up in the future. Situations where it would have come up, and now you handle it easily. The best way to get good at something is practice it. And there's a good thing to remember. Our brain can't tell the difference between something we vividly imagine and something we actually experience. So if we imagine dealing with it enough times, we'll start to feel absolutely certain we can deal with it in the future, and we will. That mental program will be in place. And finally, get excited and take action. Go out immediately and use your new feeling and take some kind of action that supports you in expanding your sense of freedom, your sense of love, your sense of appreciation, gratitude, curiosity, or whatever emotions you want to feel more of. And finally, I'd say this to you. If you remembered nothing else from this tape but this one thing, it's probably the most important thing for you to remember about emotions. Every feeling you have, good or bad, is not based on the actual reality of life, but rather your interpretation as to what things mean. And remember, nothing in life has any meaning except the meaning you give it. So if you don't like the way you're feeling, change the meaning. And the way to do that is ask one question. And again, if you remembered nothing else in this tape, remember this right now. Whenever you start to feel bad, ask yourself this question. What else could this mean? You start to feel like somebody's hurt you. What else could this mean? Maybe they didn't mean to hurt me. Maybe what this means is that they're just frustrated in their own life. They're just confused. They don't know what's going on. They're scared. I wonder what's going on with them that makes them treat people this way. What else could this mean? Whenever we get absolutely certain we know exactly what things mean, we tend to create some pain for ourselves. So if you start to feel like you're in pain, what else could this mean? Maybe what this means is I need to be more flexible. Maybe this means I'm about to learn something. Maybe the fact that I'm frustrated means I'm about to have a breakthrough. Maybe the fact that right now I feel a little overwhelmed is because I'm about to grow and expand. And when I learn how to deal with this, I'll be able to deal with almost anything. What else could this mean? See, you and I at any moment can choose a new meaning and therefore choose a new way of feeling and a new way of behaving. And you know what? We're never going to know the absolute meaning of anything. If somebody passes away, you really cared about them and they die. You can feel really bad. You can feel disappointed. You can feel frustrated. You can feel angry. You can feel hurt. You can feel sad. And all those are appropriate emotions. But make sure you take a message from it. And the message you've got to eventually come out with is, what's an empowering way of looking at this? What else could this mean? Maybe it doesn't mean that I just lost somebody. Maybe it means this person
has gone someplace they need to be, or maybe this means my connection will be even stronger with them now than when they were here. Maybe this means I will value my own life and give more while I'm here because I realize that life is delicate. Choose meanings that empower you in life instead of assuming meanings that disempower you. It's a final message to remember. Now, let's use these 6 steps and these 10 emotions. Over the next 2 days, just concentrate directly on any feeling that comes up that feels disempowering, that feels negative, and immediately as it comes up, identify it, recognize that it's valuable, that it's giving you input, you need to change something, find out if you should change what it means to you or if you should change your procedures, your communication, or your behavior. Immediately then get curious. Hey, how do I really want to feel? What would I have to believe in order for me to feel that way now? What am I willing to do to make it the way I want it? And what can I learn from this? Then immediately remember times when you've handled it before and get yourself confident. Get certain by rehearsing dealing with that situation in the future, and then go use it. Go do it right away. I want you to do that for the next 2 days deliberately. Then just carry your list around, and whenever it seems appropriate, over the next month, just glance at it when you're having an emotion, when you're having a feeling that doesn't feel good, and run yourself through the process. But do it deliberately and consciously for the next 2 days so you develop a habit in your head. Second assignment, make a list of all things you can do to make yourself feel good. Now, do you understand what I'm saying here? Just a list of anything you could do at any moment in time that makes you feel good. Because I think most of us have never sat down and said, gosh, how many different ways do I have to feel good? Most of us only have a few ways consciously to do it. Smoke, drink, eat, make love might be a positive one, exercise, maybe go watch TV or a movie. But maybe you want to expand your list. And I did this recently for myself, and it was fantastic. I came up with 62 things that I can do to make myself feel good at any moment in time, no matter where I am. It was pretty darn exciting. I'd never realized I had that level of choice. And once I brought it to my conscious awareness, I had that list, and I feel like, wow, there's so many ways to feel good. I can do it any moment, no matter what's happening around me. And by having that many choices, I could throw out some of the old ones, like eating as a way to feel good. Maybe eating just becomes fuel then, because you've got so many other better ways to feel good. I just realized how powerful music is for me in terms of changing my state. I was in my car, and I have a stacking CD disc player, and in there I have classical music, and I have pop music and rock music. I mean, I go from listening to Aida and Bocelli to Blink-182 or Lenny Kravitz. Or all the ranges of emotions that can change them in a moment or two. I go from being excited and ready to exercise to just being deep in emotion. All that within a few moments using music. And you know what? There's no negative side effects, except maybe the volume I use every now and then. But other than that, it's not there. So what are all the ways you can make yourself feel good that have no negative side effects? Make a list and then put them in an order of what you'd be willing to use in any environment. Like, for example, taking the right kind of breath to just change the way I feel is a fantastic gift I can give myself, and I can do it anywhere, anytime, anyhow, even if there's not music around. So make a list for yourself. It'll expand your world. It'll expand your emotional choices and how to trigger yourself. Thirdly, look at these 10 emotions that you used to think of as disempowering. We keep calling them action signals. But the truth is, if you could avoid them altogether, and if you didn't need them to give you action signals, you were already acting, that would be the preference, wouldn't it? Or if you never got into the deepest part of those emotions. In other words, if you felt, mildly annoyed instead of absolutely frustrated, that'd certainly be to your advantage. So you might want to develop a belief, a singular global belief that really helps you to not have to feel these feelings very often at all. I'll give you an example. I've done this for a lot of these feelings for me. If you look at an emotion like, for example, feeling lonely, a lot of people are afraid of being lonely, or they're afraid of being abandoned. I've always told people, I'm never afraid of being abandoned. You could never abandon me because I just follow you. And go after you. So I have a belief that says no one can abandon me, because if I really care about somebody, I can always make that relationship work. Or another one might be if a person is feeling like they're depressed or they're overwhelmed, a belief that I have is this too shall pass, and that the best is yet to come. See, if you adopted that belief and you started to feel certain that the best is always yet to come, think how that might change your life. It might not only wipe out feelings of hopelessness or depression or overwhelm, but it also may cultivate that feeling of excitement and passion for life, maybe more of that gratitude as well. And a final one that many of you are familiar that I offer, if you really start to feel disappointed, just remind yourself that, hey, there's always a way. If you're committed, you can still turn this thing around if you adjust your approach. Maybe an antidote to feeling angry towards someone or hurt by them would be to remember that people always do the best they can with the resources they have. And lastly, just remember, nothing in life has any meaning except the meaning you give it. If you don't like the way you feel,
choose to create a new meaning. Have fun with your emotions. Play with them. Learn from the ones that used to be painful. And choose to live and enjoy and experience the ones that create for you tremendous pleasure. And by the way, our next session is on finances, on money. And money is driven by our emotions. I mean, how you feel determines whether you spend or don't spend, whether you save, whether you give up. It's still an emotional device. That's why we want to cover our emotions first. So until tomorrow, my friends, smile big, enjoy your life, convert pain into pleasure, and most of all, live with passion. And by the way, the very best way to get what you want is to focus on it. That is to experience it, to plant it. You know, think of your mind, your emotions, and spirit as the ultimate garden. The way to make sure that you harvest what you want of that garden is not to keep practicing planting disappointment seeds and fear seeds and saying, boy, I'm really good at taking those things out and learning from them and showing what got to change, but instead to plant seeds like love and warmth or appreciation. In fact, let me offer you 10 quick emotions that if you plant them every day and you cultivate these emotions, you focus on these being the way you want to feel every day, you hold yourself to a standard that says every day I want to feel these 10 emotions, what you've done is planted the seeds of greatness. You've planted the seeds that create a tremendous, juicy life. A life where you don't need a lot of action signals because you're already acting. You're already living life at its fullest. See, a weed in your garden is a call to action. It's not negative. It's a call to action. It says, you've got to do something. You've got to pull this out. And that way things can grow. Well, one of the easiest ways to keep the weeds out is to keep cultivating the kinds of plants you want right there in the garden so that their roots are bigger and deeper and stronger and there's not much room for weeds. Here are the 10 emotions that add juice to life, and you want to cultivate them. Number 1 is love and warmth. Listen, if you want to create a behavior, I don't care what the behavior is, the best way to get yourself to do something is put yourself in an emotional state where that behavior is automatic. Let me give you an example. If you want to have close relationships and do the things that make you close to other people, the easiest way to do that is to cultivate an emotion of being loving and warm. If you put yourself in a loving and warm state, you don't have to think, well, what should I do to make my relationships work? It just happens automatically. The second set of emotions is to be appreciative and grateful. That also builds relationships. If you're always feeling loving and warm and appreciative and grateful, then you're going to do whatever's necessary. You're not going to even think about it. You're going to do more than's necessary to nurture the people around you, and you'll have that deep feeling of caring. Third emotion is curiosity. Gosh, if you really want to grow in your life, learn to be curious, curious like a child. Children know how to wonder, and that's why they're so darn happy. That's why they're never bored. So you want the cure of boredom? Be curious. And if you wanted to get yourself, let's say, to study more, and you're in school, and you're trying to push yourself to study, that's a hard behavior to create. But if you're curious, studying's automatic, isn't it? You don't have to work at it. Cultivate the emotion of curiosity, and life becomes an unending study of joy. 4, get excited and passionate every day. See, excitement and passion add juice to anything. I think it was Benjamin Disraeli who said, man is truly only great when he acts from his passions. Passion adds to life enjoyment. It can turn anything that seems to be a challenge into a tremendous opportunity. We want to make sure we add that passion and excitement each day, and the way we do that, the way we have the love, the warmth, the appreciation, the gratefulness, the curiosity, the excitement, and the passion, guess how we get that? We decide to feel it. You see, I teach people in my Date with Destiny to create what I call a code of conduct. It's a set of emotional states that you put in front of you, and you say that every single day you are committed to live those emotions, even if things don't go well, even if it rains on your parade, even if all your expectations are not met. You choose to feel this way anyway, because cultivating these emotions makes life work. And out of these emotions, it causes you to do the things that make life for you successful in every sense of the word. Mental, emotional, social, spiritual, intellectual, physical, financial, every sense of what success can mean for all of us. So we want to cultivate each of these emotions. 5th major emotion to cultivate, determination. Hey, you want to go on a diet? You want to get yourself to follow through? It's really hard to do, isn't it? Most people fail because they try to push themselves to go on a diet rather than putting themselves in a state of determination. See, if you're determined, now a diet is easy
because you're in an emotional state where the appropriate behaviors happen automatically. The sixth powerful seed to plant to make your garden grow with joy and passion and energy, flexibility. Boy, if there's a seed to plant that will guarantee success, it's the ability to change what's going on. All those action signals, all those things you used to call negative emotions, are just a call to be more flexible. Be more flexible in the way you evaluate things, your perception of what things really mean. Be more flexible in the way you communicate. Be more flexible in your behavior, and your whole world changes. The seventh major emotion, confidence. When you're confident, you're willing to try things. You're willing to put yourself on the edge. You're willing to really experience that one emotion that every single religious book on the planet talks about, faith. Now, one way to get confidence, one way to develop faith, is to use the muscle more often, to practice it, to exercise it. I often ask people, are you confident in tying your shoes? And people say, well, of course. I say, how confident? They say, absolutely confident. I say, how come? I say, well, because I've done it a few billion times. Well, if you want to have confidence, the best way to have it is exercise it every day. Utilize it. Have some faith. Have some trust. Choose to be confident in a situation, and you'll discover that you're going to do well. For example, most people are fearful about things that they think someday may happen, and they feel bad about it in advance. How many of the things you used to be fearful about never came about? Just think if those times you'd chosen to be confident, you would have reinforced that confidence is the way to live. Choose confidence over fear. 8, be cheerful. Gosh, I added to my values list cheerfulness not long ago, and when I did, people around me commented, God, there's something about you. You seem so happy. I thought I was always happy. But you know what? There's a difference between being happy on the inside and being cheerful. Being cheerful means that when you're happy, you tell your face about it. That everything works together. That when you're communicating with people and you're feeling happy on the inside, they feel happy being around you. It means that you're trying to be happy in a way that not only makes you feel happy, but the people around you as well. And cultivating that emotion enhances your self-esteem, makes life more fun, causes people to respond to you in a way where you need a lot less of this stuff like fear and hurt and anger and frustration and disappointment and overload and depression and guilt and feelings of inadequacy. All those seem to disappear in an environment that's cheerful. Cultivate this emotion. You won't need so many of those action signals to get your attention. Here's number 9, feeling healthy. Gosh, feeling physically vibrant and healthy is a great way to make sure that anything else bounces off you. Have you ever noticed how when you got tons of energy, you feel alive, you feel vital? The challenges, even the challenges that used to really destroy you, you seem to handle so much better, so much easier. It's like those action signals aren't really necessary when you feel vibrant and alive. Cultivate the feelings of being healthy and practice the things you know will make you feel physically vibrant on an ongoing basis. And finally, the 10th seed to plant, maybe one of the most important ones of all, is a sense of contribution. If every day you can feel like what you do adds something, more than just to your own life, but to others as well, then life takes on a new, deeper sense of meaning. I think we all have a need to feel like our life matters, like because we lived, other people's lives were better, they were greater, they were more enjoyable. We all want to leave our mark. And each day we can do that in little ways. We can do it by the way we smile at somebody we don't even know, or by giving a compliment, or just by appreciating someone who really needs to be appreciated. So often people get angry because they don't feel appreciated. Maybe the next time you start to feel angry, just realize that you've got a standard there that says, if I do this, people have to respond to me. And maybe that's inappropriate. Maybe from now on, you learn to make yourself feel good. You learn to appreciate yourself, or you learn to communicate to people and say, I'm not feeling very appreciated. I love a few strokes here or there. And you know what? You get yourself out of anger in a heartbeat. You've taken on a new task, a new direction. But in your own life, why not every day just focus on how you can contribute and how you already have contributed? Notice the little things you do to support other people. They'll make you feel good about yourself, and it'll make you want to do even more. And the more we contribute, the more addicted we get to giving more to other people. And if everybody in life got addicted to this feeling of contribution, imagine what the world would be like. So those are the 10 seeds: love and warmth, appreciation and gratitude, curiosity, excitement and passion, determination, flexibility, confidence, cheerfulness, health, and a sense of contribution. Plant these emotions daily and watch your whole life grow with a vitality like you've never dreamed of before.
Welcome to day number 5, or session 5, depending on how you're going through this program. Listen, yesterday we talked about the power and importance of energy in your body.
But you can have a lot of physical energy and have it shunted by investing the energy in emotions that pull you down. Now, we all have times in which we get frustrated or overwhelmed or depressed or angry. We also have times when we feel euphoric and joyous and we feel excited about our lives. The secret is not to never feel the negative emotion. That's not real. This is not about positive thinking. This is not about denial. It's about the power of using your emotions as action signals. You see, every emotion you've ever felt in your life is really a call to action. And what I'm going to show you in this tape is how to make that happen. Now, think about something for a moment. What is more important to you than the way you feel? Is there anything? You know, in my business seminars for years, I've asked people, I said, tell me anything you want in this world. And people say things like, I want more money. I want a better relationship. I want to know that the world has been better because I was here. And invariably, when I ask people, whenever they say I want these things, or they say I want to be fed because I've kept them there too long in the session, the bottom line is they'll say, well, if I had some food, I would feel better. Or if, I made more money, I would feel like I had more power or more control or more freedom or more security. Or if I was in a better relationship, I'd feel more love. But in reality, they don't really want the relationship then. They don't want the money. They don't even want the food. They just want to feel better. They want to change the way they feel. They want to change the emotional content of their life in that moment. And I think it's real important for us that we take a new look at emotions, that we see that some of the emotions that we consider sometimes to be negative, the emotions that we think are most painful, may in fact be our best friends. They may be giving us signals that we need to make changes. If we heed these signals, and if we utilize them, we can change the quality of our experience and our life immediately. So just remember, emotions are the ultimate power. They start wars. They cause us to get married. They cause us to get divorced, to create children. They can even make us ill or they can make us healthy. In essence, the history of your life, the history of this world, is the history of emotion. Emotions are the core that call us to action and change our entire lives. So where do they come from? What's their real purpose? What are some of the most intense emotions that we experience day to day that shape our destiny and that most of us never really learn to master? And then how can we master them and how can we utilize those to increase the quality of our life? Those are, in essence, the questions I want us to answer together today. Let's start with a simpler question, though. How do you deal with your emotions right now? I'm curious. Because I found that people deal with emotions in one of basically four patterns. Either one, they avoid them. They literally try to not feel. They try to not have to feel, let's say, the feeling of rejection. And there's a problem with that. What would you guess it is? Well, yeah, if you're always trying to avoid rejection, you're never going to succeed. Because anything in life that requires you to deal with other human beings on a massive scale, where you're taking a step forward and you're trying to create change, exposes you to a point where somebody may disagree with you. They may reject you. See, the ultimate fear of rejection keeps people out of relationships. They never get to have the feeling they do want, which is love or intimacy or a feeling of connectedness, because their fear of rejection keeps them out of it. So you can't ever avoid completely negative emotions. They're part of life, and they cause us to grow. Some people don't try to avoid the emotions. Instead, they go into the I'm going to endure it phase. Or worse, I'll endure it but deny it. Those people usually try and disassociate from their feelings. They try to say, well, it doesn't feel that bad. But meanwhile, they keep stoking the fire inside themselves by thinking about how horrible things are, or how someone has taken advantage of them, or how they do everything right but things still turn up wrong, and why has this always happened to them? In other words, they never change their internal conversation. They never change their internal focus or their physiology. They keep feeling like heck, but they try to pretend like it's not there, deny it or disassociate it. And inevitably, this erupts, because the more you don't listen to the messages of your emotions, the more intense they get. They keep hammering on the door louder and louder to try to get through to you. And all of a sudden, you feel worse and worse and worse. Or the third thing I see people do is they use it for competition. You got it bad, let me tell you how bad I feel. It's really going to make your life better. And I hear people do it all the time. Yeah, my work's so horrible, let me tell you how terrible things are. You think that's bad, I'll show you terrible. And sure enough, people get in a match to see how bad they can make each other feel about their own lives. You want to stay out of that place. Hopefully you go with a fourth way of dealing emotions, and that is to learn from them and utilize them. Now, where do they come from? Do they just attack us like a virus where all of a sudden we feel something? Or as we all know, they come from other people, right? For example, if you feel loving, it's because of what somebody else did. They came over and told you they loved you, or they hugged you, or they touched you a certain way, or they kissed you, and that's what made you feel love. Is that really true? When somebody touches you and you feel loved, the reality is you feel loved because you choose at that moment to create those feelings within yourself. You allow yourself to have those sensations. You have some rules, some criteria that say when X, Y, Z happens, then I get to feel loved. And then at that moment, when all those criteria are met, somebody hugs you, kisses you, says they love you, etc., you then in your own body create these sensations that you call love. You release those sensations. You put yourself in that physiology at that moment. Conversely, if you feel bad, if you feel angry, if you feel overwhelmed, depressed, frustrated, lonely, all of these emotions are also created by only one person, you, by what you choose to focus on, or to be even more specific, by the meaning that you attach to any experience in life. Let's repeat that so we remember it. How you feel at any moment in time is really the result of the meaning that you've given to your experience. In other words, let's say a man opens a door for a woman. How does that woman feel about that? Well, the answer has nothing to do with the actual event, but rather her interpretation of the event, what she chooses to label that event as meaning. Some women feel demeaned by the process. How dare you, you male chauvinist pig? You can imagine how some guys look back and go, what is the matter with her? Because what it meant for him was respect. Or it may have meant for him he was doing it out of appreciation, or love, or just simple caring. See, what we feel is not based on our experience, but again, on our interpretation of our experience. It's the way we represent our experience that determines how we feel. And look again at that word represent. It means, if we spell it out, represent. In other words, something just happened. Now, after it happens, you take it in through your five senses, and you make a representation, another presentation of what happened inside your head. The way you represent those events will determine how you feel. So again, in this case, this woman took the simple act of a man opening the door with a smile on his face, and she represented it inside of her head as, he's trying to take advantage of me, he's trying to make me less than him, he's trying to dominate me in some way. We must be very careful of the meanings we attach to things, because those meanings basically determine the quality of how we feel in our lives. We must make sure that the emotions we feel are appropriate, that in essence they empower us instead of disempowering us. There are no negative emotions. There are no bad emotions. Every emotion serves us as long as we interpret it in a way that adds a powerful meaning to our life, something that moves us forward instead of backwards.
Well, hello, welcome to day 6, all about financial abundance. How do we experience the kind of freedom in financial terms that we really deserve? Now, you and I by this point know that the reason I waited till the 6th session for this is because if you don't take time for yourself, the money doesn't matter. You can have all the money, you're running around trying to make more, and you're not going to be fulfilled. If you don't have a system for changing what doesn't work in your life, money's not going to solve it, which is why we went through the results workshop. And if you're in a position where you're not thrilled in your relationship, money is worthless. And if you're in a place where you don't have the physical vitality, health, and energy, then we go back to the richest man in the graveyard metaphor. So that's why this comes last in our series. And the only thing that comes beyond this is really knowing the purpose of your life, how to use all these resources to meet your life's purpose. So this session is about financial abundance. And I can talk to you about this because I have the unique privilege of having achieved it. You know, there's nothing worse than talking to someone who talks a good game but hasn't lived it. You know, each of these sessions, I transform my body. I transform myself emotionally. But more importantly, I've not only done it with myself, I've been able to do it with other people too. Millions of people around the world. So this is a subject I know. One of the things I had difficulty with early in my life when I started making money is I'd go to people to figure out how to invest my money, and they knew less than I did. They knew how to sell me on a concept. But they weren't wealthy. I talked to a stockbroker, and he didn't know anything. He just knew what he was being told to sell. So gradually I began to say, why am I talking to a guy that makes 1/3 what I earn, telling me what to do with my money? So I can just tell you that I started at ground zero. I did not have the silver spoon, anything close to it in my mouth. I started out with nothing. And now I'm in a position economically where I can do virtually anything I want in my life. So I was recently doing a seminar. And when I was doing the seminar, I was trying to get through to people because a lot of people look at me, and I have a public company now, Dream Life. And the day that the company went public, the value of my stock, I had 23 million shares, shot through the roof, and my net worth was $400 million just from my stock holdings. So it was a pretty good day. That was above everything else that I built over the last 23 years of my life. So it was pretty amazing. But I also realized, hey, it's just paper. I mean, it could go down to zero. Who knows in the stock market? What I got was abundance a long time ago. I got it when I changed my psychology. I got it when I worked hard enough to create enough income that I never have to work as long as I lived if I had no public company.
So I'm not tied to something. I don't have to live and die by the stock price is going up or it's going down. It's just a neat bonus. But the reason I tell you this also is when people see that, they look at it and go, oh, that's so far from my realm of possibility. Most people do anyway. But the truth is there's people 100 times bigger than what I'm doing. And I don't see it that way. I see if that's what I really wanted, I could achieve it. Maybe I'm deluding myself, but I don't believe so. And if you have certainty and you have the right plan, you can achieve anything. And it's not the number anyway. It's about what does it take for you to feel abundant? What does it take for you to kill the scarcity, to rid it from your life, and experience the kind of gratitude that sets you free? And so I thought I'd just put you right in that seminar, and you can hear me telling them about it, but I want you to know this is an area of your life you deserve to master. Because when you master it, when you're coming from a place of abundance instead of fear, instead of scarcity, you don't worry so much about yourself. Your focus is really on how to contribute. And in my lifetime, I've had an opportunity to contribute quite a bit. In fact, I started my foundation decades ago, and it really began with me feeding 2 people on my own with the little money that I had. And to give you an idea how much it's grown, we're now in over 2,000 school systems. We're in 750 prisons. We're in more than 100,000 health and human services programs. And this last year, between Thanksgiving and Christmas, we fed more than 1 million people in 19 countries, over 500 cities. So all this comes from having so much abundance in your own life. You're no longer worried about yourself. You really, truly want to give. But I'll tell you this, the best way to get beyond scarcity is start beyond it. If you can get yourself to feel that abundant now by doing things as if you were already financially independent, everything changes. So you never really get beyond scarcity. You got to start beyond it. And when you do, you'll make the right decisions. And when you do, you'll be rich in that moment. And then all it'll be is a game for you to see how much more free can you be? How much more can you learn? How much more can you expand? How much muscle can you develop? This is one of the critical areas of your life, and you deserve to master it. This tape is not designed to be the end-all and be-all. If you want that, come for immersion with me for 4 days in wealth mastery. But I wanted to get you started, and I hope you found it to be valuable. There's some action steps you want to take. Listen to this tape again if necessary, but make sure you make the decision about asset allocation. Make sure that 10% gets deducted, and go get your plan. That's the end of this session. We've got one final session, which is on the power of your life purpose, discovering why you're here. In the end, it's the most important issue of all. Please join me for our final session. Till then, enjoy your life. Master your money. Have fun and live with passion. So if you want to be wealthy, you got to do the opposite of these 12 things. You got to first define what is wealth for you. How much is it going to take? Secondly, lock that definition in place. Don't keep raising the bar continuously. You can raise the bar for what you enjoy, but know when I hit this number, I'm financially secure. I'm financially free. Third, make sure you define it and you create a plan that you believe is achievable. That's third and fourth. Fifth, make it a must for you. Write down a paragraph why you must be wealthy. You must have abundance. What it'll do for you, your family. Not why you'd like to be, why you have to be. 6, get that plan. 7, make sure you follow through on that plan. The minute you have a plan, do something towards its attainment. The first thing I do when you end this tape is I call Schwab, I call my bank, I call whoever I do business with and say deduct 10%. Even if I don't know where I'm going to put it yet, put it in a money market. Hold it there while I decide where to invest it. 8, make yourself responsible for what shows up. Don't just trust the experts. Let them coach you, but don't give them the responsibility. 9, do not give up when the going gets tough. Right? Most people are tested. When you're 5 feet from the goal, that's when most people give up. You got to keep pushing, and you will get there. 10, do the opposite of everybody else. Make your life a business. Say, I'm going to have a profit at the end of the year financially, personally. 11, don't let other people's emotions control you. They're pessimistic, you still think it through. They're optimistic, don't run and do it. Think it through. Make sure you understand what you're doing, and make sure, no matter how optimistic or pessimistic they are, don't vary your asset allocation. That's what protects you. And finally, get good coaching. A coach is so invaluable for your body, for your relationships, for your finances, for your career. I really encourage you to really test out our coaches because I think you'll be thrilled. And if you want to do that, again, I'll tell you, you can call us at 1-888-834-9096. So in summary, what is this really about if you're going to be wealthy? Well, to be financially wealthy, all you got to do is this. Spend less than you earn. This is the magic formula. This is the thing nobody wants to hear because it's so basic, but it's the whole secret. Spend less than you earn and invest the difference. And then reinvest that for compounded interest until you have an amount of money that sets you free for life. That's all it takes. And the only way you're going to spend less than you earn is if you make it a must by not having a choice. And if you guarantee you're going to reinvest it, that's what you got to do. Put in the right asset allocation and you will win. You got it? That's it. There's no way around it. And if you can save more than 10% and make yourself do it, John Templeton literally saved 50% of what he earned when he was struggling. See, you got to remember the power of compounding. So what do you need to get started? Here's what you need to get wealthy. Only 4 things, and we're going to wrap this tape up. Number 1, you need time. And guess what? You've already got that. You know, everybody I talk to says, God, you know, if they're in their 40s, they go, I wish I started my 30s. If they're in their 30s, they go, I wish I started my 20s. Right? If they're in their 50s, they go, I wish I started my 40s. If they're in their 60s, God, I wish I started my 50s. If they're 70s, I wish I would have started my 60s. I mean, guess what? Start now. You got the time, and time is your friend. Compounding, the more time you have, the easier it is to win. You start out at 25, and you can start with a tiny amount of money and have millions. You start out at 50, you're going to have to invest a bit more because you got less time. 2, you need compounded growth. And you have that the day you make the decision to utilize it. The day you start investing, you've tapped into compound growth. And you don't want to wait 3 holes to start investing in that golf game. Otherwise, you cheat yourself out of a giant return. 3, you need to make intelligent choices. And you accomplish this by learning about what you're investing in and, most importantly, by defining your asset allocation, those 3 buckets, deciding what that percentage is today. And finally, 4, you need some money, but that's available. It's available in your own pocket. You can earn it, and if you have a reason to earn more to invest, you're going to be inspired. You may find a way to earn more than you ever did before. And finally, I'll say this about this subject. You're not really wealthy unless you're abundant in all forms, mental, emotional, physical, and spiritual. And I will tell you, to me, money is a game, and all it is that. The money can go away. You can take it all away. You can't take away the experiences of my life and who I've become as a man. Because the purpose of a goal is not to get the goal. Because you get a goal and then your brain goes, is this all there is? The purpose of a goal is what it makes of you and your pursuit of it. So if you're pursuing your goals and you become more successful financially, you're going to provide opportunities, jobs, capital for others. You don't have to worry about being selfish. Expand financially by expanding spiritually. And I also personally believe that it's really about how to take the invisible and make it visible. How do you take ideas, thoughts, desires, and convert them to physical reality? The ability to manifest seems to be being in alignment with your higher purpose. And I'm sure there are people that have done that and done it in a harsh way, but there are rewards for that too. Everything you put out comes back tenfold. But it's an emotional, spiritual game. And I'll tell you how to be wealthy right now. I asked Sir John Templeton, I said, what's the secret to wealth? He told me the secret to investing was asset allocation. What's the secret to wealth? He said, Tony, you know, you teach it. I said, what? I teach a lot of things. He smiled and he said, gratitude. He said, think about it, Tony. I know a lot of people you coach. They pay all this money and, you know, you help them in their businesses. He said, but the real reason they hired you is because when you came in their life, they now felt rich because they felt so happy and fulfilled. Besides being successful in their business or trading more effectively, he said, that's what they got. He said, how many people do you know who have everything but are unhappy? He said, they're not grateful. They're not grateful for what they have. How many people you know seem to have nothing in financial terms, but they're so grateful and so they're rich? Gratitude is the key that unlocks the door to wealth. If you can feel grateful right now, remember we talked about relationships when we said, if you can feel that love already inside of you for yourself, for life, for people, you'll attract people of a similar level of love and intensity. If you're not in scarcity, the same thing happens with money. The same thing happens with anything. So if you can be just so grateful, if you can start your days with that hour of power, or your 30 minutes to thrive, or at least 15 minutes of fulfillment, you know the game plan here, where you spend those first 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes thinking of all things you're grateful for, you know, making that circle of your friends and your family and your health and the country you live in, the time in history we're here, and all the food on your table that you didn't have to grow, and just all the clothes you wear you didn't have to sew, the internet you didn't have to create. You know, the $200 million movie that was created so you could be entertained for 2 hours, and it cost you $5, $10, I guess, whatever it is these days. Think about it. You are so fortunate. I am so fortunate. The more grateful we are, the moment you feel total gratitude, to life, to God, to your friends, to your family, that's the moment you're rich. This is the power of compounding. You must get started today. You say, how do I do that, Tony? Here's how. Decide today a percentage of what you earn that you're going to save. You go, yeah, but I spend everything I've got and all my bills. Make your bills wait. Pay yourself first. Remember we said you got to give time to yourself first? You got to invest in yourself first above everything else, so you'll always be running to pay bill collectors. And I'll tell you the secret to how to do this. Don't ever see the money. What do you mean don't ever see the money? I mean, go to Charles Schwab, go to your bank, and say, I want you to deduct 10% of my paycheck before I ever see it and put it in a money market account. A money market account, if you're not familiar with it, is very simple. It's like a savings account, but it gives you more flexibility and a little better return. And anyone can advise you on it, but it's very simple, and you put it there for holding purposes while you decide where to invest your money. But you don't ever see it. If it's in your bank account, you will spend it. If it's in your investment account and it can't be used for anything else, you won't spend it. Does that make sense? You can do that today. They have these automatic withdrawal processes. They're available to all kinds of companies. Do it today. Now, you might say, okay, I understand the emotion of this. I got to start by really mastering this. I understand a little bit about how you've changed and other people have changed. I understand this compounding. I mean, this is pretty simple. I've heard of it, but I'm getting associated to its value, and I'm willing to use it. And let's say I've set aside 10%. I've set aside for my year $1,000 or $10,000 or $100,000, whatever it is. Where do I put it? Ooh, that is the million-dollar question. And I'm not talking me just filbing here. I'm talking the real question. How do you really make $1 million? You want to be a millionaire? Answer this question. Where do you put the money? Well, first of all, you have to understand what the best investment you can make is. Hey, let's go back to the seminar just so you can be with the people. Stocks are the fastest way, traditionally, for someone to be able to grow their critical mass. They also provide a great deal of flexibility. Why? If you want to get out of a piece of real estate, how fast can you do that? Who knows? If you want to get out of a stock, if you made a mistake, and you do need to get out of a stock, can you? Yes or no? Absolutely. To give you an idea, since World War II, the finest investment you can make through time has been what then? Stocks. They've delivered nearly a 12% rate of compound return for nearly 50 years. Is that a pretty good track record? Half a century? What has happened in the last half century? Recessions, wars, famines. I mean, you name it. The world has changed more in the last 50 years than probably any time in human history. So it gives you an idea of the value structure. So I'll give you an example here. Rip Van Winkle in The Wall Street Wizard. If at the end of 1927 a modern Rip Van Winkle had gone to sleep for 60 years on $20,000 worth of corporate bonds, paying 5% compounded, which is what they've averaged, he would have awakened with $373,584, enough for him to afford a nice condo, a Volvo, and a haircut. Whereas if he invested in stocks, which returned 9.8% per year during that time, he'd have $5,459,720. Since Rip was asleep, neither the crash of 29 nor the ripple of 87 would have scared him out of the market. Now, by the way, how much money did people lose in 1987 in a stock market crash in the United States? How much did they lose? Nothing unless they what? Sold. So those people got seduced in here when, oh my God, the sky is falling, sold down here. And by the way, did the market return? How quickly? Staggering. Less than a year, all of a sudden it's exploded back up, and where is it now? So if you didn't sell, you didn't lose anything. In fact, more people made money on that day than any day in decades. My friend I told you made $500 million that day. Because everybody else was freaking out. He was looking at companies going, they're worth so much more than what they're selling them for. Yes. Instantaneously. So give me an example. So let me show you why companies are growing companies are one of the most unbelievable investments you can imagine. Walmart. In 1974, Walmart had 78 stores. Kmart had 1,326, and Sears had 851. The combined equity market value of Sears and Kmart was 65 times that of Walmart. Now, before you look at the next thing, I want to give you a little clue. All the analysts at that time who were evaluating looked at the resources that Sam Walton had and his current growth rate based on what he'd done, and they said the guy's maxed out. What they didn't look at was his ultimate resource, which is Sam Walton's ability to innovate and model. He spent 2 days a week going to other people's stores, modeling what other people did. He had no shyness about anything they did that worked, they went and did. They did not evaluate his ability to motivate his employees to give their all and create a relationship with customers that had never been seen in that environment at that price point before. And as a result, Walton has done something, Walmart, that's just staggering. Give you a perspective. In 1989, the market value of Walmart was $24 billion, 3 times Kmart and 2 times Sears. By 1996, the market value of Walmart was $51 billion. A $100 investment in Walmart in 1974, never adding another dime, was worth $23,000 by the end of 1989, and by now it's worth $42,000. $100 worth 42 grand, never adding another penny. Is that staggering? Okay. So this is not $100 a month. That was a one-time $100 investment. If you did $100 a month, can you imagine what the compounding of that would have been? Beyond your imagination. Here's another one, Disney. The market value of Disney in 1984 was $2.1 billion. Today it's $43.6 billion. That's actually old. It's changed since they bought Cap Cities. But a $100 investment in 1974 is worth $6,000 today. $100 a month, you look to the right there, invested every quarter in 1974 would be worth $437,000 today. Just to give you a perspective. And then Subaru, if you would have bought in the early days of Subaru, if you would have bought the stock rather, it sold for $2. It then went up to $167. 33 bagger. Thus, if you bought a $6,000 worth of stock in Subaru, starting in 1967, hung on to it and sold it at its peak, your $6,000 would have left you with $1 million instead of a rusty old car. Same price as the car. If you bought the stock, you'd be a millionaire. How many volt? This is the place you want to have a significant amount of your assets.
Now, I've made a big point here to talk about how stocks overall through time have been the best investment to make. But obviously, your individual decisions are going to shape that. And if you know so much more about real estate or your own business or any aspect of investing, then that's obviously where you're going to want to spend a good deal of your time. Whatever you invest in, you've got to understand it. And, of course, there are many choices. And I'll tell you something else. Often people say, well, that's true when stocks are going up, but what about when the economy goes down? What happens when we go in a bear market? Well, the truth of the matter is you can make money in any market. And if things are going down, more people became wealthy during the American Depression than any time in U.S. history. I can tell you, for example, in the recession we had many years ago here in the United States, I remember a lot of people were freaking out. But if you've managed yourself well, a recession is a great place. I remember one of my sons was very concerned because he thought, oh my gosh, you know, there's been this big boom in stocks and it looks like it's over and I'll never really be able to participate in a victory again. I'll never have that big victory, that big achievement. But the truth of the matter is he was looking at the high prices of homes at that time in various parts of the country and the high price of automobiles. And I said, listen, let me tell you a story. You know, during the last recession, I remember I wanted to buy a car. It was an 850i BMW. I remember it had just come out, and the sticker price on it I think was around $80,000 or $90,000. But the price to get one in California when they first came out, there was such a waiting list that it was $110,000. People were buying the cars and then reselling them and marking them up. And I thought, this is insane. I'm not going to spend this kind of money for a car. Literally, less than 60 days after these cars were so hot and everybody wanted them, the recession came. All of a sudden the economy tightened for the short term. And those same cars were just sitting in the lot. No one was buying them. I eventually got that car for just above $40,000. Now, this is 2 months later. So when you start looking around thinking, you know, real estate in the northeast of the United States, it's exploding, exploding, exploding. You'll never go down. Trust me, there are always adjustments. And you can win no matter what. If you got a lot of cash during that time because you've handled your finances properly, you can do extremely well in your lifestyle. So yes, take advantage of whatever the economy offers you. Don't operate out of fear that you can only do well in a great economy. A great economy is one you're prepared for. All right, let's recap. What have we learned? Financial abundance comes from an abundant psychology. You've got to be willing to take risks. You've got to put yourself on the line, but they don't have to be huge risks. You don't have to be an entrepreneur to be wealthy, but you do need to become an investor. If you become an investor, you can become wealthy beyond anything you could earn in your job. Because there's only so much you can earn by yourself. But compounding is unmatched in its power, and we've learned the power of compounding. We've learned that of all the investments we can make, the one investment that traditionally has brought back the greatest return is the investment in companies that are growing, that are expanding. And so we understand that the stock market has been one of those primary investments, not the only one. So we know we've got to take 10% of what we earn and invest it. The question is, okay, let's say I've committed to this, and I got Charles Schwab or somebody to deduct 10% of my money. Where do I put it? Well, let me just tell you this. You're going to screw up. You're going to put it in the wrong places. You're going to invest in companies that are going high flyers, and they're going to be cut in half overnight. It's going to happen. You're going to buy a piece of real estate, and then the market's going to crash.
This is going to occur. I don't care how good you are, the greatest investors in the world screw up. Okay, so you heard a little of my story, and hopefully it gets you to relate. I mean, I really did start out just as a janitor. I really started out with zero. And just as I became abundant in other areas, I became abundant in this area because the secret is psychology. Now, one of the psychological barriers to becoming wealthy is the belief, the limiting belief that, gosh, I have nothing to start with. You know, I have no vehicle. I don't have my own business. I can never achieve this. Well, let me tell you that that comes from not understanding one simple principle that I know you've heard about. But, you know, there are a lot of things in life we know intellectually or we've heard about, but we don't own it emotionally, so it doesn't benefit us. And one of those is the power of compounding. Now, when Einstein talked about all the principles in the universe that were astounding, one of them he described was compounding. That if a man really understood this, his fascination would be beyond almost anything else he could imagine, because here is a chance for you to start out with almost nothing, and you can be a full-time person employed by someone else and still be wealthy. You don't have to be Bill Gates. You can invest in Bill Gates. But you can do it with tiny amounts of money that allow you to take his talent and ride piggyback on Bill Gates or on Steve Case of AOL Time Warner or Wayne Huizenga at a Blockbuster. You don't even have to have unique ideas. You have to become an investor. Because if you invest in those people who have the genius to build companies, as an example, your wealth can grow beyond your wildest imagination. Even if you're not a great investor, you can do it if you understand compounding. Here's what it is. When you invest money and then you don't spend it, money that is continuously reinvested compounds on top of itself. And in the beginning, it grows very slowly and eventually has explosive growth beyond anything you could earn, even if you're a top athlete or business person. Let me give you an example by giving you a metaphor. I just took up the game of golf. I swore I would never do this. It's too slow. It's an old man's game. And I knew I'd get addicted to it, is the truth. And that's so challenging. It's such a mental game. But if you and I went up to play golf, and most people bet on holes, and I walk up to you and I say, you know, why don't we bet just 10 cents a hole just to make it fun? You probably go, you know, even if I'm a good player or not a good player, you probably say, okay. And I say, you know what, as we get close to hitting the first ball, I'll say, why don't we double it each hole? You know, just 10 cents the first hole, 20 cents the second hole, 40 cents, you know, the third hole. And you say, okay, that'll make it more interesting. You just made a big bet, and you better be good at golf. Let me tell you why. Let's walk through it for a second. The first hole's worth a dime. Second hole's worth 20 cents. Third hole's worth 40 cents. Fourth hole's worth 80 cents. Fifth hole's $1.60. Sixth hole is $3.20. Now, if you play golf, you know there's only 18 holes. So we're 6 holes into it. We're a third the way into it. It's only $3. So what's the most it could cost us? Probably $12, right? Well, let's continue. If the sixth hole is $3.20 and we double it, then the seventh hole is $6.40. The eighth hole is $12.80. The ninth hole is $25.60. Now, there are 18 holes. We're halfway there. Are we a little higher than you pictured in your mind when we started? Yeah, but you're going, oh, what's the worst? $100, $50, $75? Oh, no. The 10th hole is $51.20. The 11th hole is $102.40. The 12th hole is $204 what? 80. Come on, you can follow this in your head. The 13th hole is $409.60. The 14th hole is $819.20. The 15th hole is $1,600, $1,638.40 to be exact. You know what it is on the 18th hole? $13,107.20. We go from 1,000 to 13,000 in 3 holes. Now, if I could show you this on a graph, if I was with you visually, I could show you investing on a graph. It's 10 cents, 20 cents. If you went across horizontally, it looks like the grass is growing. It's so slow. But when you get to about the 15th hole, it starts to explode off the charts, where instead of seeing grass, you see mountains showing up on the graph. And what happens is it grows geometrically. So what happens for most people is they start investing, and they say, oh, it's such a small amount. I'm only getting 10 or 12% or even 20%. But it means nothing. You know, I'm not making enough money. I'm only starting out with, you know, $100 a month. Let me give you a reality check. If you just put away $5 a day, $5 you spend on other stuff, that's $150 a month. And you invested that at a 15% annual return, and you didn't take out your profit. In other words, when you made a return, you reinvested it. And you do that for 30 years. You say 30 years is a long time. Well, of course it is. But you're talking about $150 a month. You're never going to notice it. You know, $150 20 years from now is nothing, right? Think about it. So if you did that for 30 years, that's worth $1,051,000. You had another 10 years, guess what that's still worth now? Now it's worth $4.7 million. Now, obviously, you can invest more than $150 a month if you were committed. So you say, what if I could save a lot? What if I could go and do something like $250 a month? Well, $250 a month, to give you an idea, is worth $7.8 million in that same 40-year period of time. So that's the power of compounding. If you're starting with nothing, you can make this happen. Let's go back to the example in golf. Remember I said it's worth $13,000 on the 18th hole? Well, remember on the 15th hole, it's only worth $1,600. There's a big difference between $1,600 and $13,000. What if you waited 3 holes to start? What if you said, oh, I got time, I don't have that much money, well, I got a little more money, then I'll start betting dimes. I'll wait to the 3rd hole to start doing it. Then the most you can make is $1,600 instead of $13,000. The lesson I want you to get is, no matter how little you're starting with, you must get started now. I don't care what it is. You've got to put that money aside, and you've got to make sure you invest it. And I'll give you one more good example. If you want to make sure you can take care of your child's education, all you'd have to do, even with today's sky-high prices for traditional education, is put away $100 a month beginning at your child's birth. And if you just reinvest that at a 15% rate of return, which many people today are looking at returns, as you well know, of 40, 50, 60% or more. But if you kept it at 15 as the average through the years, then you'd have $110,000 by the time your child turns 19. Now, if you don't ever add another dime, you don't keep adding $100 a month, you don't add anything, you just keep reinvesting it. If they don't touch that money, like you put it in trust, by the time they reach age 50, they'd have $9.6 million from that $100 a month you did till they were 19. Think about that. By the time they're 60, they'd have $39.2 million, and 60 is young. If you want to wait till 70 to touch it, they'd have $158 million. Now you say, well, 50, 60, 70, I don't know, that's old. Well, many of you listening are older than that. But I want to tell you something. A woman today who reaches the age of 50 can expect to see her 92nd birthday. If you reach the age of 50 without cancer, without heart disease, you're going to live to be 92. That's what the statistics say. Men, it's not as good for you. I'll just leave it at that. In contemporary America, 8 in 10 people now sail past their 65th birthday. That's an amazing statistic. Now, especially when you realize that in 1900, the year 1900, the average life expectancy for an American was 47.3 years old. 47. In 1998, the average life expectancy was 76.6 years. We virtually doubled the life expectancy of a human being in 1 century. Now, that was before we had the kind of technology we have today where we're decoding our entire DNA as a species. I mean, if you think about that and you think about where we're going, our life expectancy will explode beyond what it is now. So the question is not whether you're going to live a long time, at least not if you're going to practice what you've learned in this program, but also, what are you going to do when you get there? What are you going to do to enjoy your life, and how are you going to support yourself? So handling your finances is so critical, and compounding is the ticket. And don't kid yourself and say you have no money. If you say, well, I have so little money, I'll take 10% and invest later on, you're wrong. If you're not willing to take a dime out of a dollar, you're not going to take 100,000 out of a million. It won't happen. And so the question people always ask is, well, where do I start? And the answer is you must start with a minimum of 10% of what you earn being invested and not touching it, reinvesting and compounding it. I've never met a person, when you go to our Wealth Mastery program, we help you figure out exactly where you are today financially, because most people don't really know. And then we have you describe exactly what you want to do at many levels, short-term, mid-term, long-term. And we have you come up with your ultimate dreams, and you'll find out your dreams are possible. They're totally achievable. And we run a computer program. We keep changing it until we come up with examples that are incredibly conservative, and you can achieve them. In all the years that I've done this, virtually anyone that I've talked to, whether they're starting from zero, in the hole, or ahead, saving 10% reinvested can achieve their goals in 10 to 14 years. It's extraordinary because of the power of compounding. In the beginning, this will never happen. It's like the 10 cents a hole. And then all of a sudden, bam, 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 you have this huge growth. I'll give you another example. I was reading in People magazine about a man named Ted Johnson. He was an African-American UPS delivery man. He grew up in the South, and he just recently passed away in his 90s. So you can imagine, in the South, when he was growing up in his youth, he wasn't exactly treated as an equal. And so he didn't seem to have the same economic opportunity that most people would have. In his entire life, he never made more than $30,000 a year. But when he died, through the power of compounding, he left a legacy of more than $70 million. $70 million. And by the way, he gave away $36 million of that money while he was alive. It gave him such joy. You're going, I'm going to work for the UPS. No, it's not the UPS. It's that he took his money, he set aside, he compounded, and he didn't touch it. And now he's left this legacy for his family and for his friends and from the city he grew up in. He was so thrilled in his passing because he lived a full life into his 90s. He loved his life. He had a great lifestyle, but he also created incredible abundance for the people around him, and he now has a legacy that lives beyond him. So let's start out here by me inviting you to join me right now in a live seminar where you hear me talking about this story of how things changed for me. And instead of saying, oh, yeah, isn't that wonderful, hopefully you can start to say, okay, what do I really want? And how can I create the kind of abundance I want at whatever level that is for me? It's not about stock. It's not about money. It's not even about how many people you can help or feed. It's about what's the standard that you really want for your life. And what I'm trying to get across to you, I guess, is I'm just a guy. But I've had the privilege of doing very well in this area of my life because I finally decided it was ridiculous for me not to be abundant financially when I was being abundant emotionally and spiritually and physically. So I want you to listen in. Let's get started. I was talking to my staff earlier today, and I was telling myself I really need to get across to people that this is real, that this really works. I said part of that is I take for granted. I don't want to waste somebody's time telling them what I've gone through, but I thought maybe I should give you some sense of it because the story of what I've gone through a little bit will reflect some of your stories, but also will show you the change in psychology because I'm in a position where I don't have to worry about this anymore, but I only changed that not because the mechanics weren't available to me. They're available to anybody. But they became not only available, but used when it was a must, when I changed my model of the world, when I made it okay. So I grew up in a position where I know exactly what it feels like to walk into a restaurant and, like Denny's, if you can call that a restaurant, right? That was my idea of a restaurant. And go in there and freak out and look at the menu and see how much something cost before I ordered it, and worry. And if you took a girl out, praying she wouldn't order something expensive. And then feeling rotten for not wanting her to have what you wanted her to have, which is anything she wanted. Now, I can remember going, even after I made some money. Like when I bought the castle, that was like this big metaphor for me of breaking through, that I was going to buy this because I always was so spiritually driven and emotionally driven, but I never really did well financially. So for me, buying this castle, I thought, this is where I want my children to grow up someday. This is like me driving the stakes in the ground. I'm going to show myself that I can take the invisible and make it visible. So it became my like last stand kind of thing. I'm going to find a way, and I found a way. And I'll tell you what, part of what made it a must and part of what changed me from making $38,000 a year to making $1 million a year within 1 year was having a son that I wasn't planning coming into this world. So I grew up with so much pain. I linked so much pain to finances and not having it. I always swore I would not have a child until I was set financially because I didn't want them to go through that. I didn't want them to go through hearing father after father leave and your mother say things to them that you wouldn't want to ever have said to you, in a sense of worthlessness, in a sense of frustration and fear and humiliation. I didn't want a son or daughter to be born to me and to go to school and have pants that were way too high because they grew too fast and your family couldn't afford to buy pants. And have kids say things that are just silly but feel so cruel when you're a little kid. High water becomes your nickname, and you're embarrassed and humiliated and devastated, and you feel it's so unfair. And you see other kids can go and do all these things, and you can't. They make fun of you for it, and you didn't do anything. And then you don't want to be mad at your family. It's not your family's fault. Or being in a position where you got to go to the thrift store to buy a suit so you can take a girl to a dance, and the suit is about 30 years old, out of style. Not having enough money to take the person to dinner, so you make excuses not to take the girl to dinner. Getting older and being on your own and trying to figure out how to eat because you had no money at all. And going into a grocery store and eating food in the grocery store as I walked around. Stealing it, basically. Not basically, that's what it was. It was stealing. I just didn't take it out of the store. I took it out of the store inside me. Somehow I rationalized that wasn't stealing. I left the package in the store. And I kid about it now. I mean, I used to just cry. Values conflict, sir? How do you think I felt? Honestly, being one of my highest values, and I'm stealing to survive. I'm eating somebody's food in the store, walking around, also freaked out I'm going to get caught. I remember more than once when somebody come by, and I knew people in the store because I grew up. I used to go in these stores. I used to shop every day for my family. My mom never went to the grocery store. I shopped every day for our meals and came home and made them. A lot of people I knew, I got something in my mouth. Hi, Tony. Just freaking inside. Just freaking inside. Not having any money for a car, working as a janitor, taking buses for 2 hours to get there so I could work for 2 or 3 hours in the middle of the night, jump back on the buses, go home and go to high school. Living in somebody's laundry room. Finally getting a car and having that car be an old Volkswagen, 1960 Volkswagen, with no reverse. So I had to park on a hill. I always parked on a hill so I could get back out. Remember, being in a position where I was really in love with a lady, and watching another man come pick her up in a limousine, and knowing she wanted the finer things in life. I couldn't provide them, and I felt it was so unfair, because I really loved her. And I felt like she loved me, but she also wanted significant life, certainty. Looking around at my life and just feeling hopeless and worthless. Living with a woman who I liked a lot but did not love, really wanted it out of the relationship with, but stayed in it because she paid half the rent. Convincing myself that I should stay with her for security, for $400 a month split between us. Giving up my dignity for $200. It's true. Thinking about what I dreamed I would do with my life and knowing it would never happen because I didn't have the resources, I thought. Being in the position where I saw other people having the kind of life that I really wanted and just thinking life was unfair and feeling hurt and sad and having one of those things after another, after another, after another. Finally getting so determined, finally deciding that it was nobody else's fault, it was mine. Finally deciding this would change absolutely now, no matter what. Finally looking at an empty chair, knowing I could not pay my rent, knowing I couldn't answer my phone because I owed everybody money in town, every kind of bill collector, knowing my electricity is about to be turned off, and hearing this song by Neil Diamond saying, I am, I said, and no one heard, not even the chair, and looking at an empty chair and thinking that is so true. I wasn't even supporting myself, much less changing the world, much less doing what I was put here for. I was so busy trying to survive that I wasn't doing anything to make the world better. And I got hungry. Not for food, for meaning. I got hungry enough that I stopped blaming everybody else, and I decided this was going to change. It was going to change right now, no matter what. And I went for a run on the beach, and I gained 38 pounds because I didn't want to make it that it was that bad. It wasn't that bad. I was still young. It wasn't my fault. It's my mother's fault. She threw me out. That's everybody else's fault. So I hated the way I felt. I hated the woman I was with. I hated my life. So the fastest way to change the way you feel is eat. Because I didn't want to do drugs because I linked pain to that. So I gained my 38 pounds. But on that day, I'll tell you what, man, I decided I am much more than what I'm demonstrating mentally and emotionally and spiritually and physically and financially. And one day I changed my life, and I went on this run, 38 pounds, bouncing back and forth, full tilt, man, with every ounce of myself. A song in my ears from a group called Heart, called Barracuda. And I pushed myself as hard as I'd ever pushed myself in my entire life. Total intensity. And I came back and wrote down everything in my life I would no longer settle for ever again. Selling for less than I believe in, selling for a life of survival, being in a relationship that I don't love, being fat, being broke, hiding from people, lying. That is not who I am. And I wrote down everything in my life I was totally committed to. So I wasn't just going to solve a problem. That was sickening enough. I was going to create the life, and I knew it was here. Somewhere inside yourself, knowing you deserve more, so do your children, so do people around you. Life deserves to see more of you show up. And not lying to yourself and saying it's okay. Not saying it's a terrible feeling or it sucks. Saying what it really is. It's disgusting. It's vulgar. It's humiliating. It's horrible. Because it's with that, when you get that kind of truth with yourself, you'll find the drive to change anything. Because then it'll be a total must. And when it's a must, you'll find a million ways to do it. And when you find a million ways and you start doing a few, pretty soon you're proud of yourself and you got momentum. And I did. I remember thinking, my God, if I could ever make $2,000 in a month, And then I did it, and it was like, God, if you could make $5,000 in a month, I mean $60,000 in a year. And then it was like, wow, 10,000. And then I made $10,000 in a day, and I was 19 years old. I was like, yes. I'm going to have pants long enough. No worries. I'm going to drive a decent car. I'm going to have a life that I want. I can give to my church. I can do this. I can do that. Then I went back to see my friends, all these people I loved. I was so excited. I want to share with them. I said, let's do things. Let's fly to Egypt, and let's race camels between the pyramids. They said, what's the matter with you? You just into money? I said, no, I'm just not into poverty anymore. Huh? I said, I've worked really hard. I've added massive value. I've done this and this and this. I've helped people's lives this way and that way, and I actually got paid for it. I actually do what I love, and because I do what I love so well, I can actually go out and do these other things too and have a great life. But what I got was, I thought if I had money growing up, I saw that not having money meant pain, no love, arguments with my parents, all this loss, all this separation, not being one of the cool kids, not even having a bicycle till an uncle goes and finds an old one and shines it up and paints it for me and makes it and gives me my first bicycle. And he didn't have a whole lot of money, but he had an unbelievable heart. So when you link that, man, not having is why everybody hates each other. They leave each other. They don't love each other. Then you start saying, yeah, I'd like to have some. And so then you do, and then people reject you. Now your brain is really scrambled. You do good things. You make a difference in the world. You cannot earn without adding value. Let me tell you something. The only way to become wealthy is to add more value to other people's lives than anybody else is adding. It is the only way. If you don't add value, you will not sustain the wealth. You will not maintain it. Your income is in direct proportion to your contribution, period. And you're going to make yourself wrong for that? I guess you want to limit your contribution. But we forget that because, boy, love is one of those deep human emotional needs, isn't it? So now having money equal pain, so I got rid of it. I started not showing up for key meetings, started treating people harshly, started sabotaging every way possible because my brain went, you better get rid of this money because no one's going to love you. So I did. And my Aussie friends have a term for it in their country. What's it called, guys? That's right, the tall poppy syndrome. You get a little too significant, we'll cut you down to size real quick. All people's fears. Because other people not want to be honest with themselves and say, I could be more. And one of those areas is the way I contribute, and one of those areas is economic. But I don't want to look at that because it'll make me feel inferior, so I'll just do what feels good. I'll go drug myself, drink myself, watch myself, live myself, anything else. It's not everybody's focus. It doesn't need to be. But most people are not even close to where they really want to be. They mitigate their real wants. They lower their standard in order to feel comfortable wherever they are. They don't look at what they really want for their lives. And they come up with every excuse and reason to make it feel justified and holier than thou. So I sabotaged it all and found myself in a 400 square foot bachelor apartment and broke all over again. And I learned I love people. If you help people, they still like you, but don't make any money at it. So I didn't. For years. Broke. Terrible. Now finally a few things happened that just got me inside, and I realized I was playing a game. I was doing this to get people's love. I was lowering my standards for how I wanted to live life and what I want to contribute to life to try and get people around me to approve. And there was a time when I got mad as hell, and I said, next level, and I kicked it in gear. And then what really pushed me over the edge, though, was making it a must for the leverage of my son. I got myself up to $38,000 a year, and guess what? I'd had all this pain. I was doing okay. It wasn't great. So what happened? When it was really intense pain, I had this drive. As soon as I got near $40,000 a year, gosh, I was only 23. So the bottom line is I went out there and did it. My son comes along, wham, $1 million. And guess what? I stayed at $1 million for the next 5 years. And by the way, I found a way to spend $1 million. I went from making $38,000 a year, living in a 400 square foot bachelor apartment, and I made a huge move, man. I grabbed hold of my psychology and I went for it. I had a choice to move from Venice to Marina del Rey. It's across one street if you've ever lived there. But it's a totally different identity. Anybody know what I'm talking about here? 2 psychologies and divided by 1 street. And there's a big difference in what you pay to be an achiever, isn't there? You got to pay for significance. And I was living in Marina del Rey. And I'm building a business. Yep. Robbins Research Institute. I sat there in this little room and said, I got to create a name for this company. I got to make a company that sounds really big. Right? So, Institute, that sounds big. And what am I going to do? I'm going to research everything that works. Robbins Research Institute. So I had a little room, right? It wasn't big enough to have an office and have a bed. So I thought, which one will get me further? So I took the office. I had this desk, and I had Robbins Research Institute. It was an answer phone, right? And I had one stereo to help change my state because I was kind of depressed at times because I didn't really feel like I was quite pulling it off 100%. And I had an 8-track player. Remember those? And you go, where'd you sleep? I hung from one end of the room in the corner to the other a hammock, and when I put it was a futon, so it was solid, and that was my bed, so I could go under it and do my work and build my company. That's how I started. I moved from there to the castle. I moved from $625 a month to $16,000 a month. 1 month. I went down, I was building my business, and I got some partners, and I lived in San Diego, and I said, I can't build for myself, I need your help. I said, I'm the best communicator you're ever going to find, I'm humble about it. I said, I am. I will in my lifetime touch more people than any human being you're going to meet in terms of actually helping them to change the quality of life. It is my destiny, and I will do it, and there'll be plenty of money, but I'm happy to split it with you. I need people to do the resources. I'm on a mission. I need somebody to handle the finances. I need somebody who's happy to do that. That's what they do. They said, done deal. We went to your program. You're unbelievable. And my momentum was growing in the culture. So then I made $1 million a year, but I never saw it. The person had a great lifestyle was my mage. Oh, Mr. Robbins, I love your jacuzzi. This is great. Love your workout room. I was never there. It wasn't like I was out spending millions of dollars. I was gone. But it cost $1 million just to have that. And I stayed there for 5 years. And after 5 years, I thought, I'm working harder than I ever have. I'm helping more people I've ever helped. I'm better than I've ever been. Everybody else is making more money at my company. I'm not earning a dime more. Why? Answer. Earning more than $1 million a year? What's the matter with you? What are you, greedy? Is there something, aren't you spiritual? Why did you have to have more than $1 million a year? And my brain went, is it possible to earn more than that? Is it possible to add more value? And this is a spiritual game about create whatever you want. And you went from 38,000 to $1 million in a year. You should at least go from 1 to 3. I thought, but how did I do it? And that was the secret. I figured out what got me to make it a must. And what it was nothing more than something else I cared more about than myself. So it was my son. So what's that for me now? And I said, I'd like to be responsible for feeding every homeless person who needs a meal in all of North County of San Diego. There's a man named Brother Benno, an amazing, amazing man there. And I went and met him, and I thought, I want to be able to pay for a quarter of that so that when I eat every night, I know that every soul in this county of this city can eat because of my good works. I set that goal, and I figured out what it would take, and I figured out to earn $3 million to be able to afford to do that and still have more for my family. And I made $3 million the next year. But I stayed that way for about 4.5, 5 years. Then a few years ago, I started thinking about what I really want my destiny about, what I want to contribute to the world and to society. And I figured out a really crystal clear vision that I have now. I know exactly what I'll do over the next 16 years of my life. After that, things will change, but I know precisely what I'm going to do and where I'm going to go. I know what it takes. So now I make between $7 and $10 million a year, personally, of which, by the way, 10% of it comes from seminars. This whole company, all that I do here, and yet this is 80% of my time. Not a brilliant decision financially, but an unbelievably rewarding decision emotionally. Right? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I work personally with one of the top financial traders in the world. I've worked with him now for 6 years. Now, this guy pays me $1 million a year plus to coach him because I get a percentage of his profits. Anyway, I turn him around, I help him create a system, and part of what I did with him is focus on where he was putting his money, asset allocation. And I learned this from Sir John Templeton, a different investor, probably one of the greatest investors in history. Sir John was one of the first international investors. Way before you ever heard of somebody like Warren Buffett or Peter Lynch, there was Sir John. And Sir John is a genius. And I went with him, and I sat down with him one time, and I said, what is the secret to investing? He said, do it. I said, that's pretty simple. He said, but also I'll tell you this, Tony. Everyone makes mistakes. He knew the man I worked with. He said, he's not even right half the time. I said, you're right. He said, but he has the right asset allocation. He said, you're going to be wrong a good deal of the time, But the most important thing that's going to determine your success or failure long term, more than any individual decision you make, is going to be your philosophy towards investing. What he taught me was you got to think of your money as having three buckets. So let's say, for example, you're saving 10% a year. And if you made $100,000, to keep the numbers simple, that means you have $10,000. You're going to need to put a percentage of that in a bucket we call the security bucket, a percentage of that in a bucket we call the growth bucket. And then any profits you make, you're going to split up into the third bucket also, which is your dream bucket, dream goals. And I'll walk you through each of these. So, for example, if you made $10,000 a year and you saved 10%, you'd have $1,000. You might put 50% of that in your security bucket, $500, 50% of that in your growth bucket. Or if you made $100,000 and you saved 10%, $5,000 might go in security, $5,000 might go into growth. The percentage you're going to split isn't necessarily 50-50. Let me explain the buckets and their purpose, and then you can decide your percentage. And you need to decide this in advance, not hear about some high-flying stock and go, put all my money into that. Because you're going to find something that flies real high can fall real quick. And if it does, you've lost everything you've got because you didn't do what we call asset allocation. You didn't allocate your assets, your money, in a way that guaranteed long-term success. So he said, here's how you understand it, Tony. Think of the first bucket as being like the highest bucket. He said, you're going to take a percentage of your money, no matter what, and you're going to always put it in the security bucket first. Now, what goes in the security bucket are investments that are, by nature, very secure. They're not very risky. Since they're not risky, they also don't give a really large rate of return. Because in life and investing, the greater the risk, the greater the potential return. There's also the greater potential loss. Less risk, less return. They just go together. He said, that's not bad, though. That's important. If you understand the power of compounding, the money you put in there can get you to your goal long term. It'll look like it's growing at the speed of grass, but he said, truthfully, it'll get you where you want to go. So the kinds of things that fit in this are fixed income investments. Now, if you're not familiar with that term, a fixed income investment is, for example, like a treasury bill or a money market account, a municipal bond or a corporate bond. What a bond is you give your money to somebody, you loan it to them, and they give you a bond. They give you an agreement that says, I will pay this back, and I will pay you 5%, 6%, 7%, 8% on your money. So I'll pay you all your money, plus I'll guarantee you a 7 or 8% return as an example. So that's called a fixed income investment because it's guaranteed, but it also limits the return you can get. It's fixed. It can't get any higher than the 8%. It can't go any lower than the 8% as an example. Does that make sense? These are secure investments. Your insurance policy, where you're building up policy value that you can borrow back later, that goes in your security bucket. The home you live in, you're probably not trying to sell that home. You're really just living in that home. You want to hang on to that home. You don't want to sell it and use that money to eat on. So this is something that you're using purely to have security in your life. Now, he said, once you put money in the security bucket, you don't touch it. You don't take it out until it's time to retire. You leave it alone, and even though it looks like it's growing slowly, you'll be surprised. Before you know it, you'll be the UPS guy. Now, the second bucket is the growth bucket. So in the growth bucket, this is where you put a percentage of your income, and this is where you're investing in things that have the potential to grow and give you a much greater rate of return. So in this area, the reason you don't put all your money in this bucket is it's more risky. Because it's more risky, again, you have the potential for more growth. So what fits your growth bucket? Mutual funds, collectibles, real estate, art, any form of securities or stocks. If you're a momentum trader, if you're a sophisticated investor, this is where your options, your puts, your calls, your indexes, is where all this goes. Now, no matter how high things go up, they will have a time when they get corrected, whether it be the market, whether it be art, whether it be real estate. There's always a correction. So things don't go up forever. They may over the long term, but there are going to be times when they change. So if you'd invested in real estate there thinking, oh, my God, it's guaranteed. For years and years it's gone up, 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 and you put all your money in it, you would lose all your money. You'd have nothing to show for it. You'd be starting completely over. On the other hand, if you don't put any money in your growth bucket, you don't get to grow more rapidly. You don't take advantage of the chance to grow at 2 to 5 times the speed that your security bucket would grow. So here's the secret. You figure out a percentage that goes into security, a percentage that goes into growth. A common percentage for most people is 70-30 or 60-40. In other words, if you're older, if you make a mistake, you're in deep trouble, right? So you're going to have to put more money in security, even though it grows more slowly, just to be safe. If you're a young buck and you're just starting out, you can afford to make a few mistakes and start over still. So you might be more aggressive. You might be 50-50. Some people have been 40 securities, 60 on the growth side. I really wouldn't go 30-70 unless you're real young and got time, right? The money you have is money you can just throw away. The point is, whatever number you come up with, that's what you stick with. So if that money is $10,000 a year you're going to invest, and you're at 60-40, 6,000 goes security, 4 goes into growth. It can be art, it can be real estate, whatever you want. You know, if it was 70-30, then the obvious is 7,000 security, 3 into growth. If you're really aggressive and it was 3,000 in security and 7 in growth. But whatever the percentage is, don't let the moment grab you. Because the moment of saying, oh my God, this is an amazing opportunity, I'm going to put all my money into it, is what bites you. Now, I've taught this principle, and it's probably the least sexy and the most important principle I could teach you. Because I see this with guys that make $500 million a day. They forget their asset allocation. They put all their money into something. They lose, and it's over. And they call me up with a gut check, and they say, I lost $100 million this morning. I mean, that will get your attention. And it's because their asset allocation wasn't there. I'll give you an example that may be more relatable. I remember years ago, probably 12, 13 years ago, I had a woman who came to one of my seminars, and I explained this asset allocation, this bucket theory. And by the way, I'm going to explain the third bucket. If you're going, wait a second, you forgot that. I didn't forget it. I'm going to get there. Just stay with me a moment. Don't let your mind wander. Now, I explained this asset allocation theory, right, the bucket theory. This woman stands up. She raises her hand. She goes, listen, Mr. Robbins, I am a builder. I'm making an average of 100% on my money. I'm building homes right and left. She was building them in Northern California during a great building boom. And she says, I can't afford to put my money in someplace where I'm going to get 5, 6, 7, 8%. That's a total waste of my money. I could be making 100%. And I said, listen, please listen to me. I don't care how successful you are. There's a time when things change. And if all your money's in one basket, right, one bucket, I said, you really can't afford to do this. Take a percentage out. Even if you're going to be aggressive, take 30% out and put it in that security bucket. So if it all goes boom, you're still set. Well, P.S., 10 years later, 12 years later, she comes to a seminar, probably a decade later. Same lady. I go through the same instruction. True story. She stands up, and she said, I just want to give a little testimony. I didn't recognize her, frankly. She said, I came to this program almost 10 years ago, whatever it was, 11 years ago. And she said, Mr. Robbins walked through the same description. And I thought I was so hot, and this is so overly simplistic, and I already make 100%, on my money. I'm making 100% every 3 months. And I thought he was just, he was being overly secure, overly protective, not enough of a risk taker. And she said, I got to tell you something. The bottom fell of the market so fast it made my head spin. I had all this real estate that I had my money in, and I couldn't liquidate it. And I lost everything. I went bankrupt because I didn't practice this principle. She said, I'm here to start over, and I'm here to make sure that I practice these principles to get what I deserve. I know I can rebuild it, but it's so painful to do it. And I told her the second million is much easier than the first million, my dear. Somebody in the room said, well, then I'm going to start on my second million. So the bottom line, though, is you've got to practice this. There's no way around it. Asset allocation is everything. And whether you're talking to John Templeton or Peter Lynch or Warren Buffett, they understand this. You got to understand it, too. Now, you might say, well, you said there were 3 buckets, that dream bucket. What's that for? Well, here's what's neat. If you don't reinforce yourself emotionally for making investments, if you just put it all aside and wait till you're 50 or 60 or 70 to touch it, it's not very reinforcing except to see the numbers growing in your bank account. So you got to find some joy. And so one of the ways you can do this and still compound rapidly is to do the following. Once you put money in your security bucket, what do? You don't touch it. Leave it. When you put it in your growth bucket and you get a big hit, right? A company you invested in goes crazy. You invest in Yahoo and it goes up 5,000%. I don't know. And you get this huge hit. You take your profits. It's like gambling. If you stay at the table too long, you know what's going to happen. They're going to win. So you take some of your profits off the table. And the figure I use for most people is you take 1/3 of those profits and you put them in your security bucket. Why? Now that money is protected. You get to keep it. Not only that, but now you're going to grow much more rapidly. You're going to compound a larger sum of money in that security bucket, and you're guaranteeing you're going to achieve your financial goals long term, even if it all goes boom. On the other hand, well, if it all goes boom, I guess really, literally boom, then I don't think anybody's going to be worried about money. But you know what I mean figuratively. Now you take 1/3 of that money and you put it back. You reinvest it into growth. What do? The last third? Put it in your dream bucket. Put it in that bucket where you're saving money to buy that condominium. You say, well, that condominium's an investment. Yeah, maybe. But the truth of the matter is if you're doing it just for fun, it's kind of an investment, but it's really more of a dream, right? Or a better example is to buy the island. I bought an island. Let me tell you something. Once you put money in your first 2 buckets, don't touch it till you make profit. Because if you start pretending your island is an investment, I got news for you. It'll drain your security bucket, your growth bucket, and everything else. Or if you buy a boat, that is definitely not investment. A boat is a hole in the water that sucks money, right? It's like, or you buy a bunch of horses. I got 7 horses because I play polo. Let me just tell you something. Somebody said a long time ago, anything that eats while you sleep is not a good investment, right? I mean, you can't. They're wasting your money. They're sucking out. So those are dreams. So once you put money in your security and growth, you don't touch them until you make a profit. You only take profits out of the growth bucket. You take a third of it, put it in your dream bucket, and enjoy it. If your dream bucket requires more money than that, don't make that dream a reality yet, or it's going to drain your life. Does that make sense? Everybody's got different levels of dream, from an outfit to a little boat to a big boat to a condominium to, a sports team to an island. Whatever it is you really want in your life, you should have a way to start building towards that and compounding towards that as well, separate from everything else. Does that make sense? So let's just recap real quickly. The most important investment decision you're ever going to make is your philosophy towards investing, called asset allocation. You must decide today, out of whatever money you're going to decide to invest, whether it's $100 or $1 million, a percentage of it's going to go in a security bucket, a percentage is going to go in growth. Decide right now what that should be. Now, if you're risk adverse, like, you don't like losing money, then you better put more of it in the security bucket. If you're more of a person who's willing to take risks and it's a gut check for you, but you do it anyway, and you're young enough to take it, then maybe you put a little more in the growth bucket and a little less in the security bucket. But everyone must put a substantial amount in the security bucket to guarantee your long-term success and to insulate yourself from failure, from the things you cannot control, called the market, whether it be the real estate market, the art market, the market for your business, the market for stocks. You've got to make sure that you have a way to guarantee your success. If nothing else on this tape grabbed you, but understanding that getting started now is a must, going out and getting 10% deducted so you can't touch it, and making sure you use this form of asset allocation, then this tape was well worth it and can make the difference between whether you succeed or fail financially. It's that important. So decide right now what your percentage is. Make a decision and write it down. So the next time somebody says, I got this great investment, you go, you know what? Can't make it right now because I got to put this much in my security bucket first. Or I can do a smaller amount of that. I'd love to do more, but I got to do a smaller amount because I got to be smart long term, not get seduced by the short term. This is the difference between someone who becomes wealthy and someone who is struggling. So if it's really this simple, why don't more people become wealthy? Well, really, I'm going to give you 12 reasons. There isn't just one. There's lots of them, and they're actually pretty simple. And as I describe these 12 reasons why people fail to become wealthy, with each one, you should think about doing the opposite, and you have basically 12 simple steps to becoming wealthy. The first reason people never become wealthy is they never clearly define what wealth means to them. See, if you go to our Wealth Mastery program, you're going to find that you might be sitting next to somebody who's worth $100 million, and you might be sitting with someone on the other side of you whose net worth is minus $10,000. I mean, we literally have that diverse a group that comes to the program, people that are totally sophisticated and unsophisticated, because the principles are the same. What's interesting, though, is most people never define what it takes for them to feel wealthy, to feel abundant. See, one of the things we do in those seminars is have you define precisely what it would take for you to feel secure, as an example. For most people, if you ask them, what would it take for you to be financially secure, they can't tell you. They go, $1 million, $10 million, but it's random. They've never taken the time to really define it. So, for example, if I told you there was a way to be able to pay for the following things without ever having to work again as long as you live, how would you feel if you knew for the rest of your life all of your housing would be paid for, all your utilities, gas, electric, etc., all your car costs, automobile travel costs, all of your food costs, all of your insurance costs, and all your taxes? If all those were paid for the rest of your life and you never had to work for it, how would that feel? Wouldn't that be unbelievable? Now, for most people, that amount of money is so small, it blows you away. They think in terms of $10 million, $100 million, $1 million, when the truth is, for most people, all they'd have to do is be able to generate enough money to cover $30,000 or $40,000 a year max, maybe $50,000. Now, for some people, it's $100 or $200. It's all relative. But the point of the matter is, whatever you think the number is, it's so much smaller than you can imagine. Now, that may not be your ultimate goal, but the point is you have to define wealth at different levels. Otherwise, you'll never get started. The second reason people never become wealthy is they make it a moving target. They say, okay, I need $100,000. Then they get it and they go, I need $10,000. Then they get it and they go, I need $100,000. They get that and they say, I need $1 million. Then they say, I need $10 million. I need $200 billion. And what happens is they never win the game of life. They never get to ring the bell and say, I won. That doesn't mean you don't keep accumulating or achieving or expanding, but you never feel like a winner because you're always moving the target, so you always feel like you're losing. No one wants to play a game where the minute you shoot the ball, they move the target. You got to be able to win. Third, they define it in ways that make it feel impossible to achieve. If you're thinking you need $10 million and you don't make more than $50,000 a year, that sounds pretty impossible, doesn't it? But the truth of the matter is you probably don't need $10 million to achieve the lifestyle you deserve. That's why you got to define it and go through this process. 4, because they make it so big, they don't believe they can ever achieve it, so they never even start. 5, they never make it an absolute must to be wealthy, to be abundant. See, for most people, it's a should. And I just got to tell you, everybody gets what they must have, not what they should have. I said this before. Right now, you're earning exactly what you must earn, not a dime more. I know your goals are higher, but your goals are shoulds. We get what we have to have. It's the nature of human beings. If you have to be in a quality relationship, you will find it. If you should or you'd like to, you're in one if it's convenient, if it shows up. That's true of any area of your life. So you've got to make it a must to be abundant, to be wealthy, to have more than enough. 6th reason people fail to become wealthy, they don't have a realistic plan. Now again, if you come to Wealth Mastery, you can put together a plan that's very real, very realistic, conservative for that matter, and still know you can achieve it, because using the power of compounding and asset allocation can produce results you never thought were possible for. But you got to have a plan. And I'll tell you the next one, number 7, is some people actually get a plan, which is very few people, but then they fail to follow through. If you don't follow through, obviously it's not going to work. That's why you want to make sure you can't help but follow through. Get that 10% taken right out of your paycheck before you see it. Number 8, they tend to fail because they listen to experts and give experts the responsibility to make things work, rather than making themselves responsible. So you got to realize something. No matter how great a person is you work with, no one's going to care about your money as much as you do. Nobody. And you can't afford to have someone else be the expert and then wake up one day and say, what happened? That happened to Elton John, to Billy Joel, to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. There's some famous names from the past. I mean, all these people got nailed because they gave all their money to someone else to watch, and they just did their music or did their play, did their basketball. This is so common. You don't have to be rich and famous to make this mistake. You got to look at people for coaching advice, but you've got to understand it before you make an investment. If you don't understand it, don't invest. Because in the end, if you make a mistake, then you can learn from it. If someone else made the mistake, all you learn is you're an idiot. You trusted somebody else, and you're paying the price. That's not the way to learn. By the way, I learned this way, too. That's why I know about how dumb this is. Number 9, they give up when they face major financial challenges. I'll tell you something. More than anything else, one of the reasons I'm wealthy today is because I've been through so many times when I should have quit, when it looked like there was no way to turn around, but I wouldn't give up. I got a chance to talk with Ted Turner recently, right after the announcement of the merger between AOL and Time Warner. That day, he had made $3 billion, billion in that day. Now, it was only 12 years earlier that he made his first billion. The next day, by the way, he lost $1.5 billion because the stock price changed. So this is an interesting thing that happens. I've experienced this myself. I've looked at my stock one day and go, oh, my God, I made $50 million today. Oh, my God, I lost $25 million. If you did that, you're crazy. It's all on paper. Plus, I asked him, I said, how much money did you spend this week? He said, well, actually, all I spent this week was $2.57 on an Egg McMuffin. Meanwhile, I made $3 billion. He goes, I guess I got some abundance, But one of the interesting things he told me was, he said the secret to his wealth is that all the bad times he made it through, where everyone told him to give up and he wouldn't. He said, I got to tell you, Tony, there was just a few years ago, it wasn't that long ago, where we had the executives in our company at CNN, where we told them they couldn't cash their checks. He said, we didn't tell that to the rank and file because we knew they'd freak out, but we took the executives and said, you got to hang on to these things for 2 weeks. He said, even then, we paid people, dirt cheap to keep this thing going and grow it and get it where we needed to be. And he said, I got to tell you, man, I'm here today because of the losses I've been able to absorb. He said, when I took over the superstation in Atlanta, I lost $900 million. $900 million, almost $1 billion, and I found a way to hang on. That's why I was able to make $3 billion in a day 20 years later. That's how you make it happen. He said, I lost $1 million in an hour on a TV show. He said, the Goodwill Games. He said, we saved the world, but we lost millions of dollars. Ted's real quiet and gentle in his approach, right? But the point of the matter is, he said, that's what it takes. The people that succeed are not the ones that never failed. They're the ones that fell down and jumped back up as fast as humanly possible. And that's what you've got to do. Here's the 10th reason why most people fail to become wealthy. They fail to think about their life and to conduct their life like it's a business where they have to have a profit at the end of each year. If you conducted your life like a business, most people would be bankrupt. Would you be willing to go run a business year after year after year after year where at the end of the year you had nothing or you were in the hole? Pretty soon you'd say, get rid of this business. Well, this is your life. Your personal life must be conducted so it's a business. So at the end of the year, you say, okay, I worked for a whole year of my life, and here is my profit that I'm building a new future out of. You must change your mindset, because otherwise you'll accept losses each year, or you'll accept breaking even is okay, and time is passing you by. You got to change your mindset if you haven't already created that your life is your business. And finally, our last two. Number 11, they allow other people's pessimism or other people's optimism to affect their intelligent implementation of their plan. Listen, guys like Ted Turner, guys like Donald Trump, these are people that go against the grain. Donald Trump became wealthy initially because he bought real estate in New York when every other developer was fleeing the city, when they thought the city was going to go bankrupt. So not only did he buy things dirt cheap because everybody else was pessimistic, but he got the government there, the city government, to give him, I believe, $100 million in tax credits. You can't do that normally except when people are totally pessimistic. People who are wealthy go against the grain. They do not allow other people to control their thought process. If you become one of the crowd, you're going to get slaughtered. You've got to think on your own. And finally, 12, they never get quality coaching. Nobody's an island. Listen, the guy I work with is worth billions of dollars, and he hires me to coach him and pays me a fortune to do it because he needs a fresh point of view. He needs somebody who looks at it from a totally different perspective. You know, my former spouse, Becky, just recently lost her father. And it's been a tough time for her because in a very short period of time here, she's lost both her mom and her dad. And that's an event you cannot control. And God knows we tried. You know, 3 years ago when they told us that her father had cancer, they told us that he would die within a period of anywhere from 3 to 6 months. And we just did not allow them to tell him that. For the obvious reasons, you know what I believe from all the people we've learned from everyone from Dr. Bernie Siegel to Norman Cousins to Dr. Deepak Chopra. We understand the mind-body connection. If someone decides that because they have some dis-ease in their body, what it means is they're going to die, then of course they will. And fortunately, he never found out that diagnosis. And what we did is we kept making sure he had a compelling future. He had a sense of meaning, a variety of things that he was needed for. And it was amazing how he physically responded. We had a trip scheduled for him to go to Fiji on, which he went on, and talked to him about how we needed his help with our resort there and helping some of the Fijians in the garden, because the garden for him created so much meaning in his life. It's about supporting, about nurturing, about helping life along a little bit. And so that he was excited about, and things we wanted him to do with his grandkids. And so we kept giving him compelling futures, and sure enough, 3 months went by, he was healthy. 6 months went by, he was healthy. A year went by. And through a variety of interventions, pretty soon he seemed to be better, until just recently when we started getting phone calls from his neighbors. He lived up in a place called Rand, Colorado, a little town with 14 people in it that he's been a major part of for years and years. And they started to call us to tell us that they didn't think he could take care of himself anymore, so we flew out and brought him back here. And the first few days he was in phenomenal shape. It was like he was completely restored, being around the grandkids and being in the environment. He was all excited to share about things that happened in his little town of Rand that he helped to create there, about the calves that he helped to deliver, and about the planting season and how they're helping people through the winter and some of the stories they've been telling. And he was just totally alive. And we took him to doctors for a series of tests. They said they wanted to keep him overnight. The next day we called and I spoke to his main doctor, and he said it looks like he just has a form of meningitis. So he said that'll be really easily treatable and he should be okay. And he said, don't worry. He said, we're just going to do a series of more tests because he's a bit dehydrated. He lives at an altitude of about 11,500 feet, and he's not drinking enough water. And he said, so, we're going to run a couple more tests, he said, next day. He said, but I think he'll be fine. He said, I have to go out of town. He said, my, partner doctor will be working with him. So he said, I've passed on all the information. You can check in with him tomorrow. Well, the next day, Becky went to go see her dad, and I was out doing a seminar, and I got a phone call, and the phone call was that they'd done additional tests and that they found out that the cancer had spread throughout his spine and into his brain. And while it wasn't treatable before, when they told us 3 years ago, it's certainly not treatable now, and that they thought he would die within weeks. The worst part was, though, that they also told this to him before they told it to Becky. So he had no one there to support him through the process or to give him other options. When I found this out, I became so angry with the doctors because I focused on how he'd violated what we asked him to do, and how the other doctor should have told his partner doctor not to tell him yet, to allow us to talk to him, to prepare him for the situation. That it was so harsh, it was so unfair, and the meaning of it was that it was going to really harm him, that all of a sudden he would give up hope. And what I wanted to do was lash out. And fortunately, I didn't lash out. Instead, I started to focus on what's happening to Cecil. What can I do? So went to go see him and talk to him, and it was unbelievable. He looked like he just aged 10 years in a day. Because what had happened is he had no future. There was no purpose in fighting the pain or trying to make things happen or, trying to tell stories or do anything, because after all, you're going to die anyway soon. And that was kind of the way he was interpreting it. And sure enough, no matter what we said, he just didn't seem to respond. He just seemed to go into a total stupor. And for the next day and a half or so, he just sat in a corner. And he really didn't say very much or communicate very much. He just said not to bother with him, that he was fine. But he didn't open up emotionally. And I just sat down with him, and I cried, and I told him how much I loved him and how much Becky loved him and how he needed to share with us what he was really feeling, because holding that back wasn't protecting us from pain. We just felt separate from him. And that he could choose what this was going to mean for his life. The doctors had told us 3 years ago that he was going to die within a matter of months then. And here he was 3 years later. I said, what if you would have just sat around for 3 years in this little corner doing nothing because you thought you were going to die any day or any week? I said, that'd be pretty crazy, huh? And he started to laugh. I said, look at this. I said, you can't just sit off in this corner. Hey, you might die tomorrow. You might die in 6 weeks. You might die in 6 months. You might die in 6 years. You might die in 10 or 20 years and really screw these people's brains up. I said, it doesn't matter how long you're going to live. What's going to matter is how you're going to live while you're here. And I said, you've lived an incredible life. In World War II, you were a pilot, You were a businessman. Now you're this guy who's touching this little town up in Colorado where everybody knows you and cares about you and loves you because you love them. I said, you've raised these incredible kids. I said, if you're going to go out in style. Go out because you've decided to go out in an energy that you want to, where you really enjoy your life. Don't just shut down because somebody told you your life's over because you buy into it. Don't do it. And then he said, well, Tony, he said, the truth is, I'm not afraid to die. And he said, everything he said is true. He said, my life has been so rich. And he says, I feel like, I've lived my purpose now. I look around and I see my kids and I see what they're like as people and I see what I've done and I think maybe it's time for me to go now. And I said, listen, if you're deciding to do that because you really want to go, I said, then, I love you. And he said, I'm going to cry and I'm not going to try and keep you here, and neither is Beck, because we love you. I said, but at the same time, don't leave because somebody tells you it's time to go. He said, well, I don't know. I said, well, when it's time to go, you'll know. I said, and you can go consciously. You can decide when it's time. You don't have to wait till the pain is so intense you can't stand it. But at the same time, don't go any quicker than your meaning is done. And I think right now you're teaching your family a lot of new lessons. He said, yeah, that's probably true. I said, so what do you want to do? How do you want to do things? I said, let's get your fanny out of here. Let's get about. And we had this great conversation, talked about all kinds of things. I won't bore you with the details, but I let him know that he never have to worry about his daughter and that she had become the kind of person he could always be proud of. And it was amazing because the next 3, 4, 5 days he came to life. All of a sudden there was a purpose in things again. All of a sudden he was alive. He'd go out by the pool and tell stories and so forth, and he went over to the polo grounds and did all kinds of just really great things. And then I went away for a seminar, and I came back 2 days later, and it was like he was gone. He could barely even talk. He was having a difficult time holding himself up. He had to have round-the-clock care for him. Pretty soon, he wasn't able to carry on a conversation. He would start talking gibberish and start seeing things that were invisible and point to them. And we could tell the end was coming. And as the end started to come, there was more and more pain and tears, and we felt it all. And I also, at the same time, reminded ourselves that, hey, we're making this thing that it's lost because of our short-term thinking about this man and his body and his presence, but his life will live on beyond his physical presence here. And for him, what it probably means is freedom. Finally be free of the painful body he's been in for so many years. For him, it's a chance to be with his wife, Becky's mom, a chance to be with other loved ones. There was another meaning that could give you joy at the same time you're feeling pain. And so we try to focus on those. And then one night I got home, and all of a sudden I was called by the nurse, and she told me that Becky's dad had just passed away. And I had to share it with Beck, and we cried and we talked, and at the same time she felt an incredible sense of peace for him. It's amazing how instantly how we felt could change just by changing what we focused on, from our loss to his gain, to the feeling of joy for him to be free. We couldn't control the event, but we could certainly direct our own minds by thinking beyond ourselves to something deeper, to a deeper meaning in life. I got back yesterday from going with Becky up to this little town in Rand, Colorado. This little town I'd never been to before, but Becky had been there many times, and I got a chance to see where Cecil lived and the impact he had. He didn't really want a funeral. He never liked people who, quote, put on airs for anything. He was a simple man with simple values and a simple mission. And when I got there, I looked around, and he never explicitly said what the mission of his life was, the purpose of his life. But in a town of 14 people, and we went out to this gravesite to put his body into the ground, and suddenly person after person started showing up. We knew all 14 people would be there because we knew he'd touched them all. They all loved him. He was the storyteller. He was the man who took an old car years ago and painted it black and white and put a star on the side and put a dome in the inside of glasses and made it look like a police car so that people came running through this little town, which consists of about 7 or 8 buildings, that they might slow down. His house was called the Rand Yacht Club because he invited everybody up for coffee every single morning, at least 300 days a year. Figured out how he could tell them a story and cheer them up. He used to run a little restaurant there called the Liar's Lair. The reason was because he had people, he'd tell people stories, and he'd tell the wildest tales and get people to believe them. Sure enough, after about 10 or 15 years, they began to realize that some of these things were stories. And they all laughed as they told me stories about this incredible man who touched their lives. But when we got to the gravesite, not only did 14 people show up, but in this little town that's 4 hours outside of Denver, people came from all over. People came from Wyoming. People came from Denver. Pretty soon there were 100 people at a gravesite where there's not supposed to be a service to honor a man who touched their lives. So we said, we don't have any formal service because that's not what he wanted, but before we put his body in the ground, does anybody like to say anything? And they all talked about how he touched them, how their life was greater because he was such a loving soul, that his smile had touched them, that his stories had touched them, that just his manner, that he was a lover of people and animals, that because he'd been in this town, their lives would never be the same. And people who'd come through the town just for a day, just as a little kindness. He was a man who said, if you can't say something nice about something, don't say anything at all. He never said a negative word about anybody. In fact, one man, probably the most telling tale of this man's life, he said, Cecil's the kind of guy, he said, I sat down one day with him and said, what are you doing about all those rodents that keep stealing all our animals? Are you poisoning them? Or are you shooting them? Are you trapping them? Are you killing them? What are you doing? He said, because they're taking all my stuff. And Cecil said, no, he said, I just plant twice as much. I thought, what a life. What a man. See, his life was his mission. His mission was real simple. Love people, love animals, love beings. Make the world a little bit better by just being nice. He lived a life of significance, one that had meaning. He didn't go out and change everything on earth. He didn't make $1 billion. He doesn't have people writing him up everywhere, but he changed people's lives. And he died in his sleep, out of pain, the day he decided to go. And he created in his family a greater sense of courage to look at life in a new way, and a greater sense of dedication to give even more. He added to our drive. He added to our commitment to be givers in life, as he was to any soul who had the privilege of coming across his path. I hope it also makes you think about what's most important in your life. I remember an interview with Michael Landon in Life magazine when he knew he was going to go. And he said, quote, somebody should tell us right at the start of our lives that we're dying, that we might live life to the limit, every minute of every day. Do what I say. Whatever you want to do it now. There are only so many tomorrows. If you and I are going to live our lives fully, then maybe sometimes we can take the experiences of those around us and learn from them. We can learn that in all of our lives we're either warnings or examples. Cecil's life was an incredible example. He didn't think anything in life was insignificant. not a rodent, not a flower, not an animal, not a stranger passing through. He lived by a philosophy that they also live in Fiji. By the way, Fiji was his favorite place. And the last things he told me was the happiest time of his life, the last few years, were the trips he took to Fiji. I think it's because he felt like there everybody understood what he understood. And life is meant to be a happy, to be a joy, to appreciate the little things as well as the big things, to appreciate one another, to be givers, to be lovers of life. Now, with all this conversation we've had here about purpose, what are you and I going to do right now so that you have a greater sense of meaning? Well, one is, I don't need you to just go out and create this grandiose purpose and write pages and pages and pages. I think that the simplest things can be the most powerful things. So if you can now, close your eyes and think about what you want to be when you were going to grow up. Go back to a time when you were 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years old. What did you want to be back then? What did you want to do? Who were your role models? And why did you want to be that? Think about it just for a second in your head as I'm saying this. You might want to write a few of these things down. In fact, pretty soon you're definitely going to want to write things down. So it might be good to stop the tape right here and just think about what your purpose is and pull out a piece of paper and a pen or a little computer and let's work together on this for a second. What were some of the things you wanted to be when you were growing up, when you were a little kid? I remember one of the first things I wanted to be was an archaeologist. Now, whatever you wanted to be, here's the question I want to ask you. Why did you want to be that? In other words, what was the feeling you were hoping to get from that? What were the sensations? What were you wanting to be and do? What were you wanting to get from that? And when I think back and I think about what I really want to be as an archaeologist is I wanted to discover things. I mean, that was the biggest thing. I wanted to discover things that had not been discovered before, something new, something unique, something different. And I wanted to share that with people. I wanted to be a person who went out and discovered and then shared that discovery with others. And you know what's interesting? I'm doing that today. I'm just not sticking my head in the sand and doing it. I'm doing it by sticking my head in other people's brains and finding out what makes them tick and find out what makes me tick and then sharing some of that. But that feeling, that same feeling that I wanted then, I found a way to do it today in a new way. And so I challenge you to think about what was it you really wanted from that. Then think of something else you wanted to be when you were growing up. I wanted to also be a police artist later on. Remember that? You know, those guys that draw those pictures, you know, and show people and catch the bad guys. And why did I want to do that? What did I want to get from that? Oh, gosh. I thought about it. I said, well, I wanted to create. I wanted to be creative, and I wanted to help people. I wanted to help people do the right things. I wanted to take people out of their pain. I wanted to catch the bad guys. But most importantly, I wanted to create and help people. Well, guess what? I found a way to do that today, different than I originally thought, but the same purpose is there. Now, maybe it's not the same purpose for you for all the things you want to do. Maybe they have a common thread, or maybe they're different threads that are important. What else did you want to be when you're growing up, and why did you want it? What feelings did you hope it would give you? What did you hope would come from it? Think for a second. I'll give you another one of mine while you're thinking, try and trigger you. What else I want to do? Well, I wanted to definitely be a rock star. I wanted to be able to entertain people, to change their emotional states, to use my voice and my face and my body to give people more passion in their lives. And now I've found another way to do that. Plus, I get to work with some of these people. The other day, I got a chance to go to the Aerosmith concert. I kind of grew up listening to those guys. And I found out that Steven Tyler and some of these guys are fans of mine as well. Went backstage and I met Tim Collins, who's their manager, and he told me a phenomenal story. He said that years ago in the early 80s, when Aerosmith was in really bad shape, the guys were hooked on heroin and they were losing everything financially and the group had broken up, that he decided he was going to turn it around. And he read 2 books, Think and Grow Rich and a little book called Unlimited Power. And he said that what he learned there gave him the inspiration and some of the tools and strategies to get himself off heroin and coke. And then he did a group intervention and helped the other guys do the same. And these guys are now on a mission. They're totally clean. And they're Evian water drinking guys that are out there sharing their rock and roll and their message, and they're doing it healthfully. I got a chance to meet Steven Tyler, who's just an incredible guy. I mean, these guys have been touring for 23 years, giving their all passionately every day. I feel like they're brothers, and it was really interesting because he said, I watch you on TV all the time. I feel like we're walking the same path, And he said, I listen to your tapes. And he said, we really have the same mission. He said, do you think you'd get together with us and do a gig for us? I said, what do you mean? He said, well, the guys on the weekend. Could you maybe, do your gig for us so we could all participate on the weekend? I started laughing, and I pinched myself. I said, oh, cool. Now I get to do a gig for Aerosmith. I'm not out there rock and rolling, but sort of I am. I'm working with the rock and rollers, so it's fun. So my point is, maybe you're not doing what you originally envisioned, but maybe you'll find a way to do it even better if you have some faith. Maybe if you keep developing yourself and you know at least the emotion you want, the contribution you want to create, you'll find a better way. Most importantly, before you can find the way, you got to know the essence of what it is you really want. What is that purpose? That's what I'm really asking you about. Now, with your eyes closed again, think about a situation in your life when you felt like you're really on a roll. You know the kind of situation I'm talking about, where you just felt incredibly good. You had great feelings, where things were just flowing, and things were effortless. When you thought to yourself, wow, I love this. This is what life's about. I love this. Is it. This is it. This is what life is really about. Can you remember a time like that in your life at any age, young or old, where you really felt like you're in that flow? You thought, this is it. This is what life's about. Think of a situation like that right now. Remember that time. Step back into your mind, back into your body like you were then. And look through your own eyes as you were then when you felt like this is what life's about, and see what you saw. Hear what you heard. What were you doing? What were you feeling? What were the states you were in? What were you experiencing? Yeah, think about it. And tell me, what is it? And was there anything in common with this with some of the other things you wanted to have in your life, the feelings you wanted to have? Maybe you wanted to grow or create or contribute or discover or expand or challenge. What is it? Love. What were the feelings and what were you doing? And then when you get a sense of what that was, then think about this. Think of another situation in your life. Think of a second one when you felt like you were on a roll. At some other point in your life, when things were flowing, when you felt this is it, this is what life's about. I love this. Think of another time like that and step into that situation as well. Step into it right now. As you step in that situation, look around, see what you saw then, hear what you heard then, feel what you were feeling then. What was happening in that moment? Not just what you were doing. Notice what you were doing. Were you creating or writing or speaking or communicating or manufacturing something or studying or learning? Or what were you doing? But also, how were you feeling? What were the states you're in? And what were you doing for others if they were involved? Were other people involved? What was the process? How were you being and what were you doing? Feel it in your body. Is there anything that is similar between this and the last experience? Or anything about this that's similar between this and the feelings that you wanted from those things you wanted to be when you were going to grow up? That's it. Notice it and capture not only the idea of this, but the feeling as well. Now, one more time. Think of something else. Another time at any age when you felt like you were on a major roll. Things were really flowing, when you felt incredible, when you felt like, I love this. This is what life's really about. This is it. Think of another situation like that right now. And as you step into that situation right now, notice, what were you doing? What were you creating? What were you sharing? What were you feeling? And feeling these feelings, think about the purpose of your life. If you were going to say it in a simple phrase, not even paragraphs and paragraphs, simple phrase or a sentence or two, and you're going to write down the purpose of my life is to what? And if you're going to do it, and you're going to have a couple simple criteria. One is it's got to be stated positive. Not the purpose of my life is to stop all the horrible things in the world. No, something positive. Something stated in the positive. And if it was going to be something brief, and if it was going to be something emotionally charged in terms of its words for you, and it has to have how you're going to be as a person and what are you going to do, and it's got to include not just other people, like I'm going to change other people's lives, or I'm going to make the world better for other people. You got to be in your own mission statement. You got to be your own purpose statement. You got to be in there too, and other people. Don't just have it. The purpose of my life is for me to be happy, because we're all connected. So if it's you and others, being and doing, brief and short, what is the purpose of your life? What is it? Right now, what comes out of your head? Not the right answer, not the perfect answer, just the answer. The purpose of your life is to be and do what for yourself and others? Just say it out loud. Just say it. Don't even write it down first. If you got pen and paper, then write it down. Purpose of my life is to what? Say it again. Try something. Keep changing it. And if you write it down each time, it'll get you better. So I'd prefer if you wrote it down. But just come up with something. The purpose of my life, for me, Tony Robbins, is to serve God and my fellow man by being a powerful, loving, passionate, outrageous, courageous, strong, playful, crazy example of the unlimited possibilities that God gives when you commit your life to service, when you're really focused on contribution. That's what my life's about. I know what I feel. I can change the words slightly here and there, but I know the essence of my life. And you've got to know what that is for you. That is what will help you to make the decisions. That'll give you the motivation to get up early and stay up late. That'll make you connect with people in a way you've never connected before, but you've got to know what it is. And it's got to be more than just you. You and others got to be brief. It's got to be emotional. It's got to be intense. So go do it right now. Turn off the tape and just start writing like crazy. What is the purpose of your life? And when you write something, write another thing. Cross it out and write another one. And keep writing it better and better until you got something you like, then to turn the tape back on. Go for it. Do it now. The purpose of your life is to what? You did turn the tape off, didn't you? You're not just sitting there thinking, come on, if you write it out, it'll be better with more precision. Turn it off. And if you're on your way back, then just ignore the last sentence. Welcome back. Now, do you got something you really like? I hope so. Now, I know it's not the end-all and be-all, and it better not be perfect, or I'm going to come through this tape and grab you. Your job is not to be perfect. It's to be excellent. Perfection can never really be achieved anyway. If you're truly a perfectionist, then it's never perfect. But it's getting better all the time. So what is the purpose of your life? And how does it feel when you think about, this is the purpose of my life? Now, let me give you one other criteria. Did you write it so you can only achieve it once you die? If so, change it. Because we don't want you to have to die to achieve your purpose, which is what some people have. It should be something you can experience every day. You know, whatever you do, whether you're just sitting at the lunch counter, you're walking through a grocery store, you're going and conducting your business, I don't care what it is. It should be something you can feel. And you got to find what that is for you and how to language that, at least for now, so you know the goal of the game. With that, your life takes on a whole nother dimension. So as you go out over the next month, try something. Take this purpose statement and keep it in front of you. Put it in the system you use for managing your time and keeping your to-do list. Put it up on the wall nearby. And as you look at it each day, don't just write it and forget about it. Think about it each day. How can I live my purpose more? And when you go to make a decision about doing something and you're not sure why you're doing it, you can always go back to your purpose. You can do it going into a meeting. You don't know why you're going to the meeting? I'm going to the meeting. I'm going to be powerful, loving, passionate, outrageous, playful. I'm going to inspire people to see what's possible if we really serve all the people around us. That's not hard to figure out. You have a guiding principle. No matter what happens, principles don't change. The essence of who you are will not change. The environment may change. The vehicles may change. But what's inside of you won't. See, I look around at people so often, they're so unhappy, and I think the reason is that they don't ever win the game of life. It's a game they feel like they can't win, like they're always losing. And the reason, number one, is, I think there's 7 reasons. I'll give you 7. I've jotted some down here. I think number 1 is, I think most people never win the game of life. They never feel fulfilled. They never feel joy because they don't know the purpose of the game. If you don't know the purpose of the game, what's your chances of ever winning? Of ever getting to ring the bell and feel that sense of fulfillment or joy or passion or love or whatever it is that you truly want at the deepest level? See, if you don't know the purpose of the game, if you don't know the goal, it's pretty hard to set up your game to win, isn't it? Pretty soon you start pursuing things that don't give you fulfillment. Living somebody else's life other than your own. You got to know, what are you doing it all for? What do you really want? When I ask most people this question, what do you want? They give me answers like, well, I know what I don't want. I don't want to live this way anymore. I don't want to feel like hell anymore. That's not going to give you what you want. What do you really want? Oh, I want to finally be financially secure so I can retire. Great. You know the statistics about retirement? Actuary statistics from insurance companies show that 3 years after a man retires, specifically I'm using men, guess what happens? He dies. To retire is to die. And for some people, this is like their major aim. Think about it. Retirement is going to make you happy. You got to have a purpose. You got to know what it is. You got to decide what it is, at least for now, and know that that vision will continue to expand. Second reason why most people fail at the game called life, because even though they don't know the purpose of the game, they got tons of rules about how it must be played. They don't even know the goal, and they got all these rules they got to live by. And not only do they have rules for themselves, but they have rules for everybody else around them. Rules for how their spouse should be. Rules about how their boss should be. Rules for how people they don't even know on the street should be. You know what? So often in life we get upset with other people, and it's not about the other people. It's about our rules. They're doing something we know they shouldn't be doing, or they're not doing something we know they should be doing. Right? We need to just relax a little bit. We need to realize that whatever people are doing, they got a reason. It may not be a very intelligent reason by our perspective, but who are we to say? And you know what? And maybe it isn't an intelligent reason by lots of people's ideas, but you know what? It is a reason. I mean, it all comes down to how do we wire ourselves as human beings. See, whenever you see somebody and think they're doing something crazy, have some compassion. Are there any stupid things you've ever done in your lifetime? Or crazy? I would hallucinate based on my own personal experience. The answer may be, you betcha. And the bottom line is, we got to understand that things are going on that we don't understand with people. I remember one time I was talking to Stephen Covey about times when we misinterpreted people's behavior, and he told me about this time when he got on a subway, and this man walked in and brought on a bunch of his kids, and they were just running rampant, screaming, yelling, making noise, creating havoc. And, you know, Stephen's more of a mellow-centered kind of guy. He doesn't like that kind of environment, even on the subway. And the bottom line is, you know, he didn't want to say anything, but he found himself getting more and more irritated, and the man seemed to be just ignoring the kids, like it didn't even matter what they were doing. So he found himself finally to the point where he actually spoke up. So Stephen turned to him and said, you know, do you think you might want to do something about these children? And the man looked at him and said, oh, yeah, I guess I should, huh? He said, we just got back from the hospital. Their mother just died. He said, I just don't think they know how to deal with it. He said, quite honestly, neither do I. He said he felt like absolute garbage. And he said it made him from then on realize whatever's going on, there may be something else going on as well. It made him have compassion. It gave him fewer rules for other people in his life. Not a bad idea. But we were talking about people that don't succeed in life, and why don't they succeed? One, they don't know the purpose of the game. Two, they got tons of rules even though they don't have the purpose. How'd you like to be in a game, and you're trying to win, and you don't know the goal, and you got a zillion rules you got to live by? That'd be pretty frustrating, wouldn't it? Well, add step 3 to it. Here's the third reason people fail to win the game of life, and that is because their rules are in conflict. We've got all these different special rules where we contradict ourselves, where in one situation you're supposed to be one way, in another situation you're supposed to be totally different in order to be effective. See, if you've got a bunch of rules in conflict, which most of us do, you're going to have pain. You're going to have frustrations in your life. Here's the fourth reason why most people don't win the game of life. Because even when the person plays by the rules, they don't always win. In other words, you do everything right, you don't always get rewarded. You give your all. You put your heart and soul on the line. You do everything right, and still sometimes it rains on your parade. Sometimes, a storm comes down and beats the death out of your crop. All of a sudden, you're in the Midwest, and the flood comes and destroys all you've worked on. That kind of messes your brain a little bit. You start saying, hey, why even try? There's no meaning in this. Everything I do is for naught. That's worthless. Not realizing there's a deeper meaning. There's a meaning beyond the moment. That what's happening in this life right now, this event you can't control, whether it's the loss of a father as Becky has gone through and a father-in-law as I have, or the loss of a business, or anything that seems to be a loss, is a gain if you ask yourself, how can I use this? What else can this mean? If I can't use it today, how will I use this someday? How can I turn this into opportunity? How can I make myself more? How can I use this pain to sculpt my soul? What can I do right now to move myself forward? These are the kinds of questions that will support you instead of woe is me, why this have to happen? You'll never get an answer to those. Those questions will leave you in an endless loop. Here's the fifth reason why most people fail in the game called life. Sometimes you break the rules and you win. Oh my gosh. You do something you know isn't right. You do something you know you shouldn't do. Something that's against your own values, against your own way of doing things, and you get pleasure. And your brain goes, hey, maybe there's some new rules out here. Maybe I don't have to live by these rules. After all, when I worked my butt off and did everything right and held myself to this high standard, I got pain, I break the rule, and I got pleasure. Maybe this is how it's really wired. Maybe I ought to just, take a look at life being this way. You know what it does? It takes you away from your higher purpose. It takes you away from what's most important in your life. And while you might get pleasure in the short term, you give up that sense of dignity within yourself that says you're doing the right thing. That's what causes more people to fail in life than I think almost anything else. Because the ultimate pleasure in life requires sometimes short-term pain to get to it. And that ultimate pleasure is who you become, what you contribute, and the experience of life that you have because of that growth and contribution. The sixth reason why most people fail the game called life is because in order to win this game, you got to work with 5.5 billion other people who all have the wrong rules. They don't know the purpose of the game either, and they are real clear that there are certain rules you must live by. We all have different rules because we've all learned different ways of getting out of pain and into pleasure in life. We got to learn from one another. And finally, the seventh reason why most people fail the game called life is because they think it's a life and death game. And you say, well, it is a life and death game. Well, I'm the first person to agree that this is not a practice session. This is the real thing. That's why we got to live it full on. But if you think everything is life and death every moment, you put so much pressure on yourself that you truly will not live life. You'll live in fear. And that's no life at all. Let me say one final thing to you before I send you off and have you take some more time to work on your mission statement. One is, if you want to send me your mission statement to Robbins Research, I'd love to receive it. I'd love to see how you've languaged the purpose of your life. So if you feel like doing that, please do and address it to me personally. But the other thing is this. I want you to realize that very often, not getting your dream gives you your destiny. What I mean by that is this. So often, as I said when we started this tape, people set up a goal or a dream and they don't get it, and then they feel so disappointed and so frustrated, sometimes resentful towards others or to their creator or towards themselves for not accomplishing or achieving it. But the truth of the matter is, whenever something happens, you must find an empowering meaning. You must ask yourself, how can I use this? If this was to serve a higher purpose in my life, how would I use it to serve a higher purpose? If this was going to make me into somebody more, how would I use it to make me more? And very often in life, if you really look back on your life, the worst situations in your life have been the best if you were willing to trust that it happened for a reason. that somehow, even though this is painful and you'd never want it to happen again, somehow this is going to serve you. Maybe you were hurt by someone or some situation, but because of that, your kids will never be hurt the same way you did when you were a child. Or maybe you went through some tough time, but because of that, you'll be able to help somebody else so they won't have to go through the same pain you did. Maybe the pain made you make a new decision and send you in a brand new direction that brought you to this destiny. I really, truly believe in my heart of hearts that if we're willing to trust and have faith and look for answers and actively pursue them, that every human experience supports us, even those that are painful. And I believe we can probably do them without the pain, but if the pain does strike or if something happens outside your control, which it will, then instead of living in fear that that'll happen someday, you want to live from the sense of certainty that says no matter what happens, I will benefit from it because I will look for benefits and therefore I will find them. It's that simple. And I'll give you a good metaphor. You know, there's a great movie, I'm sure you recall, it was called Field of Dreams. In it they said, if you build it, they will come. In the movie, Kevin Costner seeks out an old man by the name of Doc Graham. He's played by Burt Lancaster. And when he first meets this man, he's going to see him to tell him about a field of dreams that Kevin has developed, a place where these old men could come back and play again, to be young again, to live their dream. And when he meets Doc Graham, he starts to talk to him, and he says, I understand that you only were able to play one inning in your life, because Doc Graham said, well, yeah, my whole life's dream was always to play baseball, to be a professional. He said, every single day I gave my all. I lived this passion. He said, you know, I took ground balls and batting practice, and I pushed myself. And he said, finally I made it. I made it to the big leagues. And the whole season went by without my being able to play. And finally, at the end of the season, in the 8th inning, the coach looked over at me and said, kid, I want you in right field. He said, I was so happy. I couldn't believe it. I ran out onto the field, and he said, I stood out there in right field waiting for somebody to hit it to me, waiting for my chance. And nothing happened. Then when we came back in, he said, my turn to bat never came. And the next year, they, without giving me another chance or even giving me a chance, they sent me back to the minor leagues. And he said, I just couldn't take it. I couldn't take going through that again, so I quit. And Kevin Costner said, oh my God, that's unbelievable. What incredible pain. What devastation. That must have destroyed you. I mean, for any man to be that close to his dream and have your dream pass you by as if it doesn't even know it's you. He said that must have been the most destructive, painful thing. That's a total disaster. And Moonlight Graham said, no, son. He said, playing baseball for only 5 minutes was not a disaster. Playing baseball for only 5 minutes was not devastating. What would have been a disaster, what would have been devastating, is if I'd only been a doctor for 5 minutes. You see, if I would have hit that baseball, that might have been the bigger disaster, because then I never would have come to this little town. I never would have saved this man's life, or delivered that little girl, or got to know the people that now are my best friends in the world. He said that would have been a disaster. In other words, sometimes not getting your dream gives you what you really want, what you really need, what you're really destined for. And if that part of the movie didn't give it to you, they followed up with another scene. Finally, there's a chance, you know. Kevin Costner makes arrangements, and he said, listen, there's this field of dreams. You can come on it. You can be young again. You can live your dreams still. And he brings Moonlight Graham to the field with all the other players, and when he steps out on the field, he's young again. And he's wearing his uniform, and he can feel the warm sunshine on his body again, and his youthful muscles, and the smell of the fresh-cut grass, and the baseball in his hand. And finally, they're beginning to play, and just as Moonlight Graham is finally stepping into the batter's box, finally he's going to get a chance to get that hit in life, in professional baseball, his dream. Right at that moment, there's a scream in the stands, because Kevin Costner and his brother are having a conversation, and his brother doesn't see these players on the field. He doesn't have the faith to experience the beauty and the joy and the fun and what's right there in front of him. He can't see it because of his lack of faith. And as they're arguing about this, he accidentally turns and knocks Kevin Costner's daughter off the top of the stands. She falls and hits her head, and she starts turning blue. And so all of a sudden they start yelling, oh my God, what are we going to do? We've got to save her. She's dying. And all of a sudden Costner says, we need a doctor. And just as he hears those words, Moonlight Graham is about to swing the bat, and he says, I'm a doctor. He starts running full blast to help this child, but all of a sudden he stops and he looks down, and there in front of him is the foul line that divides the field of dreams from the other world. And he knows if he crosses it, he can never go back. He can never live his dream. He doesn't hesitate anymore. He immediately steps across and he saves the child's life. He loses his dream, but he lives his destiny. The moral is very simple. Inside each one of us, there are desires that we have for our personality, those things that we want to avoid pain and want to gain pleasure for. But there are also moral needs. There are those needs inside of us to go beyond ourselves to something greater, to something more, to give of ourselves in a way that maybe we've never given before, maybe a way that won't even be acknowledged, but will give us the greatest sense of fulfillment we've ever dreamed of in our lives. I say to you that if what you've tried so far hasn't worked, all it is preparing you for more. But don't wait for the ultimate day when you save a life. Start saving a life today by enjoying the one you have. Start saving a life today by touching the people around you. You know, do what Cecil did. Be a person that loves people, animals, beings. Be a person that when things don't go you well, plant twice as much. Be a person who gives more than anybody else gives, and you'll be living your purpose, no matter how you language it. Hold yourself to a higher standard, and someday you'll see something more dramatic, but along the way, you'll enjoy the joy of knowing that you're living your life's purpose today. Isn't that what life's really about? Not waiting till someday, living it today. Hey, I want to thank you for spending this time with me. I am so grateful to God to have the opportunity to connect with you as if we've been friends for years, and we've not even met. But I hope in this time together that you've found some strategies, some tools, and maybe found a piece of yourself, reminded yourself of the truth of how unique and special you are. Not in an egotistical way, but everyone is. Everyone is unique and special in some way, and to think less of yourself is to slap the face of your Creator. You've been given gifts, and it's time to make them real. And Getting the Edge has been about sharing with you some of those tools, and the most important ones are taking that time for yourself. Please do that for yourself consistently. If you did nothing else out of this but that, I promise you, you'll see your future unfold, and you'll hear the whispers of destiny. You'll hear the guidance that's within you. But you got to take time to be alone and do that. And if you do it every day, you'll see a change. If you go through that results workshop and just change anything you're not willing to settle for anymore, and be honest with yourself. If you take and make those relationships magnificent and not settle in this area either, my God, everything in life changes when you've got someone to share it with that you love. Everyone you've ever been in a relationship with is a bonus to you. It's one of God's great gifts. But if you can find that soulmate, you got everything. And I have to say that for me, finding my soulmate, finding my wife Sage, was the richest day of my life, and every day is richer because of it. I hope for you, my prayer for you, is you find someone like that you have that kind of love for, and they have that kind of love for you. Or if they're there, that you treasure them, and you find a way to make that juicier every single day. If you do that, and on top of it, you energize and alkalize and get that vitality in your body. If you master your finances, turn your emotions into your friend, and you find your purpose, then the life you create will be so much greater than your dreams. Your old dreams will seem like cartoons by comparison to the life you're living. And if you're able to make those kinds of changes, you'll be able to stand proud knowing you're the one that did it. But I'll also have a special pride of knowing that maybe I helped in some little way to guide you deeper into connecting with yourself. Because the ultimate edge is connection with yourself, with your Creator, with your friends, with your family, with life itself. And if you do that, then these 7 sessions were certainly well worth both our time. So I wish you well, my friend, and for now I say so long. But I hope I'll see you sometime soon, and you'll share with me the story of your success and what you've done. Please email me, write me, or come see me at a seminar. I'd love to meet you personally. But until then, make sure that every day is lived to the fullest. Don't settle for less than you can be. Be one of the few who do versus the many who talk. And be sure to live with passion. God bless. I hope to see you soon. How do you live life and win the game? Well, in spite of all this stuff that sounds so terrible, there are people that seem to be winning, seem to be fulfilled, seem to be making a difference, seem to have a great deal of joy in their life. And they seem to have it consistently, and they're not doing it through drugs or alcohol or distraction. They're doing it through living a life of significance. How have they done it? They do what we do in our Date with Destiny seminar. We accomplish 7 things in that seminar. And I bring it up because I hope you'll take the time and actually come, where we'll get your purpose and your mission statement and your values all in the exact order you ideally need them to be, so you're being pulled in the direction you want instead of being pulled in multiple directions. But for right now, here's what we do, and here's what we're going to start doing on this tape. Is the first thing these people have who succeed or are fulfilled is they've decided what the purpose of the game is, at least for right now. Do you follow me on this? They said, okay, I don't know what the purpose is ultimately, but let me just decide. For right now, the purpose of my life is to what? It's to love and be loved. It's to grow. It's to expand. It's to make a difference. Do this. It's do that. They come up with a purpose, which is what I want you to do at the end of this tape. The start. I know it's not the end-all and be-all from one tape, but I want to get you started on a mission statement, a purpose statement for your life. You got to have that. If you don't at least have a target, if you don't know what the goal of the game is, you don't know what to decide to do. We have all these choices, all these opportunities. So you don't have to choose between something that's good and bad. You have to choose between something that's good and something that's great. But if you don't know what your purpose is, if you don't know what you value most in life, you can't make an easy decision. All decision-making is value clarification. See, if you don't know where you're going, then you can get there by any road because you're not going to know the difference. You know, everything looks like a great opportunity. One of the biggest challenges in life is choosing, focusing your life, deciding what to spend your time on, what to spend your energy on. Having a clear purpose allows you to do that. The second thing you want to do to make your life work, and those who succeed do this, is they have fewer rules. The more rules you have about how people have to be and how life has to be for you to be happy, the less happy you're going to be. See, the happiest people are those people that say, every day above ground is a great day. The happiest people are the people who find joy in a smile, joy in adventure, joy in a simple action. See, if you can find joy in that area, then all the big things are just a big bonus for you in your life. So when you find yourself starting to react to something that someone else has done, then you might want to ask yourself, how significant is this really, right? Is this so bad? Is it okay for this person to have a different opinion, a different view, a different feeling than me in this area? And in most cases, you might say, yeah, it is. What would you have to believe in order to be upset? That everybody has to live by your rules? Well, maybe in some areas that's real important. Maybe some other areas it's not as significant. You can just let go of it and have a lot less pain. The third thing that people who win the game of life seem to have in common is they've made their rules consistent. They found the conflicts in their life, and when they find them, they've been honest with themselves and say, this is a total contradiction of what I normally believe in other areas. No more. This is not how I'm going to live my life. Fourth thing these people do that make them succeed is they give themselves pleasure whenever they win, even when the world doesn't. This is really important. You got to realize that sometimes you'll do everything right and you won't get acknowledged. So what? Acknowledge yourself. You got to catch yourself doing little things right and give yourself the pleasure you deserve. After all, if somebody else tells you, hey, great job, and that makes you feel good, it's not them saying great job that makes you feel good. It's when they say great job, you stop and say, oh, that means I get to feel good, and you send a little neurotransmitter that allows yourself to feel the pleasure feeling in your body. Why not just give it to yourself so that you keep yourself on track so you're always reinforcing good behaviors, excellent behaviors, commitments to your highest values. Fifth thing these people have in common is when they screw up, when they don't do things right, when they violate their own values, when they violate their own sense of purpose in life, they give themselves a short burst of pain. They say, hey, this is not who I am. I stand for more. They don't wait for the world to have to give them pain. That's why they're on track. The sixth thing that these people that win have in common is that they know that everybody in life has different rules, and so when they get in a relationship with people, they know they've got to have other people in their life to help succeed in a particular area, they try to find out their rules. Because if you know what's most important to people, if you know what their rules for life are, what their musts are in life, it's a lot easier. And lastly, people who succeed in life, they've learned that life has a purpose, but they also at the same time don't take life too seriously. They don't take themselves too seriously. What's that old funny metaphor? Why do angels fly? Because they take themselves lightly. Right? The bottom line is we've got to look at life in a different way.
Well, you made it. Session number 7 in this marathon of personal transformation. Seriously, I want to congratulate you.
I talked about earlier on, so few people ever follow through, and for you to be here on the 7th tape, assuming you didn't jump here first, says to me that you really have made some quality changes in your life, or at least begun the journey, and I want to thank you.